Chapter 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the autumn breeze danced through the forest. In the Dacian dynasty, outside Tianshui city in Tianshui prefecture, a figure clad in white swept through the mountains, alighting upon a cliff bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. The figure in white was a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, adorned with a warm smile upon his countenance. "Brother Jianqiu, you have arrived." Perched upon the cliff was a girl in yellow, who, upon spotting the youth in white, revealed a sweet and exquisite smile that graced her delicate face. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the girl in yellow, her enchanting smile filling his heart with bliss. He reached out to stroke her lustrous black hair, affectionately saying, "Yower, after today, the 3 cold poison within you will be completely eradicated, and then you shall become the prodigious maiden admired by all. Is that truly the case?" The girl in yellow exclaimed in delight, her watery eyes shimmering with autumnal waves. Moved, Chu Jianqiu gently embraced the girl in yellow and replied with a smile, "Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you?" With the jade-like figure nestled in his embrace, Chu Jianqiu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Despite the immense cost he had borne, he felt that every sacrifice made was worthwhile. Chu Jianqiu was the young master of the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Tianshui city. Gifted with extraordinary talents from a young age, he possessed an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation, emerging as an exceptional talent in Tianshui city. At the age of 14, he broke through to the true Qi realm, and shortly thereafter, awakened a mid-tier Earth-level bloodline, causing a stir throughout Tianshui prefecture. However, following that event, an inexplicable occurrence transpired for the past 3 years. Chu Jianqiu's cultivation had not advanced in the slightest. He became the target of numerous doubts and ridicule, plummeting from the pedestal of a celebrated genius. Yet, Chu Jianqiu merely smiled at it all, choosing to remain unfazed, for he understood the reason behind his stagnation in cultivation. For the past 3 years, he had been using his own life essence to treat the girl in yellow. The girl in yellow was Lu Tianyao, the cherished daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of Tianshui city. Even though the Lu family was one of the 4 great families, they were powerless against the cold poison afflicting Lu Tianyao, a malady stemming from the awakening of a mid-tier profound level 3 absolute vein. There was but one remedy for it: the life essence of a warrior who had awakened the 9-yang bloodline. By sheer coincidence, Chu Jianqiu had awakened precisely the 9-yang bloodline, and moreover, it was a mid-tier Earth-level 9-yang bloodline. The bloodlines awakened by warriors in this world are categorized into 4 major tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each tier is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and transcendent grades. With his mid-tier Earth-level 9-yang bloodline, Chu Jianqiu was naturally capable of curing Lu Tianyou's cold poison. However, the life essence of a warrior is the culmination of their essence, and losing it inflicts great harm upon them. Yet, for the sake of the woman he cherished, Chu Jianqiu resolutely extracted his own essence. As Lu Tianyao received Chu Jianqiu's life essence, the cold poison gradually dissipated, while Chu Jianqiu paid the price of 3 years without any progress in his cultivation. "Once your ailment is cured, I will immediately propose to Uncle Lu to marry you. A month from now is the grand competition for recruitment into the Xinjian sect. At that time, we shall join together and become a pair of carefree, celestial lovers," Chu Jianqiu said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. 2 rosy hues blossomed upon Lu Tianyou's cheeks as she shyly nodded, whispering, "Everything is up to Brother Jianqiu. But these past 3 years, it has been hard on you." Chu Jianqiu playfully flicked Lu Tianyou's delicate nose, feigning reproach. "How can you speak such formalities with me? You ought to be punished." The 2 lingered in each other's warmth for a while, before Chu Jianqiu gently helped Lu Tianyao rise, softly saying, "Time is of the essence. Allow me to dispel the last trace of cold poison from you." Lu Tianyao obediently nodded, settling herself cross-legged upon the stone at the cliff's edge. Chu Jianqiu closed his eyes to gather his energy, circulating his true qi as the bloodline within him surged rapidly in accordance with his mental techniques. He trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His teeth clenched as he endured immense pain. After half an hour, A drop of extraordinarily pure blood emerged from his fingertip, imbued with an unparalleled energy. Chu Jianqiu gently placed a drop of life essence, suffused with pure yang energy, upon Lu Tianyu's brow, where it was visibly absorbed at an astonishing rate. With a sigh of relief, Chu Jianqiu staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale, his clothes drenched, nearly collapsing to the ground. After another half hour, Lu Tianyao slowly opened her eyes, rising from the stone, radiating a powerful aura of icy coldness. Upon witnessing this, Chu Jianqiu felt a great weight lift from his heart, joyfully exclaiming, "You have finally succeeded." "Yes, I have finally succeeded." Lu Tianyao spoke softly, her lips parting, yet her voice was as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of warmth. Though Chu Jianqiu felt a hint of curiosity, he dismissed it, attributing it to Lu Tianyu's sudden mastery of the three-een absolute vein, resulting in a temporary shift in her demeanor. "Therefore, you may die." However, when the next words escaped Lu Tianyu's lips, the smile on Chu Jianqiu's face instantly froze. Chu Jianqiu could hardly believe his ears, forcing a smile as he asked, "Yao, what did you just say?" He hoped it was merely a jest. "I said you may die." Lu Tianyao replied coldly, her voice devoid of emotion, her gaze icy and indifferent, looking down upon him with a haughty demeanor, utterly devoid of the gentle warmth she had previously displayed. Chu Jianqiu stared at Lu Tianyao for a long time, ultimately confirming that she was not jesting, and the last shred of hope in his heart was completely shattered. Observing the girl who seemed to have transformed into a stranger, a chill enveloped Chu Jianqiu, as if plunged into an ice cavern, and his heart felt as though it were being torn apart, a pain far exceeding the torment he had endured when extracting his life essence. Why? In the depths of his anguish, Chu Jianqiu found an eerie calmness, gazing intently into Lu Tianyu's eyes as he earnestly asked, "Such a mountain-born peasant as you could never be worthy of my noble lineage. Were it not for the need to treat my ailment, how could I ever lower myself to associate with you? Over these 3 years, how many times have you offended me? Even if you were to suffer 1,000 deaths, it would not appease the hatred within my heart." Lu Tianyao replied with a detached demeanor, her eyes filled with cold disdain and contempt. "Thus, all of this was merely a scheme. For the past 3 years, I have unceasingly poured my essence into you, and in your heart, I am worth less than a mere trifle." Chu Jianqiu's heart brimmed with bitterness, a tumult of pain, resentment, loss, and fury swirling within him. Indeed, all of this was merely a scheme. Without it, how would you have risked exhausting your own essence to treat me? Lu Tianyao scoffed. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the completely unfamiliar girl before him, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile. "If you wish for my death, what does it matter if you have mastered the three-een absolute vein? Even if I am gravely injured now, can you truly kill me?" Though he had made no progress in his cultivation over the past 3 years, his true chi realm still far surpassed that of Lu Tianyao, a mere fifth-tier body cultivator. "Add me into the equation." A cold voice emerged from the shadows of the nearby forest. A jolt coursed through Chu Jianqiu as he turned to see a youth clad in purple emerging slowly from the woods, his demeanor marked by arrogance and icy detachment. Ouyang Yuan, the second son of the Tianshui prefecture's governor. Chu Jianqiu instantly recognized the newcomer. Upon seeing the youth in purple, Lu Tianyu's icy demeanor melted away like snow in spring, replaced by a radiant smile. She eagerly ran toward him, linking her arm with his, calling sweetly, "Second young master." Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu's heart swelled with hatred, pain, and bitterness, and he clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath, "Vile woman." Regaining his composure, Chu Jianqiu swiftly moved toward the cliff's edge. He was acutely aware of Ouyang Yuan's formidable strength. Even at his peak, he may not have been a match for him. In his current dire state, escape was his only option for survival. Thinking to flee? Is too late. Ouyang Yuan's cold voice rang out as he swiftly closed the distance, striking Chu Jianqiu's chest with a powerful blow. Crack! Chu Jianqiu was sent flying several feet back, several ribs in his chest shattering, and blood gushed from his mouth. A wave of terror washed over Chu Jianqiu. Ouyang Yuan had become a 6th-tier true Qi realm expert in just 3 years. Despair enveloped him as he realized that falling into their hands meant certain death. Ouyang Yuan stood over Chu Jianqiu, coldly observing him, and said, "Such a bloodline wasted on a rustic peasant like you today, I shall find it a true master." With that, he pressed his palm against Chu Jianqiu's chest. In an instant, Chu Jianqiu felt the awakened nine-yang bloodline within him surging uncontrollably toward Ouyang Yuan's palm, his cultivation plummeting. Blood transfer sorcery. Chu Jianqiu's heart sank in horror. Ouyang Yuan actually dared to practice such a forbidden technique. "You wretched scoundrels, I shall not spare you even in death." Chu Jianqiu seethed with unrestrained fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. After the passage of half an hour, all of Chu Jianqiu's awakened mid-tier earthly bloodline and cultivation had been transferred to Ouyang Yuan. At this moment, Chu Jianqiu lay on the brink of death, having truly been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Ouyang Yuan, feeling the power of the nine-yang bloodline coursing through him, erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. The fruits of his long-laid plans had finally come to fruition. Originally a mid-tier earthly bloodline warrior himself, Ouyang Yuan had awakened the six-yang bloodline, which paled in comparison to the purity of the nine-yang bloodline. Now, having absorbed Chu Jianqiu's nine-yang bloodline, his own lineage would ascend to new heights. Merge! With a commanding shout, Ouyang Yuan directed the fusion of the six-yang and nine-yang bloodlines within him. A quarter of an hour later, his aura surged dramatically. The merging of the two bloodlines elevated his lineage to high-tier earthly bloodline. Gazing at Lu Tianyao beside him, he smiled subtly, saying, "I bestow upon you Chu Jianqiu's cultivation. Trained diligently in a month, the grand recruitment competition of the Xinjian sect shall commence." As he spoke, he placed a hand upon Lu Tianyao's back, and her cultivation began to soar uncontrollably, ultimately halting at the 9th level of body refinement. Lu Tianyao felt immense joy, smiling sweetly as she said, "Thank you, second young master. And what do you intend to do with this man?" Ouyang Yuan inquired, gesturing towards the barely conscious Chu Jianqiu. Lu Tianyao cast a glance at Chu Jianqiu, her smile sweet yet chilling. To slay him outright would be too merciful. Let him experience the torment of plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair. Is that not far more delightful? With that, she struck a palm against Chu Jianqiu's dantian. Chu Jianqiu let out a wretched scream, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as flashes of lightning danced across the firmament. Crack! A bolt of lightning rent the sky, striking Chu Jianqiu's motionless form with blinding light. Within that dazzling radiance, a small black tower surged forth with the lightning and entered Chu Jianqiu's body. "Lu Tianyao, you truly are ruthless." A cry of anguish echoed as Chu Jianqiu awoke from his nightmare, his face contorted in agony and resentment. As consciousness returned, searing pain radiated from every part of his body, causing him to nearly convulse. Chu Jianqiu fervently wished that everything that transpired that night had merely been a figment of a harrowing dream, and upon awakening, his life would return to its blissful course. Yet, the relentless pain coursing through him starkly reminded him that this was no dream, but a brutal reality. Lu Tianyao had betrayed him, colluding with others to usurp his awakened bloodline. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. An overwhelming rage ignited within him. He vowed to exact revenge upon Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan. "Young master, you have finally awakened. I was so frightened." A melodious voice chimed from nearby, laced with concern. Chu Jianqiu lifted his gaze to behold the delicate, charming visage of his personal maid. "Ruhua, how long have I been unconscious?" Seeing her by his side brought a modicum of relief to Chu Jianqiu, his taut nerves easing slightly. "Since Miss Lu brought you back, it has been a day and a night." "Did Lu Tianyao bring me back?" Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. How could that woman be so benevolent? "Miss Lu entrusted you to the Grand Elder, claiming that you had gone astray during your training, that your dantian was ruined and your meridians severed, requesting the Grand Elder to take good care of you." Ruhua nodded repeatedly, yet her voice brimmed with indignation and unrest. A chill coursed through Chu Jianqiu, and he hastily delved into his inner self. Upon inspection, he felt an icy dread settle over him. Not only had he lost his awakened bloodline and cultivation, but his dantian was shattered, and his meridians severed. He had been irrevocably reduced to a mere invalid. This outcome drove Chu Jianqiu to the brink of madness. This woman was devoid of conscience. She sought to make his existence a living hell. What a truly venomous heart. A torrent of hatred surged within Chu Jianqiu. While the loss of his awakened bloodline and cultivation could be rectified through renewed training, he had previously cultivated swiftly even without an awakened bloodline. However, with his dantian destroyed, he was utterly and irrevocably rendered powerless. Ruhua, please leave for now. Chu Jianqiu forced himself to regain composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. Yes, young master. Though Ruhua felt anxious, she complied and exited, leaving Chu Jianqiu alone in the room. A wave of unyielding resentment surged within him. He refused to concede defeat. Sitting cross-legged, he attempted to circulate his energy, striving to reassemble his spiritual essence. Yet, his shattered dantian could not retain even a trace of spiritual energy. Chu Jianqiu persevered, repeatedly attempting to cultivate, but it was all in vain. Gritting his teeth, he continued to practice his techniques, unwavering in his resolve. If he were to live the remainder of his life as an ordinary man, he might as well embrace death. As long as he drew breath, he would never surrender. Pain mingled with the indomitable sweat that soaked his garments. Yet countless failures did not waver his unwavering spirit. With a resounding echo, the sound reverberated through the air as Chu Jianqiu found himself unable to recall the multitude of failures he had endured, just as the pain rendered him nearly numb. An immense and profound voice pierced through his mind, resonating like a mighty bell. And indomitable shall unlock the divine tower. Rise anew from the ashes, forge the supreme bloodline. The celestial emperor's divine art shall illuminate the primordial path. This grand and expansive voice left Chu Jianqiu dazed, and concurrently, a powerful force began to tear at his very soul. He felt a searing pain within him before being transported to an unfamiliar realm. The space was vast and boundless. At its center stood a towering black tower, emanating an ancient and ethereal aura, as if it were steeped in the passage of endless time. Chu Jianqiu gazed in utter astonishment, for the scene before him transcended all his prior understanding. Suddenly, his head throbbed with pain as an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. Chaos Supreme Tower. Chaos Celestial Emperor Art. The sheer magnitude of this knowledge threatened to shatter his consciousness. Before he could assimilate the astonishing information, the majestic black tower emitted a resonant hum, and countless golden rays cascaded into Chu Jianqiu's body. As the golden light flowed in, his shattered dantian began to mend, and his severed meridians reconnected. The remarkable transformation of his body jolted Chu Jianqiu's soul back from that realm. Moments later, his dantian was completely restored, and the ruptured meridians had rejoined. At a surge of euphoric joy overwhelmed Chu Jianqiu, nearly bringing him to tears. Only through loss does one truly recognize the value of what was once possessed. He carefully examined his body. The newly healed dantian was far grander than before, and his meridians had grown significantly more resilient. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chaos Celestial Emperor Art refined the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. The commanding voice reverberated once more in his mind. Esoteric and profound incantations filled his consciousness. The notion of the Chaos Supreme Bloodline sent a tremor through Chu Jianqiu's heart. The Supreme Bloodline. This concept was entirely beyond his comprehension and his understanding. Warriors awakened their bloodlines in 4 tiers. Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven. Never had he heard of a supreme tier. Earth tier bloodlines were already exceedingly rare, even within the vast Dacian dynasty, while the existence of Heaven tier bloodlines was shrouded in uncertainty. The supreme bloodline was a term Chu Jianqiu had never encountered. Could this be the legendary ancient immortal bloodline? According to ancient lore, above the Heaven tier bloodlines existed an incredibly formidable ancient bloodline, the strength of which surpassed common imagination. Every warrior who awakened such a bloodline invariably became a formidable powerhouse. Could the Chaos Supreme Bloodline truly be that legendary ancient immortal bloodline? Chu Jianqiu steadied his astonishment and began to cultivate according to the techniques in his mind. though the chaos celestial emperor art was immensely profound. Chu Jianqiu's innate comprehension was extraordinarily high, and the direct infusion of knowledge into his consciousness made it far easier to grasp than poring over ancient texts. As he channeled the mental method, he sensed a terrifying power slowly awakening deep within his bloodline, a force akin to an ancient dragon lying dormant, poised to unleash cataclysmic devastation upon awakening. An hour later, the golden light that had flooded into Chu Jianqiu's body receded. He opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the unfathomable power lying in wait within his bloodline. The shock in his heart was immeasurable. This was the essence of the supreme bloodline. The chaos celestial emperor art had absorbed and refined the golden light that enveloped him, restoring his cultivation to the third level of body refinement. Before Chu Jianqiu could fully process this monumental shift, a sudden crash interrupted his thoughts. He snapped back to reality and turned toward the shattered door. Several figures strode arrogantly into the room, led by a youth of about 15 or 16 years. Chu Jianqiu, I heard you went mad in your cultivation and became a waste. I've come to see for myself. Chu looked down at the seated figure on the bed with palpable disdain, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Chu Jianqiu's gaze turned icy. He had anticipated this moment 3 years prior. When his father departed the family to seek out Chu Jianqiu's long-lost mother, the faction of the Grand Elder began to covet the head of the family. Though his father had left, the prestige he had built still deterred the Grand Elder's faction from acting recklessly. Even though Chu Jianqiu's cultivation had stagnated over the past 3 years, he remained unmatched among the younger generation, with many elders still supporting him. Now that his cultivation was deemed null, it was only natural for the Grand Elder's faction to grow restless upon hearing that Lu Tianyao had delivered him to the Grand Elder and declared him a waste. Chu Jianqiu had foreseen this very scene. Since you have become a waste, you are no longer the young master of the Chu family. You no longer have the right to reside in this estate. I am here to ask you to leave. Chu sneered, his heart swelling with uncontainable delight at the prospect of humiliating the once lofty young master. Get lost. Chu Jianqiu coldly uttered a single word in response to the insult. He had no desire to waste breath on such an inconsequential figure, a mere side branch of the family that rarely held any significance. Now, with the Grand Elder's faction yet to make their move, this petty clown was reveling in his moment. You dare to tell me to get lost? Chu's smile froze instantly. This waste actually had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation, still believing yourself to be the exalted young master of the Chu family. Today, I shall wake you from your delusions. Chu growled fiercely, stepping forward and launching a punch at Chu Jianqiu. That the waste without cultivation dared to act so brazenly. He would ensure that this insolence was punished. Without evading, Chu Jianqiu met the incoming punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding crash, sending Chu staggering back several steps. Shock coursed through him as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Hadn't Chu Jianqiu's dantian been shattered, rendering him powerless? What was happening now? The others who accompanied Chu were equally incredulous, their hearts racing with alarm. They had believed Chu Jianqiu to be a mere waste, emboldening them to accompany Chu hoping to gain favor with the Grand Elder's faction and potentially secure a place within the main line of the family. But if Chu Jianqiu had indeed retained his power, their fortunes would be doomed. Yes, Chu Jianqiu rose effortlessly from the bed and gracefully descended to the ground. He stepped forward and delivered another punch. This time, he unleashed his full strength, unwilling to overlook the affront he had suffered. Chu gritted his teeth. Although caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, he assessed Chu Jianqiu's aura and noted that it was merely at the third level of body refinement. While he was not entirely a waste, his cultivation had undeniably plummeted. Emboldened by his own fourth-level body refinement, Chu readied himself to engage. Bang! Chu was sent soaring backward, crashing into the wall as blood spewed from his mouth. Dismay filled his heart as bewilderment clouded his expression. Was this truly the strength of the third level of body refinement? Get lost! Chu Jianqiu commanded coldly. The onlookers hastily assisted Chu to his feet. Retreating in disgrace, as they left, Chu cast a venomous glare at Chu Jianqiu, but dared not utter another word. He is currently no match for Chu Jianqiu, should he truly provoke him. A dire fate awaits, as Chu He and the others departed from Chu Jianqiu's chamber. A youth in a blue robe silently observed from the corridor of a distant wing, his brow slightly furrowed. Watching them leave, Chu Jianqiu fell into deep contemplation. Despite having defeated Chu He today, he felt little joy. A mere clown poses no real threat. Yet the troublesome matters lie ahead. Although he had bested Chu He, the latter had gleaned insights into his capabilities, and it was likely that the Elder S faction would soon take action. With his current level of cultivation, he was woefully ill-equipped to handle the impending challenges. He must hasten to elevate his powers. Chu Jianqiu resolved inwardly. Clenching his fist, he sensed the terrifying power lying dormant within him and recalled the moment he triumphed over Chu He, deeply aware of the sheer magnitude of this force. For the moment, he chose to disregard the flood of information inundating his mind. It was far too vast, and to sift through it from the beginning would likely take weeks, if not months. However, given the circumstances he faced, there was no luxury of time for Chu Jianqiu to methodically sort through it. Without sufficient strength for self-preservation, it seemed the Chu family would have no place for him in the future, and his very life might be in jeopardy. If he were to become utterly powerless, it might be acceptable. The elder would likely not bother with a mere invalid, perhaps even allowing him to live. Yet, as he stood now, merely experiencing a significant decline in his cultivation, the elder would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any chance of his resurgence, striving to thwart his ambitions for the position of family head by any means necessary. The only path to survival lay in rapidly enhancing his strength. The Chaos Emperor scripture was evidently a formidable ally in his quest for power. He had only just awakened the Chaos Supreme bloodline through the cultivation of the Chaos Emperor scripture and had not yet had the opportunity to delve deeper into its mysteries before being interrupted by Chu He. The Chaos Emperor scripture was a technique conceived by an ancient mighty being who, observing the creation of the world from chaos, attained enlightenment and thus forged this powerful art. Such a being existed long before the dawn of creation. A formidable entity from the primordial age, it was beyond Chu Jianqiu's imagination to comprehend the level of terror such a presence represented. The techniques birthed by such a being were undoubtedly of a far superior caliber than those he had practiced previously. Through the cultivation of this scripture and the awakening of the Chaos Supreme bloodline, Chu Jianqiu had already begun to grasp the terrifying potential of this art. Wasting no time, he resumed his practice of the Chaos Emperor scripture. As he activated the mental techniques of the scripture, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth as if in a frenzy, violently pouring into Chu Jianqiu's body, causing his aura to escalate at a visibly rapid pace. An hour later, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. In that brief hour of cultivation, he had completely solidified his cultivation at the third level of body refinement. Previously, he had experienced an instantaneous leap of 3 levels due to absorbing golden light. But now he was purely drawing from the energy of heaven and earth at this rate. He estimated that within 6 months, he could fully restore his former cultivation. The Chaos Emperor scripture was indeed fearfully powerful. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to wait 6 months. That if he had not encountered such a fortuitous event, it would have been one thing, but since fate had smiled upon him, he must strive to seize the opportunity. Chu Jianqiu retrieved a body-refining pill and swallowed it. While the cultivation speed of the Chaos Emperor scripture was already astounding, it was still insufficient. Moments after ingesting the pill, its potent effects began to radiate within him, flooding his entire being with surging spiritual energy. After a brief incense stick's time had passed, he had fully converted the essence of the body-refining pill into his own power. Chu Jianqiu was elated. The dominance and strength of the Chaos Supreme bloodline continually brought him unexpected delight. In the past, it would have taken him at least a day to refine a single body-refining pill. And to completely absorb, it would have taken a minimum of 5 days. Each pill contained impurities, requiring time for their expulsion during the absorption process. Previously, he could not consume more than 3 body-refining pills in a month. Otherwise, the accumulation of impurities would outpace his ability to eliminate them, leading to harm to his body. But now, Chu Jianqiu clenched his fist. Within mere moments, he had refined the body-refining pill, and in the time it took for a single incense stick to burn, he had completely absorbed its potency. This speed was unfathomably faster than before, and the impurities were instantaneously dissolved by the power within his bloodline. This meant he could continuously consume pills without fear of any adverse effects. Chu Jianqiu pulled out a handful of body-refining pills and consumed them one by one, akin to indulging in candy. Only as the heir of the Chu family could he afford such extravagance. Each of these pills was of considerable value. The surging potency coursed through his body, and his aura ascended at an astonishing rate. However, as he continued to consume, Chu Jianqiu sensed something amiss. 0.5 body-refining pills were sufficient to break through from a third to the fourth level of body refinement. Yet he had already ingested 15 pills. Although he felt a significant increase in power, he was still far from breaking through to the fourth level. His dantian felt like an insatiable abyss, devouring immense amounts of spiritual energy without ever feeling full. Gritting his teeth, Chu Jianqiu extracted more body-refining pills and continued to consume them. When he had ingested 50 body-refining pills, a thunderous sound erupted, and he finally broke through to the fourth level of body refinement. However, his complexion darkened, and his hands trembled. 50 body-refining pills. This was an outrageous consumption. This was all of Chu Jianqiu's current savings. To achieve just one breakthrough to the fourth level of body refinement required 50 pills. He dared not contemplate the costs of future cultivation, as the thought alone was utterly despairing. Even if all of the resources of the Chu family were pooled into him, it would hardly suffice to meet his demands. Yet, the power gained from these 50 pills was undeniable. Chu Jianqiu clenched his fist and struck forward with a powerful punch. Boom! The immense force shattered the air, sending shockwaves that obliterated the furniture in the room. Feeling the powerful energy surging within him, Chu Jianqiu estimated that he was now far stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the 6th level of body refinement and could even contend with those at the 7th level. As he stood there, withdrawing his fist, he noticed Ruhua entering from outside. The young girl's eyes were red and one side of her face was swollen, though she tried to conceal it with makeup. Chu Jianqiu could still discern the clear imprints left behind. "Young master, I have brought you healing medicine," she said, forcing a smile while presenting a small porcelain vial. Seeing Ruhua in such a state, Chu Jianqiu immediately understood what had transpired. This spirited girl had always been strong-willed. Even when she faced adversity outside, fearing he would worry, she would never proactively inform him, but would silently endure. However, Ruhua had only managed to procure the most basic healing ointment. The young girl lowered her head, on the verge of tears. Had she not held back, she would have been weeping uncontrollably. Chu Jianqiu took the porcelain vial, gently ruffled Ruhua's hair, and said softly, "Do not be sad. I am fine." Unable to contain herself any longer, Ruhua burst into tears, collapsing into Chu Jianqiu's embrace. He gently held her delicate form, offering soothing words of comfort, gazing at the vial of low-quality healing ointment in his hand, which barely qualified as a first-grade medicine, and at the young girl weeping in his arms. Chu Jianqiu's expression hardened. These people had truly gone too far. One day, he would ensure that they repay him for all their wrongs. Yet, he was not driven by rage to the point of losing his rationality. His current strength was still too weak for direct confrontation. For now, he must bide his time. Once he became sufficiently powerful, he would settle these scores, one by one. Strength. Everything hinged upon strength. Ruhua, stay at home and do not venture out. After comforting the young girl, he instructed her before heading outside. "Young master, your injuries," Ruhua exclaimed anxiously. "You have sustained such severe injuries. It is far too dangerous for you to go out. Do not worry. It's nothing," Chu Jianqiu replied as he exited the main estate and made his way to the pill pavilion. With ample pills, his cultivation could rise swiftly. Isn't this young master Chu Jianqiu? As soon as he stepped into the pill pavilion, a mocking voice rang out from nearby. Chu Jianqiu paid no heed and continued to walk inside. The young master Chu certainly carries himself with great arrogance. As the voice faded, a figure clad in purple swiftly blocked his path. This figure was a girl of around 15 or 16, her features not lacking in charm, yet the mockery and frivolity evident on her face was decidedly irksome. "Chu Jia, what do you want?" Chu Jianqiu furrowed his brow, responding coldly. This woman had trailed behind him like a shadow 3 years prior. But as soon as his cultivation stagnated, she distanced herself, and he held no fondness for such a vain individual. I merely wish to know why a waste like you, with a shattered dantian, dares to come to the Dan pavilion that you think taking elixirs is of any use to you, even if you were to feed them to a dog. It might just produce a spirit beast, but for you, it is nothing but a waste. She laughed mockingly, her cackle echoing as those around them joined in, gathering like spectators at a show. Chu Jianqiu's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold glint. He had previously thought her merely vain, but now he realized how despicable she truly was, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Get lost, Chu Jianqiu snapped icily. Chu Jianqiu's expression turned frigid, and she retorted, Chu Jianqiu, do you still think you are the exalted young master? A mere waste dares to be so audacious towards me, truly ignorant of your own mortality, if you do not move aside. Do not blame me for being impolite. Chu Jianqiu's patience had reached its limit after enduring her repeated provocations. Impolite to me? Chu Jianqiu laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Did everyone hear that? This waste actually said he would be impolite to me. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their faces plastered with derision. After all, Chu Jianqiu was a warrior at the 6th level of body refinement. A mere slap from her could easily end Chu Jianqiu's life. That it was indeed a grand joke that he dared to challenge her. Today, I shall see how you intend to be impolite to me. If you desire elixirs, kneel and beg like that little girl from your family. Perhaps I might show some mercy and grant you a couple. Chu Jianqiu said coldly. You dare to speak of Ruhua. Chu Jianqiu's gaze instantly turned icy. Although Ruhua was merely his maid, she had served him since childhood, and he regarded her as a sister. Feeling the chill emanating from his gaze, Chu Jianqiu involuntarily shivered, her heart surging with shame and anger. Such a waste dares to intimidate her. She resolved to make him kneel and beg for mercy. You shameless wretch! Chu Jianqiu spat out the words coldly. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. This fellow truly had the audacity. Not only was Chu Jianqiu a warrior at the 6th level of body refinement, but she was also a direct descendant of the elder lineage. To insult her like this was akin to courting death. Chu Jianqiu's face flushed crimson with rage as she thundered, You seek death! With that, she struck out towards Chu Jianqiu, and the crowd could already foresee his grim fate. If that palm landed, he would either die or be left bettered for life. Yet, the next scene left everyone in stunned silence. With a casual wave, Chu Jianqiu sent Chu Jianqiu flying like a tattered rag, blood spewing from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Chu Jianqiu's face was a mask of disbelief. Hadn't it been said that he had a shattered dantian and was a waste? How could he possess such formidable strength? If Chu Jianqiu had not lost his cultivation, she would not have dared to confront him even with 10 times her courage, despite being stagnant for 3 years. He was still the only one among the younger generation of the Chu family to have broken through to the true Qi realm, far beyond their capabilities. Chu Jianqiu, what are you doing? How dare you fight in the Dan pavilion? The elder in charge rushed over, urgently instructing those nearby to help Chu Jianqiu for treatment. If anything were to happen to her, he could not bear the consequences. Elder, are your eyes dim? Did you not see who struck first? Chu Jianqiu replied coldly. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words. As a mere guardian elder, he had no desire to get embroiled in such conflicts. These matters could lead to dire consequences if not handled carefully. Though the elder was powerful, there were still many among the 10 elders who supported Chu Jianqiu. While he too was an elder, as a mere guardian elder of the Dan pavilion, he was far from being on par with the 10 great elders. Had Chu Jianqiu truly become a waste, he would have swiftly sided with the elder faction. After all, no one would support a waste, and even if some elders felt pity due to past connections, they would not continue to support him as before. However, the current situation was rather perplexing that if Chu Jianqiu had indeed shattered his dantian and become a waste, it was impossible for him to still possess such formidable strength. Moreover, the guardian elder found it challenging to gauge Chu Jianqiu's depth. From the aura he had just exuded, he clearly appeared to be a warrior at the 4th level of body refinement. Yet he had dispatched Chu Jianqiu with ease, showcasing strength that suggested at least the 7th level of body refinement. A loss regarding Chu Jianqiu's true capabilities, The guardian elder was reluctant to offend him further. He forced a smile and asked, "May I inquire what brings the young master to the damn pavilion?" "I have yet to collect my elixirs for this month. I naturally came to retrieve my share," Chu Jianqiu replied nonchalantly. The elder contemplated for a moment before producing a vial of elixirs and handing it over. Chu Jianqiu took the porcelain bottle and glanced inside, his fury igniting. "Elder, what is the meaning of this?" The vial contained only 6 body refinement pills, whereas he should have been entitled to 3 chi gathering pills. The difference between the two was stark. The body refinement pill was a first-grade elixir, while the chi gathering pill was a second-grade elixir. The efficacy of the latter far surpassed the former by at least tenfold. The guardian elder offered a forced smile. The young master is aware that the distribution of resources in the damn pavilion is based on each individual's cultivation level. You were previously at the first level of true chi, so naturally, you received chi gathering pills. However, now, Chu Jianqiu snorted, taking the 6 body refinement pills and turning to leave. The elder was not mistaken. The distribution of resources in the Chu family was indeed based on cultivation level and status. The family head and direct descendants of the 10 great elders received a certain quantity of elixirs from the damn pavilion each month free of charge, according to their cultivation levels. While other peripheral warriors had to exchange merit points for resources, gazing at the vial in his hand, Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a sense of despair. 6 body refinement pills would hardly suffice for him to break through to the 5th level of body refinement. Let alone now, when it was utterly insufficient, he had hoped to obtain 3 chi gathering pills, which, with their potent effects, might have aided him in barely reaching the 5th level. But now, he smacked his forehead in frustration, realizing the need to devise a plan to acquire elixirs from elsewhere. Upon returning to his room, he found Ru Hua had tidied up the shattered furniture. "Young master, I heard that young master Chu Han has already approached the Elder Council, proposing to compete for the position of the Chu family young master in the clan competition in 10 days. The Elder Council has agreed," Ru Hua said, her small face furrowed with worry. Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The faction of the Elder had finally made its move. He was well aware of the cunning nature of the old-timers in the Elder Council. Despite the apparent support he currently had, if he truly became a waste, most of those elders would immediately defect to the Elder's side. News of a shattered Dantian had spread like wildfire. Yet those old men would not easily believe it without personal verification. The battle 10 days hence would be crucial. Should he lose to Chu Han, he would have no place left in the Chu family. By that time, even if the Grand Elder were to take action against his own life, as long as it wasn't too overt, those old fellows would likely turn a blind eye. 10 days. There was little time left for him. Chu Jianqiu understood the urgency of the situation. He must find a way to swiftly enhance his strength within these 10 days. Chu Han was not to be compared with the likes of Chu He and Chu Jie. As the legitimate grandson of the Grand Elder, Chu Han was a formidable warrior at the 9th level of body refinement, boasting exceptional prowess. Before he was incapacitated by Lu Tianyao, Chu Han had been the only one among the younger generation of the Chu family who was nearly his equal. With his current capabilities, he was far from being a match for Chu Han. Gently rubbing Ru Hua's head, Chu Jianqiu smiled and said, "Do not worry, young master has his ways. You may leave now. I need to focus on my training." That Ru Hua complied obediently and exited the room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Jianqiu pondered how to quickly elevate his strength. At present, there were only 2 avenues to enhance his abilities. One was to practice more powerful martial arts, and the other was to advance his cultivation level. Regarding martial techniques, Chu Jianqiu had essentially learned all the martial arts of the Chu family. Chu Han's proficiency was not significantly inferior to his own. As for elevating his cultivation level, that would require a substantial amount of medicinal pills. He realized he had yet to enter the Chaos Supreme Tower within his sea of consciousness. Having already witnessed the might of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art and the Chaos Supreme Bloodline, he surmised that the tower itself was likely not an ordinary artifact, perhaps containing items that could aid in his quest for greater strength. With a thought, Chu Jianqiu's spirit entered his sea of consciousness, where the ancient, colossal tower loomed majestically. This was the first time he had thoughtfully examined the tower. Previously, he had been pulled away before he could take a closer look, leaving him unaware of its true nature. Upon careful observation, Chu Jianqiu noted that the immense black tower, while grand and imposing, was riddled with cracks, reminiscent of a dilapidated temple that had long fallen into disrepair, poised to collapse at any moment. Approaching the base of the tower, he gently pushed open the tower door and stepped inside. The sights within left him utterly astounded. Streams of radiant light danced about, forming intricate and profound runes. While the ground was adorned with exceedingly complex formations, the inheritance of myriad source flow formations. Upon witnessing this scene, relevant information surged into his mind. Formations were the most profound of arts within the Tianwu continent. Formation masters were among the most revered professions on the continent. Everything in the martial world of Tianwu relied on formations. Artificers needed formations to forge magical artifacts, while the creation of treasures required the inscription of runes. Alchemy was inextricably linked to formations. During cultivation, one needed to set up gathering formations to condense spiritual energy. Defensive measures for the sect required the establishment of protective formations. Fire required fire runes. Water required water runes. To soar into the heavens or burrow into the earth required flight and evasion runes. Formations are the embodiment of the great principles of the universe, a highly sophisticated art that allows one to seize the very essence of creation. The radiant streams before him represented a powerful inheritance of formations. Chu Jianqiu focused intently on the runes, examining them one by one. Fire rune, water rune, wind rune, swift movement rune, illusion formation, confusion formation, fire, separation formation, alchemical formation. When his gaze landed upon one particular formation, his heart trembled with excitement. The alchemical formation allowed for the automatic crafting of pills. One simply needed to toss the ingredients into the formation, and the pills would be produced autonomously. The realization of this formation filled Chu Jianqiu with a mix of shock and elation. This formation was truly extraordinary. If word of it spread, would not all alchemists face unemployment? Typically, formations merely assist alchemists in controlling fire. They cannot replace the alchemist in the actual crafting of pills. Every step of alchemy, from controlling the flame to measuring the ingredients, affects the success rate. Chu Jianqiu had never heard of a formation that could autonomously produce pills. Just how formidable was this formation? He approached it immediately, delving into its intricacies. The previously observed runes were not what he needed at the moment, so he had not dedicated time to studying them. However, if he could master this alchemical formation, he would have an abundance of pills at his disposal. With sufficient pills, figures like Chu Han, Lu Tianyao, Ouyang Yuan, and even the Grand Elder would pose no threat. Chu Jianqiu immersed himself in the study of the alchemical formation, pouring all his energy into understanding it. The principles involved were exceedingly complex, requiring adjustments based on different recipes, ratios, and temperatures. Crafting various pills necessitated distinct configurations of the formation. The alchemical formation he encountered was merely a general outline. Specific crafting would require the expertise of a formation master to tailor it to the actual circumstances. Nevertheless, the multitude of examples within the formation numbered in the thousands, all of which could be utilized directly in the blink of an eye. A day had passed. Chu Jianqiu sighed deeply, having barely grasped the configuration method for the body refinement pill formation. This alchemical formation was intricate and profound. He could not possibly master it entirely in such a short time. He had focused solely on one recipe for the body refinement pill. Understanding the configuration of a single formation was undoubtedly easier than mastering the entirety of the outline. However, even this singular focus on the body refinement pill formation had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. Emerging from the space within the tower, the overwhelming fatigue made him yearn for sleep. Yet the urgency of time would not allow for even a moment's respite. Now that a day had passed, only 9 days remained. He had mastered the formation for crafting body refinement pills, and the recipe was available at the Chu family's alchemy pavilion. All that remained were the materials for the pills. While the materials could be easily procured from the Alchemist Guild in Tianqiu City, Chu Jianqiu was currently penniless, unable to afford even a single herb. Truly, a lack of funds could thwart even the most capable of heroes. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he realized he would have to draw a few runes to sell. After much deliberation, he chose a simpler rune from the tower, one that was countless times easier than the alchemical formation. He quickly mastered it without expending much effort, while he had learned the rune. Acquiring the materials to draw it became the primary issue. With his pockets empty, he had no choice but to sell the 6 body refinement pills he had just received from the alchemy pavilion. The inheritance of formations within the Chaos Supreme Tower was exceedingly powerful. Once understood, it could be swiftly applied. Chu Jianqiu wasted only a few sheets of rune paper and successfully drew his first rune. This was the simplest first-tier rune, the strength-increasing rune, which could double a warrior's power for a short duration. The Wanwu Trading Company and the Spirit Rune Pavilion. Chu Jianqiu, carrying over 10 crafted spirit runes, planned to rent a stall to sell them. Although he could sell these runes directly to the Spirit Rune Pavilion, the price would be lower than what he could achieve by retailing them himself, as the pavilion would need to profit from the transaction. Given his dire financial situation, he could not afford to lose any profit. Spirit runes were highly sought after in the Tianwu continent, and Chu Jianqiu had no concerns about their sales. Despite the ease with which he had drawn the runes, it was the formidable inheritance of formations from the Chaos Supreme Tower, combined with his exceptional comprehension, that enabled him to grasp the art of rune drawing in such a short time. For others, merely mastering a single rune could take an immeasurable amount of time. From initial stages of learning to the triumphant moment of inscribing the first talisman, it is said that even those endowed with exceptional talent require no less than half a year, while those of lesser aptitude may take 2 to 3 years, if they succeed at all. The intricacies of talisman formations are profound and elusive, demanding a level of innate talent and comprehension that surpasses even that required for alchemy or artifact forging. It is a rare occurrence for a talisman master to emerge among 100,000, leading to a severe scarcity of such practitioners in the Tianwu continent. Talisman masters are generally classified into 2 categories: talisman makers and formation masters. As only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals can master both talisman and formation techniques simultaneously, most practitioners focus on one specialization alone. Each talisman master is a coveted asset sought after by various factions. At the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, there are few sellers of spirit talismans, yet the throngs of buyers are overwhelming. The Wanwu Merchant Group stands as the largest commercial enterprise in the Great Qian dynasty, conducting business across the entirety of the realm, with branches established in every county of the Great Qian. Their commercial activities span a vast array of goods, including spirit talismans, formations, elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial arts techniques, effectively covering all aspects of the martial world. Young Master Chu, can this strength-enhancing talisman truly double one's power? Not long after Chu Jianqiu had set up his stall, he was approached by his first customer, a rugged man with a resolute countenance and an air of simplicity. However, the skepticism etched across his face indicated a lack of faith in the talisman's efficacy. This was hardly surprising, for a first-tier strength-enhancing talisman typically offers a mere 30 to 50% increase in power, with anything above that being exceedingly rare, achievable only by a second-tier talisman master. The prospect of doubling one's strength had never been witnessed in the Tianshui County. Previously, Chu Jianqiu had devoted himself solely to cultivation, possessing little knowledge of talismans and formations before acquiring the Chaos Supreme Tower. Now, all his understanding of talismans is derived from that tower. He remains unaware of the extraordinary nature of the talismans within the Chaos Supreme Tower. Even the most basic talisman from there would send shockwaves through the talisman community of the Great Qian dynasty. Naturally, it could indeed double one's strength. A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Jianqiu's mind. As this was his first attempt at crafting a talisman, his technique was still unrefined, and the effects of these spirit talismans fell short of expectations. He had initially worried that the low potency of the strength-enhancing talisman might deter potential buyers. Yet, witnessing the man's reaction, it seemed as though the talisman's power was so formidable that he could not bring himself to believe it. To claim a doubling of strength, how audacious! Even Lord Yang would not dare to make such a boast. The illustrious young master of the Chu family, once the greatest prodigy of Tianshui County, reduced to peddling such dubious wares after the shattering of his dantian. How pitiable! A youth clad in fine garments, fanning himself with a folding fan, sauntered over, his face brimming with arrogance, flanked by several sycophantic lackeys. Chu Jianqiu's gaze turned icy. This was Lu Gaoyang, brother to Lu Tianyao. His animosity toward the Lu family had only intensified, and the sight of one of their kin incensed him further. Lu Gaoyang had shown considerable talent in the art of talismans from a young age, apprenticed to an elder at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, and had since garnered a modest reputation as a first-tier talisman master in Tianshui City. Zhao Cheng, you are truly desperate, throwing yourself at the feet of such a worthless charlatan. This fool is not even a martial artist, devoid of any true qi within him. How could he possibly craft a talisman? A strength-enhancing talisman that claims to double one's power? Hilarious. Lu Gaoyang guffawed derisively, his expression a tableau of disdain and mockery. What is this? Has young Master Chu fallen so low that he must resort to deceit for survival? If you are truly in need of funds, perhaps you should kneel and beg for mercy. I might show you a modicum of pity and grant you a few spirit stones. Indeed, kneeling for a few spirit stones is far more lucrative than concocting a ludicrous talisman that claims to double strength. The lackeys chimed in, their laughter ringing out. The risks of selling counterfeit talismans are considerable, and the lies they weave are so transparent that they could fool no one. It seems that ever since the shattering of the Chu family's young master, Dantian, his intellect has also diminished. This commotion quickly drew the attention of those nearby, for both Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang were not insignificant figures, one a former prodigy of Tianshui City, the other a budding first-tier talisman master. The spectacle was undeniably captivating. Rumors had been swirling about the former prodigy's fall from grace, and the majority were skeptical of the sensational claims. After all, it was hard to believe that the once celebrated genius of Tianshui City had succumbed to such misfortune. Who let this pack of rabid dogs run amok? Chu Jianqiu snapped impatiently. He regarded Lu Gaoyang and his ilk as mere clowns, while his true adversaries were formidable figures like the Grand Elder Ouyang Yuan. Moreover, Lu Tianyao, who possessed the complete mastery of the three absolute veins and all of his cultivation, posed a significant threat as well. With time pressing upon him, he had no desire to engage with the likes of Lu Gaoyang. Had it not been for the strict prohibition against violence within the Wanwu merchant group, Chu Jianqiu would have long since silenced this fool with a single strike, putting an end to his incessant prattle. Lu Gaoyang's laughter faltered abruptly, as though he had been seized by the throat. How dare this wastrel call him a mad dog? You seek death. Lu Gaoyang, enraged, launched a punch toward Chu Jianqiu. A cold smile graced Chu Jianqiu's lips. Lu Gaoyang's willingness to act was a boon. Such a fool, he mused, how had he managed to survive this long? Even at his peak, Chu Jianqiu would not dare to breach the rules of the Wanwu merchant group. In the face of such a colossal entity, the four great families of Tianshui City were nothing but a jest. The Wanwu merchant group had never shown leniency towards those who dared to defy its regulations. Challenging its authority was tantamount to challenging its dignity. With Lu Gaoyang initiating the confrontation, Chu Jianqiu felt no need for restraint. The debt owed to Lu Tianyao would be collected from her brother as interest. With a resounding boom, Chu Jianqiu unleashed a punch, pouring all his strength into it, employing the superior yellow-tier martial technique, the mountain-cracking fist. Martial techniques are categorized into yellow, xian, earth, and heaven tiers, with each tier further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. The mountain-cracking fist is a premier superior yellow-tier technique, renowned for its unmatched ferocity, and stands as one of the finest in its category, rivaling even some supreme yellow-tier techniques. Chu Jianqiu had mastered this technique to its fullest extent. During his prior encounter with Chu Jiue, he had held back, as they were of the same clan, and he did not wish to escalate matters before fully severing ties. However, when facing Lu Gaoyang, he held back not a shred of mercy. Their enmity was profound and would ultimately culminate in a life-and-death struggle, leaving no room for hesitation. Seeing Chu Jianqiu dare to confront him head-on, Lu Gaoyang scoffed inwardly, believing this fool still thought himself the unscathed prodigy of Tianshui City. But as their fists collided, he was met with an overwhelming surge of power akin to a landslide, sending shock waves of fear through him. What on earth was happening? Even as he realized the peril, it was too late to evade. With a sharp crack, Lu Gaoyang's arm shattered into several pieces, twisted grotesquely like a pretzel. As his body flew backward like a severed kite, Lu Gaoyang was gripped by disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't his sister claimed that this waste had shattered his dantian and lost all cultivation? How could he possess such formidable strength? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. That wasn't it said that Chu Jianqiu had lost all cultivation. How then could he send a sixth-tier martial artist flying with a single punch? Could it be that the young master of the Chu family was deliberately concealing his true strength? Although Lu Gaoyang was sent flying by single punch, Chu Jianqiu had no intention of letting him off so easily. With a swift motion, he closed the distance and unleashed a punch towards Lu Gaoyang's chest. If this strike landed, Lu Gaoyang would not only face death, but would also be rendered a cripple. The few lackeys present were utterly taken aback by this sudden turn of events, standing frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. Even if they had gathered their wits, they would not dare to act. When Chu Jianqiu was perceived as a useless individual, they might have felt emboldened to mock him and derive pleasure from tormenting this fallen genius. However, if Chu Jianqiu still possessed his cultivation, even if they had 10 times their courage, they would not dare lay a finger on him. The formidable reputation of the #1 genius of Tianqiu City was not to be trifled with. Crushing them would be akin to squashing mere ants. Stop! A furious shout echoed, and a figure swiftly approached Chu Jianqiu. Before the palm could reach him, Chu Jianqiu already sensed the terrifying power contained within it. Not daring to meet the attack head-on, he executed the illusory shadow technique and retreated rapidly. Yet, the figure did not intend to relent, following him like a shadow. Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation level, he was no match for the person before him. If the confrontation continued, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured within 3 exchanges. Thus, he hastily called out, "Wait!" The figure halted, allowing the onlookers to finally discern the identity of the newcomer, a stern-faced elder garbed in gray robes. Upon seeing this elder, the crowd's hearts sank. It was Liang Jiushan, the enforcement elder of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. To this moment, both Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang were in peril, for Liang Jiushan was known for his unyielding justice and showed no mercy towards those who dared to violate the rules of the Wanwu Trading Company. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Liang Jiushan's expression remained stoic. Had he not maintained a relatively favorable impression of the former #1 genius of Tianqiu City, he would have swiftly incapacitated anyone who dared to contravene the regulations of the Wanwu Trading Company, allowing no room for debate. "Why did you strike at me without distinguishing right from wrong?" Chu Jianqiu replied, unyielding yet respectful. "Distinguishing right from wrong. You dare to act recklessly within the Spirit Talisman Pavilion and still claim I am unjust." Liang Jiushan erupted in anger. "Surely, elders should first ascertain who initiated the conflict," Chu Jianqiu said, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although Liang Jiushan was principled, his temper was notoriously volatile. Liang Jiushan was momentarily taken aback. "Was it not you who struck first?" In such a situation, he instinctively assumed that Chu Jianqiu had made the first move. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Lu Gaoyang was no match for Chu Jianqiu. It was a one-sided affair. Who would be foolish enough to provoke an opponent they could not defeat, especially in violation of the rules of the Wanwu Trading Company? "It was Lu Gaoyang who attacked me first. Everyone here witnessed it," Chu Jianqiu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Liang Jiushan summoned a disciple of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion with a wave of his hand and inquired in a deep voice, "What transpired just now?" If Chu Jianqiu dared to deceive him, he would ensure that the young man experienced the consequences of his folly. The disciple, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events as they had unfolded. After listening to the report, Liang Jiushan's expression turned icy. Lu Gaoyang was a disciple of Elder Chang Gaochen, and he could not possibly be unaware of the rules of the Wanwu Trading Company. To know the law and yet break it was a grave offense. Seeing Liang Jiushan's grim countenance, Lu Gaoyang felt a surge of panic. Momentarily forgetting his severe injuries, he hastily exclaimed, "Elder, he was selling counterfeit talismans in the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, and I could not restrain myself from intervening." Upon hearing this, Liang Jiushan's eyes gleamed dangerously, his gaze towards Chu Jianqiu laced with a hint of murderous intent. Selling counterfeit talismans was a serious offense that could severely tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. and they had a zero-tolerance policy for such matters. You have not even examined my talismans. How can you assert they are counterfeit? Chu Jianqiu replied calmly, unfazed by Liang Jioshan's intimidating glare. An amplification talisman with a doubling effect. Such an audacious claim. Even if your talisman were genuine, this is still a form of extreme deception. The spirit talisman pavilion will not tolerate such fraudulent behavior. Before Liang Jioshan could respond, a cold voice interjected. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Gaoyang's face lit up with joy. Master! The arrival was none other than Lu Gaoyang's master, Chang Gaochen. Hearing reports of the situation, he hurried over, fearful that Liang Jioshan might recklessly harm his treasured disciple. Upon seeing Lu Gaoyang's pitiful state, Chang Gaochen's anger flared, and he cast a cold glare at Chu Jianqiu. You truly are audacious, not only selling counterfeit talismans in the spirit talisman pavilion, but also daring to injure others. Do you truly believe my spirit talisman pavilion is without capable individuals? Elder Chang, you presume that my talismans cannot achieve a doubling effect without even examining them. Chu Jianqiu stood his ground, meeting Chang Gaochen's frigid gaze with indifference. Doubling effect. You should weigh your own worth, Chang Gaochen sneered, utterly unconvinced that Chu Jianqiu could accomplish such a feat. He had never heard of this young man studying the art of talismans. And whether he could even create talismans was debatable, let alone produce one with such effects. In that case, do you dare to wager with me, Elder Chang? Chu Jianqiu asked with a faint smile. What kind of wager? Chang Gaochen, intrigued by Chu Jianqiu's confident demeanor, was eager to see what the young man had up his sleeve. With the dual charges of selling counterfeit talismans and engaging in combat within the spirit talisman pavilion, Chu Jianqiu's fate seemed sealed. If the head of the Chu family, Chu Jianqiu, were still in Tianshui City, perhaps there would be some hesitation. However, with Chu Jianqiu absent and his whereabouts unknown for 3 years, the Chu family's internal strife meant no one would fear a so-called young master of the Chu family. Moreover, the recent rumors proclaiming Chu Jianqiu as a useless individual had spread like wildfire. Although it appeared the rumors were unfounded, it was indeed true that his cultivation had significantly declined. Otherwise, Lu Gaoyang would not have simply lost an arm if my amplification talisman fails to achieve a doubling effect. I, Chu Jianqiu, will submit to Elder Chang's judgment. However, if it does achieve that effect, I propose that Elder Chang compensate me with 300 body refinement pills, although this was his first attempt at crafting talismans. He was confident in his ability to produce a doubling effect. 300 body refinement pills. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This individual's appetite was insatiable. 300 body refinement pills were no small sum, even for a true energy realm expert. If your amplification talisman can truly double your strength, I would not hesitate to offer you 500 body refinement pills. Chang Gaochen responded nonchalantly, for a dead man. What difference would it make how many promises were made? The crux was whether he would live to collect. Agreed. It is settled. Chu Jianqiu smiled, feeling elated. Fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment, as he was in dire need of body refinement pills. Liang Jioshan made no move to intervene in the wager between the two, with Chu Jianqiu displaying such confidence. He was curious to see if the young man possessed the genuine skill to back it up. Should Chu Jianqiu indeed succeed in crafting an amplification talisman with a doubling effect, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm of talisman crafting in Tianshui County. Though Liang Jioshan harbored doubts about Chu Jianqiu's ability to create such a high-level talisman, even the pavilion master, Yang Zhenhai, would struggle to achieve it. The efficacy of a talisman is primarily influenced by 2 factors: its grade and the quality of its core. The grade of a talisman generally determines the level of its power. For example, a first-grade amplification talisman would only enhance the strength of body refinement realm practitioners, but would have minimal effect on those above the true energy realm. Only a second-grade amplification talisman could benefit true energy realm practitioners. The quality of the talisman's core dictates the effect the talisman can produce. Even a first-grade amplification talisman with a high-quality core would yield greater amplification than one with a low-quality core. There are 4 levels of talisman cores: inferior, medium, superior, and premium. Factors affecting the quality of the core include the talisman inscriptions and the method of crafting. The inscriptions used in crafting a talisman greatly affect the quality of its core. meaning that talismans made with crude inscriptions would inherently possess lower quality. The advanced runes, even if the crafting techniques are not particularly refined, will still yield high-quality spirit symbols. The skill of the rune master, however, is determined by their ability to create symbols. The same rune, depending on a mastery of crafting and the depth of understanding of the runes, can greatly influence the quality of a spirit symbol's core. Thus, a highly ranked rune master may not necessarily produce spirit symbols of superior quality. Their rank merely attests to their capability to craft symbols of that level that a second-tier rune master may be able to forge second-tier spirit symbols. Yet if they lack access to good lower-tier runes, they would similarly struggle to create a high-quality first-tier spirit symbol. Consequently, runes are typically closely guarded secrets among rune masters. Chu Jianqiu picked up the spirit symbol and followed Chu Jianqiu to the testing device at the spirit symbol pavilion. The testing device was prominently positioned in the center of the main hall on the first floor, capable of assessing the effectiveness of spirit symbols for those who came to buy or sell at the pavilion. At this moment, the news of the duel between Chu Jianqiu and Chu Jianqiu had spread throughout the spirit symbol pavilion, and a throng of spectators had gathered, surrounding the testing device so densely that not even a drop could pass through. Chu Jianqiu regarded Chu Jianqiu with a cold smirk, eager to see how Chu Jianqiu would conclude this affair. Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly, retrieving a strength amplification symbol and tossing it into the testing device amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd. Spirit symbol name: strength amplification symbol, spirit symbol tier. First tier core quality. Superior spirit symbol effect. Double strength. As the words illuminated on the testing device, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. It was indeed true. This fellow's strength amplification symbol could genuinely double one's strength. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Chu Jianqiu stared at the golden letters displayed on the device, feeling more than ever that those characters were intolerably glaring. Lu Gaoyang, in a frenzy, muttered incessantly, "Impossible, this cannot be real." Initially believing that this was a mere waste waiting to be slaughtered, he now found himself overshadowed not only in strength, but also by Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent in rune mastery that rendered the entire Tianshui county dim in comparison. The genius who had once stood atop the world 3 years ago seemed to have returned, shining as brilliantly as ever. This cannot be true. He must have used some trick to deceive us. Or perhaps the testing device is malfunctioning today. How could this waste, with a shattered dantian, possibly craft symbols? Lu Gaoyang suddenly erupted, pointing at Chu Jianqiu and shouting, "Waste? Always causing me embarrassment." Chu Jianqiu, filled with rage and shame, struck Lu Gaoyang across the face. The force of his blow, fueled by anger, was poorly controlled, sending Lu Gaoyang flying, his teeth flying out amidst a spray of blood as he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Lu Gaoyang had not only caused Chu Jianqiu a loss of 500 body refining pills, but had also humiliated him before so many witnesses. Now he dared to question the integrity of the spirit symbol pavilion's testing device. To doubt the testing device of the pavilion was akin to slapping its face. Such repercussions were something even Chu Jianqiu might find hard to bear, let alone a mere first-tier rune master. It was better to knock him unconscious now to prevent further chaos. Liang Jiushan was equally astonished. This young man had indeed managed to craft such a high-quality spirit symbol, suggesting that Tianshui County was about to witness the rise of an extraordinary rune master. Sometimes, the core quality of a spirit symbol better reflects a rune master's level of skill. A high-tier rune master merely indicates a higher level of power and a wider array of techniques. But it does not necessarily encapsulate their true mastery of rune crafting. The quality of the core is a more accurate indicator of a rune master's potential. As of now, it appeared that no one in Tianshui County had managed to craft a spirit symbol with a core quality rated as superior. Liang Jiushan's earlier ire towards Chu Jianqiu for his actions in the spirit symbol pavilion had dissipated, leaving only astonishment and delight. "Young man, would you be interested in joining the spirit symbol pavilion?" Liang Jiushan's usually stern visage transformed into one of warmth and smiles. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. This unexpected invitation caught him off guard. He had come to the spirit symbol pavilion merely to sell spirit symbols for profit. hoping to gather enough spirit stones to purchase body-refining pills, never considering joining the pavilion. Young man, what are you hesitating for? By joining the spirit symbol pavilion, you will receive comprehensive discounts on crafting materials, and the pavilion will impose no restrictions on you. You may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. A resonant voice called out at that moment. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a tall figure approaching. The pavilion master, Liang Jiushan, Chang Gaochun, and the members of the spirit symbol pavilion all bowed in respect. Their astonishment. They realized that even the pavilion master, Yang Zhenhai, had been drawn into the matter. The pavilion master was known for being elusive, rarely making appearances, and few in Tianshui City had ever laid eyes on him. Chu Jianqiu had never encountered Yang Zhenhai either. Chu Jianqiu did not hesitate long before accepting the offer. Having the protection of the spirit symbol pavilion would ensure his safety, at the very least, making it less likely for the Liu family to act against him so brazenly. The spirit symbol pavilion was, in fact, a branch of the Rune Array Alliance on the Tianwu continent, an organization formed by many Rune Array masters for the purpose of facilitating communication and evaluating the skills of Rune Array masters. Rather than a tightly knit sect, the Spirit Symbol Pavilion maintained a cooperative relationship with the Wanda Trading Company, without being subordinate to it. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's agreement, Yang Zhenhai burst into hearty laughter. Filled with joy, he held high hopes for this young man who had crafted a superior core spirit symbol at such a young age, curious to see how far he would ultimately go. If Chu Jianqiu were to truly shine in the field of rune arrays, it would reflect well on him, lifting Tianshui County from the disdain of the royal city as elders. Young man. Catch! Yang Zhenhai tossed a token to Chu Jianqiu. As Chu Jianqiu caught the token and examined it, he was taken aback. The front of the token was inscribed with an intricate rune array, while the back bore a small rune. Even with his limited prior knowledge of rune arrays, Chu Jianqiu recognized it as an identity token for rune masters. The rune array on the front was the emblem of the Rune Array Alliance, and the single rune on the back indicated that he was a first-tier rune master, but a second-tier rune master would have 2 runes inscribed, while an array master would bear an entire array on the back. Typically, a rune array master must undergo stringent assessments to gain the Rune Array Alliance's recognition and obtain such an identity token. Moreover, for the public to acknowledge a rune array master's skill, possessing this token is essential. Chu Jianqiu did not expect Yang Zhenhai to so readily bestow upon him the token of a first-tier rune master, and he looked at Yang Zhenhai with confusion and inquiry in his eyes. Yang Zhenhai chuckled heartily, saying, "You have already crafted a first-tier spirit symbol with a superior core. What need is there for an assessment? I, myself, can no longer create spirit symbols of such quality that if I were to assess you, it would imply that I, too, am unworthy of this first-tier rune master token." Upon hearing Yang Zhenhai's explanation, Chu Jianqiu felt reassured and accepted the token. He then turned to Chang Gaochun, smiling as he asked, "Elder Chang, when will I receive my 500 body refining pills?" Yang Zhenhai, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback and looked at Chang Gaochun, saying, "Old Chang, when did you owe this young man body refining pills? This is rather ungracious of you. As a dignified second-tier rune master, how could you refuse to pay a young junior what you owe him?" Chang Gaochun's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he struggled to explain. But ultimately, it was Liang Jiushan who clarified the situation to Yang Zhenhai. After hearing the explanation, Yang Zhenhai erupted into another round of hearty laughter, patting Chang Gaochun on the shoulder, saying, "Old Chang, a bet is a bet. Since you have lost, you must honor the agreement and compensate him with 500 body refining pills." Yes, as soon as Yang Zhenhai opened his mouth, Chang Gaochun found himself unable to back down, enduring the pain in his heart as he reluctantly produced 500 body refinement pills at that moment. Chang Gaochun couldn't help but resent his own impulsiveness. Clearly, Chu Jianqiu had wagered only 300 body refinement pills before. Yet he had foolishly added an additional 200.500 body refinement pills, even for a strong practitioner in the true Qi realm, constituted a significant fortune. Once he extracted the pills, he felt too ashamed to linger any longer and swiftly dragged the dejected Liu Gaoyang away. Should he stay any longer and allow Yang Jiushan to revisit Liu Gaoyang's recent misdeeds, he would undoubtedly suffer even greater losses to quell the situation. although Lu Gaoyang's betrayal had cost him dearly. He could not let his disciple be punished by Liang Jiushan, especially given his close ties with the Lu family. With Liang Jiushan's notoriously stubborn nature, Lu Gaoyang's recent transgressions would not be easily forgiven, prompting Chang Gaochan to hastily make his exit with Lu Gaoyang in in Tianshui City. Within the Lu residence, Lu Gaoyang, bound in bandages, wept pitifully to his sister, Lu Tianyao, his expression one of utter desolation. Lu Tianyao remained silent, her face a mask of icy coldness. Yaoer, did you not claim that you had thoroughly crippled that Chu fellow? What has transpired? Lu Shushi, the head of the Lu family, observed his son's woeful state, his eyes betraying a flicker of suppressed rage. I personally ensured his incapacitation and checked multiple times to prevent any oversight. His dantian was completely shattered, and all his cultivation was transferred to me. How could he possibly still possess any strength? Lu Tianyao shook her head gently, her brows furrowing slightly. The information Lu Gaoyang brought back was so astonishing that she could scarcely believe it. A mere cripple, whom she had rendered powerless, had effortlessly wounded Lu Gaoyang, a practitioner at the 6th level of body refinement. Even more shocking was the fact that he had become a first-tier talisman master, crafting a high-grade talisman that no one in Tianshui County could replicate. The barrage of incredible news stirred a sense of unease within Lu Tianyao, but she quickly regained her composure. According to Lu Gaoyang, Chu Jianqiu was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, though she remained in the dark regarding his unexpected fortune that allowed him to restore his dantian and resume cultivation. She deemed his 4th level prowess to be utterly insignificant. She needed to intensify her training to break into the true Qi realm in preparation for the upcoming recruitment competition at Xinjiang sect. To her, Chu Jianqiu was no more than an insignificant ant, hardly worthy of her time and energy. Once she became a disciple of Xinjiang sect, crushing Chu Jianqiu would be an effortless task. At that point, even the Talisman Pavilion would hesitate to oppose her, a disciple of Xinjiang sect, over a mere first-tier talisman master. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu was frantically consuming the body refinement pills in his room. As each pill entered his stomach, it was refined by his newly awakened supreme bloodline. He fervently operated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, converting the immense medicinal power into strands of true Qi that surged into his dantian. Yet his dantian resembled an abyss, seemingly insatiable. One by one, he consumed the body refinement pills, and upon reaching a total of 100, a powerful aura erupted from him, marking his breakthrough to the 5th level of body refinement. However, instead of reveling in his achievement, Chu Jianqiu's expression darkened as he gazed at his vast dantian. How much true Qi is required to fill this? For an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of body refinement, the dantian would typically measure 10 zhang in circumference. Yet Chu Jianqiu's dantian now spanned a staggering 10 li. The 5th level of body refinement represents a crucial turning point. Before reaching this level, a practitioner's true Qi merely expanded their dantian, without entering the meridians. Upon attaining the 5th level, however, the expansion of the dantian ceases, and the practitioner must fill their dantian with true Qi to successfully advance to the 6th level. While ascending from the 5th to the 6th level is generally considered the easiest step for ordinary practitioners, for Chu Jianqiu, it was the most arduous. The vastness of his dantian necessitated an enormous quantity of body refinement pills. Without Chang Gaochan's timely assistance, it was uncertain how long it would take him to break through to the 6th level. Chu Jianqiu grasped the bag filled with body refinement pills tightly, opening his mouth wide to pour the pills directly inside. An hour passed, and as he gazed at the now empty bag, his eyes burned with rage. 500 body refinement pills. 500! In less than a day. They had vanished. Just moments ago, he had been wealthy, but now he was destitute. Yet after consuming 400 more body refinement pills, his immense dantian finally reached capacity, and he successfully advanced to the 6th level of body refinement. With his dantian filled with true Qi, it began to flow into the surrounding meridians. Training after reaching the 6th level of body refinement involves unblocking the body's meridians. Without wasting a moment, Chu Jianqiu entered a meditative state once more. 5 days passed, and the time until the clan competition had dwindled to half. leaving him little time to cultivate. He needed to seize every fleeting moment. However, not long after, he opened his eyes and stared at his dantian, now once again empty. Nearly driven to madness, he had only just unblocked a single meridian, yet it had consumed nearly all the true qi he had accumulated in his dantian. Although the recovery of true qi was exponentially faster than the initial filling of the dantian, it still required several days, time that Chu Jianqiu desperately lacked. It seemed that this flawed technique would force him to pursue wealth relentlessly. As night fell, Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to wait until dawn to devise a plan. He had not yet sold the dozen or so enhancement talismans he had previously crafted and hurried back with the 500 body refinement pills from Changgaochen. He had initially believed that these 500 pills would suffice for him to break through to the 7th level of body refinement. With the extraordinary chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, he thought that achieving the 7th level would render him entirely unafraid of Chu Han. Even if he fell short, he could still remain invulnerable. However, to his dismay, he found that the 500 body refinement pills were barely sufficient for his breakthrough to the 6th level. The difference between the 6th and 7th levels of body refinement represented two entirely different tiers of power. To ascend from the 6th to the 7th level, a practitioner must unblock at least 4 meridians, allowing true qi to circulate within their body. The human body contains 20 meridians, divided into 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. Once the 12 primary meridians are unblocked, a practitioner can attempt to break into the true qi realm. As for the extraordinary vessels, only a select few exceptionally gifted practitioners can unblock 1 or 2, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary practitioners. Among the 12 primary meridians, every 4 will form a cycle. After reaching the 6th level of body refinement, a practitioner must unblock 4 meridians to ascend to the next realm. The ability for true qi to circulate within the body vastly exceeds the power derived from mere flow through a single meridian. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Chu Jianqiu activated the chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge wildly, faintly forming a spiritual energy storm that flooded into his body. The speed at which he absorbed and refined this spiritual energy was incomparably faster than that of ordinary practitioners. However, even with this incredible absorption rate, it would be impossible to fill Chu Jianqiu's expansive dantian in less than 2 or 3 days. Watching the true qi within his dantian slowly accumulate, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Sometimes, possessing such a remarkable technique was not necessarily a blessing. While he was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the courtyard outside his window. The noise was so subtle that had he not honed his senses through the cultivation of the chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, he might not have noticed it at all. Instantly alert, Chu Jianqiu wondered who would be sneaking into his residence at such a late hour. In these turbulent times, he dared not lower his guard for a moment. Crack! A soft sound echoed as the window was gently pushed open, and a shadow clad in black, with a masked visage, silently glided inside. The moment this figure entered the room, a sudden gust of wind assailed him, causing a surge of alarm within. He swiftly attempted to evade, but in his haste, he was still struck by a punch to the shoulder, eliciting a sharp pain that made him break into a cold sweat. Soon as the shadow crossed the threshold, Chu Jianqiu launched an immediate counterattack. He showed no mercy to these stealthy intruders. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the cramped room. To his astonishment, the assailant possessed a cultivation level of the 8th stage of body refinement. Chu Jianqiu felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not yet broken through to the 6th stage of body refinement, he would indeed have been at a disadvantage. The intruder, too, was greatly surprised by Chu Jianqiu's prowess, having initially underestimated him as merely a 4th stage practitioner, only to discover that he was, in fact, at the 6th stage, a revelation that spoke volumes about the depths of his concealment. What further vexed him was the realization that, despite his 8th stage cultivation, he was unable to gain any upper hand against this 6th stage opponent. The two fought vehemently in the small room, reducing the newly acquired furniture to a state of disarray. After half an hour, the black-clad figure, bloodied and battered, made a hasty retreat, leaving Chu Jianqiu's quarters nearly demolished. Observing the fleeing silhouette, Chu Jianqiu made no move to pursue. his gaze revealing an inscrutable expression throughout the skirmish. He had intentionally held back, refraining from unleashing his full strength. Had he done so, the intruder would not have escaped so easily. Chu Jianqiu held no desire to take the man's life. It was prudent to leave one alive to relay the message to his unseen master, thereby allowing them to gauge his true capabilities. Through this encounter, Chu Jianqiu gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. He felt confident in facing an 8-stage practitioner without issue and believed he could continuously defeat an average 9th-stage opponent. However, confronting Chu Han left him with no hope of victory. Before his incapacitation, Chu Han had been the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Chu family. Although his innate talent could not rival Chu Jianqiu's, he was not one to be underestimated. After the masked figure departed from Chu Jianqiu's residence, the watchful eyes surrounding them also receded. "Old Wu, what do you think this kid is up to? I find it increasingly difficult to decipher his intentions," inquired a gray-robed elder to a companion clad in blue, both perched atop a distant rooftop. Observing Chu Jianqiu's abode, they had witnessed the earlier clash between him and the masked intruder. The elder in blue remained silent. If one still believed Chu Jianqiu to be a mere cripple with a shattered dantian, they were genuinely deluded. How could a man with a broken dantian, devoid of any cultivation, force an 8th-stage warrior to flee? Yet, they were uncertain whether Chu Jianqiu's cultivation had indeed plummeted. When he had first returned, many assumed he was rendered useless. However, he subsequently defeated Chu He, followed by victories over Chu Jiue and Lu Gaoyang, and had now bested an 8th-stage warrior. In each of these encounters, Chu Jianqiu had showcased varying levels of strength, 3rd, 4th, and 6th stage respectively. This left the onlookers profoundly perplexed, unable to ascertain the true extent of his abilities while questioning whether he had genuinely fallen in rank or if he had never declined at all. They never considered that Chu Jianqiu had painstakingly rebuilt his cultivation from the ground up. To them, achieving the 6th stage in just a few days was utterly implausible. That if all of this was merely a ruse by Chu Jianqiu, it would indeed be terrifying that a young man of such talent, coupled with a formidable mindset, compelled those contemplating opposition to carefully weigh their options regarding enmity with him. A miscalculation in allegiance could yield unimaginable consequences. "What now?" the blue-clad youth asked, gazing at the gravely injured masked figure before him, his brow furrowed in concern. The masked man recounted the events that had transpired. After listening intently, the youth pondered for a long while before finally exhaling with a hint of relief. Following Chu Jianqiu's consecutive victories over Chu Jiue and Lu Gaoyang, an unsettling feeling had begun to gnaw at him, for Chu Jianqiu's performances had been shrouded in mystery. His effortless defeats of both opponents, each concluded with a single blow, had failed to reveal Chu Jianqiu's true capabilities. To thoroughly gauge Chu Jianqiu's depth before the clan competition in 5 days, the blue-clad youth dispatched a trusted attendant to test the waters. According to the masked figure's account, although Chu Jianqiu had concealed much of his strength during his previous encounters, it was indeed true that his cultivation had suffered a significant decline, no longer reflecting his former prowess. Based on the skirmish between Chu Jianqiu and the masked warrior, it appeared that while Chu Jianqiu's strength was not insignificant, he was still far from being the youth's equal. The youth believed he could defeat the masked warrior in less than 3 moves, yet Chu Jianqiu had persisted in combat for half an hour. Despite Chu Jianqiu's remarkable achievement of defeating an 8th-stage practitioner with his 6th-stage cultivation, his current strength was still too low to be of concern. That a smirk of arrogance and satisfaction crept across the blue-clad youth's lips. In 5 days, the position of the Chu family's young master would finally change hands. After being overshadowed by Chu Jianqiu for over a decade, it was now his turn to revel in triumph. The following morning, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, bearing the talismans he had crafted previously. This time, he was met with a far warmer reception. After all, he was now considered part of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion and had achieved recognition as a first-tier talisman master. In the Tianwu continent, a talisman master was respected by all factions regardless of their location. Upon receiving a report from the attended disciples, Liang Jiushan personally came to greet Chu Jianqiu, arranging for him the best stall and waiving the rental fee. Given Chu Jianqiu's current financial constraints, every savings mattered, and with the Spirit Talisman Pavilion showing such enthusiasm, he felt it inappropriate to decline. As soon as Chu Jianqiu set up his stall, a voice called out in excitement. Chu Gongzi, we've finally been waiting for you. Looking up, he recognized Zhao Cheng, the first man from yesterday eager to purchase talismans. How much of the strength-enhancing talisman? Chu Gongzi, Zhao Cheng asked, his impatience evident. After receiving the refining pills from Chang Gaochun, Chu Jianqiu had left without further discussion, leaving Zhao Cheng to wait all day at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion in the hopes of encountering him again. Now that he had finally found Chu Jianqiu, the urgency to acquire the talisman that could potentially double his strength was palpable. Startled, Chu Jianqiu realized he had rushed over to sell the talismans without considering a price. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the recent events and found himself no longer as oblivious to the talisman market in Tianshui County as he had been before. That high-quality talismans, made with superior talisman ink, were already the finest quality available in Tianshui County. While most talisman masters produced merely inferior-grade talismans, with few being able to craft those of medium quality. Currently, enhancement talismans were selling for 10 spirit stones each, but those were typically inferior-grade talismans capable of providing only a 2- or 3-fold increase in strength. Far inferior to his own talismans that promised a doubling of PowerPoint 30 first-tier spirit stones, or an equivalent payment with the same refining pills. Chu Jianqiu tentatively remarked, expressing a hint of trepidation as he announced the price, which was a staggering 3-fold increase compared to the market rate for strength-enhancing talismans that in the realm of martial artists. All transactions are conducted using spirit stones as currency. Gold and silver from the mundane world hold no value in their eyes. Akin to scrap metal, only spirit stones are considered hard currency in this world. These stones, rich in spiritual energy, serve dual purposes. They can expedite cultivation or act as an energy source for magical artifacts. The applications of spirit stones are vast, integral to alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. They are categorized into 9 grades based on the concentration of spiritual energy, and the exchange rate for spirit stones to body refining pills is typically 1-to-1. One spirit stone can be traded for a single body refining pill. While gold and silver are deemed worthless by martial artists, if a comparison must be made, one spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular world. Zhao Cheng, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and promptly produced 60 spirit stones to purchase 2 strength-enhancing talismans. These talismans could double one's strength, an invaluable asset in critical moments for survival, in the heat of battle. A sudden surge in strength could deliver an unimaginable surprise to one's opponent. Despite appearing calm, he was inwardly anxious. Currently, in Tianshui City, only Chu Jianqiu could craft talismans that doubled one's strength. Even though Chu Jianqiu was asking a steep price, Zhao Cheng felt compelled to endure the pain of being overcharged. To his surprise, Chu Jianqiu offered such a favorable price, observing Zhao Cheng's eagerness. A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Jianqiu's eyes. Had he perhaps undervalued his talismans? Regardless, selling a single strength-enhancing talisman for 30 spirit stones was already beyond his expectations. The production cost of these talismans was less than half a spirit stone, making this venture exceedingly profitable. Zhao Cheng, did you not claim you would engage me in a life-and-death duel today on the martial arts platform? Why are you hiding like a turtle in the talisman pavilion? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from outside. Hearing the call, Zhao Cheng's expression darkened, and he strode purposefully toward the exit. Chu Jianqiu, filled with curiosity, wondered what could provoke this man to schedule a life-and-death battle. In the Wanwu Trading Company, combat was forbidden, with the sole exception being the martial arts platform. Conflicts among martial artists were common, and battles occurred daily on the platform, but life-and-death duels were rare. Once such a duel was arranged, only one person would leave the platform alive, and the fight would not cease until one had perished. Although curious, Chu Jianqiu chose not to join the fray. Making money took precedence over any other matter. However, as time passed, despite selling a few talismans, the sales remained dismal. The critical issue was that few believed in the efficacy of Chu Jianqiu's strength-enhancing talismans. Most of his buyers were those who had witnessed the testing results the day prior. Feeling a sense of frustration, Chu Jianqiu lamented the bleak market conditions. If this continued, he would hardly sell any talismans in a day, leaving him little time. After an hour had elapsed, With his talisman business still languishing, he contemplated giving up and selling the remaining talismans in bulk to the talisman pavilion when a sudden commotion erupted outside as a large crowd surged in. "Where is young Master Chu? I want strength-enhancing talismans, those that can double one's strength." "Look, young Master Chu is over there, hurry!" The crowd clamored, rushing toward Chu Jianqiu. "Young Master Chu, I want 3 talismans. I want 5. Hey, don't push. I was here first. If you shove me again and it affects my purchase, I'll challenge you to a life and death duel." Chu Jianqiu stood momentarily bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Just moments ago, business had been dismal, and now a throng was clamoring to buy his talismans. Regaining his composure, he refrained from hastily selling talismans for profit. He needed to ascertain the reason behind this sudden influx. If it were a plot against him, that would spell trouble. After some inquiries, he discovered the cause that a hunter named Zhao Cheng had slain a local bully named Fan Huan on the martial arts platform. This hunter was the leader of a team that had been repeatedly bullied by Fan Huan's group in the Beast Hunter Mountains. Fan Huan was notorious among hunters for robbing others of their hard-earned spoils. On a previous hunt, he had nearly decimated Zhao Cheng's team, leaving only a few survivors that, in a fit of rage, Zhao Cheng sought vengeance and challenged Fan Huan to a life-and-death duel. However, few placed their bets on Zhao Cheng, for Fan Huan was a well-known expert, having reached the pinnacle of body refinement at the 8th level. Far beyond Zhao Cheng's mid-level capabilities, as the two engaged in their duel, the Wanwu Trading Company's betting house opened odds, with nearly everyone wagering on Fan Huan's victory, except for Zhao Cheng, who staked his entire fortune on himself before stepping onto the platform. The outcome of their battle surprised all. Initially, Zhao Cheng was indeed at a disadvantage, but ultimately he utilized a talisman that inexplicably doubled his strength. Fan Huan, confident of victory and having relaxed his guard, was caught off guard and severely injured by Zhao Cheng's sudden surge, though Fan Huan was stronger. He was not invincible, and the unexpected blow turned the tide of the battle, allowing Zhao Cheng to mount a counterattack and ultimately vanquish his nemesis. Such a result was hard for many to accept, especially those who had bet on Fan Huan, leading to significant losses. Conversely, Zhao Cheng emerged from the battle with substantial winnings, as the odds had been set at 50-1 that this battle left gamblers reeling. And naturally, many were curious about the means by which Zhao Cheng had achieved such a dramatic increase in strength. Through persistent inquiries, the secret of the talisman that could double one's strength was finally revealed. A talisman capable of doubling one's strength was akin to a life-saving trump card. Zhao Cheng's experience served as a living testament. Without that talisman, he would have perished at Fan Huan's hands, never to have avenged his fallen comrades or reaped such rewards. Typically, martial artists showed little interest in strength-enhancing talismans, as most could only increase strength by 2 or 3 times, with only a rare few capable of a 50% increase. While a 2- or 3-fold increase could be beneficial, it was often insufficient in life-and-death situations that, in contrast, a talisman that doubled one's strength could lead to a complete reversal of fortunes. Sometimes, that single talisman could mean the difference between life and death. Upon hearing the 50-1 odds, Chu Jianqiu's eyes lit up with greed. Had he placed a bet earlier, he could have amassed enough wealth to break through to the 9th level of body refinement, no longer needing to toil selling talismans. Yet, Chu Jianqiu quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that without knowledge of the true strengths of Zhao Cheng and Fan Huan, even his confidence in his talismans would not guarantee a successful wager. Chu Jianqiu's supply of talismans was limited, and soon, all his strength-enhancing talismans were sold out. Those who missed out lamented their misfortune, regretting not moving faster. "Young Master Chu, do you have any more talismans? I can offer double the price. I'll pay triple. I'll pay quadruple." The scene erupted into chaos once more. They believed Chu Jianqiu's talismans were already priced modestly, and for such an effect, they would readily accept paying 2 or 3 times the price. With delight, Chu Jianqiu collected the spirit stones, earning over 400 in a mere incense sticks time. 400 spirit stones equated to over 400 body refining pills, ample enough to open another meridian. Truly, being a talisman master was lucrative. In the depths of his heart, Chu Jianqiu was filled with a profound sense of emotion. Ahem, everyone, please do not argue. I still have a few stockpiles of the strength-enhancing talismans here. As long as you possess the funds, acquiring these talismans will not be an issue, he declared lightly, clearing his throat twice. Now, please return and prepare your money. You may come back at this time tomorrow. After tidying up his stall, Chu Jianqiu slung a large bag of spirit stones over his shoulder and departed, intending to exchange these stones for materials to craft talismans and body-refining pills. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu still had stock of the strength-enhancing talismans, the crowd was instantly elated, hurriedly returning to gather their funds, eager to purchase as many of these life-saving items as possible the following day. Who could tell how long it would be before Chu Jianqiu could refine another batch? It is well known that talisman masters do not always succeed in their crafting, and the process demands considerable time and effort. If one were to act slowly, who could predict the wait for the next batch of strength-enhancing talismans? Chu Jianqiu procured materials for 100 strength-enhancing talismans from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, then visited the pill pavilion of the Wanwu Trading Company to buy over 300 body-refining pills. Upon returning to his residence, he began an intense and relentless session of talisman crafting. Working day and night, the concept of failure was simply inconceivable. For other talisman masters, even the most skilled could not achieve a 100% success rate. However, for Chu Jianqiu, who possessed the profound lineage of the 10,000 source flow talisman array, he had only stumbled a few times in the beginning and had not faltered since as the number of talismans he crafted increased. Chu Jianqiu's skill in talisman making grew at a visibly rapid pace, and his crafting speed soared. Yet after producing 50 strength-enhancing talismans, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With his growing proficiency, each talisman he produced now reached the pinnacle level of quality. The potency of these talismans was far beyond merely doubling one's strength. He estimated that the finest among them could potentially amplify strength by 3 to 4 times. While a talisman that merely doubled one's strength was already astonishing, presenting one that could enhance power by 3 to 4 times would surely elicit more than mere astonishment. Such extraordinary talismans would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Exceeding the normal standards by a single tier could be attributed to talent, but once one strayed far from the realm of the ordinary, doubts and covetousness would inevitably arise. Many throughout the long history of Tianwu continent had soared to greatness through fortuitous opportunities, but countless others had fallen during their ascent, their legacies seized and transformed into others' fortunes. Those who faltered midway were often the ones who, in their youth, failed to conceal their brilliance, drawing attention to the secrets of their great fortunes and falling victim to malicious schemes. After careful consideration, Chu Jianqiu decided to conceal the talismans of the highest quality and, in subsequent crafting, to maintain the talismans at a superior level. After a day and night of ceaseless efforts, he finally completed the production of 100 strength-enhancing talismans. His speed in crafting talismans was sufficient to outpace all talisman masters of the Great Qian dynasty. Even the most renowned talisman king of the dynasty could not match his pace or success rate. With 50 talismans of superior quality in hand, Chu Jianqiu made his way to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, where he found a throng of eager customers already gathered at yesterday's stall. The crowd was nearly overflowing the entire first floor of the pavilion, necessitating the deployment of numerous staff to maintain order. The news of Zhao Cheng's victory over Fan Huan using a strength-enhancing talisman had spread like wildfire throughout Tianshui City, and after a day and night, nearly everyone was aware that Chu Jianqiu could craft talismans that doubled one's strength, all for the remarkably low price of 30 spirit stones. Though 30 spirit stones constituted a significant sum for an average warrior, the value of the talismans justified the expense, compared to the former prices of talismans, where inferior quality strength-enhancing talismans sold for nearly 40 spirit stones. Chu Jianqiu's pricing was undeniably commendable. He was astonished by the fervor of the crowd. Clearly, the 50 talismans would not suffice to meet the demand. Young Master Chu has arrived. Young Master Chu, I have brought the money. I want 5 strength-enhancing talismans. I want 10. I want 20. Hey, don't be excessive. If you take 20, how are we supposed to share? I have the money, and I am willing to pay. What business is it of yours? How brazen. We shall see each other on the martial arts stage. Bring it on. I am not afraid of you. As Chu Jianqiu appeared, the crowd erupted into chaos, nearly resorting to violence. Liang Jiushan had to step in personally to restore order, feeling overwhelmed by the commotion this young man consistently stirred. Yang Junhai, seated in a corner on the second floor, watched the spectacle with a smile, recognizing that Chu Jianqiu's antics had significantly raised the profile of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Recruiting this young man had proven to be an astute decision. "Master Yang, what is happening below?" inquired a stunning young woman in a blue robe, her skin as fair as snow, her curiosity piqued by the uproar. "That young man is selling strength-enhancing talismans," Yang Junhai replied with a chuckle. "But what is there to fight over for such commonplace talismans?" The blue-robed maiden was even more intrigued. Why was such a mundane talisman inciting such fervor? "Miss Xia, you may not be aware, but the talismans he is selling are of superior quality, capable of doubling one's strength," Yang Junhai stated with pride, feeling a swell of honor as he spoke. "What? Talismans of superior quality?" The blue-robed maiden was taken aback. Even in the imperial capital, few talisman masters could craft talismans of such high caliber. To find such a prodigious talent in a remote county was truly astonishing. "Master Yang, what background does this young man have?" she inquired, now genuinely intrigued by Chu Jianqiu that he is the young master of the Chu family, once the greatest talent of Tianshui County. As Chu Jianqiu surveyed the chaotic crowd, he felt a slight tremor of anxiety. "Please, everyone, do not push, one at a time," he called out while selling the talismans. Liang Jiushan, concerned that the uproar might escalate, was compelled to intervene, forcibly dispersing two individuals who disregarded the order, which finally calmed the throng. In an instant, all 50 strength-enhancing talismans were sold out, leaving those who failed to procure one visibly dejected. "Young Master Chu, when will the next batch of strength-enhancing talismans be available?" they inquired eagerly. Chu Jianqiu gathered the newly acquired 1,500 spirit stones, feeling a surge of joy. Initially, he feared his prices might be too steep, but given the current situation, it appeared his talismans had ample room for appreciation. Contemplating the bustling crowd, he stroked his chin. "For now, I shall focus on using these funds to elevate my cultivation. The spirit stones I've earned should suffice for me to break through to the 7th level of body refinement." Initially, he intended to profit from selling the talismans to buy materials for crafting body-refining pills. However, given the extraordinary sales of the talismans, there was no need for such convolutions. The next batch of strength-enhancing talismans will take a few days to produce. "Please be patient, and I will ensure that the Spirit Talisman Pavilion posts a notice when they are ready," Chu Jianqiu announced, before departing with the large bag of spirit stones. With only 2 days left before the clan competition, he aimed to dedicate this time to rigorous training. Chu Jianqiu exchanged all 1,500 spirit stones for body-refining pills and then entered closed-door training point 2 days later. Every last pill was consumed, and he successfully broke through to the 7th level of body refinement. Stretching his limbs, he felt a newfound sense of assurance. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surging true energy coursing through him, a renewed confidence enveloping his being. "Young Master, the Grand Elder requests your presence for the clan competition." "Young Master, why don't we run away?" Ru Hua exclaimed anxiously as she dashed into the scene, her voice laced with urgency. Chu Jianqiu reached out to gently ruffle the little girl's hair, smiling as he replied, "Why should we run?" "But young Master Chu Han is going to challenge you at the clan competition for the position of the Chu family's heir," Ru Hua said, her face filled with concern. "Oh, you truly lack faith in your young master." Chu Jianqiu continued to smile, his demeanor unperturbed. Ru Hua lowered her head in silence, clearly acquiescing to the sentiment. Their young master had once been the foremost prodigy of the Chu family, indeed, the greatest talent in Tianshui County. However, due to the treachery of that brazen girl from the Lu family, he had suffered a devastating loss of cultivation and endured great humiliation. Had it not been for Lu Tianyao vile machinations, Chu Han would never have dared to challenge him. In the past, when he encountered the young master, he had always been respectful and deferential. Although it was a mystery how the young master managed to restore his dantian and resume his cultivation, rumors suggested he had even defeated Chu Jianqiu and Lu Gaoyang. It was clear that Chu Han was no match for them. He was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement. "Rest assured, your young master will undoubtedly crush every adversary that dares to confront him, regardless of who they are," Chu Jianqiu declared. Brimming with confidence. 3 years ago, he was capable of sweeping aside all challengers. Now, armed with the chaos heavenly emperor's art, no one could possibly impede his progress. Observing Chu Jianqiu at this moment, Ru Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she were witnessing once again the indomitable prodigy of Tianshui County from 3 years prior. As Chu Jianqiu entered the Chu family's martial arts arena, it was already a sea of people. Elders, supervising elders, and disciples from both direct and collateral lines of the family had gathered in droves. "Look, our esteemed young master has arrived," the crowd murmured, some mocking his tardiness at such a significant clan competition. Believing he had grown arrogant, thinking himself still the top talent of Tianshui County. This waste is likely terrified and too scared to show up. If it weren't for the elders sending someone to urge him, he would probably still be hiding at home. Having already become a waste, he should promptly relinquish the position of heir to have a waste, as our Chu family's master is utterly shameful. After today, he will no longer hold that title. The future heir will be our Chu Han. As Chu Jianqiu made his appearance, the crowd erupted into chaos, their voices buzzing with speculation. Over the past 3 years, while Chu Jianqiu's cultivation stagnated, he had attracted much criticism and ridicule. Many believed the Chu family's genius was merely a fleeting phenomenon, having exhausted all his talent in youth. Though he had once dazzled, it seemed he would ultimately fail to achieve greatness. However, despite his stagnation, Chu Jianqiu remained a strong practitioner at the true Qi stage, and his critics only dared to speak behind his back, too intimidated to mock him to his face. Now, having fallen from grace, his shattered dantian and lost cultivation rendered him vulnerable, and those who once admired him now unleashed a torrent of malicious insults and derision. Chu Jianqiu paid little heed to the disdainful glares and jibes. He had long grown accustomed to such treatment. The shift from hushed whispers to open mockery was merely a change in form. Not content that it was hardly worth the anger over such trifles. Once he showcased his formidable strength, their scorn would quickly transform into admiration. Having experienced the betrayal of Lu Tianyao, he found this verbal assault trivial. As he settled into the seat designated for the heir of the Chu family, derisive laughter erupted from below. The youth clad in azure gazed at Chu Jianqiu's position with fervor, thinking to himself that once this day passed, that seat would belong to him. This azure-clad youth was none other than Chu Han, the Grand Elder's direct grandson. The Grand Elder observed the proceedings with a stoic expression, showing no inclination to intervene. The Third Elder furrowed his brow but remained inactive. Though the atmosphere appeared calm, tensions simmered beneath the surface. The Second Elder, Seventh Elder, and 10th Elder had clearly aligned with the Grand Elder, while the Third, Fourth, Eighth, and Ninth Elders still supported Chu Jianqiu. The 5th and 6th Elders remained indecisive. The unfolding situation hinged entirely on Chu Jianqiu's performance that day. Without further ado, the Grand Elder made a few brief remarks before issuing the command to commence the competition. The tournament would consist of 4 rounds, with disciples facing off in pairs. The losers would be eliminated, while the victors advanced to the next round, ultimately determining the top 10 for rewards. The initial 2 rounds proceeded without incident, as both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han effortlessly defeated their opponents. The spectators were not surprised by the outcome, despite the earlier uproar surrounding the news of Chu Jianqiu's fall from grace. His successive victories over Chu Jiue and Lu Gaoyong dispelled any lingering doubts regarding his cultivation. According to the accounts of those present, Chu Jianqiu was currently a formidable practitioner at the 4th level of body refinement, with his opponents in the previous rounds being below the 6th level, making his victories unremarkable. Yet, even at his peak, he was merely a practitioner of the 4th level. How long could he maintain such a position? In the 3rd round, the crowd wore expressions of amusement. This time, Chu Jianqiu's opponent was Chu Dongxian, a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement, that a mere 4th level waste dares to stand against me? Surrender and get off the stage before you tarnish my hands. Chu Dongxian looked down at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes brimming with disdain. However, the only response he received was a fist, and with a single blow, Chu Dongxian was sent flying off the stage, blood spraying from his mouth. The arena fell into stunned silence. The spectators rendered speechless, unable to fathom the extraordinary turn of events. This was no mere display of a 4th level practitioner's strength. The Grand Elder was equally astonished. Rising abruptly from his seat, he had witnessed the earlier attempts by Chu Han's guards to gauge Chu Jianqiu's abilities and was more aware than anyone present of the young man's true strength. Given Chu Jianqiu's previous capabilities, he should have struggled to defeat an 8th-level practitioner, making him an unlikely match for Chu Han. Originally confident of victory, he was taken aback by the depths of Chu Jianqiu's hidden prowess. To defeat Chu Dongxian with a single blow was beyond what any 6th-level practitioner could achieve. Chu Han's expression grew solemn, realizing that Chu Jianqiu was far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Chu Dongxian, meanwhile, could not conceal his disbelief, reflecting on his earlier arrogant words. A burning shame washed over him as he scrambled to his feet and fled, vowing never to show his face again for quite some time. Chu Jianqiu returned to his seat amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. And no one dared to mock him now. He no longer seemed as glaringly out of place in that chair. Soon, the 4th round of the competition commenced. This round was to determine the top 10, and those who had reached this stage were no weaklings, with the lowest among them being practitioners at the 8th level of body refinement. Certainly, apart from Chu Jianqiu, for until this moment, he has only exhibited a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th layer of body refinement. Those who battled against Chu Jianqiu no longer dared to underestimate him. However, regardless of their perceptions, the outcomes remained similar to that of Chu Dongxian. Against opponents of the 8th layer of body refinement, Chu Jianqiu effortlessly dispatched them with a single punch, while those at the 9th layer could barely withstand 10 exchanges under his prowess. Yet, this time, Chu Han's performance was equally remarkable, showcasing combat strength that was in no way inferior to Chu Jianqiu. It was then that the crowd realized that Chu Han had also concealed his true capabilities. The 10 elders seated at the main platform revealed expressions of enigmatic interest. The unfolding spectacle was becoming increasingly captivating, igniting their curiosity regarding the potential outcome of the encounter between the two. At this juncture, apart from the Grand Elder, most had quelled their ambitions for power. Both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han were promising young heirs of the Chu family, and the greater their strength, the more beneficial it would be for the family's future. Regardless of the outcome of their duel, they were determined to protect Chu Jianqiu at all costs, ensuring he would not become a casualty in their power struggles. Such a prodigious talent, falling victim to their conflicts, would bring them shame before the ancestors of the Chu family. As the 4th round of trials approached its conclusion, the final showdown emerged between the last 2 contenders, Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han. Both had displayed formidable prowess in the preceding matches, and the audience was filled with anticipation for their imminent clash, which promised to be a spectacular confrontation. Esteemed elders, I challenged Chu Jianqiu for the position of young master. Before the battle commenced, Chu Han rose, bowing respectfully to the elders on the dais, proclaiming aloud. Upon hearing Chu Han's declaration, the disciples in the audience were struck with a jolt. Although rumors had circulated regarding Chu Han's intention to challenge Chu Jianqiu for the position of young master, the reality of the moment brought an indescribable tension and thrill. Approved, the Grand Elder's voice emerged slowly. Devoid of any visible emotion, yet internally he was far from calm. Years of scheming for the position of head of the Chu family were culminating in this decisive moment, and to claim he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your support. Chu Han bowed again, then leapt onto the stage, his garments billowing, radiating vigor. Chu Jianqiu regarded this scene with indifference, remaining silent as he slowly stood and walked calmly onto the platform. Chu Jianqiu, if you admit defeat early, you may leave with some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, do not regret it when the time comes. The position of young master is beyond your reach, Chu Han stated coldly as he gazed at Chu Jianqiu. You speak too much, that, if you wish to contend for the position of young master, refrain from the foolishness of mere words. Chu Jianqiu replied nonchalantly, disinterested in wasting breath on those who sought to harm him. You seek death. A flicker of anger crossed Chu Han's face, his eyes betraying a chilling intent as he charged forward, throwing a punch at Chu Jianqiu. In previous encounters, Chu Han had discerned Chu Jianqiu's cultivation level. While Chu Jianqiu could defeat practitioners of the 9th layer of body refinement, his own level was indeed only that of the 7th layer. Although Chu Jianqiu displayed formidable strength, he was not Chu Han's equal. Facing the incoming punch, Chu Jianqiu did not flinch, meeting it with his own fist. Boom! The two fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Both Chu Jianqiu and Chu Han took a step back, their initial engagement resulting in a stalemate. The audience gasped in astonishment. They had assumed that no matter how powerful Chu Jianqiu was, he could not possibly contend with Chu Han. Yet it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched. Could it be that I am mistaken? Chu Jianqiu is actually able to hold his own against young Master Chu Han. Heavens, I must be seeing things. What is so surprising? Even if he stands equal to young Master Chu Han. It is hardly remarkable, but he is only at the 7th layer of body refinement. If he were on equal footing with young Master, would Chu Han not be unable to withstand a single blow from him? Just then, Chu Han unleashed 2 consecutive punches at Chu Jianqiu, both of which were expertly intercepted. Chu Han's expression darkened ominously, while he had not exerted his full strength in the previous exchanges. Chu Jianqiu's ease in countering was disconcerting. In their earlier confrontation, he sensed that Chu Jianqiu's true energy was no less formidable than his own. This was truly an extraordinary talent. If Chu Jianqiu were to advance to the 9th layer of body refinement, he would not be able to withstand even a single strike. The threat posed by such an individual was immense. Chu Han's heart was now filled with murderous intent. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, this time employing his full strength. Boom! 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 The two figures engaged in a whirlwind of attacks, their fists and palms creating ripples of energy. Crack! Chu Han leapt and stomped down toward Chu Jianqiu, who deftly sidestepped. The impact of Chu Han's foot struck the stage, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across it. 1000-gene leg. A disciple in the audience, recognizing the technique, exclaimed in alarm. The 1000-gene leg is a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill. When perfected, a single kick possesses the might to shatter stone. The two figures continued to exchange blows for several more rounds. Boom! The two once again clashed with great force, both retreating a substantial distance. Each step causing the stones of the arena to crack further. Shattering tablet hand. Cracking mountain fist. The audience gasped anew, realizing that both fighters were utilizing high-grade yellow-tier techniques. The higher the level of the martial skills, the greater their power, yet they are also more challenging to master. Observing their battle, it became clear that they had not exerted their full capabilities in previous matches. Had they fought like this earlier, those who faced them would have likely been unable to withstand a single blow. How terrifying. So this is their true strength. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Chu Han's mouth as he glared intensely at Chu Jianqiu. His teeth clenched. He had not anticipated that Chu Jianqiu would prove to be such a formidable adversary. If this continued, not only would he fail to win, but he might also find himself defeated. You have forced my hand. Chu Han gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Chu Jianqiu. He retrieved a fiery red pill from his robes and swallowed it whole. Yes, the pill settled in his stomach. Chu Han's aura surged visibly, ascending at an alarming rate. This is bad. What is Chu Han doing? The third elder's expression shifted as he observed the transformation in Chu Han's aura after consuming the pill. He has ingested a pill that forcibly elevates his cultivation level. The risks are far too great. We must stop him. The fourth elder rose abruptly, prepared to intervene against Chu Han. Once on the stage, this is a matter between the two of them. Does Elder 4 intend to disrupt the rules? The Grand Elder replied coldly, his expression unchanged. Is it worth sacrificing 2 young heirs for the sake of a mere chair? The third elder retorted earnestly if Chu Han, after consuming that pill, was not handled in time, the consequences could be unimaginable, potentially hindering his advancement for life. Furthermore, Chu Han would be thrown into a frenzied state, making it extremely dangerous for Chu Jianqiu to face him in such a condition. If Chu Jianqiu feels overwhelmed, he may concede. The Grand Elder remained impassive. After years of scheming for the position of family head, he could not allow it all to come to naught, risking his hard work to go to waste. The very pill that induced a forced elevation in cultivation had originally been intended for Chu Han. Given the peculiarities of Chu Jianqiu's recent performances, he felt the need to prepare contingencies before fully understanding his strength. It was unexpected that this contingency would come into play after all. Although it might spell disaster for Chu Han, in the pursuit of the headship, the loss of a young heir was a trivial matter. Chu Han's aura soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately reaching the realm of pseudo-true qi. The pseudo-true qi state is achieved through the use of potions or secret arts to temporarily elevate one's cultivation level to that of true qi, since this is not genuine true qi. It is termed pseudo-true qi. Observing the terrifying aura radiating from Chu Han, Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. It appeared that he would need to engage in earnest this time, that I end their previous exchanges. He had not fought with all his might. Whoosh! As Chu Jianqiu's vision flickered, Chu Han had already closed the distance, launching a powerful punch towards him. How swift! After temporarily elevating his cultivation, Chu Han's agility had more than doubled. Chu Jianqiu, caught off guard, could only brace himself and meet the blow with his own fist. Boom! He was sent hurtling backwards, blood gushing from his mouth. In an instant, Chu Han reappeared before him. Bang, 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 the two engaged in a frantic exchange, trading dozens of punches within a brief span. Chu Jianqiu dared not hold back any longer, pouring all his strength into countering Chu Han's relentless assault. Yet at this moment, Chu Han was simply too formidable. Despite his utmost effort, he found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. Bang! Another punch sent Chu Jianqiu flying, his internal organs nearly dislocated from the impact. Die! Chu Han's face twisted with fury as he advanced once more. Damn it! Do you think you're the only one who can enhance your strength? In a flash of anger, Chu Jianqiu reached into his robes and produced a spirit talisman, slapping it onto himself. The talisman transformed into a radiant golden light, penetrating into Chu Jianqiu's body. Facing Chu Han's onslaught, Chu Jianqiu no longer evaded. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. Chu Han was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground, his body twitching momentarily before losing consciousness. What? The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, sprang to his feet, his expression one of disbelief. Despite having consumed a specially formulated pill to forcibly elevate to the pseudo-true realm, Chu Han had still been defeated by Chu Jianqiu. What was that talisman he had just used? Could it be a strength-enhancing talisman? Rumors have been circulating over the past few days that this so-called waste could forge talismans that doubled one's strength. Could it actually be true? Previously, the Grand Elder had dismissed the notion that Chu Jianqiu could craft such a talisman, fully aware of his background. Chu Jianqiu had never studied the art of talisman formation. How could he possibly create one? It was baffling that such foolish ignorance had spread these rumors. However, it now appeared that the rumors were indeed true, as Chu Jianqiu's power had indeed surged to twice its former strength in an instant. This little beast has hidden his capabilities quite well. The Grand Elder's expression darkened immensely. He believed that Chu Jianqiu had secretly studied the art of talisman formation, only to reveal it today. Catching him completely off guard, with a cold snort, the Grand Elder swept away from the martial arena, ignoring the unconscious Chu Han on the ground. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the fallen Chu Han below the stage, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Thankfully, it was merely the pseudo-true realm and not the genuine true qi realm. Had it been the latter, he would truly not have known how to conclude the matter today. With his current strength, even with the assistance of the strength-enhancing talisman, facing a genuine true qi realm practitioner would still be quite daunting. Chu Jianqiu chose not to linger any longer in the martial arena and departed straight to his quarters. Having defeated Chu Han, his task was complete. The remaining matters would be handled by the elders. Though he had temporarily resolved the life and death crisis by besting Chu Han, he dared not relax in his cultivation. Chu Han was merely a minor obstacle. Chu Jianqiu did not regard him as a true adversary. The real threats were Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan. Ouyang Yuan was the true lethal sword hanging over him, poised to strike at any moment. A confrontation between them was inevitable, and the time would not be far off. In 20 days, the Xinjian sect would hold its recruitment competition in Tianqiu City. And that would be the moment for their life and death showdown. The Xinjian sect was the most powerful sect among the 9 prefectures of the Southern Qin dynasty, only recruiting disciples once every decade. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another 10 years. However, the Xinjian sect typically only accepted disciples under the age of 20, making it unlikely for cultivators over that age to be admitted unless they exhibited extraordinary talent. This meant that if Chu Jianqiu missed this opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to become a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Moreover, even if he managed to enter a decade later, he would not have the luxury of waiting another 10 years. Neither Ouyang Yuan nor Lu Tianyao would allow him to live. Once they became disciples of the Xinjiang sect, they would not hesitate to strike at him. The four great families of Tianshui City would be nothing more than a joke before such a colossal entity as the Xinjiang sect, less than ants in comparison. Once Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao became disciples of the Xinjiang sect, they would undoubtedly come after him, and no elder from the Chu family would dare to protect him. Thus, he found himself on a road with no retreat. The only option was to move forward in pursuit of a slim chance of survival. Only by successfully becoming a disciple of the Xinjiang sect could he harbor any hope of survival. 20 days. His time was exceedingly limited. Ouyang Yuan was a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the true Qi realm. Far beyond his current capabilities, strength was essential. To survive, he must enhance his own power. With the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art at his disposal, as long as he had sufficient body-tempering pills, his strength could potentially be boundless. Therefore, the immediate priority was to earn money. Based on the recent sales of the strength-enhancing talismans, there was evidently a substantial market demand for them. However, he could not afford to personally oversee every sale moving forward. Collaborating with the Talisman Pavilion to conduct this business might be a viable option. This way, as his cultivation level increased, each subsequent level would demand vast amounts of body-tempering pills, making it insignificant to save a few dozen or 100 spirit stones. Additionally, the customer base for the strength-enhancing talismans was too large. He did not have the time to dedicate solely to selling talismans. Partnering with the Talisman Pavilion would allow him to relinquish a portion of the profits, while saving a considerable amount of time and expanding his business scope through their established channels, thus also enhancing his relationship with the Talisman Pavilion. Having made this decision, Chu Jianqiu hesitated no longer. After crafting a batch of strength-enhancing talismans, he promptly set off for the Talisman Pavilion. Upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu had arrived, Liang Jiushan immediately went out to greet him. "Welcome, welcome, young Master Chu." Liang Jiushan, usually stern and unyielding, displayed an unexpected warmth upon seeing Chu Jianqiu. The fact that Chu Jianqiu had forged high-quality talismans had brought great prestige to the talisman community in Tianshui Prefecture, and his numerous sales had significantly boosted the Talisman Pavilion's popularity, leading to an exceptionally prosperous business in recent days. "Elder Liang, is Elder Yang present?" Liang Jiushan hesitated slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would have led Chu Jianqiu directly to meet Yang Zhenhai, without any need for announcement. However, Yang Zhenhai was currently occupied with a high-profile guest, and the visitor's background was exceedingly substantial, leaving no room for error. "Young Master Chu, Elder Yang requests your presence." Just then, a steward approached, bowing to Chu Jianqiu. Following the steward, Chu Jianqiu ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor. In addition to Yang Zhenhai, there was a stunning young woman clad in a green robe and an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. Upon seeing this, Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. "Since Elder Yang has a guest, I shall discuss matters with him another day." He turned to leave, and no need to rush, as it happens. "Miss Yao also wishes to meet you." Yang Zhenhai rose with a smile, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Xia Yuwang, the daughter of President Xia of the Wanwu Merchant Guild, and this is Elder Zhou Huan, a patron of the Wanwu Merchant Guild." Chu Jianqiu's heart jolted. The daughter of the Wanwu Merchant Guild's president. Such a person would not typically visit a remote locale like Tianshui Prefecture. The Wanwu Merchant Guild was a colossal entity within the Great Qian dynasty, one that even the royal family regarded with caution. President Xia Wanwu was a legendary figure with unfathomable power. Xia Yuang merely nodded lightly at Chu Jianqiu, not displaying excessive warmth. "Young Master Chu, may I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Yang Zhenhai asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Since their first meeting, this young man had never sought him out. It was unusual for him to be so proactive today. Chu Jianqiu glanced at Xia Yuang and the others. "Miss Xia is not an outsider. Please feel free to speak." Yang Zhenhai waved his hand, smiling warmly. Chu Jianqiu briefly outlined his intentions. "Our Wanwu Merchant Guild wishes to procure all your talismans." Before Yang Zhenhai could respond, Xia Yuang interjected suddenly. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback, glancing at Yang Zhenhai. Yang Zhenhai laughed heartily, saying, "Since Miss Xia is willing to collaborate with you, I shall not encroach upon your business." Nevertheless, despite his words, there lingered a pang of reluctance in his heart. He had witnessed firsthand the booming business of Chu Jianqiu selling talismans. A collaboration with him would undoubtedly yield substantial revenue for the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. However, Yang Zhenhai was unwilling to offend Xia Youhuan over such a trivial matter. Although the Spirit Talisman Pavilion was not directly affiliated with the Wanwu commercial firm, it was unwise to foster animosity with them within the Great Qian dynasty. Furthermore, by entrusting this matter to Xia Youhuan, he could cultivate goodwill. Xia Youhuan's interest in Chu Jianqiu did not stem from his current talisman-making abilities, although the artisans capable of crafting high-grade talisman cores were not ubiquitous in the imperial capital of the Great Qian. They were certainly not rare either. Regardless of how skilled Chu Jianqiu was in crafting talismans, he remained merely a first-tier talisman maker. What Xia Youhuan valued was Chu Jianqiu's potential. Achieving such a level of talisman making in a small locale like Tianqiu County signified limitless prospects for future development. Seeing Yang Zhenhai's stance, Chu Jianqiu naturally had no objections. Collaborating with anyone was inconsequential to him as long as he could profit. With a flick of her wrist, Xia Youhuan produced a golden card. Upon catching sight of the card, Zhou Huan's expression shifted slightly. "Miss, that is the esteemed golden VIP card of the Wanwu commercial firm. Even some noble offspring in the imperial city find it exceedingly difficult to acquire one. I never expected you would gift such a prestigious card to this country bumpkin." Xia Youhuan waved her hand, interrupting Zhou Huan's impending protest, and tossed the golden card to Chu Jianqiu. "This is our VIP card from the Wanwu commercial firm. Preloaded with 10,000 first-tier spirit stones. In the future, the proceeds from the talisman sales will also be credited to this account." Chu Jianqiu had never before seen a VIP card from the Wanwu commercial firm and was unaware of its value. Yet the mention of 10,000 first-tier spirit stones was enough to make him salivate. Indeed, he had never seen such a sum of money in his life. It was no wonder that the daughter of the Wanwu commercial firm was so generous. He handed over a large bag of strength-enhancing talismans to Xia Youhuan and inquired, "In the future, who should I deliver these finished talismans to?" "Just hand them over to Su Yinxiang," she replied. Su Yinxiang was the branch president of the Wanwu commercial firm in Tianqiu County. Nodding in understanding, Chu Jianqiu did not linger and took his leave. Xia Youhuan examined one of the strength-enhancing talismans from the bag for a moment, then smiled slightly and presented it to Yang Zhenhai. "What do you think, Pavilion Master Yang?" Yang Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback. He took the talisman and scrutinized it, soon breaking into a smile. This young lad is rather skilled at concealing his true abilities. The talisman bore traces of intentional suppression. The maker had evidently lowered the quality of the talisman core. Although Chu Jianqiu's concealment techniques were subtle, having only recently begun to engage with talisman arrays, some traces remained. Yang Zhenhai was a master of talisman arts. Upon careful observation, he could still discern those faint traces. Yet, the fact that Xia Youhuan was also able to detect these nuances indicated her profound understanding of talisman arts. She cast a glance at Yang Zhenhai, her expression revealing an inscrutable meaning. After all, he was just as much of a character on the surface. Yang Zhenhai was merely a second-tier talisman maker in Tianqiu County, capable of crafting talismans of no more than medium-grade cores. However, Xia Youhuan knew that his true capability surpassed that. How could a talisman maker esteemed by even his own master be merely average? It was known that her master, Ling Dongsong, was a renowned talisman master in the Great Qian dynasty, one of the top 3 talisman array masters in the entire realm. Anyone held in such regard by him could not possibly be mediocre. Xia Youhuan had come to Tianqiu County partly because of Yang Zhenhai, and now encountering the immensely promising talisman maker Chu Jianqiu made her journey worthwhile. Observing Xia Youhuan's ambiguous smile, Yang Zhenhai could not help but grumble inwardly. That old coot Ling Dongsong had indeed trained a remarkable disciple, yet her temperament bore an uncanny resemblance to his. With the golden VIP card in hand, Chu Jianqiu purchased a substantial amount of talisman crafting materials and qi gathering pills. The potency of the qi gathering pills was considerably intense, making it difficult for an ordinary martial artist in the body refinement realm to withstand their violent effects. However, endowed with the Chaos Emperor's art and the awakened Chaos Supreme bloodline, Chu Jianqiu had no such concerns, especially with his current cultivation at the 7th level of body refinement. The potency of a qi gathering pill was 30 to 40 times that of a body refinement pill. Yet its price was close to 50 times that of the latter. In the past, Chu Jianqiu would have hesitated at such a price difference, but now, with 10,000 spirit stones at his disposal, albeit preloaded, he felt quite extravagant. Moreover, the Wanwu commercial firm offered him a 20% discount due to his VIP status. With a grand gesture, he purchased 200 qi gathering pills, sufficient for him to break through to the 9th level of body refinement. Upon consuming a qi gathering pill, the immense medicinal power was instantly refined by the Chaos Emperor's art into a torrent of true energy, relentlessly surging through his meridians. Given that his meridians had been enhanced by the golden light emitted from the Chaos Supreme Pagoda, they were significantly more resilient than those of an ordinary martial artist. Nevertheless, this made it all the more challenging to open them up, resulting in an enormous consumption of true energy. However, once opened, his meridians would be as expansive as mighty rivers, allowing for an exceptionally smooth flow of true energy. Typically, the meridians of ordinary martial artists would resemble trickling streams after being opened, while those with exceptional talent might achieve the flow of a brook. The width of the meridians determined the speed of true energy output. Narrower meridians would impede rapid output, resulting in weaker bursts of power during combat. Conversely, broader meridians could unleash vast amounts of true energy instantaneously, forming formidable attacks. While this aspect did not manifest significantly in the body refinement realm, where true energy merely circulated within the body to enhance physical attributes, it would reveal a substantial disparity in combat prowess upon reaching the true energy realm, where the true energy could break free from the confines of the body and unleash powerful external attacks. Thus, although the body refinement realm was of a lower tier, it played a crucial role in a martial artist cultivation. The strength of the foundation laid during this stage would ultimately determine their future achievements. As a day and night passed, the 200 qi gathering pills were consumed, and Chu Jianqiu successfully opened the 12 primary meridians, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. For ordinary martial artists, reaching this point would typically prompt a direct attempt to break into the true energy realm, as opening the remaining 8 extraordinary meridians was exceedingly arduous. Unless one possessed exceptional talent, attempting to open these 8 meridians was akin to chasing a futile dream. Before his incapacitation, Chu Jianqiu had managed to open only 4 of the extraordinary meridians. And despite his relentless efforts, he remained unable to make any progress with the remaining 4. He had tried countless methods, but could not open any of the extraordinary meridians, feeling that with his innate talent, he had reached his limit, thus reluctantly attempting to break into the true energy realm. Even so, at this juncture, Chu Jianqiu was already invincible among his peers in Tianshui County. Now, having resumed his cultivation and possessing the supreme Chaos Emperor's art alongside the awakened ancient Chaos Supreme bloodline, he was determined not to abandon the pursuit of opening the extraordinary meridians, aiming to achieve the legendary pinnacle of body refinement. Once he fully opened the extraordinary meridians, he would reach the ultimate stage of body refinement and be capable of cultivating the legendary supreme martial physique. However, the resources required to open the extraordinary meridians were not merely on par with those needed for the 12 primary meridians. They far exceeded the total resources required for the latter. Thus, what he needed most at this moment was funds. Feeling the surging true energy coursing through his meridians, Chu Jianqiu could not help but clench his fist and strike the air before him with a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted from Chu Jianqiu's fist, shattering the air in front of him and slamming into the ground, creating a deep pit over a yard wide, with debris and soil shooting out like arrows in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jianqiu was left dumbfounded. Even he found it hard to believe. True energy externalization. He had actually achieved true energy externalization in the body refinement realm. Typically, ordinary martial artists could only accomplish this feat upon reaching the true energy realm. Ascend to the true energy realm. All true energy within the meridians must return to the Qi Sea in the Dantian, forming a central hub. In an instant, all open meridians must connect to form a circulatory system. allowing true energy to break free from the confines of the body and manifest externally. However, once all open meridians formed a cycle, it became impossible to open any new meridians, as the true energy could only circulate within the unblocked meridians at this moment. The true energy stored in the dantian could no longer be summoned to those unblocked pathways. Thus, unblocking the meridians must occur during the body refinement stage. Chu Jianqiu surmised that his internal true energy had accumulated to such an overwhelming degree. The true energy contained within the 10-mile radius of his dantian was indeed astonishing, and the unblocked meridians were exceedingly broad. Even without forming a cycle within his body, the true energy that coursed through was enough to shatter the constraints of his physical form, resulting in the external release of true energy. Observing the deep pit created by the force of his own punch, Chu Jianqiu estimated that his current strength was nearly on par with his peak before his incapacitation at this juncture. He needed to devise a method to cultivate new combat techniques, as the mountain split fist was far too rudimentary for his present capabilities, wholly insufficient to unleash his true combat prowess. However, the prestigious yellow-grade techniques within the Chu family required one to be in the true energy realm to qualify for cultivation, while the sole low-tier mysterious grade technique could only be practiced by those of at least the rank of the 10 elders. Although Chu Jianqiu, as the young master of the Chu family, held a position not beneath that of the 10 elders, he had yet to reach the true energy realm, and those old geezers would undoubtedly not permit him to break the established rules. Nevertheless, after ascending to the true energy realm, he had not yet had the opportunity to cultivate that yellow-grade technique before encountering Lu Tianyao, under the condition of sacrificing a drop of his life essence each month. It was already quite remarkable for him to maintain his realm without decline. He had no spare energy to cultivate any other new techniques. Pursuing the cultivation of the Chu family's yellow-grade technique seemed impractical at present. Although he had managed to externalize his true energy, rendering him not much different from a typical true energy practitioner, this secret must not be divulged, lest it invite unwarranted troubles. His only recourse now lay with the Wanwu Merchant Guild. With sufficient funds, nothing was unattainable there. Unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians required money. Acquiring martial techniques necessitated funds. To ensure greater security in the upcoming competition in 20 days, he might also need a weapon. And purchasing magical artifacts demanded money as well. Chu Jianqiu had never felt so financially strained as he did now. The sole avenue for earning money at present was through talisman crafting. He embarked on a relentless endeavor to create talismans, and as the quantity of talismans he forged increased, his techniques grew increasingly refined. Furthermore, his elevation and cultivation significantly enhanced his talisman crafting speed. Tripling his output in a day and a night, he managed to produce an impressive 300 strength-enhancing talismans. While crafting first-tier strength-enhancing talismans, he also delved into the study of higher-tier talismans. After all, the first-tier strength-enhancing talisman, despite possessing an excellent core, was limited in value due to its low grade. Thus, Chu Jianqiu began to explore second-tier talismans, not only focusing on second-tier strength-enhancing talismans, but also researching other second-tier inscriptions, such as the second-tier Flash Escape Talisman, the second-tier Golden Shield Talisman, and the Explosive Talisman. His motivations extended beyond mere profit. He was also preparing for the exceedingly significant competition in 20 days. Ouyang Yuan was undeniably formidable, and with his current abilities, the gap between them was substantial to defeat him. Chu Jianqiu needed to possess more means. 10 days later, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the Wanwu Merchant Guild, carrying a large sack of spirit talismans. I seek President Su. Please inform him. Chu Jianqiu addressed a steward in the hall. Ha. Sister, did you hear what that waste just said? He seeks President Su. He should take a good look in the mirror. Does he really think someone like President Su would meet with a nobody like him? A voice dripping with scorn echoed from the side. Chu Jianqiu turned to see a group of 3 approaching, with Lu Tianyao at the forefront. The one who had just mocked him was Lu Gaoyang, whom he had nearly incapacitated, accompanied by a 15 or 16-year-old girl, Ouyang Yuan's younger sister, Ouyang Luan. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback to see Lu Tianyao here. As he beheld her familiar figure clad in yellow, memories of the past 3 years flooded back, stirring a bittersweet ache within him. Yet the culmination of those cherished moments transformed into a ruthless palm strike aimed at his dantian under the moonlight. The bitterness in his heart instantaneously morphed into boundless hatred, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Lu Tianyao. Chu Jianqiu slowly uttered her name, which once brought him immense sweetness now weighed heavily on his tongue. Throughout these 20 days, he had constantly contemplated how he would reclaim the blood debt from her upon their next encounter, ensuring that she paid dearly for her actions that night, making her regret what she had done to him. Yet, when faced with her in person, all his intended reprimands and curses coalesced into those 3 simple words. Lu Tianyao, too, was astonished to see Chu Jianqiu again, having believed that their paths would never cross again, that he would endure a life worse than death in the days to come. I heard your injuries have healed, Lu Tianyao remarked indifferently. Since you have miraculously survived, you ought to cherish it. Keeping a low profile instead of seeking to attract my attention, we are destined to be from 2 different worlds. How can you persist in such unrealistic fantasies? To seek attention in such an unworthy manner is truly laughable. To seek attention to catch your eye, you overestimate yourself. I know not where your confidence stems from, but a wretch like you, with a heart as venomous as a serpent and as fickle as water, is only of interest to someone of Ouyang Yuan's ilk, Chu Jianqiu replied coolly. Lu Tianyao was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing her ears. How dared he insult her so? You seek death. Lu Tianyao's fury erupted. Her face as cold as frost, and a murderous aura surged around her. Chu, what did you just say? Ouyang Lan also shouted angrily, as Chu Jianqiu's words had also implicated her brother, Ouyang Yuan. Right now, all you can do is spout empty threats that a pathetic wretch like you, beneath even a pig or dog, dares to look down on Ouyang Yuan. You think you have a right to meet President Su? Lu Tianyao mocked coldly, her words dripping with contempt and derision. Though she longed to rend Chu Jianqiu limb from limb, the Wanwu Merchant Guild forbade violence. Young Master Chu, you have arrived, a soft voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Everyone turned to see a voluptuous woman gracefully striding toward them, her mature and enchanting visage radiating an allure that captivated souls, her mesmerizing eyes capable of ensnaring hearts with a mere glance. This was Su Yinxiang, the branch president of the Wanwu Merchant Guild in Tianshui County, who was currently accompanied by a fair-skinned, ethereal young girl clad in a green robe. Chu Jianqiu was somewhat astonished to see the 2 of them. He had not anticipated that Su Yinxiang would personally come to greet him. What surprised him even more was that Xia Yuang was also present, having followed Su Yinxiang out. Chu Jianqiu respectfully bowed to Su Yinxiang, saying, President Su. Su Yinxiang quickly waved her hand with a smile. Young Master Chu, you flatter me. Her tone exuded an unmistakable warmth. Chu Jianqiu then turned to Xia Yuang. Miss Xia is here as well. Xia Yuang murmured in acknowledgement. Having heard that Chu Jianqiu was with a young woman, her curiosity had prompted her to follow Su Yinxiang out. However, the reality seemed somewhat different from her expectations, as Chu Jianqiu and the young woman in yellow did not appear to be a couple, but rather seemed to harbor deep animosity. Nonetheless, she was determined not to let anyone know that her curiosity had driven her to come out. Upon witnessing the cordial interaction between Su Yinxiang and Chu Jianqiu, Lu Tianyao and her companions felt a burning humiliation wash over them, as though they had just received a resounding slap across the face. Having just claimed that Chu Jianqiu was unworthy of meeting Su Yinxiang, they were taken aback to see her personally welcoming him, and it appeared their relationship was not superficial. Moreover, who was the young girl in the green robe beside Su Yinxiang, that even she treated with such respect, not daring to overstep her bounds? When had Chu Jianqiu come to know such influential figures? The beauty of the girl in the green robe made them feel utterly inadequate. Su Yinxiang smiled, extending her hand. Young Master Chu, please come in, without casting a single glance at Lu Tianyao throughout. Although Lu Tianyao was the daughter of the Lu family, in her eyes, she hardly held any weight. Even the head of the Lu family would seem insignificant, and only the governor of Tianshui County might possess a modicum of standing. Her warm reception of Chu Jianqiu was not due to his status, but rather because of Xia Yuang. Naturally, she would not underestimate someone esteemed by the daughter of President Xia. Chu Jianqiu cupped his hands in gratitude and followed Su Yinxiang and Xia Yuang inside. Yet before departing, He calmly regarded Lu Tianyao, stating with a hint of menace, Lu Tianyao, the debt you owe me, the blood that flows through you that belongs to me, I shall reclaim it from you, one debt at a time. Having spoken, she followed Chu Jianqiu and Xia Yuang out. Lu Tianyao,'s face flushed with rage, her entire body trembling with indignation. She had never before endured such humiliation. Yet, the eerily calm gaze and indifferent words of Chu Jianqiu before his departure sent a chill through her. Had he uttered those words before today, she would have found them laughable. After all, she had officially ascended to the true Qi realm just yesterday, while Chu Jianqiu was merely an insignificant ant in the body refinement realm. Daring to threaten her was sheer arrogance. However, after witnessing the recent extraordinary events surrounding Chu Jianqiu, she began to ponder that perhaps his words were not mere bravado. The shattered Dantian restored, becoming a talisman master overnight, and crafting top-tier talismans that no one in Tianshui County could replicate, coupled with his association with figures like Chu Jianqiu. All these factors cloaked Chu Jianqiu in an inscrutable veil of mystery. Lu Tianyao suddenly realized that over the past 3 years, she had never truly understood this young man from the Chu family. Nonetheless, Lu Tianyao quickly regained her composure, her gaze now icy and sharp. Regardless of the stir he had caused, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were futile. How much of a storm could a mere body refinement realm cultivator conjure? Chu Jianqiu handed a large bag of spiritual talismans to Chu Jianqiu, saying, 2,000 first-tier strengthening talismans. President Su, please verify. Su Jianqiu accepted the hefty bag, opening it to reveal stacks of talismans, leaving her utterly astonished. Even as the head of the Tianshui branch, she had never seen so many talismans presented at once. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianqiu produced 3 talismans and handed them to Chu Jianqiu, saying, President Su, could you appraise the price of these 3 talismans? With a smile, Chu Jianqiu accepted them, curious about their significance. However, upon examining the talismans, her heart jolted. They were actually second-tier talismans. She passed the 3 talismans to Xia Yuang, her voice trembling slightly. Miss, please take a look. Curiosity piqued, Xia Yuang examined talismans, and her pupils constricted sharply. With her expertise in talisman crafting, she sensed an immediate distinction upon holding them. Second-tier talismans. Xia Yuang was taken aback. And to further confirm her judgment, she quickly performed her unique talisman appraisal technique. As the technique activated on the 3 talismans, their details unfolded in her mind. Talisman name: Strengthening Talisman Grade, Second-tier Talisman Core Grade, Medium Quality Talisman Effect, increases strength by 50%. Talisman name: Flash Escape Talisman Grade, Second-tier Talisman Core Grade, Medium Quality Talisman Effect. When activated, allows practitioners at the True Qi realm and below to instantly escape 1 mile. Talisman name: Golden Shield Talisman Grade, Second-tier Talisman Core Grade, Medium Quality Talisman Effect. Instantly forms a powerful shield around practitioners at the True Qi realm and below. Xia Yuang was utterly astonished. Her shock stemmed not merely from the effects and grades of the talismans, but from Chu Jianqiu's terrifying ability to craft second-tier talismans at the body refinement realm. If Chu Jianqiu were to continue developing smoothly, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary master of talisman crafting. Chu Jianqiu was even more shocked by the effects of the talismans themselves. Each of these 3 talismans held considerable allure for her. First-tier talismans, regardless of their core grade, were of little use to her apart from their monetary value. However, second-tier talismans could wield immense power in the hands of a practitioner at the True Qi realm. In the eyes of practitioners like her, no amount of first-tier talismans could compare to a single second-tier talisman. There was simply no basis for comparison between their values. Finally, considering the talisman's grades, core grades, and effects, Chu Jianqiu offered her prices. The Strengthening Talisman and Golden Shield Talisman with medium-quality cores were valued at 3,000 first-grade Spirit Stones each, while the Flash Escape Talisman was priced at 5,000 first-grade Spirit Stones. In the end, Chu Jianqiu presented over 10 second-tier talismans, along with 2,000 first-tier Strengthening Talismans, culminating in a total sale of 150,000 first-grade Spirit Stones. Holding the golden card, his hands trembled slightly. It contained a staggering sum of 150,000 first-grade Spirit Stones. Chu Jianqiu estimated that his earnings for the day surpassed the entirety of the Chu family's income over the past 3 years. Indeed, talisman artisans were the most lucrative profession in the Tianwu continent. President Su, might your esteemed association have any excellent martial arts techniques for sale? With his wallet now comfortably full, Chu Jianqiu's confidence surged. Tomorrow, our Wanwu Trading Company will hold a large auction. Young Master Chu is welcome to attend. You may find something of interest, Su Yinxiang replied with a charming smile, her watery eyes fixed intently on Chu Jianqiu. Her alluring gaze, almost ethereal, flushed and flustered under her scrutiny. Chu Jianqiu hurriedly excused himself and fled in embarrassment. He was still but a fledgling, utterly outmatched by such a captivating enchantress. Seeing this scene, Xia Yuang frowned slightly, her cute nose scrunching in displeasure as she huffed softly. Su Yinxiang turned to her, a playful smile on her lips, her gaze laden with meaning. Xia Yuang felt her cheeks flush, a mix of embarrassment and indignation prompting her to lightly swat Su Yinxiang. Pouting, Sister Su, you're as mischievous as ever. Chu Jianqiu initially expended 50,000 first-grade spirit stones to procure 1,000 qi gathering pills, returning to his residence to continue his cultivation. The chaotic Heavenly Emperor scripture is indeed a transcendent technique, allowing one to bypass almost all cultivation bottlenecks, provided there are ample medicinal resources. Previously, he had expended tremendous effort to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Each one had required immense toil. However, now, as each qi gathering pill entered his body, a torrent of genuine qi surged through the 8 meridians, progressively unblocking and establishing them. After a day's time and the consumption of 100 qi gathering pills, Chu Jianqiu finally succeeded in opening the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians to 8T this rate. It seemed he would attain the genuine qi realm before the recruitment competition at the Xinjiang sect. Despite having grown accustomed to the voracious demands of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor scripture, the rapid depletion of 100 qi gathering pills still caused his heart to tremble. Had he not become a talisman master, he might not have been able to afford such a cultivation technique. Today, the Wanwu Trading Company was holding an auction, and Chu Jianqiu intended to see if there were any suitable items to enhance his strength. Most importantly, he sought a high-level martial technique and a suitable weapon. Upon arriving at the Wanwu Trading Company, he found the street in front of it already teeming with people, bustling with life. Observing the densely packed crowd, Chu Jianqiu felt a twinge of apprehension. Among the throngs, he spotted prominent figures from the 4 great families of Tianshui County, such as Lu Shuxi, the head of the Lu family, and Mo Shan, the head of the Mo family. Wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Jianqiu circumvented the main entrance and entered through a side door. This was a VIP passage, accessible only to those of bronze rank or higher at the Wanwu Trading Company. Apart from the county magistrate, who held bronze rank, the heads of the other 4 families were merely of iron rank. Yesterday, while purchasing qi gathering pills, a steward had informed him that he could enter the auction from this passage. As Chu Jianqiu passed through the corridor, a steward had already come to greet him, guiding him through the intricacies of the upper floors. The Wanwu Trading Company occupied an entire street in the eastern district of Tianshui City. With its buildings arranged in an orderly manner, pavilions and towers stacked upon one another, each area distinct from the others. The auction hall was situated at the center of the company. As Chu Jianqiu beheld the imposing structure before him, he felt a sense of awe. The auction hall was a 3-story building, each floor expansive that in the center of the first floor stood an auction platform, surrounded by seating. The second and third floors were also constructed around the central platform, with private rooms offering a clear view of the first floor's auction proceedings. The steward led Chu Jianqiu to a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Inside sat an alluring figure, Su Yinxiang, who smiled warmly at him. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Su Yinxiang gracefully rose, her long, enticing legs carrying her closer, as she extended her smooth, fair arm to link with his. "Come in, young Master Chu," she said with a smile. Chu Jianqiu, feeling the warmth of her delicate arm, couldn't help but blush. Although he could maintain his composure, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Su Yinxiang's enthusiasm and was unsure how to respond. Inwardly muttering, "What a temptress! Noticing Chu Jianqiu's bashful demeanor, Su Yinxiang found him even more intriguing. Among the myriad of men she had encountered, none had been as reserved. They all sought to ingratiate themselves with her. Their gazes filled with unabashed desire. It was precisely this unwelcome attention from the men of the imperial capital that had driven her to this remote county, seeking a semblance of peace, where no one dared to disrespect her. Seeing Chu Jianqiu in such a state only fueled her desire to tease him further, and she leaned in closer. Chu Jianqiu stiffened, paralyzed with uncertainty, his mind racing with thoughts of what this enchantress intended. Perceiving his discomfort, Su Yinxiang covered her mouth and chuckled softly, deciding against further teasing him, for she feared she might ensnare herself in her own web. Despite her alluring exterior, this was her first experience of such intimate proximity to a man. While she feigned nonchalance, her heart raced as she pressed against Chu Jianqiu. She guided him into the room, gently urging him into a chair across from her, and as he distanced himself from her delicate form, he sighed in relief. The pressure she had exerted was indeed considerable. How did President Su end up here? Chu Jianqiu inquired with curiosity. He had only formally met Su Yinxiang the day before, and they had little acquaintance. Her interest in him seemed excessive. What? Not welcome? Su Yinxiang teased, resting her elegant hand on her chin, her captivating eyes fixed on him with a playful smile. Not at all, Chu Jianqiu replied awkwardly, realizing he dared not provoke her further, for her charms were challenging to withstand. With a resounding gong, the auction commenced below. A charming young woman took to the stage, offering a brief introduction before initiating the auction of items. This was Chu Jianqiu's first experience at such an event, and he was astonished to witness how the price of an item could skyrocket amidst the fervent bidding of the crowd. An ordinary item could fetch prices 5 or 6 times its original value. Yet within this auction, he encountered many rare treasures not commonly seen. Many individuals, despite possessing valuable items, would not part with them lightly. Instead, they awaited such auctions to make their move. The Wanwu Trading Company merely acted as an intermediary in these proceedings. Those wishing to auction off their items entrusted them to the company, which would facilitate the sale, taking a commission from the proceeds before returning the remainder to the owner. Next, I believe this item will pique everyone's interest, the charming young woman announced, her delicate hand gesturing elegantly as a servant approached the auction stage, carrying a tray. This is a second-tier spirit talisman. She delicately lifted a talisman from the tray. Her voice prompted a hush over the auction house, which soon erupted into noise. The most sought-after items on Tianwu continent were the various spirit talismans crafted by talisman masters. This particular auction item immediately drew the attention of many genuine Qi realm experts present. Though previous items had been valuable, few had captivated the elite cultivators in attendance. However, a second-tier spirit talisman was something even the strongest cultivators would covet. This talisman, known as the Flash Escape Talisman, allows a genuine Qi realm warrior to instantaneously appear anywhere within a mile. The crisp announcement reverberated throughout the hall. As the words settled, many genuine Qi realm experts sprang to their feet, recognizing the extraordinary utility of such an item, a veritable lifesaver in perilous situations. The starting bid for this spirit talisman is 5,000 first-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence, the charming young woman declared with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the room, finally resting on the private rooms of the 4 great families, aware that they would be the primary competitors for such a rare talisman. 5,005. As soon as her words fell, someone eagerly raised the bid. 6,000. Came the immediate response. The bids continued to escalate, rapidly surpassing 10,000. 13,000. A booming voice rang out, raising the bid by 3,000. A hush fell over the crowd as the fervent bidding momentarily quieted. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the bid, revealing it to be the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families. As the auction progressed, it was evident that the 4 great families were finally prepared to make their move. 15,000. Another voice rang out, and although this bid was not as fierce as the one from the Zhou family, it still increased by a substantial 2,000. Observing this method of bidding, the crowd instinctively knew it was undoubtedly one of the 4 great families stepping in. Once the 4 great families made their move, The aspirations of others to compete immediately extinguished, for with their financial might, it was impossible to contend with them. When the spiritual talisman first appeared, Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. It was none other than the teleportation talisman he had sold to the Wanwu Trading Company. As the price of the teleportation talisman continued to soar, Chu Jianqiu's expression darkened considerably. Damn, the Wanwu Trading Company was truly unscrupulous, only offering 5,000 spiritual stones. What, are you implying that our Wanwu Trading Company is heartless? That soft, delicate voice echoed in his ears, as if she could see through his thoughts. I dare not. We exchanged money for goods at that time, since we sold it to your Wanwu Trading Company. How much you sell it for is entirely your business. I wouldn't be so greedy, Chu Jianqiu hastily replied. You little hypocrite, Su Yinxiang teased, playfully pressing her slender finger against Chu Jianqiu's forehead with a light laugh. Rest assured, our Wanwu Trading Company would not be so petty as to cheat you of this small sum. Whatever price it fetches, after deducting what we paid you yesterday and our auction house's commission, you will receive every last cent. 30,000. Another bid rang out from a private room, this time from the Chu family. Since the disappearance of the family head, Chu Jianqiu, the Chu family had gradually fallen behind the competition among the four great families in Tianqiu City, unable to contend with the other three in many respects. Yet, they were making such a forceful bid today. The elder of the Chu family sat in a private room, his expression impassive as he gazed at the teleportation talisman on the auction stage. He was determined to acquire it at all costs. His strength was far inferior to Chu Jianqiu's, and he was weaker than the heads of the other three great families, should a day arise when he clashed with these formidable opponents. Possessing this teleportation talisman would provide him with a means of escape. 35,000. The bid from the Lu family's private room followed suit. 45,000. The elder of the Chu family continued to bid without hesitation. Witnessing the elder's relentless bidding, Chu Jianqiu narrowed his eyes. This old fellow was clearly acting in his own interest. After this round of bidding, they waited for a considerable time, and no one else dared to raise their bid. After all, 45,000 first-grade spiritual stones was nearly equivalent to a year's income, even for the four great families. Though these prominent families earned substantial amounts, their expenditures were equally significant. Overextending nearly a year's worth of income for a mere second-tier spiritual talisman seemed rather excessive. With the Chu family's elder bidding 45,000, a voice suddenly called out for a higher price. The charming young woman surveyed the tranquil room before smiling and declaring, since no one else wishes to bid, the teleportation talisman shall be acquired by the elder of the Chu family. Upon seeing there were no further responses, she gently struck the small hammer in her hand against the table, confirming the buyer. The next item up for auction was a second-tier low-grade magical weapon. With a wave of her hand, the young woman summoned a servant who promptly approached with a tray, upon which lay a long sword of a deep azure hue, emanating a chilling radiance. This sword, named Qing, was forged from millennium-old cold iron, capable of slicing through steel as if it were clay, and it was particularly effective in the hands of a practitioner of water attribute techniques. The starting bid was 3,000. Let the bidding commence. As soon as the charming young woman finished speaking, a chorus of bids erupted, primarily from practitioners at the True Chi realm. 3,000 first-grade spiritual stones were beyond the financial means of those at the body refinement realm. 20,000. Just as the price for the Qing sword reached 10,000. The Lu family's private room suddenly doubled the bid. Chu Jianqiu had not been particularly interested in the Qing sword, but upon seeing the Lu family's bid, he recalled Lu Tianyu's awakening of the three absolute meridians and surmised that the Lu family intended to purchase the sword for her. 30,000. Chu Jianqiu immediately countered with an additional 10,000, though he had no desire for the Qing sword. Irritating the Lu family felt like a small victory. Lu Shushi had assumed that after her bid, no one would dare challenge her. Considering a second-tier low-grade magical weapon at 20,000 spiritual stones was already quite high. Coupled with the Lu family's prestige, she believed no one would dare to raise their bid. However, she could never have anticipated that not only would someone raise the price, but they would do so by a full 10,000 spiritual stones. Lu Shushi's expression darkened as she turned to glare at the source of the bid. vowing to make them regret challenging the Liu family today. Upon discovering that the bid had come from Room 1, Liu Shushi promptly abandoned her vengeful thoughts. Room 1 was a place even the head of the Liu family could not enter. It often remained empty, and when occupied, it was typically by Chu Jianqiu, the president of the Wanwu Trading Company's Tianshui branch. Those who could sit in Room 1, even the Liu family, had to carefully consider whether they could afford to provoke such a powerful presence. 35,000. Liu Shushi could only grit her teeth and continue raising her bid, knowing that if it weren't for the Qing Shuang sword's attributes aligning perfectly with Liu Tianyao, she would never have bid again. 30,000 spiritual stones had already far exceeded the sword's true value. Even so, 35,000 was her limit. Should anyone raise the bid further, she would not follow suit, opting instead to purchase another sword for Liu Tianyao later. One that might not match as closely, but would be preferable to being slaughtered like a pig here. Liu Tianyao was equally infuriated, her complexion pale as she wondered who dared to oppose the Liu family. Upon first seeing the Qing Shuang sword, she had been enamored and had requested Liu Shushi to acquire it for her. Her primary purpose for visiting the Wanwu Trading Company yesterday was to familiarize herself with the auction items for today. Chu Jianqiu refrained from raising his bid again after one increase. He feared that if he raised it too high, the Liu family might suddenly withdraw, resulting in a significant loss for him. Observing Chu Jianqiu's actions, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the charming side of this little fellow. She found nothing inappropriate in his behavior. She was well aware of the situation between Chu Jianqiu and Liu Tianyao. As the Wanwu Trading Company possessed superior intelligence capabilities compared to the average person in the world of martial artists, where couples and partners frequently turned against one another for power and treasures. Chu Jianqiu was a rare individual who had offered his life essence for 3 uninterrupted years for the sake of the woman he loved. Chu Jianqiu had only ever encountered someone like him. Chu Jianqiu's regard for Chu Jianqiu was partly due to her connection with Xiaoyu Wang, but equally due to Chu Jianqiu's intrinsic charm and character. Had he been of the same ilk as Ouyang Yuan or Liu Gaoyang, even with exceptional talent and Xiaoyu Wang's esteem, Chu Jianqiu would not have treated him with such warmth. Merely avoiding offense and providing minimal assistance, as for Liu Tianyao's ingratitude and betrayal. Chu Jianqiu held it in deep contempt, which naturally caused her to harbor no good feelings toward the Liu family, making her all the more delighted to see them suffer. Ultimately, the Qing Shuang sword was secured by the Liu family for 35,000 first-grade spiritual stones. Several more items were auctioned off afterward, yet none caught Chu Jianqiu's fancy until a rusted, battered sword was presented on the auction stage. The magical weapon being auctioned next was somewhat peculiar. After our appraisal, it was determined that although this was a second-tier low-grade magical weapon, it was of an ancient era. Despite its seemingly dilapidated appearance, it appeared to harbor extraordinary secrets. The charming young woman continued to smile as she introduced the seemingly shabby longsword. After a moment of silence in the auction house, a chorus of jeers erupted at the sight of the pitiful broken sword. Hearing the jeers, the young woman felt a tinge of embarrassment. For despite the efforts of the Wanwu Trading Company's appraisers, they had been unable to uncover the sword's true nature after extensive study. Upon seeing the broken sword, Chu Jianqiu's gaze shifted slightly, as he felt a faint movement from the Black Tower in his sea of consciousness are you interested in this broken sword? Chu Jianqiu inquired with a smile that I find it somewhat intriguing. Chu Jianqiu did not conceal his interest, expressing it openly to don't rush to bid. Otherwise, what could have been acquired at a low price may become costly once you speak up. Chu Jianqiu reached out to stop Chu Jianqiu from calling out a bid. What was the reason for this? Taken aback by her words, Chu Jianqiu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Do you know which private room this is? Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's demeanor, he incredulously remarked, Could it possibly be the first private room? What else could it be? Chu Jianqiu replied, fluttering her enchanting eyes and chuckling lightly. Sister, you've truly put me in a difficult position. Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but smile wryly, foreseeing that as soon as he spoke up, those who had previously shown little interest in the worn sword would suddenly become intensely intrigued, in their eyes. The sword must be extraordinary if it could capture the attention of patrons in the first private room, thus prompting a bidding frenzy and inevitably inflating its already low price. Furthermore, Being in such a prominent position would easily draw attention, making it risky for him to act freely, even if he spotted something valuable. "I am the one who is at a loss," Chu Jianqiu retorted, indignantly pressing her delicate finger against Chu Jianqiu's forehead, chiding him playfully, "You heartless little rascal, I've gone to great lengths to consider your interests. Yet you misconstrue my intentions. You really are audacious, attending an auction without any disguise that you intend to merely pick up a few scraps." She continued, "If you manage to acquire something valuable and walk out with such confidence, you might not even make it past Wanwu Trading Company S Street before someone ambushes you from behind. Do you think no one notices just because you're not in the first private room? Those in the first room are cautious and dare not act overtly." After venting her frustration, Chu Jianqiu felt somewhat relieved. Hearing her words, Chu Jianqiu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, realizing he had indeed been somewhat careless. "Put this on before you go out," Chu Jianqiu instructed, retrieving a black cloak from beneath the table and tossing it to him. "As for that worn sword, since you have an interest in it, I will arrange for someone to help you bid on it. You can settle the payment with me later." The items auctioned at Wanwu Trading Company are divided into two categories: those owned by the company itself and those consigned by others. Since this worn sword was not a property of Wanwu Trading Company, but rather consigned by someone else, Chu Jianqiu would not allow Chu Jianqiu to be taken advantage of for the sake of a small commission. Chu Jianqiu felt a surge of gratitude, regardless of her motives for caring about him. Her actions were genuinely beneficial, and her assistance was far from trivial, as few people in the auction house showed interest in the worn sword. The bidders were few, and ultimately, the sword was sold for 5,000 spirit stones to an unremarkable warrior. The auction of this worn sword was merely a minor episode after it was taken away. The auction continued with a dazzling array of treasures, including elixirs, armor, weapons, and medicinal herbs. However, among the items auctioned, Chu Jianqiu refrained from bidding further. His primary purpose for attending this auction was to acquire martial techniques and weapons. With Chu Jianqiu having already secured the seemingly shabby sword for him, the weapon issue was resolved. Now, he merely needed to acquire a martial technique to fulfill his goals for attending this auction. Next up for auction was a low-grade Xian-tier martial technique, Angry Waves 7 Layers Palm. A charming woman picked up a green scroll from a tray held by an attendant, her delicate voice resonating throughout the auction house. No sooner had she spoken than a stir erupted around the venue. The atmosphere ignited in an instant. Xian-tier martial techniques were typically possessed only by prominent families, and even within those families, one needed a certain status to qualify for cultivation. The coveted nature of Xian-tier martial techniques is undoubtedly self-evident. Although the Angry Wave 7 Layers Palm is a low-grade technique, when cultivated to perfection, a single strike can harbor 7 layers of power. It's might comparable to mid-grade Xian-tier techniques. The moment the charming woman made this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such an attack rivaling mid-grade Xian-tier techniques was indeed remarkable. In Tianshui City, it seemed that only the prefect of Tianshui possessed mid-grade Xian-tier techniques. Starting bid for the Angry Waves 7 Layers Palm. 50,000 spirit stones, seeing that the atmosphere had reached a peak. The charming woman ceased her chatter and directly called out the base price. The moment this sky-high figure was announced, the venue fell into a hush, as many realized they lacked the financial means to compete. 50,000 spirit stones. Even for the 4 great families of Tianshui City, this represented a year's worth of income. Even within the private rooms of the 4 great families, a silence ensued. Under the exorbitant starting price of 50,000 spirit stones, the scene grew somewhat chilly. However, the charming woman displayed no sign of concern. Her smile remained enchanting, as she fully understood the allure of this Xian-tier martial technique. Confident that it would sell, Chu Jianqiu did not rush to bid. Though he was indeed tempted by this martial technique, such treasures are not best pursued hastily. Displaying too much eagerness could easily invite opportunistic bidders to drive the price up, leading to significant losses. 51,000. The silence did not last long, as someone finally broke the stillness. A family head from Tianshui City, whose family, while not among the 4 great families, was still of considerable standing. 53,000. Another family head joined in, The allure of Xiantier martial techniques was irresistible to these families, who believed that acquiring this technique could elevate their status. 55,000, 60,000. This time a bid came from the Mo family, one of the four great families. Upon hearing the Mo family head's offer, the other family heads fell silent, fully aware that their financial capabilities paled in comparison to the four great families. Only the other three great families could contend with the Mo family. 70,000. The Zhou family also entered the fray for the coveted Xiantier martial technique. 90,000. The Lu family placed their bid. 100,000. Chu Jianqiu could no longer hold back. However, he felt a wave of cold sweat as he called out the price. While he had anticipated that the price for Xiantier martial techniques would be high, he had not expected it to escalate to such an outrageous level. 100,000. As Chu Jianqiu called out this figure, a brief silence enveloped the auction house. This was due in part to the price surpassing the financial limits of several bidders, with 100,000 representing nearly 2 years' worth of income for families of the four great standing. Additionally, this marked the second bid from the first private room. The attendees regarded the first private room with a degree of caution, especially after the earlier incident where the individual had inexplicably driven the Lu family into a frenzy, resulting in the Qing Shuang sword being sold for 35,000 spirit stones instead of the 2,000 it could have been acquired for, costing them a loss of 15,000 spirit stones. One could ascertain the true intentions of this individual, should he decide to cause havoc again, as he had with the Lu family. The losses incurred could be significant. After all, this Xiantier martial technique was not comparable to the Qing Shuang sword. Should the price spiral upward, it would inflict considerable damage even on the four great families. At this juncture, even the four great families had to bid cautiously. 110,000. Lu Shushi continued to raise the stakes. 120,000. No sooner had Lu Shushi finished speaking than the first private room immediately followed with a bid of 130,000. This decisive move left Lu Shushi with a grim expression. This individual was either exceptionally wealthy or was deliberately seeking to provoke her. Reflecting on past encounters, Lu Shushi couldn't recall having offended such a notable figure. 130,000. Lu Shushi gritted her teeth and continued to be to this point. The other three great families had withdrawn from the bidding war, leaving only the Lu family and the first private room engaged in fierce competition. Even the onlookers were captivated by the escalating numbers. For ordinary warriors, sums exceeding 100,000 spirit stones were astronomical figures beyond reach. 140,000. The first private room boldly made its bid, causing a subtle stir among the crowd at the auction house. Curiosity rippled through the gathering. Who was this mysterious tycoon who had seemingly emerged from nowhere? No one in Tianqiu City had ever heard of such an individual before. Was he perhaps a wandering sage who happened upon this auction, seeking merely to partake in the excitement? Lu Shushi's expression darkened like stagnant water. If the bidding continued to escalate, the price would soon exceed the Lu family's entire income for 3 years, pushing them beyond their limits. Losing such a substantial sum would undoubtedly hinder the Lu family's future development and place them at a disadvantage in their struggles against the other three great clans. Was it truly worth such a hefty price for a low-grade mystic martial technique? If the Lu family had no low-grade mystic techniques, Lu Shushi would spare no expense to acquire this one. However, they already possessed a low-grade mystic technique, and acquiring the Angry Wave 7 Layers Palm would merely increase their repertoire from 1 to 2 without providing any significant advantage. Yet the audacity of the individual in the first private room was infuriating. Even if she could not obtain the technique herself, she was determined to ensure he suffered a considerable loss. Just as Lu Shushi was about to raise the bid again, the voice from the first private room rang out once more. Why isn't the Lu clan leader participating? Just one more increase of 10,000, and this martial technique will be yours. What a pity. The tone was laced with regret, as if lamenting Lu Shushi's impending loss. Upon hearing this, Lu Shushi broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly at the audacity of this individual. She felt a rush of anxiety. Fortunately, she had refrained from continuing to bid, or she would have fallen into the trap set by this person. Had she followed his lead with the bidding, and he suddenly ceased, her plan to outmaneuver him would have collapsed, leaving her to bear the consequences that a wave of dread washed over Lu Shushi. If the bidding escalated to 70 or 80,000 or even to 200,000, and that individual suddenly stopped, she would be left with the burden of an exorbitant expenditure for a martial technique that could potentially inflict unimaginable losses on the Liu family. At that point, her position as head of the family might very well be in jeopardy. Liu Shushi's anger reached a boiling point. She bore no grudge against this individual, yet had repeatedly attempted to ensnare her. Even though he was a distinguished guest in the first private room, this debt could not simply be overlooked. Is there no one else willing to raise the bid? The charming woman surveyed the room, her gaze finally resting on the Liu family's private area, and with a smile, she inquired, "Does the Liu clan leader wish to bid again?" Liu Shushi found herself momentarily speechless. How foolish would it be to leap into a pit she knew was there? Her frustration surged, and she replied coldly, "No, thank you." The charming woman, unfazed by Liu Shushi's icy tone, continued to smile brightly. Since there are no further bids, the low-grade mystic martial technique, Angry Waves 7 Layers Palm, now belongs to the esteemed guest of the first private room. The delicate maiden lightly tapped her small hammer, thereby sealing the fate of this martial artillery that moment. Chu Jianqiu finally exhaled a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, his heart was far from the tranquility that his exterior suggested. Although he had appeared completely indifferent when raising the bid moments ago, internally he was a bundle of nerves. By the time the price escalated beyond 100,000, he realized that his funds were insufficient. It was only after borrowing 50,000 spirit stones from Chu Jianqiu that he could continue to contend with Liu Shushi that a bitter smile crept across Chu Jianqiu's face, having just experienced a brief period of affluence. He found himself impoverished again in less than a day, and now burdened with debt. As Chu Jianqiu observed Chu Jianqiu, finding the little fellow increasingly intriguing. She had not anticipated that this seemingly refined young man harbored such a mischievous side. Chu Jianqiu could easily envision the feelings that would wash over Liu Shushi upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words laden with regret. Having secured the desired item, Chu Jianqiu did not linger further. Donning his cloak and stepping out of room one alongside Chu Jianqiu. Many eyes in the auction house were fixed upon room 1, eager to discern the identity of its occupant, with several harboring ulterior motives. As long as the occupants of room 1 were not overwhelmingly powerful, the allure of substantial profit could entice reckless individuals to covet their wealth. However, when those onlookers saw Chu Jianqiu accompanying him, most abandoned their nefarious thoughts. Anyone favored with the presence of President Su was not someone they could afford to provoke. In the entirety of Tianshui County, no one had ever earned the privilege to be accompanied by President Su. Such a person could likely crush them with a mere finger. Upon exiting room 1, Chu Jianqiu retrieved the rusted sword and the azure scroll, navigating through the maze of pavilions and towers within the Wanwu Trading Company. Before finally shedding his cloak in a secluded loft, emerging from the establishment. With all the precautions he had taken, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him as the one who had acquired the Fury Waves 7-fold palm. Back at his residence, he pulled out the rusted sword and the azure scroll, examining the former with great care. This worn blade was, to date, the only item to have attracted the attention of the Black Tower. And it was certainly no ordinary object. Its value likely surpassed even that of the Fury Waves 7-fold palm. Through the rusted blade, he discerned 2 ancient characters inscribed upon it, Long Yuan. Before he could delve deeper into his research, a beam of golden light shot from the Black Tower within his consciousness, illuminating the sword named Lungyuan. To his astonishment, Chu Jianqiu felt the sword vanish from his grasp. Startled, he focused his spirit into the Black Tower, where he beheld the Long Yuan sword suspended at the center of the first level, ensconced within an intricate formation that he could not yet approach. Chu Jianqiu had already realized that the closer one was to the center of the Black Tower. The more profound the formations became, to draw near to those arcane symbols, one must first decipher the outer layers of the formations. To reach the center of the Black Tower, one would need to master each surrounding formation in turn. A wry smile crossed Chu Jianqiu's face. The Black Tower was indeed tyrannical. Seizing the Long Yuan sword without so much as consulting him, it seemed that obtaining the Long Yuan sword in the near future was an unlikely prospect. However, this action revealed to Chu Jianqiu an extraordinary secret. External objects could indeed be drawn into the Black Tower, akin to a legendary spatial artifact. To test his hypothesis, he seized a chair from the room. With a thought, it vanished from his hands, only to reappear moments later. Elated, Chu Jianqiu discovered that the Black Tower could indeed function as a spatial treasure. Such artifacts were notoriously difficult to create and exceedingly rare, seldom appearing on the market. Even when they did, the prices were astronomical, far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Throughout Tianshui County, no spatial artifact had ever been recorded. Chu Jianqiu spent hours toying with the items in his room, reveling in the discovery. After repeated trials, he found that in order to store an object within the Black Tower, he must first make physical contact with it. Having uncovered the storage capability of the Black Tower, Chu Jianqiu contemplated placing his valuable possessions inside. However, after a prolonged moment of reflection, he realized that he was utterly destitute, with no worthy treasures to store. The only item that could potentially be deemed valuable, the Long Yuan sword, had already been taken by the Black Tower and trapped within its central formation. With a resigned chuckle, he acknowledged that even with the Black Tower's storage function, it remained of no practical use to him at present. Chu Jianqiu did not dwell on this matter for long. He quickly collected his thoughts and shifted his focus to cultivation. With only 8 days remaining until the grand competition for disciples at the Xinjiang sect, he knew he had to make the most of this brief time to enhance his strength. He picked up the Azure Scroll and began to comprehend the martial technique, Fury Wave's sevenfold palm. This technique comprised 7 layers, or palms, each successive strike amplifying the power of the previous one. The first palm could only yield a single layer of force, while the second created a double layer. Continuing up to the 7th palm, which unleashed sevenfold strength, culminating in a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting stone. The first 3 layers of the Fury Wave's sevenfold palm were considered ordinary among low-grade Xian-tier techniques. But from the 4th layer onward, its immense power began to unfold. 0.7 layers of force surged like waves, justifying its claims of rivaling mid-grade Xian-tier martial arts. Yet despite its formidable power, mastering the Fury Wave's sevenfold palm proved exceedingly difficult. Even true Qi realm martial artists might struggle to reach its zenith. Furthermore, the technique imposed a tremendous burden on the body. Unleashing sevenfold force in an instant could backfire catastrophically on an inadequately conditioned practitioner. Chu Jianqiu dared not practice this technique within his room or courtyard, as previous attempts had caused havoc, prompting Ruhu to rush in repeatedly to tidy up the mess. He also refrained from training at the Chu family's martial arts arena, as it would attract too much attention. If his training generated excessive noise, not only would his secret regarding true Qi projection in the refinement realm be at risk of exposure, but the existence of the Fury Wave's sevenfold palm itself could also be uncovered. To keep his secrets concealed, he needed to seek a secluded place to cultivate. The Beast Mountain range to the west of Tianshui City seemed an excellent choice. That night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Chu Jianqiu quietly left the city, making his way toward the Beast Mountain range, being extraordinarily cautious to avoid any potential pursuers. Ultimately, he discovered a valley adorned with a cascading waterfall, where he commenced his training. With his inherently high comprehension, Chu Jianqiu found that after the Black Tower entered his consciousness, the ancient and profound aura constantly resonated within his spirit, enhancing his understanding even further. Though the Fury Wave's sevenfold palm was a low-grade Xian-tier technique, Chu Jianqiu quickly grasped its essence. With the foundation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art, he found it effortless to penetrate the complexities of martial arts. With a thunderous roar, a deafening explosion erupted, sending dust and stones soaring into the air like a torrential rain. At a massive pit, several yards wide, emerged in the ground before him. Gazing at the gaping hole, a hint of regret flickered in Chu Jianqiu's eyes. He had still not mastered the 5th palm. Time, after all, had been too scarce. Given another day or two, he could have undoubtedly perfected the 5th palm. Unfortunately, time was no longer on his side. It had been 8 days since he entered the Beast Mountain range, and today marked the day of a Xinjiang sect's grand recruitment competition. He had to return to Tianshui City today. Over the course of these 8 days, he had successfully opened 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians within his body, leaving only the final life-death meridian unawakened. The enigmatic life and death meridian has long been referred to by martial artists as the iron wall of life and death throughout the vast and endless history of the Tianwu continent. Only a select few have managed to traverse this profound pathway. However, Chu Jianqiu was not one to easily concede, although he could at any moment revert his vitality to its original state and ascend to the true Qi realm. He opted to bide his time. After all, he was currently cultivating the supreme technique known as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art and had awakened the ancient bloodline of the Chaos Sovereign. Thus, unlocking this meridian was not beyond the realm of possibility. In truth, the barriers of this meridian had begun to show signs of loosening, and Chu Jianqiu was confident that within a day or two, he would fully unlock the life and death meridian in Tianqiu City. The West District bustled with an overwhelming crowd, each face radiating excitement and anticipation. Today marked the decade-long recruitment competition of the Xinjiang sect, where countless talented youths from Tianqiu County gathered, each beaming with enthusiasm and a yearning for the future, hoping to pass the entrance examination and become disciples of this martial arts sanctuary. While these young martial artists eagerly awaited the test, a flicker of apprehension lingered in their hearts, for the outcome of this examination would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. The Xinjiang sect only accepted 20 recruits for each session, and the top 3 participants stood a chance to enter the inner sanctum of the sect, a leap towards greatness. Yet, the majority held little hope of achieving entry into the inner circle, as it was widely believed that the second son of the Tianqiu County Magistrate, Ouyang Yuan, would undoubtedly secure a spot. Ouyang Yuan was an exceptional talent amongst his peers, standing head and shoulders above them. Having reached the 6th stage of the true Qi realm at the tender age of 17, along with possessing a mid-tier Earth-grade bloodline, such dazzling aptitude rendered his contemporaries dim in comparison. As for the once celebrated genius of Tianqiu City, Chu Jianqiu, he had long been forgotten, leaving any aspirations of contending for a top 3 position out of the question. Had it been a month prior, he might have still held the potential to become a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Even with 3 years of stagnation in his cultivation, he had once been a true Qi martial artist, an uncommon sight in Tianqiu County, still holding a glimmer of hope for a place among the top 20 yet now. Whenever people recalled the former prodigy of Tianqiu City, their hearts brimmed with scorn and disdain that a once prominent talent. Now reduced to stagnation and disgrace, his cultivation had suffered a catastrophic failure that shattered his dantian, leading to the loss of all his powers. Truly a shameful plight. Rumors later circulated that he had somehow managed to repair his dantian and could once again cultivate. But as a mere 4th-stage martial artist, he lacked even the qualifications to participate in the Xinjiang sect's examination, let alone pass it and become a disciple as the sun ascended. The 4 great families of Tianqiu City, the Wanwu Trading Company, and the magistrate's office gradually made their way to the square. When Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao appeared together, an uproar erupted among the crowd, with young martial artists gazing at them with fervent admiration, erupting into waves of cheers. Young Master Ouyang and Miss Lu were indeed a match made in heaven, a pair of celestial beings. Their remarkable appearances and talents made them a natural couple. Whispers of the once revered genius of Tianqiu City, who had deceived Miss Lu for 3 years, circulated amongst the crowd. Thankfully, that wasteful scion of misfortune had finally faced retribution, his cultivation gone awry, allowing Lu Tianyao to see through his superficiality. It was only due to her kind heart that she returned him to the Chu family. Had it been anyone else, being deceived for 3 years would have warranted a far harsher fate. As the crowd praised Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, they did not forget to mock Chu Jianqiu. Lu Tianyao, overhearing the discussions below, felt a surge of pride. Chu Jianqiu, even if you have allied with the Wanwu Trading Company, I possess the means to ruin you utterly, rendering your existence a living hell. If you dare show your face today, I will ensure you are crippled once more, leaving no chance for recovery. Her gaze scanned the Chu family's contingent, only to discover that Chu Jianqiu was absent, seemingly wise enough to avoid public humiliation like a tea that moment. Lu Tianyao resembled a proud swan, her delicate chin held high, surveying the crowd with haughty satisfaction as she reveled in their admiration and adulation. The final representatives of the Xinjiang sect made their entrance. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the audience anxiously awaiting the commencement of tests. Let the testing begin. Elder Luo Xiaoyong of the Xianjian sect waved his hand nonchalantly. Tianshui County, the smallest and weakest of the 9 counties in the southern region of the Deqian dynasty, had long struggled to produce any promising talents in the past century. Only a handful had achieved success. So Luo Xiaoyong was not overly invested in the recruitment here. He could already envision the disdainful gazes and remarks awaiting him upon returning to the sect with this unimpressive batch. While others brought back their outstanding candidates, as the test commenced, young martial artists began to step onto the high platform, approaching the testing stone one by one. Tian Hongkai, 19 years old. Realm, 7 stage of body refinement. Open meridians, 5. Bloodline, none. Qualification, yellow grade lower tier. Kuang Tiangong, 17 years old. Realm, 8 stage of body refinement. Open meridians, 10. Bloodline, none. Qualification, yellow grade middle tier. Yu Mingji, 20 years old. Realm, 9 stage of body refinement. Open meridians, 12. Bloodline, none. Qualification, yellow grade middle tier. All worthless. Luo Xiaoyong's frustration grew with each lackluster result he observed. In 01 below the 9 stage of body refinement needs to come up. He impatiently instructed a nearby attendant, finding the utter waste of his time infuriating. The attendant swiftly relayed Luo Xiaoyong's directive. Upon hearing this, the young martial artists below the 9th stage of body refinement were left in shock. Their hopes dashed in an instant. Those with weaker emotional resilience even broke into tears. Luo Xiaoyong's stipulation eliminated a significant portion of applicants, as reaching the 9th stage before the age of 20 was indeed a rarity. For those without familial support or cultivation resources, achieving such a standard was akin to climbing a mountain. O Tongfang, 17 years old. Realm, 9th stage of body refinement. Open meridians, 12. Bloodline, yellow grade lower tier. Qualification, yellow grade upper tier. Fu Lingxue, 18 years old. Realm, 1st stage of true qi. Open meridians, 12. Bloodline, yellow grade middle tier. Qualification, yellow grade top tier. With the added restriction, the subsequent results were somewhat more favorable for Luo Xiaoyong. Although no exceptional talents emerged, at least the qualifications were not glaringly poor. When the qualifying candidates had nearly completed their tests, Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan finally stepped forward from the crowd, ascending the high platform to stand before the testing stone. Their arrival ignited the atmosphere once more, as many young martial artists gazed at them with fervor and admiration, eagerly anticipating their results. Lu Tianyao, brimming with confidence, raised her elegant neck high, surveying the audience with pride, relishing in the honor of being the center of attention. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon something that astonished her, following her line of sight. Many others turned to look. Chu Jianqiu, that waste actually dared to come. The crowd stirred again at the sight of Chu Jianqiu's arrival. Good heavens, this fool still has the audacity to participate in the recruitment test. Does he even know what shame is? Sneering, they remarked, what could this waste be here for, to watch the show? With his mere 4th stage of body refinement, he doesn't even qualify to step on the platform. At this moment, the crowd was pointing fingers at Chu Jianqiu, their eyes filled with mockery. Within the Chu clan's seating area, the Grand Elder, upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's appearance, was unable to suppress a flicker of surprise in his gaze. 8 days prior, Chu Jianqiu had vanished unexpectedly, and the Grand Elder had presumed that he was deliberately avoiding this recruitment test out of shame. To his astonishment, Chu Jianqiu had shown up at the last moment. Most martial artists in Tianshui City believed Chu Jianqiu to possess a cultivation level of the 4th stage of body refinement, as they were still fixated on the impression left by his defeat of Lu Gaoyang. The Grand Elder had imposed a strict information blockade regarding Chu Jianqiu's performance during the clan competition, forbidding any clan members from disclosing even a hint about the event. After all, his lineage had suffered a humiliating defeat, with a dignified direct descendant of the 9th stage of body refinement falling to a mere 7th stage martial artist. Should such news leak, it would bring nothing but disgrace to his lineage. Seeing Chu Jianqiu appear, a faint smirk of derision crept across the Grand Elder's otherwise expressionless face. No matter how formidable your combat prowess, capable of battling beyond your rank, What does it matter with a mere fourth stage of body refinement? You lack even the qualifications to participate in the test. Your presence here today is nothing but self-humiliation. Upon spotting Chu Jianqiu, Ouyang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This fool had quite the audacity, reduced to a waste. He should have sought a hidden corner to languish in obscurity, yet he dared to brazenly present himself before the public eye. Clearly, the lesson he received was insufficient. Ever since Ouyang Yuan had seized Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, he had been in seclusion, merging the two bloodlines within him to eliminate future threats. That it was not until the day that he fully integrated the two bloodlines, forming a new lineage, extreme Yang bloodline. Unaware of Chu Jianqiu's recent recovery of his dantian and ability to train again, he still regarded him as a waste with a shattered dantian. The members of the other prominent families, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of cold amusement, their gazes towards Chu Jianqiu akin to that of a spectator observing a farcical performance. Chu Jianqiu, were you not once heralded as Tianqiu City's greatest talent? Look at you now. The members of the several great families reveled in his misfortune, their spirits lifted. In the past, Chu Jianqiu's brilliance loomed over them like a colossal mountain. Almost all the radiance of Tianqiu City had converged upon him alone. Compared to the former Chu Jianqiu, these so-called family prodigies appeared as mere waste, lacking even the qualifications to trail behind him, for he had surpassed them by such a degree that they could not even catch a glimpse of his back. In the face of their derision, Chu Jianqiu remained utterly serene, casting a faint glance at the crowd. The grotesque display of humanity was something he had long grown accustomed to over the past month. Stop right there, Chu Jianqiu. What do you this waste intend to do? Just as Chu Jianqiu was about to ascend the testing platform, a figure leapt forth, blocking his path. Chu Jianqiu regarded the arrogant Lu Gaoyang with a slight frown. This fool evidently had not learned from his previous misfortune and insisted on seeking death at every turn. Step aside, Chu Jianqiu replied coldly. "Data, you still have some spirit left," Lu Gaoyang sneered. Elder Luo of a Xianjian sect has already stated that to gain qualification for the test, one must possess at least the 9th stage of body refinement. Dou, a mere 4th stage waste. Possess such qualifications? Though Chu Jianqiu's strength surpassed his, Lu Gaoyang felt emboldened with his father, Lu Shushi, present, fully confident that Chu Jianqiu would not dare to make a move in front of him. The humiliation he suffered that day at Lingfu Pavilion, where he was defeated by Chu Jianqiu with a single strike, had left him with a scar of public disgrace, compounded by reprimand from his master, Chang Gaochan. Today, seizing this opportunity to humiliate Chu Jianqiu, he certainly would not let it slip by. The crowd, adopting a spectator's demeanor, eagerly anticipated how Chu Jianqiu would navigate this predicament. A 4th-stage waste daring to aspire to participate in the Xianjian sex test was nothing short of delusional. Clearly, this fool had yet to grasp the reality of his situation, still clinging to the notion of being Tianqiu City's greatest talent. Luo Xiaoyong, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. He had already made it abundantly clear that participation in the test required a minimum of the 9th stage of body refinement. That this 4th stage insect dared to openly challenge his rules was utterly foolish. Luo Xiaoyong had come to Tianqiu County to oversee recruitment, already harboring a belly full of frustration from failing to discover any outstanding candidates. Now, encountering such an ungrateful insect, he was inclined to deliver an unforgettable lesson to this 4th stage waste, teaching him the consequences of defying his rules. You reap what you sow. Chu Jianqiu had no desire to waste breath on a fool like Lu Gaoyang. Instead, he suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's frigid words, Lu Gaoyang felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly confronted by the overwhelming force emanating from Chu Jianqiu, he was struck with terror. 9th stage of body refinement. Just as he attempted to flee, it was already too late. An incomparably powerful force crashed down upon him like a tidal wave. With a wretched scream, Lu Gaoyang was sent flying, akin to a dead dog. "You scoundrel! How dare you?" As Lu Gaoyang was sent hurtling away, a furious voice rang out, followed by a massive hand filled with violent energy descending upon Chu Jianqiu. With a resounding crash, a figure intervened, shielding Chu Jianqiu from the impending strike. Chu Hongxian, what is the meaning of this? Lu Shushi glared at the figure before Chu Jianqiu, his expression dark. Third Elder, Chu Jianqiu respectfully greeted the figure. The third elder waved his hand, signaling Chu Jianqiu to refrain from excessive formalities. Lu Shushi, you ought to be ashamed as the head of the Lu family, attacking a young junior without cause, in the face of Lu Shushi's aggressive demeanor. The third elder responded calmly. He did not consider Chu Jianqiu's actions in injuring Lu Gaoyang to be reckless. If Chu Jianqiu had swallowed his pride in response to such provocation, that would have truly disappointed him. After all, Chu Jianqiu was the rightful young master of the Chu family and could not be subjected to humiliation. Though he, Chu Hongxian, was no match for Lu Shushi, should the two engage in battle, it would undoubtedly escalate into a conflict between the Chu and Lu families. Currently, the Chu family, due to the disappearance of their patriarch, Chu Jianqiu, had weakened slightly. However, should a conflict arise, even if the Chu family were to sustain significant losses, the Lu family would not emerge unscathed either. Lu Shushi would not instigate hostilities over such a trivial matter. Enough, this matter ends here. You may proceed as you wish, but the test must continue. Luo Xiaoyong declared impatiently. Waving his hand, he held no favorable opinion of Lu Gaoyang's unauthorized obstruction of Chu Jianqiu. That waste had nearly skewed his judgment of Chu Jianqiu. Had he acted against Chu Jianqiu just now, it would have resulted in a tremendous loss of face. Lu Shushi, initially inclined to utter more harsh words, dared not oppose Luo Xiaoyong's intervention, begrudgingly allowing Lu Gaoyang to be taken away for treatment. Fortunately, Chu Jianqiu's attack had not been excessively severe. Otherwise, he would have truly been forced to confront the Chu family. Lu Tianyao shot a cold glance at Chu Jianqiu, her voice laced with frost. Chu Jianqiu, wait for it. With that, she approached the testing stone, preparing to commence the test. Chu Jianqiu's public injury of her brother had brought disgrace upon the Lu family, and once she became a disciple of the Xianjian sect, she would undoubtedly take vengeance upon the Chu family. The onlookers were greatly astonished by Chu Jianqiu's recovery to the 9th stage of body refinement, their derisive murmurs rapidly diminishing. Lu Tianyao placed her hand upon the testing stone, which instantly erupted with a brilliant light. Lu Tianyao, 16 years old, realm. First stage of true qi. Meridians opened. 12, bloodline. Mid-grade Xian, aptitude. Mid-grade Xian, as the golden characters on the testing stone illuminated the scene. The crowd erupted in excitement. Heavens, a mid-grade Xian bloodline. Such aptitude at such a young age, having already attained the first stage of true qi. Goddess, truly deserving of the title. This is talent, true talent, rarely showing her strength, yet astonishing the world at a critical moment. Unlike that so-called Tianjue city's greatest talent, who is nothing but a hollow name, Lu Shushi watched the spectacle with a face full of pride. Lu clan leader, congratulations, congratulations. The families of Tianjue city hurriedly extended their congratulations to Lu Shushi. Luo Xiaoyong gazed at the results displayed on the testing stone, his eyes igniting with a brilliant light as he nodded in satisfaction. At last, a promising talent had emerged. With such a prodigy, returning to the sect would not be a matter of shame. Lu Tianyao, listening to the fervent cheers from the crowd below, felt a swell of pride in her beautiful eyes. She cast a glance at the side, where Chu Jianqiu stood, her heart brimming with triumph. Even if he were to recover to the 9th level of body refining, how could he possibly compare to me? From this day forth, I am destined to be a figure he will forever look up to. The elders of the Chu family, observing the results, wore solemn expressions, astonished by Lu Tianyao's exceptional talent. Should she become an inner disciple of the Xianjian sect, the already strained relationship between the Chu and Lu families could lead to dire consequences for the Chu family. Once Lu Tianyao concluded her testing, Ouyang Yuan leisurely stepped forward, placing his hand on the testing stone. Instantly, the stone erupted with a brilliance tenfold brighter than before, nearly blinding the onlookers. Ouyang Yuan, age 17, realm, 6th level of true qi. Meridians opened. 15, bloodline. High-grade earth, aptitude. Mid-grade earth. Gazing at the dazzling golden characters on the testing stone, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the gathering as everyone processed the shock delivered by Ouyang Yuan. Witnessing the results, Luo Xiaoyong abruptly stood, his expression filled with astonishment that a prodigy, indeed, a true marvel. Even within the Xinjiang sect, few warriors possess a bloodline of the earth tier. Furthermore, with 15 open meridians, he had breached 3 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once Ouyang Yuan enters the Xinjiang sect, he will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. My journey to Tianshui County has proven immensely rewarding. Even elders heading to the other 8 counties would be hard-pressed to recruit a warrior with a bloodline of the earth tier. Such a bloodline and aptitude had not been seen in Tianshui County for nearly a century. The silence in the venue persisted, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of exuberance. Heaven-esque grace, an earth-grade bloodline and aptitude. This is the true genius of Tianshui City, indeed the foremost talent in a century. At 17, having reached the 6th level of true Qi, he is truly worthy of his high-grade bloodline. Our Tianshui County is finally poised to welcome an extraordinary powerhouse. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the moment, completely forgetting about Chu Jianqiu. Luo Xiaoyong ascended the platform, stroking his beard with satisfaction, proclaiming, "Let the testing conclude here." With Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, this recruitment has yielded extraordinary results. Further testing is unnecessary. Senior Luo, I have yet to be tested, Chu Jianqiu interjected earnestly, gazing at Luo Xiaoyong. Luo Xiaoyong regarded him with a frown, his displeasure evident. This fellow, with such modest cultivation and tardy arrival, was hardly deserving of attention. With Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan preceding him, a mere 9th-level body, refiners held no allure for him. Look at that waste, still wishing to be tested. What a disgrace, the crowd jeered. This imbecile is utterly oblivious. Does he truly believe he can compare himself to young Master Ouyang? Hurry and leave, waste. Your presence is an eyesore. The crowd's scorn was palpable. Lu Tianyao, do not waste your breath on this fool. Uttering another word to him sullies our status. If he wishes to humiliate himself, let him be, Ouyang Yuan remarked, gently stroking Lu Tianyao's hair. Not even casting a glance at Chu Jianqiu. Luo Xiaoyong noted Chu Jianqiu's calm demeanor amidst the taunts and jeers. Such composure was commendable. Having secured the talents of Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao, he felt rather pleased that, if Chu Jianqiu insisted, why not allow him to test? It would only serve to extinguish his hopes. Let us see what kind of aptitude this waste possesses. What aptitude could he possibly have? He is, without a doubt, a waste. Such presumption is indeed a disgrace to our Tianshui city. With Luo Xiaoyong's permission, Chu Jianqiu bowed in gratitude and approached the testing stone amidst a chorus of ridicule. He gently placed his hand upon it, and a brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire venue. What is happening here? The crowd shielded their eyes from the intense radiance. As the light began to fade, they turned their gaze back to the testing stone. Staring at the golden characters, the audience was instantly petrified, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Jianqiu, age 17, realm, 9th level of body refining, meridians opened, 19. Bloodline, low-grade heavenly, aptitude, mid-grade heavenly. Upon seeing these results, the mocking smile on Lu Tianyao's face froze, her complexion paling. Ouyang Yuan, too, lost his earlier confidence, fixating on the golden characters with a look of utter disbelief. The 4 great families of Tianshui City, the county governor's office, Wanwu Trading Company, and Lingfu Pavilion. Everyone had lost their composure, rising to scrutinize the golden characters on the testing stone. The county governor, Ouyang Yin, and Lu Shushi wore expressions of grave concern. They understood all too well why Chu Jianqiu had plummeted from the pinnacle of Tianshui City's geniuses. With such extraordinary aptitude, they were acutely aware of the impending troubles that awaited them. They could envision the dire consequences for their families once Chu Jianqiu ascended to unparalleled strength. The elder's ambitions towards Chu Jianqiu dissipated the moment he beheld the test results. With such talent, a mere Tianshui County could never confine him. Chu Jianqiu's future would undoubtedly lie within the boundless expanse of the Tianwu continent, not the small pond of the Chu family in Tianshui County. He would not vie for the position of family head. Rather, the stronger he grew, the more advantageous it would be for the Chu family. Regret flickered within him, had he known of Chu Jianqiu's astounding potential. He would not have plotted such petty schemes that Su Yinxiang, Yang Zhenhai, and the hidden Xia Yuhuang witnessed each humiliation that Chu Jianqiu endured. They admired his unflinching resilience amidst the scorn. Had they been in his position, they might not have maintained such composure. Yet, admiration for his character did not equate to believing he could surpass Ouyang Yuan in talent. Although Chu Jianqiu demonstrated remarkable aptitude in talismans, it did not necessarily imply superiority in martial prowess. Ouyang Yuan's aptitude could easily rank among the elite within the entire Daqian dynasty. Xia Yuang had even prepared for the possibility that if the Xianjian sect did not recruit Chu Jianqiu, it would inadvertently aid her. She could then rightfully bring him back. With such an outstanding talisman master, Wanwu Trading Company would undoubtedly gain a significant asset. However, even she, accustomed to seeing prodigies in the imperial capital, was taken aback by these astonishing results. Had she known earlier of Chu Jianqiu's astounding talent, she would have sought every means to recruit him into the Wanwu Merchants Association. Luo Xiaoyong was utterly stunned, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He had nearly missed such a once-in-a-millennium genius. If he truly let Chu Jianqiu slip away, he would become an eternal sinner in the annals of the Xinjian sect. A heavenly grade bloodline. This was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming revelation was that Chu Jianqiu had opened 19 meridians, signifying that he had traversed 7 of the 8 extraordinary channels. Should he succeed in opening one more, he would attain the legendary realm of body refinement, becoming a paragon of martial prowess. Throughout the boundless history of the Tianwu continent, only a scant few warriors have succeeded in achieving such a pinnacle. Those who reach the status of the supreme martial body invariably become unparalleled powerhouses, their legacies echoing through time. The entire venue fell into a profound silence upon the revelation of Chu Jianqiu's test results. Each heart surged with tumultuous waves, unable to find tranquility, especially those who had previously derided Chu Jianqiu. Their faces now burned with humiliation. Who could have anticipated that this so-called waste possessed such defiant potential? In that moment, a collective sentiment arose. The once great genius of Tianshui City seemed to have returned, and this time he was 100-fold more formidable than before. Everyone gazed at Chu Jianqiu as if he were a monstrous being, and deep within their eyes lay an undercurrent of fear. His terrifying gifts had transcended their imagination, rendering him in their eyes as a deity, separated by an unfathomable chasm. At that moment, they could do naught but nervously swallow their breaths. Fearful of disturbing this divine presence and incurring wrath, Chu Jianqiu, unfazed by the testing results, alone knew that they were false. His bloodline and potential exceeded the heavenly grade. When a brilliant golden light erupted, he distinctly observed that the bloodline score had surpassed the peak of heavenly grade, continuing to ascend. However, just as that score flickered on the verge of transformation, the black tower within his consciousness emitted a golden light that entered the testing stone, causing both the bloodline and potential scores to decline. Had Chu Jianqiu's bloodline truly transcended the heavenly grade, it would not merely shake the 9 prefectures of Tiannan and the Xinjian sect, but even the entirety of the Qian dynasty. The consequences at that juncture would be a mystery. Whether fortune or calamity awaited him, Chu Jianqiu turned to face the pale-faced Lu Tianyao and coldly remarked, "Lu Tianyao, did you ever consider this day when you conspire with others to seize my bloodline and cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyao felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion ashen as if all strength had drained from her body. Her legs trembling to the point of collapse, the once proud and haughty demeanor completely shattered. In that moment, her heart was filled with bitterness and regret. Had she resisted the temptations of Ouyang Yuan and not betrayed Chu Jianqiu, she would now share in his illustrious glory rather than face the impending humiliation. She could never have anticipated that her actions would culminate in such dire consequences. Had Chu Jianqiu remained a mere waste, no one would have believed his words. But after witnessing his terrifying talent, who would dare question him? Lu Tianyao, I truly wish to see whether your conscience still exists or if it has indeed been devoured by dogs. Chu Jianqiu glared at Lu Tianyao, his eyes aflame, advancing step by step. This month of arduous training had been in anticipation of this very day, and now it had finally arrived. The betrayal, harm, grievances, helplessness, and pent-up hatred from that fateful night had been concealed within him, brewing like a volcano. All the emotions he had suppressed for 3 years erupted at this moment. For 3 years, I have extracted a drop of my life essence each month to cure the cold poison induced by your 3 meridians, enduring excruciating pain each time, yet never harboring a shred of resentment or regret for the thought of alleviating your suffering and allowing you to cultivate like a normal warrior kept me going. For you, I sacrificed my martial cultivation, stagnating in my progress, and endured countless jeers and disdain. Yet, how have you repaid me? By conspiring with others to seize my bloodline, sever my meridians, and shatter my dantian, condemning me to a life of humiliation. How could you bring yourself to do this? Is this how you repay my sacrifices over the past 3 years? What manner of woman possesses such a heart? As venomous as a serpent's? As Chu Jianqiu spoke the final words, his eyes burned crimson, all the bitterness, grievance, hatred, and fury fully unleashed. With each utterance, Lu Tianyao complexion paled further, and by the time he finished, her face was devoid of color. Ultimately, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Listening to Chu Jianqiu's words, everyone was profoundly shocked, unable to fathom that his stagnation and cultivation concealed such a monumental secret. At this moment, the gazes directed at Lu Tianyao began to shift. The elders of the Chu family finally comprehended the truth behind Chu Jianqiu's 3-year standstill in cultivation. Their eyes filled with rage towards Lu Tianyao. The Lu family dared to so heinously betray the young master of the Chu family. This was an irreconcilable enmity. To use the cultivation gained from my essence to look down upon and insult me. Does that bring you satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment? I once stated that the debts you owe me will eventually be repaid, one by one. Chu Jianqiu fixed his cold gaze upon Lu Tianyao. What do you intend to do? Lu Tianyao's eyes brimmed with terror, her body trembling. Chu Jianqiu, you are not too despicable. Ouyang Yuan finally interjected, realizing that if Chu Jianqiu continued, it would inevitably implicate him. He had to strike first, to tarnish Chu Jianqiu's reputation and prevent others from believing him. Clearing his own name, did you take advantage of my extraction of life essence to strike at me, using the blood transfer sorcery to seize my bloodline? Is that the act of a true man? Chu Jianqiu retorted coldly, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. What? The one who conspired with Lu Tianyao to seize Chu Jianqiu's bloodline is actually Ouyang Yuan, and he employed the forbidden technique of blood transfer sorcery. The crowd erupted in uproar. You little wretch, do you think that having astonishing talent grants you the right to spout such baseless accusations? A furious voice rang out, followed by a figure exuding immense pressure ascending to the platform. Ouyang Yin felt an urgent need to prevent Chu Jianqiu from speaking further. Otherwise, the entire Ouyang family would be disgraced, unable to maintain their standing in Tianshui County. Moreover, the exposure of the secret regarding blood transfer sorcery would spell great trouble for the Ouyang family. Chu Jianqiu calmly regarded the grim-faced county governor of Tianshui, unperturbed by his formidable aura, and remarked, What? Does County Lord Ouyang also experience fear? If you continue to spout such nonsense, do you truly believe this county lord would hesitate to end your life with a single strike? Ouyang Yin bellowed, his hair bristling with fury. Luo Xiuyong cast an unhappy glance at Ouyang Yin, stating, County Lord Ouyang, threatening a disciple of the Xianjian sect before my very eyes is rather dismissive of my presence. Don't you think? Ouyang Yin, however, showed no signs of retreating due to Luo Xiuyong's status as an elder of the Xianjian sect. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from him, coldly declaring, even if he is a disciple of the Xianjian sect, to slander my Ouyang family is to invite death. As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent flashed in his gaze. The crowd was taken aback by this confrontation. Ouyang Yin was a formidable figure of the Transformation Sea realm. He had been concealing his strength for all these years. Luo Xiuyong's expression shifted. Facing a powerhouse of the Transformation Sea realm, he found it difficult to ensure his own safety, let alone protect Chu Jianqiu. The county lord truly seemed intent on making an enemy of the Xianjian sect. Luo Xiuyong's countenance was extremely grim. After a long and arduous wait, he finally encountered Chu Jianqiu, a prodigious talent rarely seen in a millennium. Yet, it seemed that before he could even warm to the prospect, he was on the verge of losing him right before his eyes. What of the Xinjian sect? Ouyang-yin declared with brazen laughter that the person he wished to eliminate could not be thwarted, even by the emperor himself. Ouyang-yin had resolved to kill Chu Jianqiu, for the latter's exceptional aptitude instilled a sense of dread even within him, a formidable figure at the Transformation Sea realm. Should such a person reach their full potential, they would undoubtedly become a dominant force. And given Ouyang Yuan's previous actions, it was certain that he would not spare the Ouyang family once he grew powerful. Rather than face retribution in the future, it was prudent to eliminate the threat now. Is the city lord of Ouyang truly so dismissive of us? A bold voice echoed from above the square, accompanied by an even more formidable aura that surged through the crowd. In an instant, a towering figure descended upon the high platform. Master Yang. Upon recognizing the figure, the crowd was struck with astonishment, as they never anticipated that the usually unassuming head of the Spirit Rune Pavilion was, in fact, a powerful figure of the Transformation Sea realm, and seemingly far superior to Ouyang-yin. You little rascal. I never would have guessed you had such a hidden story, Yang Zhenhai chuckled, giving Chu Jianqiu a pat on the shoulder. Chu Jianqiu, however, was left utterly perplexed. He could not fathom how this narrative could be construed as hidden or lewd. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly deflated by Yang Zhenhai's quip. You have quite the audacity, using the forbidden technique of blood transfer. How dare you? Yang Zhenhai remarked, his gaze fixed upon Ouyang Yuan, a smirk playing upon his lips. Ouyang Yuan's complexion turned pale, the arrogance that once filled him vanished, replaced by trepidation. I did not. Master Yang, do not take his word for it, he stammered. Whether or not you did. A simple test will reveal the truth. Why waste breath? Yang Zhenhai retorted sharply, his glare causing Ouyang Yuan to tremble once more. Ouyang-yin quickly moved to shield Ouyang Yuan, his expression a stormy shade of blue. Master Yang, are you truly intent on tearing apart our accord, leading to mutual destruction? Those who practice the blood transfer technique exhibited distinct signs, and should someone possess the means to conduct a test, all would be laid bare, leaving Ouyang Yuan with no escape from death. As for whether Yang Zhenhai possessed such means, Ouyang-yin dared not gamble. Yang Zhenhai chuckled, truly, like father, like son, you too possess a measure of arrogance. Daring to proclaim your intent to slay my people in my presence, you truly possess the capability for such threats? Ouyang-yin's face shifted from blue to red, realizing that his previous bravado, buoyed by his status as a Transformation Sea realm expert, now felt akin to slapping himself with each word he had spoken. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am the prefect of Tianshui County. Do you dare to kill me? Ah, so now you remember your status as the prefect of Tianshui County? Just moments ago, you were ready to spill blood. Fear not, I'm not so brazen as to slay you simply for your words. Yang Zhenhai replied, his expression softening slightly, as long as he could preserve his life. Ouyang-yin found himself indifferent to whether Ouyang Yuan joined the Xinjian sect. Yet, Yang Zhenhai's next words tightened his heart once more. I will not act against you, but if this boy has indeed practiced the blood transfer technique and has used it to usurp another's bloodline, he shall face a death sentence, Yang Zhenhai stated coldly. Pointing towards Ouyang Yuan, the blood transfer technique was deemed forbidden across the entire Tianwu continent, and any practitioner discovered would face execution. Even if he has practiced the blood transfer technique. What of it? Do you dare to act against him, old man? A chilling and sinister voice reverberated, followed by a flash of crimson light. A figure shrouded in blood-red mist appeared above the square, exuding an aura of terror that instilled profound dread among the onlookers. The blood-killing sect, someone shrieked in terror. The blood-killing sect was a nefarious cult within the Great Qian dynasty, known for its secretive and cruel methods. Once, a scion of a noble family in Taizhan County had offended a disciple of the blood-killing sect, resulting in the entire city being turned to a pool of blood, with none surviving. The methods of the blood-killing sect were widely despised by many righteous sects, yet their immense power and the mysterious location of Blood-Killing Valley rendered numerous attempts to subdue them futile, resulting in heavy losses instead. Hence, The blood-killing sect became a name that struck terror in the hearts of many within the great Qin dynasty. Moreover, the blood-killing sect stood as the greatest mortal enemy of the Xinjiang sect. With a relationship forged through countless years of conflict, one of life and death. Upon witnessing the blood-red figure, Luo Xiaoyong's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately shattered a spirit rune to relay information back to the sect. The emergence of such a powerful figure from the blood-killing sect within the jurisdiction of the Xinjiang sect was a matter of grave concern. Senior Li, Ouyang Yin called out in delight upon recognizing the blood-red figure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he no longer concealed his identity. You imbecile, you couldn't even handle this simple matter. Years of our sect's efforts are now in ruins. I shall settle this with you upon your return. The blood-red figure scoffed. Upon hearing their exchange, Luo Xiaoyong was drenched in cold sweat. If Ouyang Yin belonged to the blood-killing sect, then his decision to send his son into the Xinjiang sect could not have been for the latter's growth. The implications of admitting such an infiltrator were dire. With Ouyang Yuan's exceptional talent, his future standing within the Xinjiang sect was bound to be significant, and at that point, all secrets of the Xinjiang sect will be laid bare before the blood-killing sect, bringing catastrophic consequences. The very act of bringing Ouyang Yuan into the sect would render Luo Xiaoyong a historical traitor. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Chu Jianqiu. Had it not been for him, the sinister plot of the blood-killing sect would have indeed succeeded. Ah, old Li, it has been years, yet you remain as blindly arrogant as ever, Yang Zhenhai remarked with a chuckle. Old fool, refrain from your cryptic barbs. Though I may not be your match, it will not be so simple for you to take my life. And should we engage in combat, even if you manage to protect this boy, can you guarantee the safety of everyone else? The blood-red figure retorted coldly. If his power were even slightly greater, he would have relentlessly pursued Chu Jianqiu's death. The latter's talent was simply too formidable. Possessing a heavenly bloodline and having opened 19 meridians, allowing such a prodigy to remain would pose a colossal risk. Yet, he knew that assassinating Chu Jianqiu before Yang Zhenhai was nearly impossible. Yang Zhenhai was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed profound mastery over formations, with ever-changing techniques at his disposal. Were it not for the crowd in this densely populated city, he would not dare reveal himself so easily. Yang Zhenhai's strength was something he had personally experienced, yet the old man's weakness lay in his excessive compassion, being overly concerned with the lives of the common folk. Yang Zhenhai narrowed his eyes. Scrutinizing the blood-red figure above, he harbored sentiments towards Ouyang Yuan that mirrored those of the blood-red figure. With Ouyang Yuan's talent, should he rise to power, he too would become a formidable figure of the dark arts. And the threat of his existence could not be overstated. However, Yang Zhenhai was acutely aware of the methods employed by the blood-killing sect. Given old Li's character, should he truly slay Ouyang Yuan, it was entirely possible that the entire populace of Tianshui City would be dragged down with him. While he was confident in his ability to severely wound the adversary, he could not guarantee the safety of everyone during their confrontation. Move quickly. Why do you linger? The blood-red figure barked, his outward calm belied an undercurrent of tension. If old Yang were to suddenly forsake the safety of the city and engage him in a life-or-death struggle, he would find himself in dire straits. Seizing the opportunity before Yang Zhenhai made a decision, he resolved to withdraw. Hearing the command of the blood-red figure, Ouyang Yin hastily seized Ouyang Yuan and prepared to flee. His identity was now compromised, and as the prefect of Tianshui County, he could no longer remain in his position. Ouyang Yuan had long wished to escape this accursed place, for Yang Zhenhai's oppressive aura weighed upon him like a mountain, leaving him nearly breathless. Moreover, the unmasked and intense aura of murderous intent emanating from Yang Zhenhai left him nearly paralyzed with fear. However, just as Ouyang Yuan was about to depart with Ouyang Yin, he suddenly felt a tightening grip on his thigh. Turning to look, he found Lu Tianyao clinging desperately to him. Brother Yuan, take me with you. Lu Tianyao's eyes were filled with profound pleading, given her actions towards Chu Jianqiu. Remaining behind would surely lead to her doom. Just as Ouyang Yuan was about to kick her away, preoccupied as he was with his own survival, Ouyang Yin swiftly lifted Lu Tianyao from the ground. effortlessly soaring toward the blood-red figure in the sky. Lu Tianyao, being a natural prodigy with a rare Xianyin bloodline, would undoubtedly become a significant asset for the Bloodshot sect. Additionally, with her inherently malevolent nature, Ouyang would not let such a precious talent slip away, as nurturing her could prove advantageous for his own endeavors. With Lu Tianyao and Ouyang Yuan in tow, Ouyang followed the crimson silhouette, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye in the seating area of the governor's mansion. Ouyang Lan watched in disbelief as Ouyang preferred to take Lu Tianyao away rather than herself, and he did not cast a single glance her way until they vanished from sight. Her face turned pale, and her heart sank into despair. With her mediocre talent and status as a concubine, she had never received her father's favor, yet she could not fathom Ouyang Yin's callousness in disregarding her entirely. Yang Jinhai observed the four figures departing, ultimately choosing not to take action. The thought of endangering an entire city for the sake of eliminating a single Ouyang Yuan weighed heavily on his conscience. Luo Xiaoyong, drenched in cold sweat after the calamity, realized that the appearance of the blood-red figure was no mere coincidence. Ouyang Yuan's participation in the Xianjian sect's recruitment test was evidently a trap laid by the Bloodshot sect. Luo Xiaoyong bowed respectfully to Yang Jinhai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Without your intervention today, none of us might have survived." Yang Jinhai waved his hand dismissively, glancing toward the north, and laughed heartily. "Tell that old coot Zhuqiu that he owes me a tremendous favor today." With that, he vanished into the sky, his boisterous laughter echoing over Tianshui City for some time. Everyone present wore expressions of envy. Such was the demeanor of a strong cultivator at the sea transformation stage, soaring through the air with effortless grace. Luo Xiaoyong wiped his brow, realizing that the only person in the Xianjian sect, named Zhuqiu, was none other than the sect leader himself. If he returned with such a message, he would likely be doomed to a lifetime of cold shoulders. Shortly after Yang Jinhai's departure, a blue figure streaked in from the north, startling everyone, for it was yet another cultivator at the sea transformation stage. The crowd felt their hearts racing, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the day's events, far surpassing any fear they had ever experienced. As the blue figure came to a halt in midair, they recognized her as a middle-aged beauty clad in black. "What has transpired?" she inquired, regarding Luo Xiaoyong on the high platform with a composed demeanor. She had rushed over upon receiving an urgent message from him. After Luo Xiaoyong recounted the events, the black-clad beauty frowned slightly. The Bloodshot sect's maneuver was indeed treacherous. Should they succeed, the Xianjian sect would face a grave calamity. With a cold snort, she remarked on the lengths to which the Bloodshot sect had gone to protect this pawn, even sending a sea transformation cultivator into the Xianjian sect's territory. The black-clad beauty gazed in the direction Yang Jinhai had departed, sneering, "That old scoundrel runs swiftly. Otherwise, I would have settled the score for past grievances, and no wonder he's been elusive all these years, hiding in this remote corner." Luo Xiaoyong, hearing her words, began to perspire anew. Who was this venerable Yang? Why had he never heard of such a figure within the Dacian dynasty? You say his bloodline is of mid-tier heavenly quality and that he has opened 19 meridians? The black-clad beauty pointed at Chu Jianqiu and inquired of Luo Xiaoyong. "Indeed," Luo Xiaoyong responded respectfully. In an instant, the black-clad beauty appeared on the high platform, assessing Chu Jianqiu from head to toe. He was quite handsome, and she found him pleasing to the eye. "Young man, kneel and become my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the fourth peak of the Xianjian sect," she announced suddenly to Chu Jianqiu. He was taken aback. This seemed rather hasty for a master-disciple relationship. Luo Xiaoyong felt sweat bead on his forehead again. The events of the day had drained him thoroughly. "Headmaster Cui, this seems a bit irregular," Luo Xiaoyong ventured hesitantly. Typically, during the decade-long recruitment, disciples were first brought back to the sect for further assessment before determining who would enter the inner sect or remain in the outer sect. Throughout this process, the various peak masters would select outstanding disciples for themselves, akin to fish leaping over the dragon gate, instantly rising to prominence. However, such instances were rare. Often, only 1 or 2 disciples were chosen, and sometimes none at all over several generations. This selection process was mutual. It was not solely the masters choosing their disciples, but the disciples also had the right to choose their masters. For exceptionally gifted disciples, peak masters would compete fiercely, offering enticing conditions to attract them. In such a scenario, a disciple like Chu Jianqiu would undoubtedly incite rivalry among the peaks, and if he were to be taken under the black-clad beauty's wing now, the other peaks would surely hold Luo Xiaoyong accountable for the oversight. As a mere elder steward, he could not afford to offend the powerful figures of the peaks. Otherwise, he would be condemned to a lifetime of misery. Do you have an objection? The black-clad beauty fixed her piercing gaze on Luo Xiaoyong, her tone aggressive, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Luo Xiaoyong recoiled, stuttering for a moment. He did not dare voice a single dissenting word. Among the 7 peaks of the Xianjian sect, the 4th peak was the most formidable. Every individual there was exceptional, and disciples of the Xianjian sect seldom dared to provoke them. Faced with the most formidable of them all, Luo Xiaoyong lacked the courage to confront her directly. Why are you still hesitating? Kneel and pay your respects. The black-clad beauty turned her attention back to Chu Jianqiu, her eyes unyielding. Chu Jianqiu found himself bewildered by the unfolding events, feeling that the customary procedures had been entirely upended. Yet, under the intense pressure of the black-clad beauty's gaze, he succumbed to her authority. After he completed the formalities, a hint of satisfaction crossed her features as she produced a token, tossing it to Chu Jianqiu. Upon arrival at the Xianjian sect, take this token directly to the 4th peak. There is no need to undergo the standard tests with the other new disciples. With her instructions given, she vanished into the air, swiftly disappearing from sight, intent on surveying the surroundings for any lurking agents of the Bloodshot sect. Chu Jianqiu held the token in his hand, still dazed by the turn of events. Once the black-clad beauty had completely departed, Luo Xiaoyong wiped the sweat from his brow and waved to the 18 young warriors who had met the criteria, somewhat listlessly stating, "If there are matters to attend to, hurry and see to them. Return here by noon tomorrow. Latecomers will not be accommodated." Given the day's tumult, he canceled the remaining ranking matches, lacking the inclination to continue. Originally, there were 20 slots available for new disciples, but with Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao taken away, Luo Xiaoyong could not be bothered to fill the vacancies. After issuing these orders, he retreated to his camp, preferring solitude to contemplate the aftermath of the day's events. Meanwhile, the selected young warriors dispersed joyfully, eager to reunite with their families. Becoming a disciple of the Xianjian sect is undoubtedly a momentous occasion, yet it also signifies a poignant separation from one's family. The cultivation on the mountain is known to be indifferent to the passage of time. This farewell renders uncertainty about when they may reunite again, making it all the more essential to cherish the moments before parting. Chu Jianqiu returned to the Chu family, while the affairs concerning the Ouyang and Lu families would be managed by others. He felt little inclination to involve himself in those matters. Given Ouyang Yin's affiliation with the Blood Fiend sect, the Ouyang family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Similarly, due to Lu Tianyao's involvement, the Lu family would not fare any better. It is likely that after today, these 2 families will vanish from Tianshui City. Furthermore, Chu Jianqiu harbored little interest in the fates of these 2 families. The ones who wronged him were Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao. They were the true instigators. And as long as they remain unpunished, venting his wrath on their kin would hold little significance. Upon returning home, Chu Jianqiu did not seek the congratulations of the elders and relatives, but instead sought out Ruwawa first. After such a significant upheaval, he had gained a profound understanding of the human heart and felt little attachment to the elders and clansmen. Throughout his tumultuous journey, the one unwavering presence in his life had been Ruwawa. As he departed Tianshui City for the Xianjian sect, she was the one he could not bear to leave behind. Upon hearing that her young master had passed the test and been accepted as a disciple of the Xianjian sect, Ruwawa was overwhelmed with joy and tears, knowing that her master would finally rise above and no longer endure disdain and injustice. However, upon learning that he would leave by noon the following day, her eyes filled with profound reluctance. Having grown up alongside her master, after the departure of her father, he was her only remaining family. Once he left, she would find herself utterly alone and vulnerable. "Master, Could you take me with you? Ruwawa's delicate face was suffused with earnest anticipation. Chu Jianqiu felt a pang of reluctance in his heart, torn by the dilemma. This journey to the Xianjian sect held an uncertain future. If the environment proved stable, it might be manageable. Yet if the sect was fraught with perilous strife, he would struggle to protect himself, let alone Ruwa, who possessed no cultivation. It would be wiser to leave her within the safety of the Chu family, where she could at least live a secure life. As long as he posed no threat within the Xianjian sect, no one in the Chu family would dare to harm her, even if he wished to bring her to him in the future. It would be prudent to wait until he had firmly established himself in the sect. Ruwa discerned Chu Jianqiu's hesitation and turmoil, and the hopeful light in her eyes gradually dimmed. If it is inconvenient for you, I can wait for you in Tianshui City, but you must promise to return and see me, she said, lifting her small face to force a smile, though her clear eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Observing her distress, Chu Jianqiu's heart ached, and he could not help but gently embrace her fragile form. Ruwa trembled at his touch, then clung tightly to Chu Jianqiu, burying her tear-streaked face in his broad chest. This was the first time she had been so intimately close to her master. Though she had often fantasized about such moments, she had never dared to hope for them until that moment. Her dreams materialized, and she felt no regrets. Gently stroking her lustrous hair, Chu Jianqiu spoke softly. The reason I cannot take you with me is that I am unfamiliar with the Xianjian sect. Do not worry. Once I have established myself there, I will surely bring you along. Ruwa raised her beautiful face, still marked by tears, yet it shone like spring blossoms. Master, do not worry about me, that I will take care of myself, she replied with a gentle smile. Seeing her facade of strength only deepened Chu Jianqiu's affection for her. After much contemplation, he finally made a decision. Ruwa, starting today, you two must strive to cultivate. When I return, we shall venture into the world together. Ruwa gazed at Chu Jianqiu with boundless joy. With his words, she felt her life was already fulfilled. However, she ultimately shook her head and said, Master, there is no need to expend effort on my behalf. My aptitude is mediocre, and I am destined to struggle in cultivation. Over the years, you have tried to teach me, but the results were meager, and I do not wish to disappoint you further. Chu Jianqiu smiled slightly. Fear not, for I have my methods. With the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's Sutra in his possession, his insights and perspectives had vastly expanded. Changing a person's aptitude might seem impossible to others. But for him, who had awakened the chaotic supreme bloodline, it was not an insurmountable task. He instructed Ruwa to sit cross-legged on the bed. Although she was filled with confusion, she obeyed and closed her eyes. Chu Jianqiu began to circulate his qi, slowly condensing a drop of his life essence blood at his fingertip. The moment it appeared, it exuded an overwhelming and majestic aura, causing a storm of spiritual energy to whirl around him. The sky outside began to rumble ominously, heralding more extraordinary phenomena. Sensing the urgency, Chu Jianqiu swiftly pressed the drop of blood into Ruwa's brow, enduring the excruciating pain of expelling his life essence blood once more. Chu Jianqiu's face turned pale, and his body trembled, but a bitter smile crossed his lips. After this, he resolved never to undertake such an act again as the drop of blood merged with her brow. Ruwa felt a surge of vitality coursing through her, but her frail body struggled to endure the overwhelming power of the supreme bloodline. Chu Jianqiu placed a hand on her back, channeling pure qi in her to help her refine the drop of blood. After an hour, a powerful aura erupted from Ruwa, awakening the bloodline hidden deep within her. Chu Jianqiu could distinctly feel the strength of her awakened bloodline. It was at least of mid-tier earth grade. In Tianshui County, no one besides himself possessed a bloodline of such caliber. Although a warrior's cultivation aptitude is not solely determined by bloodline, it plays an exceedingly vital role in it. With her awakened bloodline, Ruwa's potential was unmatched in Tianshui County. She would no longer be hindered by her aptitude in her pursuit of cultivation. Ruwa opened her eyes, astonished and overjoyed, sensing the profound transformation within her. Chu Jianqiu smiled at her. From now on, you can cultivate with confidence. She nodded eagerly, filled with hope as the world around her suddenly brimming with infinite possibilities. Before today, no matter how kind Chu Jianqiu had been to her, Ruowa understood that they belonged to different worlds, separated by an insurmountable chasm. A mere mortal could never truly integrate into the realm of warriors. Yet now, she finally had the opportunity to change that. Even if she could never catch up to her master's pace, she at least had the chance to follow in his footsteps. Chu Jianqiu modified the family technique, the Xilinghua Qinggong, and passed it on to Ruowa. After receiving the inheritance of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, his understanding of cultivation had undergone a revolutionary transformation. With his current perspective, he could easily identify the numerous flaws and deficiencies within the Xilinghua Qinggong. Following his revisions, the technique's grade significantly improved, surpassing its previous form by a considerable margin. Initially, he had contemplated sharing a portion of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's Sutra with Ruowa, but considering her identity and circumstances, possessing such an extraordinary technique could pose a danger to her. After much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Should Ruowa cultivate the improved Xilinghua Qinggong, any unusual manifestations would be less likely to attract unwanted attention. The warriors within Tianshui City are no strangers to the Xilinghua Qinggong. After imparting the intricate painting technique to her, Chu Jianqiu generously bestowed upon her a substantial cache of cultivation resources, including an abundance of elixirs and spiritual talismans. Once these matters were concluded, Chu Jianqiu proceeded to forge a new batch of second-tier spiritual talismans, which he then used to settle his debts of spirit stones owed to Su Yinxiang from the previous auction at the Wanwu trading house. Su Yinxiang, in turn, did not refuse the repayment. After all, this individual had become a true disciple of the Xianjian sect and would hardly find himself lacking a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, given his status as a talisman master, it was certain that he would not lack for cultivation resources in the future. Yes, Su Yinxiang gazed at the departing figure of Chu Jianqiu. An inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. Upon realizing this sentiment, she could not help but mutter under her breath, questioning her own feelings. Was it possible that she had developed an affection for this young man? By the time Chu Jianqiu had taken care of these affairs, it was already noon of the following day. When he arrived at the square, all the young warriors who had passed the assessment had gathered. As the hour approached, a magnificent cloud vessel descended slowly from outside Tianshui City and ultimately hovered above the square, whereupon a colossal cloud ladder unfurled from the vessel. Luo Xiaoyong was the first to ascend the ladder, signaling for the others to follow suit. The faces of the young warriors were alight with excitement and anticipation as they hurriedly trailed behind Luo Xiaoyong onto the ladder, while the accompanying disciples lingered at the rear. As Chu Jianqiu ascended the ladder and cast a glance back at Tianshui City, a wave of emotions washed over him. After today, he would be departing from the place where he had grown up, leaving him to ponder when he might return after this farewell. As the ladder retracted, Tianshui City diminished in size, and he could vaguely discern a delicate figure amidst the crowd on the square. Gazing longingly in his direction, a pang of sorrow pierced through Chu Jianqiu's heart, prompting him to resolutely avert his gaze and instead contemplate the boundless azure sky above, gazing at the endless expanse of cerulean sky and the vast earth below. Chu Jianqiu gradually cast aside his melancholic thoughts, his determination solidifying. There remained far too many mysteries in this world awaiting his exploration and understanding. His own lineage, the whereabouts of his missing father, and the mother he had never met. Each enigma beckoned him to unravel its secrets. After receiving the inheritance of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's technique, Chu Jianqiu began to reflect on the various aspects of his father, slowly realizing that his father's existence was far more complex than he had ever conceived. Recollecting the signs from the past, he surmised that his father's realm of power likely surpassed that of anyone he had ever encountered. And from the fragmented words his father had shared regarding his mother, it became evident that she was no ordinary figure. Even his father's formidable strength seemed to falter when discussing matters pertaining to her, as if an insurmountable barrier lay between them, preventing their union. To uncover the truth behind it all, he would need to amass sufficient strength to pursue these revelations. As he surveyed the infinite sky and the boundless land, Chu Jianqiu's heart brimmed with unwavering resolve and boundless ambition. When the cloud ladder was fully retracted, he noticed that the vessel had already accommodated a considerable number of individuals, with nearly 200 souls scattered across its spacious deck. Measuring over 10 zhang in width and 100 zhang in length, it did not feel crowded in the least. Luo, brother, this time around, you must have successfully recruited some remarkable talents. Do introduce us to them. As Luo Xiuyong firmly planted his feet on the deck of the vessel, several elders approached him, including his rival, Wei Pengpa, who had been engaged in recruitment activities across the other counties of the southern 9 prefectures. Though the Great Qian dynasty encompassed 100 counties, it also housed numerous sects, each with its own jurisdiction. Sects were permitted to recruit disciples solely within their designated territories, unless martial artists from other sects sought them out voluntarily. Otherwise, it would be considered an overstep. For instance, the jurisdiction of the Xinjiang sect was confined to the southern 9 prefectures, thereby limiting their recruitment efforts to this area alone. Indeed, Luo, brother, do not hold back. Share with us the names of the prodigies you have recruited, for there may be potential candidates coveted by the 7 peaks that we would be fortunate to latch onto their coattails early on. Echoed another elder in agreement. Luo Xiuyong had anticipated this very scenario. Had it not been for the intervention of the 4th Peak's master, he would have relished the opportunity to boast Chu Jianqiu's heavenly grade bloodline. Combined with the unlocking of 19 meridians, was a rarity in the Xinjiang sect for many years, and recruiting such a talent would have been a source of pride for him throughout his life. However, now Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary gifts had become a burden. The better his aptitude, the more uncomfortable Luo Xiuyong felt. Even before returning to the Xinjiang sect, Chu Jianqiu was snatched away by the master of the 4th peak, leaving Luo Xiuyong anxious about whether the other peak masters would tear him apart upon their return. Luo Xiuyong had little desire to engage with the mocking remarks from the elder disciples. Silently retreating to his own quarters, Wei Pengpa was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of meekness, as it was uncharacteristic of Luo Xiuyong, who typically would have retorted fiercely, never one to swallow his pride so easily. Recognizing that Luo Xiuyong had opted for restraint, Wei Pengpa refrained from pressing further, mindful that they were still in the presence of a large group of newly admitted disciples, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Upon boarding the cloud vessel, Chu Jianqiu learned that Tianshui City was the last group to embark. After welcoming their cohort, the vessel would soon return to the Xinjiang sect. These are merely the dregs of Tianshui County. Truly a testament to the mediocrity that this small county produces. The warriors emerging from here are utterly pitiful. As Chu Jianqiu surveyed the scenery around him, a cold, derisive voice cut through the air nearby. Turning to investigate, he spotted a youth clad in an ornate robe, his expression one of haughty disdain, flanked by a throng of admirers, indicative of his elevated standing within the group. Those lunatics from Qingshan County are once again seeking trouble. Let us go see what is happening. I hear they are targeting the people of Tianshui County this time. The remarks of the onlookers revealed that this robed youth was a martial artist from Qingshan County, known as Si Fengkai, who had awakened a superior grade bloodline and attained the 3rd level of True Qi realm. Qingshan County was the largest among the southern 9 prefectures, historically flourishing in martial prowess and producing numerous talents, setting it apart from the remote and inconsequential Tianshui County. Meanwhile, Jingtong County ranked 2nd among the southern 9 prefectures, though it paled in comparison to Qingshan County, its strength still formidable, while the warriors from Tianshui County were elated to board the cloud vessel of the Xinjiang sect. They were suddenly confronted by the mocking words of the robed youth, their faces flushing with indignation. However, upon observing the formidable ranks of the opposing camp, composed entirely of True Qi realm warriors, the highest of whom had reached the 3rd level, they could not help but feel disheartened. In contrast, their own group consisted of 18 warriors, with only 5 at the True Qi realm, all at the 1st level, while the remaining 13 were merely at the 9th level of body refinement realm. Their most formidable asset was Chu Jianqiu, whose exceptional talent could undoubtedly outclass the entire opposing group. Yet, the warriors from Tianshui County remained silent, hesitant to speak up in the presence of Chu Jianqiu. Moreover, given their current capabilities, any confrontation with the opposing side would only lead to their humiliation. With Luo Xiuyong nowhere to be found, and the other elder disciples of the Xinjiang sect showing no inclination to intervene, the warriors from Tianshui County found themselves in a state of confusion. forced to endure the taunts and provocations of the Qingshan County martial artists in silence. It seemed they were not merely a collection of mediocrity, but also a group of timid cowards. The warriors from Qingshan County, upon witnessing the individuals from Tianshui County endure humiliation in silence, could not help but look down upon them even more. With a disdainful remark, they turned away. They found these weaklings beneath contempt, lacking even the desire to bully them, as defeating them would yield no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Chu Jianqiu observed all of this with a cold gaze. Indifferent to the provocations of the Qingshan warriors to him, such behavior was trivial and juvenile. As long as they did not directly confront him, he could hardly be bothered to respond. The cloud boat swiftly traversed the skies, and after a full day of travel, it arrived at a magnificent mountain range. Among the undulating peaks, 7 towering summits rose majestically, piercing the heavens. On these 7 peaks, numerous structures were erected, with buildings standing in splendid succession, creating a grand and awe-inspiring sight. The cloud boat ultimately descended upon an immensely spacious platform, where nearly 200 young warriors from various counties disembarked in succession, and a group of elders led the freshly initiated disciples to a grand hall, where they awaited further arrangements. As the throng of young disciples made their way, their eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the magnificent architecture. Indeed, it was a celestial atmosphere atop the mountains, a spectacle seldom seen in the mundane world. While the new disciples waited in the hall, some senior disciples from the Xianjian sect soon arrived upon hearing the news, observing the excitement. Nervousness and anticipation etched upon the faces of the newcomers. The seniors were filled with a sense of superiority. One wonders how many of these novices will ultimately gain entry to the inner sect. They seem quite promising, especially the disciples from Qingshan County, all of whom are True Qi Realm warriors, with one even at the 3rd level of True Qi Realm. Surely, many will qualify for the inner sect, remarked an elder named Gong Anren, who hailed from Qingshan County himself, feeling a sense of pride in his fellow warriors' prowess. The young man, Si Fengkai, already brimming with self-importance, felt even more elated upon hearing Gong Anren's words. Chu Jianqiu quietly stood by, intrigued by the discussions of the senior disciples, yet he remained unaware that he was standing right next to Si Fengkai. As Si Fengkai absorbed the praise, his expression grew even more arrogant, basking in the feeling of being the center of attention, especially when he noticed the envious and awestruck gazes from the other county's disciples, along with the admiration sparkling in the eyes of the young women. However, while he reveled in this moment, he noticed a waist from Tianshui County standing beside him. Fenkai's expression darkened instantly. How dare this worthless individual stand next to him, tarnishing his brilliance? Furthermore, this waist from the body refinement realm appeared unfazed, as if he were some kind of expert. Fenkai's irritation flared. Waist, keep your distance from me, he barked at Chu Jianqiu, his face clouded with displeasure. Chu Jianqiu, uninterested in engaging with such a rabid dog, merely stepped back into a corner. As time passed, more and more senior disciples flocked into the grand hall. Some were inner sect disciples, but most were from the outer sect. Once they arrived, they began to solicit the new disciples, forming small groups. Brother, would you be interested in joining our Zunlian society? We gather the elite of the outer sect. By joining us, you will receive guidance from experienced seniors during your training. And we have ample resources. If anyone bullies you, our seniors will help you regain your dignity. Sister, our Zixia society comprises like-minded sisters. Watching this scene, Chu Jianqiu felt a measure of surprise. It seemed the dynamics of the mountain were much like those below, with small factions vying for attention. The societies primarily targeted the more skilled newcomers, with disciples from Qingshan and Jingtong counties receiving the most invitations, while those from Tianshui County were largely ignored. Si Fengkai was approached by over a dozen societies, which only added to his sense of superiority. The feeling of being the focus of everyone's attention made him feel as if he were floating. However, despite his headiness, he remained aware of his brother's advice in a letter, and he declined all the overtures from the societies. His brother had mentioned that the societies recruiting today were mainly composed of mediocre outer sect disciples and were not worth joining. The truly worthy societies were those formed by inner sect disciples, which would only appear after the new disciples' assessments, extending invitations to those eligible for the inner sect. These outer sect societies, lacking any substantial foundation, scrambled to attract new disciples, while the powerful societies of the inner sect had no need to engage in such tactics. Their prestige alone was enough to draw countless aspiring disciples. However, the inner sect societies would send members to keep an eye out, ensuring that exceptionally gifted individuals were not poached by rivals. After observing for a while, Chu Jianqiu grew somewhat bored, with his body refinement at the 9th level. He felt rather mundane among the throng of new disciples, and no society approached him for recruitment. "Sister, would you be interested in joining our Xianyan society?" A warm voice called from beside him. Chu Jianqiu turned to see a handsome young man soliciting a girl from Tianshui County. He vaguely remembered her as the only true Qi realm warrior from Tianshui County, outside of the 4 great families who had passed the assessment. Her name was Fu Lingxue. Confronted with the handsome man's invitation, Fu Lingxue appeared flustered, glancing nervously at Chu Jianqiu, her eyes filled with a plea for help. Noticing her predicament, Chu Jianqiu felt somewhat helpless. Although her talent was commendable, her timid nature hindered her. She had trailed closely behind him during the journey, but had not dared to initiate a conversation. Though he was not inclined to involve himself in such matters, he felt compelled to assist her, given their shared origins. "Brother, could you please share some information about the Xianyan Society?" Chu Jianqiu smiled. The handsome young man, seeing that Chu Jianqiu was merely a body refinement realm warrior and noting the apparent closeness between Fu Lingxue and him, felt a surge of displeasure that a flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes. And he coldly replied, "I am speaking with this sister. When did it become your turn to interrupt, you waste?" Chu Jianqiu's expression stiffened slightly at the remark, turning to Fu Lingxue with a shrug. Signaling his inability to intervene further, Fu Lingxue, sensing the tension, timidly replied, "I appreciate your kindness, brother, but I feel that I am not very suited for the Xianyan Society." The handsome young man's expression darkened upon hearing this. Han Ani, renowned in the outer sect, represented the largest society there. He had never encountered anyone daring enough to reject his invitation, but a mere newcomer had the audacity to challenge his authority. "If you truly do not wish to join, you must think twice." Han Ani's voice turned cold, laced with a hint of menace. Fu Lingxue's face paled as she took a step back, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, though a flicker of defiance crossed her delicate features. Seeing her distress, Chu Jianqiu's expression darkened as well. This was clearly an attempt at coercion. If Fu Lingxue willingly chose to join this so-called Xianyan society, he would have no reason to intervene. However, if it became a matter of coercion, he could not stand idly by. He refused to believe that the entire Xianjian sect was composed of such individuals. "What if she does not wish to join your Xianyan society? Are you planning to force her?" Chu Jianqiu stepped forward, his tone icy. Han Ani glanced at Chu Jianqiu, his anger boiling over into laughter. How dare this mere body refinement realm waste provoke him repeatedly? It was utterly reckless. "You, a body refinement realm waste? When did it become your place to speak? Get lost." Han Ani growled. "You might as well give up on the Xianjian sect. It would be best if you left the mountain early, or else you will regret it later." The commotion drew the attention of many in the Grand Hall. Who was this newcomer to provoke Han Ani? The new student finds himself in dire straits. Han Ani is certainly not a magnanimous individual, and those who provoke him seldom enjoy a favorable outcome. Han Ani's tyranny is rather notorious. It is rumored that just days ago, he even drove a junior from the Zixia Society to her demise. Who could contend with him, given that his uncle is an outer sect elder? As Han Ani perceives the peculiar gazes of those around him, he remains unfazed and even more arrogantly self-satisfied. Who is Chu Jianqiu? Just as the tension between the two escalates and the onlookers await the spectacle, a melodious and crisp voice resonates throughout the Grand Hall. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd turns in unison. Chu Jianqiu is struck with curiosity. Apart from Luo Xiaoyong, who else in the Xianjian sect could possibly recognize him? At this moment, Han Ani pays no heed to Chu Jianqiu, his gaze fixated on the source of the voice. A girl of approximately 15 or 16 appears at the entrance of the hall, her beauty striking and ethereal. Clad in a floral long dress, she possesses a graceful figure, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. and her clear, water-like eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. The crowd, particularly the new disciples, are momentarily stunned by her breathtaking beauty, while the older disciples erupt into a frenzy of excitement. Heavens! Who is this I see? Chu Jianqiu. Could this be a dream? My goddess! I have finally seen my goddess again. Some disciples gaze at the girl with fervent admiration, yet they dare not approach, fearing they might desecrate her divinity. How could she be here? It has been ages since she last visited the outer sect. She must be here to find someone. Did you not hear her just ask who Chu Jianqiu was? Who is Chu Jianqiu? Is there even anyone by that name among the outer sect? Chu Jianqiu, could he be a new disciple? Why is she not looking for me? Why am I not Chu Jianqiu? Who is Chu Jianqiu? The girl's cherry lips part, and her melodious voice rings out once more, as enchanting as the sound of pearls rolling on a jade plate. Upon hearing this delightful voice, the crowd feels a wave of exhilaration wash over them, envying the one whose name has been called, igniting an intense jealousy toward the individual known as Chu Jianqiu. The crowd, with their eyes burning with envy, scans for the person who has captured the attention of such beauty. Among them, Si Fengkai fixates on the girl, his heart consumed with jealousy. Why is she not seeking him? Si Fengkai. Is the true prodigy deserving of her affection? Who in this hall could possibly compare to him? Hanani, already in a state of despair, murmurs to himself, why is she not looking for me? Why is she not looking for me? I, Hanani, am handsome and talented. Who in the outer sect can rival me? I am Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu observes the envious eyes surrounding him. A shiver runs down his spine. Yet compelled by the girl's repeated calls, he musters the courage to step forward. Hanani's pupils constrict in disbelief as he turns to glare at Chu Jianqiu, incredulous that this so-called Chu Jianqiu is merely a mere cultivator at the body refinement stage. She has come seeking a mere waste of space at the body refinement stage. Hanani's heart burns with jealousy, her eyes aflame with rage. Si Fengkai, too, wears a ghostly expression, dumbfounded. This celestial beauty has come seeking that waste from Tianqiu County. Instantly, his sense of balance is shattered, igniting a fierce jealousy within him, wishing he could tear that body refinement waste apart. Only he, Si Fengkai, should be the one to garner such admiration from a beauty. What right does that body refinement waste from Tianqiu County have to receive such honor? Has the girl made a mistake? He is merely a body refinement waste. I am Si Fengkai. With a superior bloodline of the Xian grade and a warrior at the third level of Qi refinement. Unable to restrain himself, Si Fengkai steps forward, smiling at the exquisite girl, as he boasts of his bloodline and cultivation. A look of pride and self-satisfaction crosses his face. With such exceptional talent, he is certain to capture her attention. The older disciples watch Si Fengkai with expressions of disbelief, as if gazing at a fool. Who is this imbecile? Does he have any idea who this girl is? A superior bloodline of the Xian grade and a third-level Qi refinement warrior is hardly worth boasting about. Perhaps he is outstanding among the outer disciples. But in the eyes of this girl, he is nothing but refuse. The girl lightly wrinkles her adorable nose, not even sparing Si Fengkai a glance. She is utterly disinterested in this fool who has appeared from nowhere. She strides up to Chu Jianqiu, her smile radiant as she says, "You must be Chu Jianqiu." The girl sizes up the boy before her, finding him rather handsome and pleasing to the eye, clearly worthy of her master's attention. Chu Jianqiu nods and replies, "Indeed, I am Chu Jianqiu. Where is the token given to you by your master?" The girl inquires with a smile. Chu Jianqiu is momentarily taken aback, then recalls the token given to him by the mysterious woman in black back in Tianqiu City, but he retrieves it and asks, "Is this it?" The girl takes the token, glances at it, and nods. "Yes, that's it. From now on, you are the junior disciple of the fourth peak of the Xianjian sect. My name is Chu Jianqiu. You may call me Sisters with Qiu." The girl seems concerned that Chu Jianqiu might not grasp the hierarchy, emphasizing her status as a senior. Chu Jianqiu observes her prideful demeanor, feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead. This girl is even a year or two younger than him, yet she relishes being called senior. However, the ranking in sects is traditionally based on the order of entry rather than age. Since he joined after her, calling her senior is indeed appropriate. Yes, Sister Zhuqiu, Chu Jianqiu replies. The girl beams with delight at his acknowledgement, taking his hand and leading him out of the hall. Come, let us head to the fourth peak. I'll arrange your accommodations. As Chu Jianqiu feels the heat of the gazes around him intensifying. He wipes the sweat from his brow, thinking that if the envy of these onlookers could manifest, he would surely be reduced to ashes by now. Sister Zhuqiu, wait a moment. Chu Jianqiu halts in his tracks. The girl pauses, slightly taken aback, and asks, what is wrong? Yet she does not let go of his smooth hand. I have a matter to attend to. Chu Jianqiu smiles wryly. Being publicly held by the girl is quite a daunting pressure. What matter? Share it with your sister. Perhaps I can assist you. She offers enthusiastically that it's nothing major. Chu Jianqiu replies, approaching Han Ani and calmly stating, Sister Fu Lingxue does not wish to join the Xianyan society. I kindly ask you not to force her. Upon hearing his words, the girl glances at Fu Lingxue beside him, her expression darkening instantly as she exclaims, Han Ani, what is the meaning of this? She had long heard of Han Ani's misdeeds, but typically she paid little mind to matters of the outer sect. However, since it has now encroached upon her junior disciple, she cannot remain indifferent. Han Ani's face pales. She cannot afford to offend Zhuqiu Lianju that I wouldn't dare. Since Sister Fu does not wish to join the Xianyan society, I will not compel her. Han Ani stammers. Good to hear. The girl turns to Fu Lingxue and says, if he dares to trouble you later, come find me at the fourth peak, and I shall deal with him severely. At her words, Han Ani is drenched in cold sweat. With Zhuqiu Lianju's status, if she truly were to act on her threat, no one would dare utter a word against it. Thank you, sister, Fu Lingxue timidly replies, turning to Chu Jianqiu to express her gratitude. The girl turns back to Chu Jianqiu, smiling, junior disciple. All is well now, right? Chu Jianqiu shakes his head. All is well. Then come with me. Zhuqiu Lianju takes his hand again and rushes out, heading eagerly toward the fourth peak, as if fearing he might be taken away. The crowd witnesses the intimate interaction between Zhuqiu Lianju and Chu Jianqiu, and despair resonates throughout that my goddess. How could she hold another's hand? Heavens, I can no longer bear this. She is so close with that body refinement waste. Who is Chu Jianqiu that he commands such esteem from Zhuqiu Lianju? Did you hear what Zhuqiu Lianju said earlier? That useless disciple of the body refinement stage has actually become a disciple of the fourth peak. This world is truly unfair. I, with my unparalleled talent, have lingered in the outer sect for a full decade. Yet that waste of a disciple enters the sect and immediately becomes a direct disciple of the fourth peak. Damn it. The worst part is that he even stole my goddess away. As iPhone Kai noticed that Zhuqiu Lianju had not cast a single glance in his direction from start to finish. And his expression darkened immediately, his fists clenched tightly, revealing a hint of malevolence in his gaze. Phone Kai, a proud son of heaven, had never been so disregarded. Han and Yi observed the scene with a smirk playing on her lips. It seemed this fool could indeed be of some use. Although he could not afford to provoke Zhuqiu Lianju, the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Chu Jianqiu today could not simply be overlooked. Chu Jianqiu had initially planned to inquire about how to reach the fourth peak after being assigned accommodation, but with Zhuqiu Lianju seeking him out, it saved him a great deal of trouble. Zhuqiu Lianju pulled Chu Jianqiu along while introducing the circumstances of the Xianjian sect. According to the sect's rules, new disciples who performed well in the entrance test would directly enter the inner sect, and those with extraordinary talent might even be selected by various peaks to become direct disciples. However, special exceptions like Chu Jianqiu were rare. Zhuqiu Lianju mentioned this without elaborating on the specifics of such exceptions, merely glossing over in each cohort. Apart from a few exceptional disciples, most new entrants remained in the outer sect. If a body refinement stage disciple could not break through to the true chi stage within a year, they would be relegated to the status of servant disciple. For servant disciples, regaining their status as outer sect disciples would be exceedingly challenging. Firstly, they would lack access to resources, and secondly, merely breaking through to the true chi stage would not suffice. The criteria for evaluation were stringent, a punishment from the sect for those who did not diligently cultivate and squander the sect's resources, those demoted to servant status had essentially sealed their fate in martial arts. To advance from outer sect disciple to inner sect disciple, one must at least break through to the 6th level of true Qi. Furthermore, those who directly entered the inner sect upon joining must achieve the 6th level of true Qi within 10 years. Otherwise, they would revert to outer sect status as for the direct disciples of various peaks. They were predominantly selected from the inner sect, where disciples needed to reach the C transformation stage to even be considered for direct disciple status. Moreover, this was merely a possibility. Even upon reaching the C transformation stage, becoming a direct disciple of the peaks required passing rigorous assessments. Instances of individuals becoming direct disciples immediately upon entry were exceedingly rare, perhaps even once in a century. However, Chu Jianqiu neglected to mention that in the past millennium, Chu Jianqiu was the only one to be recognized as a direct disciple of the 4th peak before formally entering the sect. Sweat trickled down Chu Jianqiu's forehead. Is senior sister Zhuqiu at the C transformation stage now. Chu Jianqiu smiled sweetly and replied, "What else would you think?" Chu Jianqiu wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing that this was indeed a true prodigy, a C transformation stage expert at merely 15 or 16 years of age, such disciples nurtured by grand sects were indeed terrifying. Chu Jianqiu continued with a slight smile. My situation is somewhat different. I've been cultivating with my master since childhood. Chu Jianqiu cautiously inquired, "Then what realm is your master in?" Chu Jianqiu shot him a glance, a hint of condescension in her gaze. "Of course, my master's realm is the Yuan dance stage. Could it be the C transformation stage?" Chu Jianqiu felt a pang of embarrassment, having initially believed that the woman in black was at the C transformation stage. The Xianjian sect has 7 peaks, each with its own heritage. Our 4th peak is not like the other 6, which have numerous senior and junior brothers. My master, senior sister, and I are the only disciples. Now, with you, our 4th peak has a total of 4 members. Sweat continued to bead on Chu Jianqiu's forehead as he stammered. The 4th peak has only 4 members? He was not bothered by the small number of disciples, but rather by the realization that he was the only man among them. Excluding the servant disciples who occasionally frequented the 4th peak, there were indeed just 4 individuals. Chu Jianqiu wrinkled her adorable nose and said, "Both my senior sister and I prefer tranquility and do not wish for anyone to serve us." Which is why the 4th peak does not have any permanent servant disciples. Typically, those servant disciples who come by only clean the premises that if you find it too quiet, you could always recruit some permanent servants. Chu Jianqiu hurriedly waved his hands. No, I also prefer a quieter environment. With a teasing smile, Chu Jianqiu remarked, "I heard from my master that you are the young master of some noble family in Tianshui City. So you must be accustomed to being served. Would you like me to help you find a few beautiful maidens?" Chu Jianqiu promptly declined, despite Chu Jianqiu's apparent thoughtfulness and attentiveness. He suspected that if he were to agree to her offer of assistance in finding beautiful maidens, it would likely lead to his own misfortune. Should I pay attention to anything when I meet the senior sister? Chu Jianqiu had experienced the temperaments of both the woman in black and Chu Jianqiu, and it seemed that the people of the 4th peak were anything but ordinary. He surmised that this senior sister might not be too different. It was better to gather some information beforehand to avoid any missteps. Senior sister is currently in seclusion, so it would be best not to disturb her. "I'll introduce you once she emerges," Chu Jianqiu replied somewhat cryptically. "All right, we've arrived." After walking for half an hour, Chu Jianqiu followed Chu Jianqiu to a mountain peak. This peak also boasted several pavilions and buildings. Yet it felt rather desolate compared to the bustling outer sect. There were numerous grand halls on the 4th peak, with the highest one being the residence of Master Cui Yun. There are plenty of halls for you to explore here. Now, you shall reside in this one. Chu Jianqiu led Chu Jianqiu to a grand hall halfway up the mountain and open room, ushering him inside. As Chu Jianqiu surveyed the room's decor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. While the room was elegantly arranged, it still bore a noticeable scent of cosmetics. "Am I to live here?" he inquired, pointing at the interior. "Of course. Where else would you want to stay? Do you wish to share a room with my master?" Chu Jianqiu replied with a cheerful smile. Sweat began to bead on Chu Jianqiu's forehead again as he quickly waved his hands. No, this will be just fine, by the way. I'll be residing next door. You can come find me anytime if you need anything. Chu Jianqiu indicated the adjacent hall. For the next few days, take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and feel free to explore the outer sect. Additionally, you may attend some of the courses offered in the outer sect. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, she said as she departed. As Chu Jianqiu concluded her words, her figure swayed and vanished in a thin air. Chu Jianqiu sensed an underlying unease, as if Chu Jianqiu had been eager to depart since her entrance into the grand hall. After circling the hall, he observed that, apart from a slight air of femininity in the decor, the ambience was largely ethereal and elegant, with nothing amiss. Although he found the arrangement somewhat reminiscent of a young lady's boudoir, he reminded himself that the fourth peak was predominantly comprised of women, making such a decor commonplace. With a shake of his head, he dismissed his suspicions. In no matter, he thought, better to settle in first. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu had exited the grand hall and stood in a nearby pavilion, gazing back at the hall with a sly smile gracing her delicate features. The main peak of the Shenzhen sect. The meeting hall was filled with the peak masters, all present except for the sixth peak's master, who was out on business. Though the recruitment of new disciples primarily concerned lower-ranked martial artists, it was nevertheless a significant event held every decade for the sect. Listening to the reports from the various elders in charge of admissions, the master of the third peak, Tang Yushan, felt drowsy. This year's crop of disciples lacked any remarkable talent, even inferior to the last. The previous cohort had at least boasted a martial artist of Earth-level bloodline, while this year's best was merely of the Xin-level upper grade. Once the elder responsible for recruiting from the 8 counties concluded his report, the peak masters prepared to disperse, as there seemed to be no noteworthy candidates this time. With not a single martial artist catching their discerning eyes, the 8 counties had yielded nothing of interest, and the final county, Tianshui, was even less promising. Tianshui, a remote and sparsely populated region, had always been the weakest, lacking in resources and prospects. Luo Xiuyong approached, casting a nervous glance at the beautiful woman in black, yet mustering the courage to speak. Wei Pengpa regarded Luo Xiuyong with a hint of disdain. He had seen the candidates from Tianshui County while on the cloud boat, noting only 5 chi condensation realm martial artists, marking this as the worst cohort yet. While martial artist capabilities are not solely determined by their realm, higher realms typically indicate superior talent, as greater talent correlates with faster cultivation. This year's Tianshui County recruits included 5 at the first level of chi condensation and 13 at the 9th level of body refinement. As Luo Xiuyong began to speak, Tang Yushan yawned, preparing to leave, fully expecting the Tianshui candidates to hold no allure, and indeed, it appeared to be the most lackluster selection in nearly a century. In past years, Tianshui County had at least produced 1 or 2 at the 2nd level of chi condensation, with such martial artists typically comprising half of the cohort. This year, however, they could only muster a mere 5 at the chi condensation level, falling short of even half, a truly disheartening outcome. Yet among them was a martial artist named Chu Jianqiu, possessing a celestial-level bloodline. What the previously drowsy peak masters suddenly rose in unison, eyes widening in astonishment. Even Shenzhen sect's leader, Zhuo Qiuwen, displayed a hint of agitation that it had been a century since a celestial-level martial artist had appeared within the sect. This cannot be right. How could a celestial-level martial artist only have reached the 1st level of chi condensation? Queried Gong Haorong, master of the 5th peak, perplexed that a celestial-level martial artist, even without any cultivation resources, would surpass ordinary martial artists in cultivation speed solely due to their extraordinary talent. He continued that he is not at the chi condensation realm. He is at the 9th level of body refinement, Luo Xiuyong corrected. How can this be? A celestial-level martial artist, even if they were to lie idle all day, would surely surpass this level of cultivation. Are you certain he is indeed a celestial-level martial artist? Even Li Yuanqing, the typically silent master of the 2nd peak, could not restrain himself, recognizing the gravity of the matter, because he has opened 19 meridians. Luo Xiuyong replied, still shaken by the revelation even as he spoke it aloud once more. What? 19 meridians opened. This time, apart from Chu Jianqiu, the master of the fourth peak, nearly all the peak masters leapt up. And even Zuiqiu stood from his chair. Opening 19 meridians was far more astonishing than merely hearing of a celestial-level bloodline, though it had been nearly a century since such a bloodline had graced the Xinjiang sect. Someone who had opened 19 meridians was a rarity not seen for over a millennium. Even Zuiqiu, a prodigy of his time, had only opened 17 meridians, and he too possessed a celestial-level bloodline. As for the other peak masters, their achievements paled in comparison. That my third peak has not taken in a disciple in a decade. This disciple shall belong to my third peak, Tang Yushan declared, his spirit invigorated, completely shedding his earlier lethargy. Nonsense. You haven't recruited in a decade. Due to your laziness, a talent like this should be in my second peak, where they can receive the utmost guidance. Li Yuanqing retorted with a huff. No. Brother Li, you have plenty of disciples already. It is only right that my fifth peak shoulders the responsibility of nurturing such talent for the Xinjiang sect. Gong Haorong quickly interjected. Enough of this bickering. Such a disciple should join the first peak. Coincidentally, I am in need of a personal disciple. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, who among you can rival me? Zuiqiu waved his hand dismissively. The peak master stared in disbelief at Zuiqiu's boldness, wondering when he had become so brazen. Brother Zua, what has happened to your dignity? Gong Haorong exclaimed, utterly astonished. Cough, Brother Gong, how can you speak so? Zuiqiu's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us allow the young lad to choose for himself. I believe he will undoubtedly prefer the seventh peak. After all, who would not desire a master as beautiful as I? Qin Mian, the master of the seventh peak, smiled charmingly. What does a woman know? Stay to the side and learn from your fourth sister. Look at her. That is how a true lady should behave. And oh wonder you've been overlooked all these years, Tang Yushan snapped, unable to contain himself. What is wrong with being a woman? Who says only you foul men can cultivate geniuses? I may be single, but the suitors for my hand could line up from the Xinjiang sect to the Qian imperial capital, and they are all beneath my notice, she retorted fiercely. The elders present watched in astonishment as the peak masters bickered, finding it hard to reconcile their current behavior with the authoritative figures they had once known, seeing the situation spiral further out of control. Zuiqiu felt a headache coming on. Where is that young lad? Bring him here. Let him choose, as Sister Seven suggested. He commanded Luo Xiaoyong to halt the ongoing dispute. Luo Xiaoyong cast a timid glance at Chu Jianqiu and replied cautiously. He has already pledged himself to the fourth peak's master. What? The peak masters erupted in indignation, realizing that amidst their quarrel, someone had already seized the opportunity. Tang Yushan stared at Chu Jianqiu in disbelief. Suddenly comprehending why she had been so quiet today, he had thought she had turned over a new leaf, but it turned out she had already plucked the peach from the tree. Sister 4, your actions are rather unscrupulous. This is against the rules, Li Yuanqing remarked, his expression darkening. What is going on? Zuiqiu felt something was amiss. Given Chu Jianqiu's personality, it was unlikely she would take the initiative to pay attention to the recruitment of new disciples. How could she have known about a prodigy like Chu Jianqiu before them? Luo Xiaoyong recounted the events from Tianshui City once more, and Zuiqiu and the peak masters finally understood. The emergency jade talisman Luo Xiaoyong had sent a message that, once received by one peak master, would not be transmitted to the others. Coincidentally, it was Chu Jianqiu's turn to patrol that day. Allowing her to receive Luo Xiaoyong's urgent signal, so this young lad has already accomplished something significant even before stepping through our doors. Zuiqiu stroked his beard, satisfaction evident in his tone. Based on Luo Xiaoyong's description, the young man seemed to possess commendable character, but a martial artist who only has talent without virtue would struggle to advance in the martial path. Even if they managed to reach a certain peak, they might still stray onto a misguided path, much like that Lu Tianyao, whose nature was destined to lead him toward the path of evil cultivation. In the present day, she has joined the Blood Fiend sect, and it is likely that in the future, she and that Ouyang Yuan will become formidable adversaries of the Xinjiang sect. However, Zuiqiu does not fret excessively. The prospect of those two maturing into threats to the Xianjian sect seems to be a matter for many years hence. It is indeed astonishing that Yang Zhenhai has managed to conceal himself beneath our very noses for so long. That old scoundrel even dares to request a favor. Let this incident be considered as him repaying the debt owed to our Xianjian sect. Zuoqiu remarked with a derisive snort when discussing Yang Zhenhai. Fourth junior sister, your actions in this matter are rather unscrupulous, he continued, although it has been reported that Chu Jianqiu has already taken residence at the fourth peak. Tang Yushan remains somewhat undeterred, desperately hoping to entice Chu Jianqiu to his side. Third senior brother, it seems you are unwilling to yield. Shall we engage in a duel? Cui Yayan fixed her icy gaze on Tang Yushan. Tang Yushan's expression stiffened, and he retreated awkwardly. Within the Xianjian sect, when it comes to combat prowess, aside from Zuoqiu and Changsun Yuanbai, no one can rival Cui Yayan. Tang Yushan has no desire to seek out torment. Gong Haorong and Qin Miayan, initially poised to speak, also withdrew at Cui Yayan's words. Although Li Yuanqing appeared furious, he too was no match for Cui Yayan. Zuoqiu glanced at everyone, forcing a chuckle. All right, since that little fellow has already become a disciple of fourth junior sister, let us leave it at that for now. After all, we are all in the Xianjian sect, not outsiders, upon hearing this. The others rolled their eyes at Zuoqiu and departed in unison as Zuoqiu observed their departing figures and then turned to Cui Yayan. He couldn't help but grimace, feeling a headache coming on. None of these individuals were a source of ease. It is a pity that sixth junior brother is not present. Otherwise, he could have compelled him to retrieve Chu Jianqiu from fourth junior sister's clutches. Although fourth junior sister is powerful, her method of nurturing disciples in such a laissez-faire manner may not optimally cultivate Chu Jianqiu. In Zuoqiu's mind, the most suitable candidate remains sixth junior brother Changsun Yuanbai, or perhaps himself, to cultivate Chu Jianqiu to the fullest potential. However, as the sect leader, he felt it inappropriate to blatantly compete with his own junior sister. Unfortunately, sixth junior brother is currently absent, leaving him with no choice but to allow fourth junior sister to act as she pleases. Cui Yayan exited the council hall, finally feeling a sense of relief. Despite her calm demeanor earlier, she had felt a twinge of anxiety, as her actions were somewhat unorthodox, concerned about possible underhanded tactics from the other peaks. She had decided to preemptively send Zuoqiu Lian's huz to bring Chu Jianqiu to the fourth peak. Thankfully, sixth junior brother is away. Otherwise, given his notorious temperament, he might have attempted to snatch him away. Moreover, that fellow possesses exceptional strength. Aside from the sect leader, no one in the Xianjian sect can match him. The crux of matter is that he harbors lofty aspirations, continually dismissing the inner disciples of the Xianjian sect, and has yet to recruit even a single personal disciple. If he were to encounter Chu Jianqiu today, the likelihood of him attempting to claim him would be exceedingly high. Zuoqiu today has shown some restraint. With over a dozen personal disciples at the first peak, he still has the audacity to vie for disciples with her. Upon returning to the fourth peak, Cui Yayan instructed Zuoqiu Lian's huz to bring Chu Jianqiu over, officially conducting the initiation ceremony, thereby marking him as a personal disciple of the fourth peak. Cui Yayan presented him with 1,000 qi gathering pills and a second-tier high-grade magic weapon, the flowing shadow sword, as a token of their first meeting, and then asked Zuoqiu Lian's huz to guide Chu Jianqiu in familiarizing himself with his surroundings. Cui Yayan did not rush to impart her cultivation techniques to Chu Jianqiu. As such matters require careful consideration, it is essential to thoroughly assess Chu Jianqiu's bloodline, aptitude, and temperament to determine the most suitable cultivation method for him. That a technique that resonates well with a warrior can yield exponential benefits, while a mismatch may not only lead to inefficiency, but could also adversely impact their ultimate martial achievements. For instance, a warrior with a fire attribute bloodline would naturally excel in fire-based techniques, enhancing their inherent abilities. Conversely, if that same warrior with a fire attribute were to practice water-based techniques, their progress might lag even behind that of an ordinary warrior lacking an awakened bloodline, potentially damaging their own bloodline. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the 1,000 qi gathering pills and the flowing shadow sword in his hands, silently marveling at the grandeur of a major sect. Their generosity is indeed remarkable. The value of these 1,000 Qi gathering pills and the sword alone likely surpasses the income of the Chu family over several years. As dusk approached, Chu Jianqiu returned to his room within the Great Hall. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and beginning to consume the Qi gathering pills. The spiritual energy on the fourth peak is already exponentially richer than that in Tianshui City, combined with the Qi gathering pills. A vast influx of spiritual energy and medicinal potency surged into his dantian, flowing forth to impact the final life and death meridian. Boom! Boom! After consuming 700 Qi gathering pills, the life and death meridian within Chu Jianqiu finally opened up completely under the tremendous pressure of the true energy. Thus, all 20 meridians within Chu Jianqiu's body were thoroughly unblocked. The surging true energy flowed freely within him, permeating every inch of his skin and transforming every cell in his body at that moment. Chu Jianqiu sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Chu Jianqiu, emanating a mysterious aura of Tao. Simultaneously, the heavens responded. Dark clouds and purple mist began to gather above. Swish, swish, swish. In the skies above the fourth peak, several figures swiftly materialized. Zuoqiu I, the sect leader of the Xianjian sect, fourth peak master Cui Yin, Li Yuanqing, Tang Yushan, and several other peak masters gathered together. Concurrently, a streak of pure white sword light streaked across the sky, and a man dressed in white appeared beside them. What is happening? The white-clad man, with a stern countenance and an ancient pine-patterned sword slung across his back, looked upon the astonishing celestial phenomena with a hint of surprise. Fourth junior sister's disciple has achieved the supreme martial body, Tang Yushan exclaimed, his face awash with shock as he gazed at the gathering purple mist and dark clouds overhead. Just yesterday, he had been astounded to hear Luo Xiuyong speak of Chu Jianqiu having unblocked 19 meridians. He never expected such an even more astonishing revelation today. The white-clad man trembled at these words. Disbelief etched across his features. The supreme martial body that requires unblocking all the meridians in the body to accomplish in nearly a millennium of the Deqian dynasty. Only Xia Yishan has achieved this. I never imagined such a prodigy would emerge within our Xianjian sect. Originally, with his experience, witnessing such celestial phenomena would prompt some conjectures, but the concept of a supreme martial body is simply too shocking for him to entertain. Having just returned from the outside, unlike Zuoqiu I and the others who were already aware of Chu Jianqiu's background, he could not immediately deduce the cause of such an occurrence. We cannot allow this celestial phenomenon to continue. It will not bode well for our Xianjian sect or for that young man, Zuoqiu declared gravely. If this celestial event were to persist, it would surely attract the attention of the entire Deqian dynasty, leading opposing forces of the Xianjian sect to exert every effort to investigate, aiming to eliminate such a talent before it fully matures. There is a saying, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not a single day for a guard. Should the Xianjian sect defenses falter, it would be challenging to prevent any gaps. If the enemy were to launch a desperate assassination attempt, it is likely that Chu Jianqiu would not have the time to grow before facing his demise. The terror of a prodigy possessing a supreme martial body is exemplified by Xia Yishan of the Deqian royal family. If he truly possesses a supreme martial body, we must prevent this information from leaking, the white-clad man added, his expression grave. Fourth junior sister, activate the mountain protecting formation. Sixth junior brother, let us join forces to disperse the dark clouds above. Second junior brother, third junior brother, fifth junior brother, seventh junior sister, you all work together to sever that young man's connection with the heavens, Zuoqiu commanded. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Cui Yeyun produced a token. Executing a series of hand seals, and a protective barrier began to illuminate over the fourth peak. Zuoqiu I and the white-clad man, Changsun Yuan Bai, soared into the sky towards the gathering clouds of purple mist, unleashing their full strength against the dark clouds that in an instant. The clouds reacted. Crack, with a resonant sound, strands of purple lightning descended upon Zuoqiu and Changsun Yuan Bai. The two dared not underestimate the situation. The backlash from such a phenomenon, born from forcibly disrupting the connection between heaven and earth, could be devastating that a moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury. Chu Jianqiu manipulated the protective mountain array, forming the first line of defense. L. I Yuan Qing, Tang Yushan, Gong Haorong, and Qi Miaoyan joined forces to establish a barrier above the Grand Hall, where Chu Jianqiu resided. Chu Jianqiu was engrossed in sensing the profound changes occurring within his body. Entirely oblivious to the happenings outside, an hour later, the golden light emanating from Chu Jianqiu's body finally subsided. As he opened his eyes and clenched his fist, he felt an immense power coursing through him, akin to a dormant volcano poised to unleash a cataclysmic eruption at any moment. Seeing the golden light in the hall dissipate, Li Yuanqing and the others exhaled in relief and withdrew the barrier. Maintaining such a separation from the heavenly senses was no small feat for them. Chu Jianqiu also retracted the protective array to make tea that moment, as when Qiuwen and Changsun Yuanbai descended from the clouds, wisps of blue smoke rising from them, their bodies marred with charred patches, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Well, it seems we have passed this trial, was what Qiuwen remarked, visibly relieved. Although he and Changsun Yuanbai had managed to disperse the gathering dark clouds without sustaining injuries, it had not been an easy task. Chu Jianqiu emerged from the Grand Hall, brimming with boundless strength, unable to resist the urge to step outside and test the might of his newfound supreme martial body. Approaching a stone the size of a house, he casually unleashed a punch. With a thunderous roar, the massive stone was shattered into fine dust. Chu Jianqiu stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, astonished by the sheer ferocity of his supreme martial body. He had not even channeled his true energy. This was merely a demonstration of his physical prowess. With such a strike, even a first-layer true energy practitioner would be reduced to ashes, unbeknownst to him. Above the fourth peak, 7 esteemed figures of the Xianjian sect were observing him. They exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with astonishment at the display of power that was the hallmark of the supreme martial body. Although the combat strength exhibited by Chu Jianqiu at that moment seemed trivial in their eyes, he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. The prowess he demonstrated far surpassed their own at the same stage, rendering their past selves pale in comparison. They pondered whether, when Chu Jianqiu reached their level of cultivation, they could withstand even a single blow from him. For senior sister, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Longsun Yuanbai's usually stern face broke into a rare smile. What is it? Chu Jianqiu responded with a hint of wariness. This individual rarely smiled, not even upon finding a mountain of gold. This display of cordiality could only mean mischief. Could you hand him over to me? Longsun Yuanbai pointed at Chu Jianqiu below. Not a chance. Chu Jianqiu shot him a glance. Had this been yesterday, she might have feared that Chu Jianqiu could be poached, given that her actions were somewhat outside the norms of the Xianjian sect. However, now that Chu Jianqiu had undergone the formal apprenticeship ceremony and was inscribed in the roster of the fourth peak, he was firmly secured unless she willingly relinquished him. The fourth peak was already sparsely populated, and having found someone so agreeable, she would never let him slip away. Seeing that Chu Jianqiu was resolute in her refusal, with no room for negotiation, Longsun Yuanbai sighed in regret, lamenting that he had missed this recruitment conference. Had he known there was such a promising talent, he would not have let the opportunity pass. He cast a few more glances at Chu Jianqiu before shaking his head and departing. As the situation settled, the others dispersed. To the fringes of the Xianjian sect, several blood-red figures appeared out of thin air. It seemed there was some commotion at the Xianjian sect earlier, but now it has vanished. Could it be that I misjudged? One of the figures remarked, gazing at the clear sky, that I also noticed some unusual phenomena in the sky. But it dissipated too quickly to discern clearly. We must find a way to investigate further. Unfortunately, our plan has failed. Otherwise, embedding a pawn in the Xianjian sect would have made it much easier to gather intelligence. The blood-red figures surveyed the border of the Xianjian sect, but finding nothing of interest, they had no choice but to leave. They dared not venture any deeper, should the Xianjian sect discover them. It would spark another fierce battle, and the Blood Slaughter sect had more pressing matters to attend to. So Qiuwen adjusted the flow of spiritual energy around the fourth peak and returned to the first peak. He refrained from instructing the inner and outer disciples to keep today's events confidential, as doing so would only draw more attention. After all, the other disciples, with their lower cultivation, had only witnessed the gathering and dispersing of the dark clouds above the fourth peak. From this alone, outsiders could not deduce anything substantial. Moreover, no one had noticed the activities of the peak masters above the fourth peak, given their levels of cultivation and the secretive techniques they had employed to conceal their forms. Those with lesser cultivation could not perceive them at all. After opening all his meridians and attaining the supreme martial body, Chu Jianqiu did not rush to break the mirror and advance to the realm of true energy. He sensed that his physical body was still undergoing subtle transformations, and its strength had yet to reach its pinnacle, but he estimated that once his physical form stabilized completely, its potency would likely increase further. He knew he could break through to the realm of true energy at any moment, so there was no need for haste. The following day, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the outer door, following the previous day's assessments. The results for the new disciples had been announced. Among nearly 200 entrants, only 5 were eligible to enter the inner door, one of whom was the arrogant disciple from Qingshan County. Si Fengkai. Zhuqiulianzi did not inform him where the fourth peak disciples dined, but led him on a tour of the outer door, indicating the location of the dining hall. When Chu Jianqiu rushed to find Zhuqiulianzi early in the morning, she had already disappeared. Left with no choice, he headed to the outer dining hall to find a meal. "It seems your fourth peak is not registered with our dining hall," remarked a servant disciple in charge of the hall, scrutinizing Chu Jianqiu's token with disbelief that a disciple from the esteemed fourth peak coming here to scrounge a meal. How utterly disgraceful. Within the Xinjian sect, it was rare for even inner disciples to frequent the outer dining hall, let alone a direct disciple from one of the peaks. The fare at the outer dining hall was largely mundane, with only a few days a month featuring meals crafted from spirit herbs or beast meat. Inner disciples, however, enjoyed nutritious spirit food for at least half of their meals each month. Direct disciples feasted on dishes prepared from second or third-tier spirit herbs or the flesh of second or third-tier beasts. With every meal comprising ingredients of third-tier quality or higher, it was unprecedented for a direct disciple to seek a meal at the outer dining hall. Moreover, this newcomer had not been seen before. Surely, he was not a fresh entrant who had somehow become a direct disciple of the fourth peak. What incredible luck he must possess! Chu Jianqiu was momentarily taken aback. We need to register to eat. Of course, your fourth peak hasn't paid the dining fees at our outer hall, so do you expect to eat for free? The servant disciple replied with a hint of disdain. Chu Jianqiu felt speechless. He had to pay for a meal. How much is the dining fee? The servant's eyes gleamed as he calculated, aware that these direct disciples were often affluent 0.50 spirit stones a month. He declared, raising both hands and emphasis 0.50 spirit stones a month? You might as well go rob someone. Chu Jianqiu immediately sprang up, for he had observed that the ingredients in the outer sect cafeteria were merely commonplace foods. Even the few spiritual herbs present were of low grade and hardly worth a few coins. 0.50 spirit stones equated to a single gathering chi pill. That it was worth noting that, during his time as a prominent young master of the Chu family, he could only receive 3 gathering chi pills a month while at the first level of the true chi realm. Although a single gathering chi pill held little significance for him now, it was evident that this fellow was attempting to extort him. Will you pay or not? It's entirely up to you. I'm not forcing you, the servant disciple remarked nonchalantly, lowering his hands. Clearly, this individual had nowhere else to go and had come to the outer sect cafeteria to mooch off others. Even if the price was somewhat inflated, he had no choice but to endure it. Rumor had it that the fourth peak had only 3 individuals and thus did not possess a cafeteria. With no other options, Chu Jianqiu reluctantly produced a gathering chi pill and handed it to the servant disciple. Aside from this outer sect cafeteria, he truly could not find another place to dine. Meanwhile, atop the 7th peak, a petite girl clad in a pink garment stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at a gluttonous figure. Zhuqiulianzi, you keep coming here to mooch off our food. Hurry up and pay your share. Zhuqiulianzi rubbed his stomach, burped contentedly, and beamed as he patted the head of the girl and read, Good girl, next time, elder sister will buy you some candy. He then swiftly darted away to AS for Chu Jianqiu. He would have to fend for himself. Otherwise, if he discovered how meager the fourth peak was, he might be frightened away. Alas, It was due to her master's constant fasting and her senior sister's detachment from worldly affairs that she could only resort to dining at the seventh uncle's place to satisfy her cravings. After finishing his meal, Chu Jianqiu accompanied the other outer sect disciples to a cluster of buildings resembling a school. Following their initiation, the primary task for the new disciples in the first month was to study various courses to familiarize themselves with the rules, history, and organizational structure of the Xianjian sect. They entered a large classroom capable of accommodating over 300 people. Chu Jianqiu casually selected a seat. "Brother Chu, you're here too." Just as he settled down, a voice filled with delight rang out beside him. Turning his head, he saw a delicate and gentle girl holding a notebook, none other than the girl from Tianshui County, Fu Lingxue. Surprised to see Fu Lingxue, Chu Jianqiu nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you well? Has Han Ani given you any trouble since you left?" Fu Lingxue shook her head. "No. After you all departed, I received an invitation from some senior sisters of the Zixia Society and joined their ranks." "Brother Chu, may I sit here?" she inquired, gesturing towards the seat beside him. "Of course." Chu Jianqiu replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingxue felt a surge of joy, placing her notebook on the desk and carefully sitting beside him. During their time in Tianshui City, she had long harbored admiration for Chu Jianqiu, but at that time, he was too dazzling, a young master from one of the four great families of Tianshui City, and he was already with Lu Tianyao. She, a mere illegitimate daughter from an insignificant family, felt unworthy to express her admiration or even to approach him. She usually practiced in utmost secrecy, with few aware of her bloodline talent or cultivation level. It was only when the Xianjian sect came to recruit disciples that she gathered the courage to step forward and successfully pass their assessment. Shortly after they settled, a graceful and gentle woman entered the room. Approaching the podium, she placed a thick volume on the desk and surveyed the new disciples before smiling and saying, "Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Chunru, and I will be responsible for teaching your introductory courses. Welcome to the Xianjian sect." This woman was naturally beautiful, and her warm and approachable demeanor instantly won the favor of many new disciples. As her words faded, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Li Chunru raised her hand gently to quiet the crowd. "I understand that as new arrivals to the Xianjian sect, many of you may feel unfamiliar with various matters. Therefore, I will first provide some guidance for new students." Upon hearing this, the audience immediately perked up, as this was precisely what they needed to know. They had just entered the Xianjian sect and were utterly clueless about most things, even where to eat. Leaving them in a state of confusion, Li Chunru began by discussing daily living and dining arrangements, then transitioned to cultivation matters, detailing how to advance to become inner disciples and how to acquire resources. "In the first month, you will study various courses with me to understand the history and development of the Xianjian sect, as well as its rules and regulations. Once you grasp the foundational knowledge, I will impart to you the basic entry-level heart techniques of the sect." "What? Just the basic entry-level heart techniques?" Some expressed disappointment at hearing this. Most of these individuals hailed from prominent families across various counties and were naturally unsatisfied with merely learning basic techniques. Please don't be alarmed. This foundational heart technique is of the highest quality within the Xian tier and will certainly not disappoint you. If you aspire to learn more advanced techniques, then strive diligently to enter the inner sect. Li Chunru explained with a smile. Her words instantly transformed the audience's disappointment into elation. A foundational heart technique of the Xian tier's premium quality was indeed remarkable. For those who had only practiced mid-grade techniques or even lower-grade ones, the prospect of accessing a premium technique was exhilarating to in the Xianjian sect. This was merely the foundational practice, but within their families, it would be regarded as a treasured heirloom. What must we do to enter the inner sect? Someone could not help but inquire. With such privileges in the outer sect, the idea of entering the inner sect was overwhelmingly enticing. Enter the inner sect. You must reach the 6th level of the true Qi realm and earn at least 6 credits. Li Chunru answered with a smile. "Credits? What are credits? How do we earn them?" This statement left many perplexed. While achieving the 6th level of the true Qi realm was understandable, the concept of credits was entirely new to them. Credits are an assessment of the courses you have studied. You will earn credits upon successfully passing the assessments of the courses you undertake, Li Chunru patiently clarified. "What courses do we need to study?" Another voice asked. The courses available in the outer sect include history, geography, talismans, formations, alchemy, weapon forging, medicine, planting, and beast taming, Li Chunru explained. While subjects like talismans, formations, and alchemy were acceptable, some questioned the relevance of history and geography, viewing them as a waste of time. Who is so rude? The crowd turned to see it was Si Fengkai from Qingshan County. After being granted direct entry into the inner sect due to his outstanding talent, he had become increasingly arrogant. Li Chunru's expression darkened slightly as she replied calmly. The Xinjian sect does not wish to cultivate individuals who lack even basic knowledge and only know how to fight. Ignorance of history and basic principles could lead to serious faux pas, causing embarrassment not only to yourselves but also to the sect. Without understanding geography, you might even lose your way on a simple outing, should we then dispatch a search party to find these lost fools. Thus, she firmly stated, therefore, we must study both history and geography, and these subjects are compulsory that if you fail the assessments for these courses, regardless of your cultivation level, you will not be promoted to inner disciples. The Xinjian sect has no intention of producing ignorant individuals who would bring shame upon us. Upon hearing Li Chunru's words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of laughter as Fengkai, taken aback by her remark, felt his face flush crimson and a hint of icy resentment flickered in his gaze. The assessment ratings for each course are divided into 4 categories: B, C, and D, with D being a failing grade. A C grade allows the student to earn 1 credit, a B grade grants 2 credits, and an A grade bestows 3 credits. Apart from history and geography, which only require theoretical assessments, all other subjects are comprised of both theoretical and practical components. Among the numerous elective courses, students must achieve at least a C grade in 1 practical course. Those disciples who have directly entered the inner sect should not assume they are safe from evaluations. Without sufficient credits, they risk expulsion from the inner sect. Fengkai, initially indifferent, believing he need not concern himself with the entrance evaluations since he was already an inner disciple, felt his disdain freeze upon hearing this statement. He had attended classes with the outer disciples not to acquire knowledge, but rather due to his elder brother's insistence and the overwhelming strength of the inner sect disciples, any one of whom could easily overpower him. He felt no sense of superiority in the inner sect, and his confidence had taken a significant blow, prompting his attendance in the outer sect. Now, he realized they were merely temporary outer disciples. If they failed to meet the standards, they too would be ousted from the inner sect, a humiliation of monumental proportions. Those still in the body refinement stage should heed this warning. You must toil diligently in your cultivation. For if you do not advance to the true Qi stage within a year, you will be demoted to a servant disciple. Once demoted, all the privileges you currently enjoy will be stripped away. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly, particularly among those still in the body refinement stage, who immediately paled. However, there is no need for undue concern. With dedicated effort, it is entirely feasible to ascend to the true Qi stage within a year. In the outer sect, you will not only have the opportunity to learn top-tier foundational techniques, but will also receive 10 Qi gathering pills each month. This revelation ignited a frenzy of joy among the crowd. 10 Qi gathering pills monthly was a prospect they had never dared to dream of before. Apart from the direct descendants of prestigious families, many among them might not even receive 10 Qi gathering pills in a year, let alone in a single month. Beyond these 10 monthly pills, acquiring additional resources will require the use of contribution points. Li Chunru continued her exposition. What are contribution points, and how can one acquire them? Inquired a puzzled disciple. Contribution points serve as a metric for the contributions made by disciples to the sect, with numerous ways to earn them. Managing the medicinal fields for the sect, assisting the elders in alchemy or artifact crafting, setting up formations, or undertaking tasks from the sect's mission board can all yield contribution points. Within the sect, contribution points act as a universal currency, redeemable for all resources. Pills, treasures, talismans, techniques, and martial skills can all be exchanged for contribution points. For instance, a single Qi gathering pill can be redeemed for a minimal amount of contribution points. Furthermore, I will teach you the foundational techniques of the Xinjian sect, but martial skills must be obtained through your own efforts. The sect will not instruct you in any martial skills, Should you encounter difficulties while practicing martial skills, you may seek my guidance or that of other elders, of course, for a certain amount of contribution points. Li Chunru meticulously explained the various rules, systems, and points of caution within the sect, and all listened attentively. Though Chu Jianqiu had previously received a brief overview from Chu Jianqiu, he still paid close attention to Li Chunru's detailed discourse. Seated beside him, Fu Lingxue diligently took notes. The rules and systems of the Xianjian sect are intricate and extensive. Li Chunru spent the entire morning elucidating some of the foundational elements. After class, the students dispersed, each heading their separate ways. Chu Xixiang, would you like to join me for a meal? Fu Lingxue inquired with a smile as she tidied her notes. Her gentle, watery eyes gazed at Chu Jianqiu, making it difficult for him to refuse. Yet he ultimately shook his head and replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to." Since the incident with Lu Tianyao, although he held no hatred towards women, he found himself resistant to romantic entanglements. His sole focus was on cultivating and pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Moreover, he and Fu Lingxue were only acquaintances from the same hometown. He did not wish to complicate their relationship. Upon hearing his response, the light in Fu Lingxue's eyes dimmed, and forcing a smile, she said, "Then I shall take my leave. Until next time." With that, she clutched her notes and exited the classroom with her head bowed. Chu Jianqiu sighed softly before following suit. Fu Lingxue felt a pang of sorrow as she walked away. Fu Shimmy, please wait. Just then, a voice called out beside her. Fu Lingxue's heart leapt with joy, thinking it was Chu Jianqiu calling her, but upon looking up, she saw it was the arrogant Si Fengkai from Qingshan County, flanked by a group of lackeys, blocking her path. Yes, there's something you need. Si Xixiang? Fu Lingxue frowned slightly. It's mealtime, and I was just about to have a meal. Shimmy should join me. Si Fengkai invited, yet maintained his condescending demeanor, chin raised slightly, as if it were an honor for Fu Lingxue to dine with him. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Fu Lingxue calmly declined. As Fenkai's expression darkened, he was unaccustomed to any woman daring to reject him. "Girl, don't overstep. It's an honor for you to dine with me." One of his sycophants interjected before Si Fengkai could speak. "Think carefully, girl. Si Xixiang is of noble status, having just entered the Xianjian sect as an inner disciple. Others would envy the chance to dine with him. Accepting his invitation is a privilege." Hearing his lackey's flattery softened Si Fenkai's expression, Fu Lingxue remained silent and attempted to walk past, but a figure swiftly blocked her way. "You little brat, you certainly are testing my patience." Several figures surrounded Fu Lingxue. Anger and anxiety surged within her. All these individuals were true Qi stage warriors. With Si Fengkai being at the third level of true Qi, she could not hope to defeat even one, let alone the entire group. It seems Elder Chunru was correct. Those from Qingshan County are not only fools but also a pack of uncouth brutes. Just as Si Fengkai and his entourage cornered Fu Lingxue, a cold voice rang out nearby. Fenkai's face twisted in fury upon hearing this. Turning to see, it was the body refinement stage waste, Chu Jianqiu. The sight of Chu Jianqiu only fueled Si Fenkai's anger. On his first day in the sect, Chu Jianqiu had overshadowed him, and she had shown him no respect, leaving him humiliated in front of everyone. He had long sought to pick a fight with Chu Jianqiu, and now that he had delivered himself to him, it saved him the trouble. "You speak nonsense. When did Elder Chunru say such a thing?" She merely stated that the Xianjian sect does not wish to cultivate ignorant fools. One of the lackeys retorted angrily, "Who do you think Elder Chunru was referring to? She was clearly talking about your bunch of fools from Qingshan County." Chu Jianqiu scoffed. He strode forward, seized Fu Lingxue's hand, and began to walk away. "Why waste your breath on these fools? Can a fool even reason?" He had not intended to get too close to Fu Lingxue to avoid entanglements in the future, but he could not help himself upon witnessing the scene unfold. As Fenkai's expression darkened, simmering with rage, this waste truly did not regard him with any seriousness. "You seek death." His words dripped with malice. "Take him down and break his arms and legs. I want to see if he dares to pop up again next time." "Yes," a lackey responded with a sneer, stepping forward with a cruel grin and declaring, "You foolish boy, you should never have dared to provoke young Master C." With that, he launched a fist towards Chu Jianqiu. Fu Lingxiu gasped in alarm, instinctively moving to shield Chu Jianqiu from the impending blow. Though she recognized Chu Jianqiu's extraordinary talent, she was acutely aware that he was merely a martial artist at the body refinement stage, ill-equipped to contend with a practitioner of the true Qi stage. Chu Jianqiu let out a cold grunt, pulling her behind him as he met the lackey's fist head-on. The lackey cackled with disdain, thinking it absurd that a mere body refinement stage waste would dare to confront him directly. Such audacity was akin to courting death. The onlookers braced themselves for the inevitable outcome of Chu Jianqiu's folly. However, the ensuing spectacle left them utterly astounded. With a thunderous clash, the two fists collided, unleashing a massive shockwave. The lackey, a first-level true Qi practitioner, was sent sprawling backwards, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, blood gushing from his mouth as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Si Fengkai and his fellow lackeys were struck dumb, their sinister grins frozen in disbelief as they stared at Chu Jianqiu. They had anticipated that the lackey's strike would easily subdue Chu Jianqiu, for what was it to a true Qi practitioner to handle a body refinement stage fighter? Yet reality dealt them a resounding slap, as the so-called waste had effortlessly sent the true Qi lackey flying, seemingly without breaking a sweat. This moment shattered their understanding of the world. The crowd surrounding them wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Many had disapproved of Si Fengkai's behavior, yet they lacked the strength to confront him, for he was an inner sect disciple. While they resented his actions, they were reluctant to provoke him. They observed Chu Jianqiu's audacity in standing up. Some felt pity for him, while others scoffed at his overestimation of his own abilities. Yet the unfolding reality was nothing short of a revelation. Glancing at the convulsing lackey on the ground, and then back at the seemingly unfazed Chu Jianqiu, they were left incredulous. Was this truly a body refinement stage martial artist? When had such warriors become so formidable? Fu Lingxiu was equally taken aback, although she knew Chu Jianqiu possessed a heavenly bloodline and had unlocked 19 meridians. She could hardly fathom the extent of his power. Though he was merely at the 9th level of the body refinement stage, he seemed leagues stronger than her, a first-level true Qi practitioner. Why are you all still standing there? Go capture him. Si Fengkai ground his teeth, his anger palpable. Chu Jianqiu's overwhelming strength only deepened his humiliation. The lackeys exchanged fearful glances, their faces betraying their trepidation. Hesitating to approach, Chu Jianqiu's displayed prowess was far too astonishing. With a cold huff, Chu Jianqiu taunted, "Those unafraid of death may come forward." He had only exerted 60% of his strength in that previous punch, relying solely on his physical prowess without utilizing any true Qi. Had he unleashed his full power, the lackey would not merely be convulsing on the ground. He would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Seeing his lackey's hesitance, Si Fengkai's expression darkened, and he cursed, "Useless fools." He resolved to take matters into his own hands, refusing to believe that a mere body refinement stage fighter could stand against him. A third-level true Qi practitioner, he was a warrior of superior bloodline, far stronger than an ordinary true Qi practitioner. There's no need for young Master Si to dirty his hands with such trash. "Allow me to handle him," declared a second-level true Qi lackey named Huang Pengi, who hailed from the same Qingshan city as Si Fengkai and possessed a middle-grade bloodline. Fengkai's expression softened slightly. Indeed, Huang Pengi was a reliable confidant. "Unlike those inept fools that go subdue him, but be careful not to kill him, that I want him to experience the agony of being unable to live or die. Let him understand the consequences of opposing me." Fengkai's expression was grim. An inner sect disciple. He believed that even if he incapacitated Chu Jianqiu, the repercussions would be minimal. During the entrance examination, he had not seen Chu Jianqiu enter the outer sect. Although Chu Jianqiu had taken Chu Jianqiu away, the newly arrived disciples did not recognize her status and thus were unaware that he had become a direct disciple of the fourth peak. Aside from new disciples, even many outer sect members had not encountered Chu Jianqiu, as she rarely appeared among them, only known to a select few of higher status. Consequently, only a handful were aware that Chu Jianqiu belonged to the fourth peak. As Huang Pengi stepped forward, Chu Jianqiu motioned for Fu Lingxiu to step aside. He too was eager to test the true power of his unparalleled martial physique. The Chu Chi first-level practitioner was simply too weak for him to fully enjoy the encounter. With a resounding crash, their fists met, sending Huang Pengyi sliding back a full yard, while Chu Jianqiu also took a few steps back. Huang Pengyi's expression turned to one of shock. This fellow was indeed a body refinement stage martial artist. He could defeat a first-level Chu Chi practitioner, but he could not fathom that Chu Jianqiu could transcend 2 levels of cultivation to defeat him. Chu Jianqiu rotated his wrist. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that last punch. And it seemed this second-level Chu Chi practitioner would provide him with a worthy challenge. Let me see if you can withstand my fist. With that, Chu Jianqiu's form blurred as he struck out. Huang Pengyi sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his Chu Chi and retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact of their 2 formidable forces colliding sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating a deafening explosion as the ground erupted like a detonated bomb, debris flying in all directions. A truly terrifying spectacle. Huang Pengyi was sent hurtling backwards, like a kite with its string cut. His ribs surely shattered in the process, a fate far worse than the previous first-level lackey. Chu Jianqiu, however, merely retreated a few steps. He had unleashed his full strength, yet was still relying solely on his physical power. It appeared that even without employing Chu Chi, he could easily contend with an ordinary third-level Chu Chi practitioner. Witnessing this, the lackeys surrounding Si Fengkai were gripped by fear, retreating hastily and losing the will to advance. Among them, Huang Pengyi had been the strongest aside from Si Fengkai, and if he had been so easily overwhelmed, they dared not approach. Fenkai's expression darkened to an extreme as he realized that Chu Jianqiu had utterly humiliated him. If he did not reclaim his dignity today, he would find it impossible to show his face in the outer sect again. With a determined flick of his robes, Si Fengkai prepared to step into the fray himself. He had discerned that Chu Jianqiu's strength lay solely in his physical might, but that his Chu Chi fluctuations were rather weak. While Chu Jianqiu was indeed powerful, he was merely capable of measuring up to an ordinary third-level Chu Chi practitioner. Si Fengkai was no ordinary opponent, but a warrior of immense bloodline strength. "What are you all doing?" Just as the two were about to clash, several figures rushed onto the scene. They came to a halt. The crowd gasped in shock. Though these individuals were new disciples and did not recognize one another, they had just attended an orientation session and could discern from their attire that they were members of the law enforcement division of the Xinyuan sect. The law enforcement division, overseen by the second Peaks Master, Li Yuanqing, was notorious for its stern and unyielding demeanor. The enforcers of the Xinyuan sect were the least favored by disciples, for being taken to the law enforcement division meant severe punishment. If not outright death, the leading enforcer surveyed the scene, his expression darkening instantly. "Who is responsible for this?" he demanded, pointing at the 2 fallen figures on the ground. All eyes turned towards Chu Jianqiu. "Was it you? Are you not aware that the Xinyuan sect forbids private duels?" The leading enforcer's disciple cast a scrutinizing glance at Chu Jianqiu, astonished by the scene before him. Although Chu Jianqiu appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the 9th level of physique refinement, he had managed to incapacitate 2 disciples of the true energy realm, one at the 1st level and the other at the 2nd. It was indeed hard to believe that a mere 9th level physique practitioner could so easily subdue 2 true energy realm cultivators. Calmly, Chu Jianqiu replied, "I just learned about it in this morning's class." Li Chunru also mentioned such matters. The disciples of the Xianjian sect were strictly prohibited from engaging in private duels. Any disputes were to be settled on the combat stage, where life and death were at one's own risk. Should any private combat be discovered, severe punishment would follow, of course. Sparring amongst fellow disciples did not fall under this prohibition. However, despite these regulations, private duels persisted unabated, as the more powerful disciples often bullied the weaker ones, who frequently swallowed their grievances for fear of retaliation. "You dare to knowingly defy the rules." The leading enforcer's disciple spoke with a grim expression. "They initiated the confrontation. I could hardly stand idly by and be beaten," Chu Jianqiu replied, maintaining his composure. According to the sect's regulations, self-defense does not constitute a breach. The enforcer's leader was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, then Chu Jianqiu was indeed not in the wrong. The two true energy realm disciples lying on the ground not only faced unprovoked assault, but, given their higher cultivation level, their transgression was even graver, warranting severe punishment. What exactly transpired? The enforcer inquired. Chu Jianqiu briefly recounted the events. The enforcer's expression darkened considerably as he glanced at Si Fengkai, then waved his hand, saying, "Take them away." "You dare," Si Fengkai retorted arrogantly. "I am Si Fengkai, an inner sect disciple. Does being an inner disciple make you invincible?" "Take them away," the enforcer's leader replied, his expression growing increasingly severe. It was his first encounter with a disciple so brazen despite being in violation of the rules. "Wait, Brother Zhang." A nearby enforcer with a delicate appearance tugged at the leader's sleeve, attempting to halt his actions. "What is it?" the leader asked, his face stern. "I Fengkai. That name rings a bell. Isn't he the brother of Si Fengpa?" The delicate-faced enforcer remarked. Hearing this, the leading enforcer hesitated, a flicker of doubt creeping in. While it was true that Si Fengkai had breached the sect's rules, Si Fengpa was not someone Zhang Yiken could afford to offend. Si Fengpa was one of the top 10 inner disciples, possessing immense strength, and having recently broken through to the Si transformation realm, making him a likely candidate for a personal disciple. Moreover, and most critically, Si Fengpa was also an enforcer of the law hall, holding a high position. Given Si Fengpa's character, he would undoubtedly refrain from punishing his own brother, if he were to bring Si Fengkai to the law hall. Retribution awaited. Who can attest to your words? The delicate-faced enforcer coldly questioned Chu Jianqiu, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings, the warning unmistakable. The onlookers lower their heads, fearful of becoming targets for Si Fengkai's wrath, let alone incurring the ire of the enforcement team. "That I can testify," a soft voice rang out. All eyes turned to see the young girl who had been bullied by Si Fengkai raise her hand. Though her fair face betrayed a hint of trepidation, she stood resolute. Fenkai's expression darkened upon hearing her words, his eyes glinting with malice. "You wretch, you will regret this once the dust settles." The delicate-faced enforcer, clearly taken aback by someone daring to stand as a witness, had already issued a clear warning. "You are in cahoots with him. Your testimony holds no weight," he retorted, fixing his cold gaze on Fu Lingxiu. "Ah, today I have witnessed how the Xinjiang sect's law enforcement team upholds justice," Chu Jianqiu scoffed. Zhang Yiken's face flushed with embarrassment. It was evident that Si Fengkai and his cohorts had violated the sect's rules. Yet they were twisting the truth out of fear of Si Fengpa, completely betraying the mission of the enforcement disciples to uphold the sect's laws. Their actions were the true transgression. Ultimately, Zhang Yiken could not bring himself to merely escort Chu Jianqiu away. Instead, he took both him and Si Fengkai's group along that he would return them for judgment by other enforcers, avoiding immediate execution, thus allowing him to somewhat appease his conscience. After escorting Chu Jianqiu and the others to the law hall, the delicate-faced enforcer had already reported the incident. Upon learning that Si Fengkai was Si Fengpa's brother, the captain of the enforcement team wasted no time in passing judgment on Chu Jianqiu. "Take Chu Jianqiu and send him to the Yambing prison," the captain ordered, causing Fu Lingxiu's face to blanch at the pronouncement. Yambing prison was reserved for disciples guilty of grievous offenses. Within its confines, one endured the torturous extremes of both ice and fire. Those of weaker strength or wavering willpower could easily perish under such torment. Chu Jianqiu was ensnared due to her, and she could not allow him to face such a fate alone. "You are blurring the lines of justice. If you wish to punish senior brother Chu, then punish me alongside him," Fu Lingxiu declared defiantly. Staring intently at the captain of the enforcement team, "You speak baseless accusations and slander the enforcement team, thinking I would hesitate to punish you." The captain scoffed. "Seize them both and send them to Yambing prison." "To punish me, you might not possess the requisite authority," Chu Jianqiu retorted with a cold smile. You still dare to defy the law." The captain's eyes narrowed, seeking a pretext for harsher penalties should Chu Jianqiu resist. Chu Jianqiu produced a token from his robe and waved it before the captain, sneering, "Do you possess the authority to punish me?" Upon seeing the token, the captain's expression turned ashen. A mere physique refinement disciple was. In fact, a personal disciple of the fourth peak. When a personal disciple violates sect rules, only the peak masters possess the authority to execute punishment, in the entire law hall. Only Li Yuanqing held such power. Moreover, even if Li Yuanqing were to pass judgment, he must do so in the presence of the personal disciple-s master, who could substantiate the disciple-s guilt. These enforcement disciples not only lack the right to execute a personal disciple, but even apprehending one without authorization was a grave offense. Initially believing Chu Jianqiu to be an ordinary outer sect disciple, the captain thought he could act recklessly, but he was utterly blindsided by the truth of Chu Jianqiu's identity. Zhang Yiken felt dizzy upon seeing the token. Nearly collapsing, he could hardly fathom that Chu Jianqiu was a personal disciple. Had he known earlier, he would never have dared to act so recklessly, even if it meant risking offense to Si Fengpa. Regret flooded Zhang Yiken. Had he known, he would have acted justly, regardless of the consequences. The delicate-faced enforcer had already fled the scene upon seeing the token. I Fengkai, witnessing the enforcement disciple's reactions to the token, felt an unsettling chill creep into his heart. Just as both sides remained in an impasse, a cold voice echoed from outside the hall. Even if you are a personal disciple, does that grant you the privilege to act with impunity? Chu Jianqiu turned to see a man in a dark robe stride into the hall, accompanied by the delicate-faced enforcer. "Brother!" Si Fengkai exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the newcomer. This man was none other than Si Fengpa, one of the top 10 inner disciples and the head of the law hall. Upon entering, Si Fengpa disregarded Si Fengkai and instead fixed an icy glare on Chu Jianqiu, a powerful aura emanating from him like a mountain pressing down. This truly was a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. Chu Jianqiu let out a cold laugh, completely disregarding the formidable aura emanating from Si Fengpa, which resembled a towering mountain. With his supreme bloodline and unparalleled martial physique, Si Fengpa's meager pressure was nothing short of farce to Fu Lingxue, feeling the weight of that oppressive force. Turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Today I have truly witnessed what the law hall is like, blurring the lines between right and wrong, and reversing black and white. That it is truly impressive, Chu Jianqiu remarked, taking Fu Lingxue's hand and walking out. He had lost all hope in the law hall, firmly believing they would not handle the matter impartially. Given the current state of the law hall, it was no wonder the outer sect was in such disarray. One could only surmise that the inner sect was not faring much better. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his identity simply because he wished to study quietly in the outer sect, avoiding unnecessary attention that could lead to trouble. Additionally, he sought to observe how these enforcing disciples would handle the situation, thus gaining further insight into the Xinjiang sect. Is the law hall a place you can come and go as you please? Si Fengpa said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianqiu halted, turned around, and sneered. "What? Do you truly wish to send me to the Yambing prison? As for your disposition, I will report to the higher-ups, and the elders will decide. However, she must remain." Si Fengpa coldly pointed at Fu Lingxue. If Chu Jianqiu were allowed to take Fu Lingxue away so easily, it would severely undermine Si Fengpa's authority. Being unable to deal with Chu Jianqiu, yet still managing to control an insignificant outer sect disciple, would be laughable. Chu Jianqiu raised the token in his hand, his expression impassive. "You may certainly try." At that moment, the surface of the token began to emit a faint glow. Should he activate it, an emergency signal would be sent, and the people from the fourth peak would arrive promptly. It remained uncertain whether it would be his master, Cui Yayun, or his senior sister, Zhua Qiu Lianzu, who would come. Seeing this, Si Fengpa's countenance darkened to an extreme. He was well aware of Si Fengkai's temperament, and he knew without asking how the situation would unfold. If this matter escalated, even Si Fengpa would find himself in a dire predicament. The individuals from the fourth peak were all notorious for their ferocity. If they were truly provoked, the consequences would be dire. Si Fengpa could only watch grimly as Chu Jianqiu took Fu Lingxue and departed, powerless to act. Chu Jianqiu diligently immersed himself in his studies at the outer sect. The depth of knowledge imparted by the Xinjiang sect far surpassed that of the small Chu family in Tianshui City, significantly broadening his horizons. The history lessons did not merely cover the development of the Great Qian dynasty, but also included clear records of major historical events in the Tianwu continent over the past 10,000 years. In geography class, the instruction extended beyond the geographical descriptions of the Great Qian dynasty to encompass the territorial map of southern continent, its geographical features, and the distribution of various nations and sections. This wealth of knowledge greatly enhanced Chu Jianqiu's understanding of this vast and boundless world, while other entry disciples reluctantly studied these subjects merely to earn credits. Chu Jianqiu eagerly absorbed the information as if he were famished for knowledge. Most entry disciples, aside from the mandatory history and geography courses, would select only 2 elective courses in alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and formations, but Chu Jianqiu never missed a single class. After the incident, Si Fengkai wisely chose not to pursue any further trouble with him, granting Fu Lingxue a temporary reprieve. Given her beauty, Fu Lingxue would have undoubtedly faced harassment had it not been for that incident. Although her looks could not compare to Zhuoqiu Lianzu, she ranked among the top 5 in beauty among the new female disciples, and her delicate appearance made her an easy target for the lecherous. However, following that day, when others saw that even Si Fengkai had returned defeated, they naturally dared not provoke her lightly. As a result of that incident, the perception of Chu Jianqiu among the entry disciples underwent a significant transformation. Although they remained unaware of his identity as a direct disciple, his displayed combat prowess left them astounded, with most believing they were no match for him. Moreover, after he was taken away by the enforcers, he returned unscathed, leading them to suspect that his status was anything but ordinary. Chu Jianqiu discovered that aside from the law hall's corruption, the Xinjian sect's system for training entry disciples and its rewards and punishments reflected the grandeur of a major sect. While diligently studying at the Outer Sect Academy, he did not neglect his own cultivation. However, he was not in a hurry to ascend to the true Qi realm. During his earlier training, he had relied heavily on copious amounts of elixirs to forcefully elevate his realm. Although he could completely refine the medicinal properties of those elixirs with the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique, and his Chaos Supreme bloodline could eliminate impurities, preventing harm to his body, he was nonetheless advancing too rapidly. In a mere month, he had skyrocketed from the 1st to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, which could lead to a shaky foundation down the line. During this period, Chu Jianqiu painstakingly solidified his foundation, ensuring his realm was thoroughly stabilized. Furthermore, his unparalleled martial physique had room for further refinement. Its benefits extended beyond mere physical enhancement, with other capabilities awaiting his discovery. After achieving the supreme martial physique, he effortlessly progressed through the 5th palm of the Angry Wave 7 layers palm, advancing toward the 6th palm. Chu Jianqiu noticed that after attaining the supreme martial physique, mastering martial techniques became significantly easier. As if the supreme martial physique provided unparalleled assistance. As half a year passed, nearly everyone in the outer sect, both new and old disciples, became aware of the peculiar anomaly that had emerged. This anomaly refrained from cultivation, yet attended classes diligently, seemingly having studied nearly all the courses offered by the outer sect. The newly initiated disciples, upon receiving new cultivation methods, were all striving to improve, attending class only sparingly each month, unlike the anomaly who attended classes from dawn till dusk. This led to a consequence. While most new disciples rapidly advanced in their realms, the anomaly remained stagnant. After half a year, those who had originally been in the body refinement realm had all broken through to the true Qi realm, leaving only a handful of 10 still in the body refinement realm, with Chu Jianqiu among them. The 10 disciples who had yet to break through began to face disdain and ridicule from their peers if they failed to advance to the true Qi realm within another 6 months. They would be relegated to the status of miscellaneous disciples, losing any standing they once held. However, Chu Jianqiu's diligent studies over the past 6 months bore significant results, while other disciples fretted and struggled through course assessments, often exerting tremendous effort only to achieve a mere C grade. Chu Jianqiu effortlessly secured an A grade. Each course assessment was exceedingly challenging. Achieving a B grade was already a rarity, and historically, only a select few had attained an A grade in any given course. Yet Chu Jianqiu, who consistently received grades across all assessments, was a unique anomaly in the history of the Xinjiang sect. Nevertheless, rather than earning respect for his numerous A grades, he was met with even greater disdain and scorn. What did it matter if he excelled academically? In the world of martial artists, strength reigned supreme, not scholarly achievement. And no matter how many grades he amassed, a single punch would render him nothing but a pile of flesh. The performance of Chu Jianqiu caught the attention of the peak masters, leaving them somewhat astonished. Certainly, their astonishment did not stem from the fact that Chu Jianqiu had achieved top grades in every subject, but rather from his unexpectedly slow progress in cultivation. While even those martial artists who had not awakened their bloodlines had successfully broken through from the body refinement realm to the true Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu, a practitioner of a heavenly bloodline, appeared to be stagnant, which inevitably raised significant doubts among the various peak masters. However, Chuiyin remained unfazed by this matter. She allowed Chu Jianqiu to pursue his studies in the outer sect freely, without interference in his choices. Although the peak masters were somewhat perplexed by Chu Jianqiu's cultivation situation, their attention was diverted elsewhere. The Blood Fiend sect was exhibiting frequent unusual activities, seemingly preparing for a major operation. And the higher-ups of the Xinjiang sect were wholly preoccupied, closely monitoring every move of the Blood Fiend sect. In order to keep an eye on the Blood Fiend sect, Chuiyin had been largely absent from the Xinjiang sect over the past 6 months, leaving her with little time or inclination to instruct Chu Jianqiu in his cultivation. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu's lack of progress over this period, Si Fenkai's thoughts began to stir. Surely such a seemingly inept direct disciple would not attract much attention. Moreover, under these circumstances, it was possible that Chu Jianqiu might even be demoted from his status as a direct disciple. Over the past 6 months, Si Fengkai had himself made a breakthrough, reaching the 4th level of the true Qi realm. After completing the final course of the semester on plan identification, Chu Jianqiu let out a small sigh of relief, finally having finished his studies. Among the courses he had taken over the past 6 months, some were quite foundational, such as alchemy and weapon forging. Even with his top grades, he was merely equivalent to a second-tier alchemist or forger, and his focus had largely been on theoretical knowledge rather than practical application. Yet there were others he studied with great depth, particularly in the identification of plants, minerals, and magical beasts, subjects that originally did not require extensive practical skills, but which he delved into thoroughly. Of course, the 2 courses that occupied most of his attention were the studies of talismans and formations. These courses were the most challenging among all, with few students opting to enroll, yet Chu Jianqiu still achieved top marks. The knowledge he gained from these subjects significantly solidified his foundational understanding of talismans and formations. The talisman formations inherited from the Chaos Supreme Tower were exceedingly advanced, any single one of which could astonish the realm of formations. However, it was precisely because of their high level that Chu Jianqiu found himself lacking in foundational skills. His studies in the formation course provided him with a more comprehensive and systematic understanding of talismans, greatly enhancing his proficiency in this area. Throughout these 6 months, he had not only engaged with the courses established by the outer sect, but had also diligently continued his cultivation, mastering the Angry Wave 7-layer palm. During this time, he spent most of his days in the outer sect, rarely encountering Chu Jianqiu, and after a few summons from Chuiyin, she merely tossed him some elixirs and ceased to concern herself with him. Standing upon a spacious platform on the 4th peak, Chu Jianqiu gazed up at the moonlit sky and exhaled softly. It was about time. He was ready to break through to the true Qi realm. The refinement he underwent during these 6 months not only eliminated the potential hidden dangers caused by his previous hasty cultivation, but also solidified his foundation to an unparalleled degree. Bringing his supreme martial physique closer to perfection, to achieve such a solid state in the body refinement realm is perhaps an unprecedented feat throughout history. Chu Jianqiu had intentionally suppressed his realm to ensure the utmost cultivation of his supreme martial body. Yet, after such prolonged restraint, he had finally reached his limit, unable to hold back any longer. As he released this suppression, a torrent of true qi surged into his dantian like a tidal wave, causing it to expand rapidly. Within a brief half hour, his dantian expanded from a 10-mile radius to one of 100 miles. The surrounding abundant spiritual energy was rapidly drawn into Chu Jianqiu's body, creating a whirlwind of spiritual energy around him. The furious motion of this spiritual energy even formed a colossal vortex in the skies above the fourth peak. This commotion had long caught the attention of Chu Jianqiu, who had just returned to the fourth peak. She soared above Chu Jianqiu, waving her hand to activate the protective mountain formation, shielding them from prying eyes. Although the Xinjian sect appeared outwardly harmonious, Chu Jianqiu was acutely aware that not everyone within the sect was united in purpose. Chu Jianqiu's astonishing aptitude might not necessarily be a boon. The reason Chu Jianqiu had refrained from imparting cultivation techniques to Chu Jianqiu over the past 6 months was precisely due to his formidable talent. The better his aptitude, the more cautious she became in selecting techniques to avoid inadvertently hindering his progress. Once Chu Jianqiu's dantian had expanded to 100 miles, it ceased its growth, and the surging true qi flowed throughout his meridians, instantly connecting them in a grand circulation before erupting forth from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The ground surrounding Chu Jianqiu resembled a series of explosives detonating, creating massive craters, with debris and earth shooting skyward like a rain of arrows. Bang! With a final resounding blast, the ground beneath Chu Jianqiu's feet suddenly crumbled, sending dust swirling into the as the dust settled. A vast pit measuring 10 zhang appeared where he had stood, and Chu Jianqiu's figure had vanished from sight. After a moment, he emerged from the pit, his face smeared with dirt and his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the enormous crater. He had anticipated that ascending to the true qi realm would create quite a commotion, yet he had not imagined the destruction would be this staggering. Fortunately, he had the foresight to avoid shattering the mirror in his residence. Otherwise, the entire hall might have collapsed under the force of his advancement. Observing his dantian, now expanded to 100 li, a bittersweet smile crossed Chu Jianqiu's face. Typically, a warrior at the true qi realm would possess a dantian no larger than 1 li, making his own extraordinarily vast. While the quantity of stored true qi far exceeded that of ordinary practitioners, the resources required for breaking the mirror and ascending would be 100-fold greater than those needed by typical warriors. The enormity of his dantian sent a shiver down his spine as he contemplated the vast resources he would need for future cultivation. Although the cultivation technique of the chaotic heavenly emperor absorbed and refined spiritual energy at a much faster rate than common methods, the key issue remained the limited concentration of spiritual energy in the world. Unless he discovered a rich spiritual vein or utilized spirit stones for every session of cultivation, maintaining his training speed would be challenging. Chu Jianqiu, gazing at the massive pit below, felt a twinge of apprehension. With her level of cultivation, she was not astonished by the destructive power Chu Jianqiu had displayed. Rather, she was taken aback that he could wield such immense force at the mere first level of the true qi realm. The surprises this young man presented were becoming increasingly remarkable. After contemplating for a moment, she had initially intended to impart her techniques to Chu Jianqiu soon, but after witnessing the spectacle, she decided to observe him further. She harbored doubts about whether Chu Jianqiu had encountered some fortuitous event that enabled him to achieve such extraordinary prowess. If he truly possessed a remarkable inheritance, then imparting her techniques to him might be superfluous, potentially becoming an obstacle instead. Conversely, if his accomplishments were solely due to innate talent, it would be a waste to confine him to the low-level techniques practiced within his family. Caught in a dilemma, Chu Jianqiu resolved to wait and observe for a while longer. Once the situation with the blood fiend sect stabilized, she would concentrate all her efforts on addressing the matter of Chu Jianqiu. Returning to his quarters, Chu Jianqiu began to contemplate his forthcoming cultivation journey. Given his current state, maintaining a normal pace of advancement would undoubtedly require immense resources. Chu Jianqiu had provided him with 1,000 qi gathering pills, which would typically suffice for an ordinary true qi realm warrior to reach the 4th level. However, he had consumed 700 of them while unblocking his final meridian and achieving the supreme martial body, leaving him with only 300 qi gathering pills, insufficient for breaking through to the 2nd level of the true qi realm. Chu Jianqiu refrained from hastily consuming the remaining qi gathering pills for cultivation. As long as he had ample resources, he was unconcerned about the speed of his training. unlike other warriors who would worry about whether they could digest enough resources even with plenty available. This was not an issue for Chu Jianqiu, endowed with the chaotic heavenly emperor's technique and the chaotic supreme bloodline. The crux of the matter now lay in how to acquire more cultivation resources. Asking his master Chu Jianqiu for assistance would be the simplest approach, yet Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to do so. Given his immense consumption of resources, requesting aid would inevitably raise Chu Jianqiu's suspicions. Moreover, he had not made any contributions to warrant such a request, making it improper to merely extend his hand for free assistance, that he believed that resources earned through his own efforts would be far more satisfying to utilize. Within the Xinjiang sect, acquiring resources required exchanging contribution points. Over the past 6 months, Chu Jianqiu had observed new disciples diligently striving to earn these points, and on the following day, he arrived at the task hall of the Xinjiang sect. The hall was immense, capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. Tea present, several hundred people filled the space, comprising both outer and inner disciples. The walls of the vast hall were adorned with numerous large light screens, each displaying a plethora of task names. Evidently, these screens showcased a variety of high-ranking magical artifacts. Chu Jianqiu watched as some attending disciples entered task names into a mirror-like artifact at the center of the hall, causing corresponding tasks to appear on the surrounding screens. Astonished by the wonder of these artifacts, Chu Jianqiu perused the tasks displayed on the screens, which were categorized into 4 ranks: B, C, and D. D-rank tasks were the simplest, yielding minimal contribution points, typically single digits. These tasks mainly involved collecting herbs, mining, planting, or assisting elders with alchemy and artifact crafting. The C-rank tasks offered slightly higher contribution points, generally exceeding 10. Though they also carried greater risks, often involving the hunting of demonic beasts. As for B-rank tasks, each one awarded at least 100 points, with some even offering rewards in the thousands. Naturally, the danger associated with B-rank tasks was considerable, typically reserved for inner disciples. E-rank tasks, while incredibly enticing due to their generous contribution rewards, were akin to courting death for anyone below the C transformation realm. Scanning the light screens on the walls, Chu Jianqiu quickly dismissed the D-rank tasks, finding them lacking in challenge and reward. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze settled on a C-rank task. This task involved slaying a blood python that had been terrorizing a human settlement. In Zunlian City, located 1,000 li from the Xinjiang sect, a blood python had appeared on the adjacent Woha mountain. This ferocious creature had been known to devour people indiscriminately, transforming the previously accessible Woha mountain into a dreaded territory. It frequently descended the mountain to hunt pedestrians around Zunlian City, instilling fear among the populace, who had refrained from leaving the city for days. The city lord, Guang, had dispatched soldiers multiple times to eliminate the beast. Yet the powerful blood python had proven formidable, devouring many of his men. Being a small city, Zunlian was not the capital of a prefecture, and the strength of the city lord estate was far inferior to that of larger cities. In desperation, Guang had sent word to the Xinjiang sect, requesting disciples to be dispatched to eliminate the demon and restore peace to the citizens of Zunlian City. Upon reading the task, Chu Jianqiu felt a surge of interest. According to the task description, the blood python's strength was roughly equivalent to a human warrior at the 5th level of the true Qi realm. Given his current capabilities, he felt relatively confident in facing an opponent of that caliber. Furthermore, the reward for this C-rank task was substantial, offering a generous 90 contribution points, an opportunity well worth pursuing. Just as Chu Jianqiu was about to accept the task, it suddenly vanished from the light screen, evidently claimed by another disciple. Chu Xixiang, you've come too, a delicate voice exclaimed with delight. Turning, Chu Jianqiu saw Fu Lingxue accompanied by several young women from the Zixia society. Fu Shimi, are you here to accept the task as well? Chu Jianqiu nodded in acknowledgement. One Shiji plans to take us out for some practical experience, and we just accepted a C-rank task. Fu Lingxue replied, her joy evident. Chu Jianqiu had largely remained uninvolved in other activities over the past 6 months, aside from attending classes in the outer sect. Fu Lingxue had followed him for a time, but soon realized she lacked the energy to study as diligently as he did across all subjects. Meeting the 6 credit requirement for the outer sect alone had proven challenging for her. let alone tackling an array of courses. She felt that studying so many subjects offered little practical benefit and hindered her cultivation. In the world of martial artists, strength took precedence. After 6 months of diligent training, she had already broken through to the second level of the true Qi realm and was now nearing a breakthrough to the third level. At her words, Chu Jianqiu paused momentarily, unable to believe the coincidence that the C-rank task you accepted the one to slay the blood python that has been wreaking havoc in Zunlian City. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingxue expressed her astonishment, inquiring, "How does senior brother Chu know this?" "It was merely a guess," Chu Jianqiu casually replied, as he could not reveal that he was also preparing to undertake this task. That blood python was equivalent to a human martial artist at the 5th level of Qi realm. Although Chu Jianqiu had a general estimation of his own capabilities, he refrained from boasting about them, aware that such declarations would only be deemed arrogant and foolish, which he found too troublesome to provoke at a guess. Indeed, what a lackluster excuse, sneered a sharp-featured woman beside Fu Lingxue, casting a scornful glance at Chu Jianqiu. Surely, the esteemed academic won't be considering this task as well. Junior sister Shimin, do not speak so disrespectfully, admonished the purple-clad woman at the forefront, before turning to apologize to Chu Jianqiu. Please do not take offense. Junior brother Chu, junior sister Shimin is simply outspoken and harbors no ill intent. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not perturbed. He was familiar with this woman, Wan Xiaoying, the president of the Zixia Society. The sharp-featured woman was Shimin Ilio, a member of the Zixia Society. Chu Jianqiu held no particular animosity towards the members of the Zixia Society, yet he felt little fondness for them either. Had it not been for Fu Lingxue's presence within the society, he would have preferred to avoid excessive interaction with them. Although Shimin Ilio was silenced by Wan Xiaoying's reprimand, she continued to mutter. Even if he has earned top marks in every single subject, it does not change the fact that he is still a waste, having once taken a pharmacology course for 3 years. She barely managed to attain A grade after 3 attempts, while Chu Jianqiu, with only half a year of study, had astonishingly achieved an I in his assessment, which left her feeling quite unsettled. If Chu Jianqiu were a prodigy of remarkable talent, it would be one thing, but he was merely a newly initiated disciple, struggling for 6 months in the 9th level of body refinement realm. To be overshadowed by such a waste was a tremendous embarrassment for the prideful Shimin Ilio. Wan Xiaoying cast another stern glance at Shimin Ilio, effectively curbing her further insults towards Chu Jianqiu. Despite Chu Jianqiu's stagnation in cultivation, his remarkable aptitude was evident in his ability to achieve grades in all subjects. An extraordinary feat that set him apart among both outer and inner sect disciples. Who could say when he might suddenly experience a breakthrough in his cultivation, soaring to great heights? Additionally, Wan Xiaoying had heard of Chu Jianqiu's previous altercation with the inner sect disciple, Si Fengkai, due to Fu Lingxue, after which he had been taken away by the disciplinary disciples, only to return unscathed. It was clear that Chu Jianqiu was far from the simplistic facade he projected. Offending such a person would be unwise. Fu Lingxue, seemingly unfazed by Shimin Ilio's remarks, congratulated Chu Jianqiu, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Chu, on your breakthrough to the Qi realm." Chu Jianqiu smiled slightly in response, "And congratulations to junior sister Fu on your impressive progress as well." At Fu Lingxue's words, Wan Xiaoying and Shimin Ilio were taken aback, realizing that Chu Jianqiu had actually advanced to the Qi realm, which was quite astonishing given that he had been stuck at the 9th level of body refinement realm for half a year. However, they dismissed the significance of his achievement, considering a mere 1st level of Qi realm to be inconsequential. "Will you be joining us for this task, senior brother Chu?" Fu Lingxue invited. Chu Jianqiu pondered briefly before agreeing. Having never undertaken a task before, he was unfamiliar with such matters and saw this as an opportunity for experience. Shimin Ilio was displeased with Fu Lingxue's presumption, yet, under Wan Xiaoying's watchful eye, she dared not voice her objections. Wan Xiaoying herself was not entirely enthusiastic about Chu Jianqiu participating in the mission, but since it was Fu Lingxue who extended the invitation, she felt it unwise to refuse her. Fu Lingxue, being a bloodline martial artist, was considered exceptionally talented within the Zixia Society, having ascended from the 1st level of Qi realm to the pinnacle of the 2nd level in just 6 months. With such potential, She was destined for the intersect, and cultivating a good relationship with her now could yield benefits for the Zixia society in the future. I have heard that the blood python in Zunlian City is exceptionally fierce. With your current cultivation, junior brother Chu, do be careful not to become a meal for that beast. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery interjected from the side. Turning to see who spoke, they found it was Han Ani from the Xianyun Society, accompanied by 4 or 5 others to Chu Jianqiu surprise. Among them were Si Fengkai and his devoted lackey, Huang Pengkai. It was indeed curious to see Si Fengkai. With his lofty pride, associating with Han Ni, Fengkai cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes brimming with contempt. Half a year prior, upon learning of Chu Jianqiu's status as a direct disciple from his brother, he had been thoroughly intimidated. Following a severe reprimand from Si Fengpa, he had restrained his arrogance and refrained from provoking Chu Jianqiu and fooling Xue. However, in the past 6 months, while he had progressed from the 3rd level to the 4th level of Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu remained stagnant at the 9th level of body refinement realm, reigniting Si Fengkai's desire to challenge him. His heart brimmed with indignation. Why should a waste like Chu Jianqiu be favored as a direct disciple, while he, a talented individual, was relegated to merely being an intersect disciple? During this time, he had been contemplating how to find an opportunity to trouble Chu Jianqiu and reclaim his lost pride. After the incident 6 months ago, Si Fengkai had dismissed all his sycophants, except for Huang Pengyi, whose loyalty he had not forgotten. Enjoying resources far beyond those available to outer sect disciples, Si Fengkai benefited from the occasional guidance of Si Fengpa, ensuring his cultivation needs were not only met but exceeded. Huang Pengyi, now at the 3rd level of Qi realm thanks to Si Fengkai's support, initially intended to deliver some harsh words to Chu Jianqiu, feeling confident in his newfound strength. However, upon realizing that Chu Jianqiu had reached the 1st level of Qi realm, his bravado faltered, leaving him only able to exclaim, "You have advanced to the Qi realm." Given that Chu Jianqiu had previously dominated him, even while he was at the 2nd level, their current standing suggested that Chu Jianqiu would still have the upper hand. Chu Jianqiu smiled slightly and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite observant." Huang Pengyi, caught under Chu Jianqiu's gaze, instinctively took a step back in trepidation. Fengkai, filled with rage, bellowed, "What are you shouting about?" He had been eager to regain his lost dignity after that previous humiliation and had never believed that Chu Jianqiu could be his match. Regardless of Chu Jianqiu's ascension to the Qi realm, the 3-level gap between them and Si Fengkai's status as a practitioner of a high-grade bloodline meant that he held a significant advantage. Chu Jianqiu chose to ignore Han Ani's ridicule, finding no worth in engaging with such a petty jester. The malevolence of such individuals surpasses even that of Si Fengkai. Si Fengkai is straightforward in his approach, whereas Han Ani has grown accustomed to lurking in the shadows, wielding her dagger from behind. When Han Ani observed that Chu Jianqiu paid her no mind, a fleeting shadow crossed her gaze, though she maintained an outward facade of composure. "Sister Wan, it is said that the blood python in Zunlian City is quite ferocious. Perhaps it would be prudent for our Xianyun Society to join forces with the Zixia Society, as it would provide mutual support," Han Ani suggested with a smile directed at Wan Xiaoying. "That sounds good. With Brother Han on our side, this mission is virtually assured." Westgate Ilio interjected before Wan Xiaoying could speak. Wan Xiaoying couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Han Ani was no benign character. Several sisters from the Zixia Society had previously fallen victim to his schemes, and with his uncle being an elder in the outer sect, they had no recourse but to endure in silence that if Han Ani and his cohort were to partake in this mission, it would likely introduce unnecessary instability. Wan Xiaoying cast a glance at Han Ani, who, despite his seemingly benign smile, was looking at her with a piercing gaze that bore an unmistakable hint of menace. Should she refuse him, it would likely lead to unpleasant consequences. Wan Xiaoying was reluctant to offend Han Ani too harshly, given his uncle's standing as an outer sect elder. Although she had achieved the 5th level of true Qi realm, the prospect of entering the inner sect seemed a distant dream. Unlike Si Fengkai and fooling Xue, whose breakthroughs appeared relatively effortless, it was due to their bloodline warrior status and their still nascent cultivation levels. Particularly for someone like Si Fengkai, who had entered as an inner disciple, the resources available to him far exceeded those accessible to them as outer disciples. With abundant resources at his disposal, his cultivation speed was naturally accelerated. In contrast, ordinary disciples like Wan Xiaoying had spent a full decade progressing from the first to the fifth level of true Qi realm. With any hope of breaking into the sixth level remaining a distant aspiration that a S1 progresses in martial arts, the difficulty of breaking through increases and the pace of cultivation slows in the early stages. One might achieve a breakthrough within a year or two, but in the later stages, it could take a decade or more to advance a single level. Then let us proceed together, Wan Xiaoying conceded reluctantly. Han Ani nodded in satisfaction. Let us each prepare and depart early tomorrow morning. With that, he and Si Fengkai led a few members of the Xianyun society away, casting a final glance at Chu Jianqiu. Their eyes filled with coldness and disdain. Chu Jianqiu merely smiled dismissively, curious to see what tricks Han Ani might conjure. Once Han Ani and his group had departed, Wan Xiaoying took her leave with the Zixia society members, needing to prepare diligently for the task ahead. Although the intelligence suggested that the blood python in Woa Mountain, Zunlian City, possessed strength equivalent to a fifth-level true Qi realm warrior, they were many in number, and thus should pose no problem. However, given the stakes involved, they could not afford to be careless. Fu Lingxue did not follow the Zixia society members, but stayed by Chu Jianqiu's side. Chu Shixiang. Perhaps you should reconsider your participation. Han Ani's intentions towards you are clearly dubious. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. Initially, she had invited Chu Jianqiu to join the mission, believing the risks to be minimal. However, with Han Ani's involvement, the situation was bound to become complicated. Fu Lingxue was acutely aware of the conflict between Han Ani, Si Fengkai, and Chu Jianqiu, knowing that the discord stemmed from her, and she did not wish to jeopardize Chu Jianqiu because of it. Chu Jianqiu smiled gently. Rest assured, they won't stir up much trouble. Upon returning to his quarters, he prepared thoroughly. Although he bore no fear of Han Ani and Si Fengkai, he would not underestimate them. Moreover, as they ventured to Zunlian City to exterminate demons, unforeseen events could arise. Caution was warranted. Chu Jianqiu retrieved various materials for talisman crafting from the Chaos Supreme Tower prior to arriving at Xianyun sect. He had purchased a considerable quantity of talisman-making materials from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion for emergencies. Over the past 6 months, he had consumed a fair amount while practicing his talisman crafting. His skills had significantly improved, and he had become a proficient second-tier talisman master, capable of effortlessly drawing second-tier talismans. Using the remaining materials, he crafted 3 second-tier strengthening talismans, 2 second-tier evasion talismans, and 3 second-tier golden shield talismans. However, all these talismans utilized upper-grade talisman cores. With his current crafting level, he could produce second-tier talismans with top-tier cores, but the materials he had on hand were insufficient to support such quality. So he had to make do with what he had. Although the treasure vault of Xianyun sect contained many precious talisman-making materials that would allow him to create top-tier, second-tier talismans, he had not earned any contribution points over the past 6 months, as he had been focused solely on studying and attending classes, leaving him financially strapped and unable to exchange for those valuable materials. The next morning, having prepared early, Chu Jianqiu arrived at the main platform of the peak, where the cloud boats of Xianyun sect were stationed. The vast platform was adorned with an array of cloud boats, ranging from enormous vessels accommodating thousands to smaller ones that could hold merely a dozen this time. The members of the Zixia society were already gathered by a small cloud boat. Chu Shixiang, you've arrived. Fu Lingxue greeted him with a smile. Westgate Elio, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of disdain, muttering under her breath, I wonder what merits this waste possesses that makes her so infatuated with him. Aside from his exam results, what else does he have to offer? Chu Jianqiu greeted everyone with a warm smile, choosing to disregard Westgate Elio's disparaging remarks. Feeling somewhat exasperated, it seemed this woman had an inexplicable vendetta against him. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to bicker over such trivial matters. Before long, Han Ani and Si Fengkai arrived with their group from Xianyun Society. 5 members accompanied them, including Han Ani, Si Fengkai, and Huang Pengyi, along with 2 muscular men. Sister Wan, you've arrived quite early. Since everyone is here, Let us set off, Han Ani said with a smile, stepping onto the cloud boat first. The others followed suit, boarding the vessel. And once all were aboard, Wan Xiaoying activated the cloud boat, directing it towards Zunlian City. Brothers, shall we discuss our strategy for dealing with the blood python? Wan Xiaoying asked, attempting to break the silence that had enveloped the boat. What is there to discuss? We simply confront it head-on and slay it. It's merely a blood python, Si Fengkai scoffed dismissively. Though he had only reached the 4th level of true Qi realm, he was a formidable bloodline warrior, more than capable of handling a 5th-level opponent, especially with his treasure artifacts in tow. Ha, Sister Wan, you are too cautious. With so many of us, even a 6th-level monster would fall before us. A member from Xinyan society chimed in enthusiastically. Sister Wan is right. Slaying demons is a serious matter, and we mustn't be careless. Let us each share our cultivation levels, so everyone is aware, another chimed in. Han Ani suddenly spoke, casting a deliberate yet casual glance at Chu Jianqiu as he did so. Upon witnessing Han Ani's utterance, the crowd fell into agreement. Although Si Fengkai was somewhat haughty, he and Han Ani were, after all, allies in the same boat, and it would not be prudent to disregard his dignity too openly. Hence he refrained from voicing any opposition that I, Si Fengkai, a warrior of the upper tier of Xin-level bloodlines, currently possess a cultivation level of the 4th stage of true Qi, and with this 2nd-tier medium-grade flame blade, I can slay warriors of the 5th stage of true Q. I Fengkai proclaimed with pride that this 2nd-tier medium-grade treasure, the flame blade, was procured with considerable effort by his elder brother, Si Fengpa. With this weapon in hand, he felt as though he had been granted wings, his strength soaring to new heights. Upon hearing his assertion about being able to slay 5th-stage warriors, both Han Ani and Wan Xiaoying exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of discomfort, for among all present, they alone were 5th-stage warriors. Fengkai's words effectively implied that he could vanquish the two of them, and as warriors, regardless of who they were, a sense of pride often instilled a tinge of displeasure when faced with such a blatant affront from someone of a lower realm that IT will then depend on the performance of Junior Brother C. I hope he can provide us with a surprise, Wan Xiaoying remarked with a smile, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. I am Wan Xiaoying of the Ziyun Society. I trust one am not an unfamiliar name to you all. I currently wield a cultivation level of the 5th stage of true Qi, along with a 2nd-tier lower-grade magical bow and 3 armor-piercing arrows. Wan Xiaoying had amassed her meager fortune over 10 years within the outer sect to exchange for such a 2nd-tier lower-grade treasure. While someone like Si Fengkai, with his privileged background, had acquired a 2nd-tier medium-grade treasure right upon entering. This disparity in the world of warriors is evident. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, the presence of a backing makes a significant difference. Ordinary disciples like Wan Xiaoying can only ascend gradually through their own efforts, without any shortcuts. Of course, there have been instances where exceptionally gifted disciples had expressed interest in her beauty, had she been willing to comply. Perhaps with their assistance, she would have entered the inner sect long ago. However, Wan Xiaoying understood that such individuals were merely attracted to her appearance and not genuinely interested in her, preferring to cultivate at a slower pace rather than exchange her body for advancement. Surely everyone knows me, Han Ani, the president of the Xinyan Society. I currently possess a cultivation level of the 5th stage of true Qi, along with a 2nd-tier medium-grade treasure, the Qiongguang sword, and 3 2nd-tier spiritual symbols, the ice sealing talismans. Han Ani smiled, noting that her uncle was an elder of the outer sect. While not entirely extravagant, her access to cultivation resources was certainly not lacking. I am Shiman Ilio from the Zixia Society, with a cultivation level of the 4th stage of true Qi, possessing a complete set of 2nd-tier lower-grade steel-wing shadow vines needles and a 2nd-tier gale talisman. Shiman Ilio proclaimed with a hint of pride. Recently, she had become involved with an inner-sect senior, who, at her request, had helped her acquire a set of 2nd-tier lower-grade treasures. This set of steel-wing shadow vines needles was of superior quality compared to Wan Xiaoying's bow and arrows. Although Shiman Ilio had been in the sect for some time, her accrued contribution points were insufficient for her regular training and expenditures, leaving no surplus for additional treasures. She cast a smug glance at Wan Xiaoying. Having long wished to flaunt this set of treasures, Despite her inferior aptitude and lack of diligence compared to Wan Xiaoying, she remained unwilling to concede to Wan Xiaoying's leadership of the Zixia society, constantly seeking to compete with her. Shimin Ilyo then turned her gaze towards Chu Jianqiu, a smirk playing on her lips as she inquired, "I wonder what treasures junior brother Chu has to showcase in this endeavor." Chu Jianqiu could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. He wondered why this woman seemed intent on making his life difficult. After reflecting, he realized he had not wronged her in any way. With the crowd's attention shifting towards him, he reluctantly responded, "As you all might be aware, I have only recently broken through to the true Qi realm. Ha." Shimin Ilyo scoffed derisively. However, Chu Jianqiu continued earnestly. "Though my realm may be somewhat lacking, I possess knowledge in symbols, formations, alchemy, weaponry, botany, and medicine, having achieved top marks in each subject." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before bursts of laughter erupted. While these subjects were indeed important, mastery in any single one could earn respect. Yet Chu Jianqiu's broad, yet shallow approach appeared to be a case of grasping at too many straws. No one had ever heard of a figure in history capable of excelling in so many disciplines simultaneously. The mere mastery of any one of them was notoriously challenging, especially symbols and formations, which were widely regarded as the most difficult arts in the Tianwu continent. Countless geniuses had been thwarted at the gates of these esoteric realms. Given Chu Jianqiu's capabilities, one could surmise that even achieving top marks in every subject merely signified that he had scratched the surface. Moreover, the consensus was that the essence of a warrior lay in their strength. In a world where might reigned supreme, power represented everything. Without formidable strength to back it up, all else was mere rhetoric. As laughter echoed around him, only Shimin Ilyo's expression darkened. Chu Jianqiu's words had struck a nerve, reminding her of the painful memories associated with her struggles in the botany course. After 3 years of dedicated study, she had failed thrice, only managing to secure a mediocre grade, far inferior to that of an inept student who had studied for a mere 6 months. Particularly humiliating was the moment when the elder teaching the botany course had drawn a comparison between her and Chu Jianqiu in class. Leaving her utterly embarrassed, Shimin Ilyo shot a fierce glare at Chu Jianqiu, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Amidst the laughter, Chu Jianqiu remained unfazed, entirely indifferent to the mockery surrounding him. The cloud vessel soon approached the skies above Xinlian City. Descending gradually to a T this moment, the city lord Dihugwang, along with the city's noble families, had already constructed a grand platform, waiting to welcome the esteemed disciples of the Xinjian sect. Xinlian City extends its warmest welcome to the esteemed disciples of the Xinjian sect. The city lord Dihugwang called out with a booming voice upon spotting the figures emerging from the cloud vessel. Xinlian City has faced dire tribulations. We are eternally grateful for the Xinjian sect benevolence and assistance. Dihugwang led the city's aristocracy in a respectful greeting. Slaying demons and dispelling evil is our duty at the Xinjian sect. There is no need for such formalities, City Lord D. Hanani replied with a smile, representing the group as they basked in the adoration of the citizens of Xinlian City. This task was originally led by Wan Xiaoying, but after Hanani and the others intervened, they had effectively usurped the leadership role. Wan Xiaoying, unwilling to contest with him, chose to let it be. Esteemed young immortals, please, I have prepared a banquet at the City Lord's residence to welcome you. Dihugwang invited, leading the disciples of the Xinjian sect to the City Lord's mansion. At that moment, a grand feast was already underway within the mansion. Dihugwang and the noble families of Xinlian City spared no effort to please the disciples of the Xinjian sect, eager to forge connections and goodwill, hoping to establish favorable ties that owe them. The Xinjian sect represented a celestial realm, and its disciples, noble offspring of the heavens. Thus they sought to ingratiate themselves, while the members of the Xianyan society were in high spirits. Reveling in the flattery, Chu Jianqiu found the atmosphere rather tedious by nature. He was not fond of such lively social gatherings. As he sought an excuse to withdraw from the festivities, a soldier rushed in. Breathless, City Lord, the blood python has descended once more, wreaking havoc. The villages 50 miles west of the city have suffered, with half of their populace devoured. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Do not panic, since we have arrived. This vile creature dares to cause turmoil at its own peril. Please, guide us. We shall go and slay it, Si Fengkai declared, slamming his palm on the table and rising that a few cups of wine had already elevated his spirits. And the earlier flattery had him feeling elated. Seeing Si Fengkai steal his thunder, Han Ani felt a twinge of annoyance, but could not express it before others. City Lord, please have someone lead the way. We shall go and slay this beast, Han Ani addressed Di Guang. Then I must trouble you, esteemed young immortals. Di and Guang clasped their hands and bowed in greeting, allowing the soldier who had come to report to lead the members of the Xianjian sect and others as guides. Wan Xiaoying and her companions were naturally intent on eliminating the blood python, hence they raised no objections. The members of the Xianjian sect ascended the cloud boat alongside the soldier, who directed them towards Mount Wahoo to the west of the city. The 50-mile distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. According to the soldier, the blood python returned to Mount Wahoo each time it had consumed a person. Wan Xiaoying deftly maneuvered the cloud boat to descend at the foot of the mountain. The soldier led them up the slopes of Mount Wahoo. However, something fell amiss. As they reached the halfway point, Chu Jianqiu suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? You haven't even seen the beast yet. And you're already frightened. Junior brother Chu. Shimini Lu scoffed. If junior brother Chu possesses such little courage, he should never have accompanied us, though we wouldn't want you to falter at a critical moment and jeopardize our efforts. The aura of demonic energy permeating the flora of the mountains was unusual. It suggested that this creature was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Chu Jianqiu ignored Shimin Lu's mockery. His brow furrowed with concern. Humph. If you're truly afraid, you might as well stay behind while we deal with the beast. Though you won't gain any contribution points, at least you'll avoid the fear and save your life. Han Ani chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Let's hasten to slay the beast so we can return for a celebratory feast. What is the point of engaging in idle chatter with this waste? Si Fengkai expressed his impatience. Wan Xiaoying remained silent, yet her expression revealed her skepticism towards Chu Jianqiu's words. Believing he was simply attempting to preserve his dignity out of fear, Chu Jianqiu was unconcerned about their reactions. He merely stated what he had observed, indifferent to whether they chose to believe him. Junior sister Fu, you stay with me. He smiled at Fu Lingxue. All right. Fu Lingxue readily agreed, having emerged from Tianshui City with Chu Jianqiu. She understood him well enough not to be intimidated by this minor beast. During the recruitment test at the Xianjian sect in Tianshui City, she had witnessed Chu Jianqiu remain unflinching in the face of threats from powerful foes like Ouyangyin. How could a mere blood python frighten him? Since Chu Jianqiu had spoken, he must have had his reasons. Han Ani's expression stiffened. She had merely been goading him, never expecting him to remain steadfast. If he truly stayed behind, her schemes would be thwarted. Junior sister Fu, a martial artist should not be so cowardly. If this waste lacks the ambition to improve, why must you follow him? Shimini Lu, angered by Chu Jianqiu's audacity and Fu Lingxue's compliance, could not restrain her disdainful remarks. Enough. Since junior sister Fu has chosen to stay, we shall not force her. Let us continue our ascent. Wan Xiaoying waved her hand. Resuming her journey up the mountain, disappointment filled her heart at Fu Lingxue's decision. She had brought along several junior sisters with lower cultivations, not only to deal with the demon, but also to provide them with experience. However, Fu Lingxue's demeanor left her quite disheartened, leading Wan Xiaoying to consider that perhaps she need not be so indulgent with her in the future, seeing that Chu Jianqiu had shamelessly chosen to remain. Han Ani felt powerless and continued up the mountain with the group. Once the others had distanced themselves, Chu Jianqiu took out a flash escape talisman and a golden shield talisman, handing them to Fu Lingxue while explaining their usage. Upon seeing the two talismans and hearing his instructions, Fu Lingxue was taken aback and hastily declined, feeling unworthy of such precious items. Each talisman was worth thousands of spirit stones. Take them without further ado. There is no need for such hesitation. This matter is likely more complex than it seems. If you sense something amiss, use the escape talisman immediately, Chu Jianqiu said, his expression grave. Senior brother Chu, are you not staying with me? Fu Lingxue discerned the implication in his words. Chu Jianqiu replied with a smile. Though senior sister Wan and the others doubt my words, we are still fellow disciples of the same sect. I cannot simply abandon them. Moreover, this creature has wreaked havoc in the area, and I cannot allow it to continue unchecked. Rest assured, I have means of self-protection, and if the situation turns dire, I will flee without hesitation. Having given his instructions, Chu Jianqiu darted up the mountain. Fu Lingxue watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She felt both joy and bitterness at his sincere concern devoid of ulterior motives. The joy stemmed from knowing his feelings were genuine, while the bitterness arose from realizing he viewed her merely as a junior sister, without any deeper intentions. As she gazed at the two talismans in her hands, she sighed softly but soon composed herself, thinking that as long as she could remain by his side, it was a form of happiness. That waste, so afraid of dying, should just stay home and sleep instead of tagging along with us. Making a fool of himself, Shimeni Lu muttered to herself, vexed by Chu Jianqiu's actions. Junior Sister Fu is quite foolish. What is so admirable about that waste? Why do you insist on associating with him? After venting her frustration with Chu Jianqiu, Shimeni Lu turned her ire towards Fu Lingxue, feeling stifled by her unwillingness to heed her advice. Enough of this chatter. We are nearing the lair of the demon. Although this creature may not be an exceptionally powerful one, we must remain vigilant. Wan Xiaoying interjected, halting Shimeni Lu's tirade. Are you looking for me? Just as Wan Xiaoying finished speaking, a hoarse and eerie voice echoed. Laced with a serpentine hiss, that moment. Thick black smoke billowed from the surrounding forest. From within the obscuring smoke, a colossal figure gradually emerged. This creature bore a human head and a serpentine body. Its formidable form comparable to a large vat, its terrifying length spanning several dozen feet. Upon witnessing this sight, the group was immediately struck with alarm. A chill coursed through their veins as they collectively thought. It's over. They could hardly believe that this blood python was actually a shape-shifting demon. What did a shape-shifting demon signify? It was equivalent to a human cultivator of the transformation sea realm. Although the blood python had not fully transformed, its head had begun to take on a human form, indicating it had at least taken a half step into the transformation sea realm, whether fully transformed or merely half-transformed. Such a being was beyond their capability to confront. Han Ani felt an icy dread wash over her, instantly regretting her decision to accompany them. Had she known that the blood python was a half-transformed demon, she would never have come. As Ifonkai trembled uncontrollably, his once indomitable arrogance dissipating in the face of such an overwhelming foe. Shimeni Lu's complexion turned pale, her legs trembling, nearly buckling beneath her. Only Wan Xiaoying managed to maintain some semblance of composure. This mission had been her undertaking, and since matters had escalated to this point, fear would not alter their predicament. Yet, she felt a pang of regret for not heeding Chu Jianqiu's warnings, realizing that her previous disdain for him had led them to this dire outcome. Everyone, do not panic. If we work together, we can break free. It may not be able to stop us, Wan Xiaoying urged. Attempting to instill courage, break free. Do you think you can escape now? The blood python's cold voice resonated once more. Its words. The group turned to survey their surroundings, only to find that the forest within a radius of several dozen feet had been ensnared by thick, swirling black smoke, emanating a distinctly ominous odor. Clearly, the blood python had already set up a demonic formation here. Upon witnessing this, despair gripped their hearts even more profoundly. The hope of fleeing from a half-transformed demon was already tenuous. And now they found themselves ensnared within this formation, plunging them into a situation of certain doom. I have invested so much effort to attract a few decent prey. Do you think I would let you escape so easily? That would be a joke. The blood python's cold, slitted gaze swept over the crowd, its repulsive and slimy tongue flicking in and out. For days, it had feasted on these mundane mortals, finding little satisfaction. Only those of you, vigorous martial artists, could truly nourish it. The blood python spoke. It suddenly revealed its true form, its massive body flashing and stirring a foul wind as it lunged toward the disciple of the Xianyan society. The disciple barely had time to react before becoming a meal for the blood python. After consuming the disciple, the python returned to its original position with a swiftness akin to the wind. Once it had swallowed the disciple, The terrifying serpent's head morphed back into a humanoid shape, its crimson tongue flicking in delight, revealing a countenance of sheer pleasure. Indeed, these high-ranking martial artists from various sects were exceptional. Proving to be a sumptuous feast, the blood python laughed heartily in triumph. The flesh and blood of demonic beasts served as an excellent nourishment for human warriors, while human warriors held a fatal allure for the beasts as well. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with a profound fear, their hearts quaking. They were mere novices. Even someone like Wan Xiaoying, who had spent a decade in the outer sect, had only witnessed sparring matches among peers. And while they sometimes turned fierce, they were no more than mere injuries, broken bones, or severed limbs. Never had they encountered such a brutal spectacle that a young woman from the Xixia society even fainted from terror. As the blood python shook its head, its human visage transformed back into the horrifying serpent head, sending a shiver through the crowd. The last time the python's head had turned into a serpent, it had devoured a disciple of the Xianyun society. Now, who would be next to become its prey? The overwhelming fear rendered their minds blank, and no one even considered resisting. They merely trembled in dread. Resembling a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, the blood python relished the sight of their terror, feeling an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Just as it contemplated seizing another warrior, it suddenly sensed a tremendous force approaching from behind. The blood python was taken aback, hastily dodging, but in its haste, only half of its massive form escaped, resulting in a heavy blow to the other half. Despite its colossal size, the impact sent it rolling several feet away. A mix of shock and fury coursed through the blood python. Who was this audacious assailant that had intruded upon its carefully laid demonic array without a sound? The blood python quickly righted itself. Darting away to evade another incoming strike, the IT swiftly vanished into the shadows. A lingering sense of trepidation enveloped the python. The attack had come too unexpectedly, and had it not been for its keen instincts, it might have suffered severe injury. Now concealed in the darkness, it scrutinized the attacker, discovering that the one who had struck it was merely a youth of 17 or 18, and worse still, just a first-level warrior in the true Qi realm. The blood python felt a profound sense of humiliation. It had nearly been harmed by such a weakling. Although it had narrowly avoided a critical hit, it was still significantly injured. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the retreating blood python, feeling a twinge of regret. This creature, despite its experience, had managed to react even in such dire circumstances. Had that previous strike landed, it would have surely claimed half its life to AS for the demonic array laid out by the blood python amidst the swirling smoke. It posed no obstacle to Chu Jianqiu, having encountered the intricate formations within the Chaos Supreme Tower. Many of the world's sophisticated arrays appeared riddled with flaws to him. While he might still struggle to set up an array himself, discerning weaknesses within one was a trivial task. The blood python's array was hardly brilliant. It might have been sufficient to ensnare Han Ani and Wan Xiaoying, but it was utterly incapable of hindering Chu Jianqiu. Han Ani, Wan Xiaoying, and the others from the Xixia society looked at Chu Jianqiu with disbelief. The timid fool they had spoken of, the waste, was now directly confronting the blood python, forcing the half-transformed beast into such a predicament. The swift change was so astonishing that they could scarcely believe their eyes. "What are you doing standing there? Form a defensive formation. Are you waiting to die?" Chu Jianqiu shot them a cold glance. These once arrogant individuals, who had acted so superior, were utterly useless in this moment of crisis. Defend. With you worthless trash. Do you think defense will do anything? I am a shape-shifting demon. No matter how you defend, it's all in vain. The blood python slowly emerged from the smoke, its blood-red slitted eyes fixed on Chu Jianqiu, as if regarding a grand jest. Initially, the crowd had begun to draw their weapons to form a defensive formation upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, but the blood python's taunt immediately crushed their spirits, instilling a deep sense of helplessness within them. The blood python was a shape-shifting demon. With such a vast disparity in strength, what good would their defense do? It's a shape-shifting demon. What use is our formation? Shiman Ilyo mumbled, his eyes devoid of hope. Fools! Did you not see the massive wound on its body? After sustaining such a grievous injury, how much power can it still wield? Chu Jianqiu exploded in anger, cursing them for their utter ineptitude. Following his reminder, the onlookers finally noticed the ghastly wound on the blood python's chest, a horrific gash that showed no sign of healing. Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the python's crimson eyes narrowed in alarm. Even if I am injured and weakened, how could you worthless beings ever hope to match me? The blood python glared coldly at Chu Jianqiu. Stop boasting. If you were truly as formidable as you claim, why waste breath intimidating these fools? Just swallow them one by one. It would be far simpler. Your long-winded threats are merely attempts to shatter their resolve and extinguish their will to resist. Allowing you to feast freely, your words might deceive the dim-witted, but any rational person would see through your ruse. Chu Jianqiu sneered. Han Ani and Si Fengkai felt a mix of shame and anger at being called fools, their faces alternating between green and white. Yet in this life-and-death moment, they dared not argue with Chu Jianqiu. Wan Xiuying and the others from the Zixia Society were similarly abashed. After Chu Jianqiu's admonition, they finally recognized the blood python's peculiarities. These oddities could still be deduced with careful thought. Yet when faced with such a formidable opponent, who could maintain their composure to consider these details? Chu Jianqiu's calmness in the face of danger was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Wan Xiuying recalled Chu Jianqiu's earlier warning, realizing he had already sensed the abnormalities, that it was laughable that they had thought him a coward, merely trying to intimidate them. Now it was evident that being labeled as brainless fools by Chu Jianqiu was hardly unjust. His ability to perceive details before trouble arose, coupled with his meticulous reasoning and foresight, showcased profound wisdom, in the face of a powerful adversary. Instead of fleeing, he remained fearless, daring to challenge directly. This was true courage. A person like Chu Jianqiu was the embodiment of both great wisdom and bravery. Unlike Han Ani and Si Fengkai, who were once so arrogant yet now quaked in fear at the onset of crisis. Too terrified to even resist, such individuals were indeed the fools Chu Jianqiu spoke of, and a wonder sister Fu trusted Chu Jianqiu so implicitly. Wan Xiuying regarded him with newfound admiration. Initially, she had hoped to exert less effort, but now it seemed that she would need to take more decisive action. The blood python flicked its crimson tongue, its gaze coldly fixed on Chu Jianqiu. You put on quite the act. If I were as brainless as your ilk, I might truly think you had us at your mercy. Yet, your theatrics only serve to expose your cowardice that you are likely not contemplating how to devour us, but rather how to escape. Why do you only project an image of being a fifth-level true chi warrior, rather than revealing your true strength? If you displayed a more formidable power, it would attract higher-level warriors. Devouring them would surely serve you far better than merely luring us insignificant fish. This signifies that your current prowess is merely slightly superior to the strength you project. Should a martial artist of a higher realm arrive, the tables would turn, and it would be he who contemplates how to devour you, rather than the reverse. Thus, the power you possess now is nothing more than that of the sixth layer of the true chi realm. Therefore, your focus should not be on how to vanquish us, but rather on how to escape from our grasp. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the blood python and spoke in a calm tone. His assertion, while largely accurate, intentionally understated the blood python's remaining strength by one level. This statement was not directed at the blood python itself, but rather intended for the disciples of the Xianjian sect behind him. The present, the fighting spirit of these disciples had been nearly obliterated by the blood python, and he needed to rekindle their confidence that if he revealed the true extent of the blood python's power, given the gap of 2 levels, they would likely lack the will to resist. However, if they believed the blood python to be merely at the 6th layer of the true chi realm, they might still harbor a chance of victory, which would significantly boost their morale. In any case, Chu Jianqiu did not expect them to defeat the blood python. He only wished for them to regain their courage to defend themselves, so as not to complicate matters during his impending battle with the beast. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the confidence of the crowd surged, their fear of the blood python dissipating, replaced instead by a fervent fighting spirit. With some eager to engage, particularly, Si Fengkai's haughty demeanor swiftly returned, as he yearned to challenge the blood python. If you wish to avoid death, refrain from acting recklessly, and promptly form the 5 elements in guard formation for defense. Chu Jianqiu cautioned, observing their sudden swell of confidence. He felt a tinge of exasperation and hurried to prevent them from acting foolishly. The group, having developed unwavering trust in Chu Jianqiu, quickly complied and established their defensive formation. The blood python's cold, piercing gaze fixed on Chu Jianqiu, its eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. Chu Jianqiu's words had nearly laid bare all its thoughts and objectives. The cunning of this young man was indeed formidable. Even if it were to be reduced to the 6th layer of the true Qi realm, eliminating a mere 1st-layer true Qi practitioner like you would be an effortless task, the blood python coldly remarked. Fixating its gaze on Chu Jianqiu, "You may attempt to do so," Chu Jianqiu replied nonchalantly, his eyes burning with the fervor of battle. Since attaining the supreme martial body, he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating fight. Si Fengkai was simply too weak to pique his interest. Moreover, sparring with fellow disciples posed the risk of inadvertently causing fatal harm, hence he had to restrain himself. Now that he encountered this blood python, he was determined to unleash his full potential in battle. Should he find himself in dire straits, he had his own means of escape, as for the consequences that would befall Han Ani and the others after his departure. That was beyond his consideration. Prior to ascending the mountain, he had already warned them of the unusual circumstances. Since they chose to disregard his advice, they must bear the repercussions. Furthermore, he had exerted considerable effort to safeguard their lives. If the situation proved insurmountable, he could not be expected to remain and accompany them to their demise. The blood python's massive tail swept towards Chu Jianqiu in an instant. Chu Jianqiu stood resolute, not flinching, and unleashed his full strength in a countering palm strike. Boom! The collision of their terrifying forces sent ripples of energy coursing through the air, creating waves of chaotic winds that uprooted trees along the periphery. The ground where their powers met was blasted into a massive pit, with soil shooting skyward like a rain of arrows. Witnessing such a display, the onlookers turned pale. Such a dreadful attack could hardly be unleashed by a mere 1st-layer true Qi practitioner. Si Fengkai's face drained of color as he recalled his intent to discipline Chu Jianqiu. If he truly faced him, a single strike would obliterate him completely. Wan Xiaoying gazed in awe at the immense pit. Her mouth agape, unable to fathom what kind of prodigy could unleash such terrifying power at the 1st layer of the true Qi realm. Surely, even a legendary practitioner of celestial grade bloodlines could not achieve such feats. With her own 5th-layer true Qi cultivation, she too could not unleash such formidable combat strength. Shimin Ilio nearly crumpled to the ground, despair flooding her heart as she recalled her previous antagonism towards Chu Jianqiu. What would happen if he sought retribution? Han Ani, gripped by fear yet tinged with indignation, bit her lip tightly, questioning why she could not possess such monstrous talent. Chu Jianqiu was propelled back several dozen feet by the force of that strike, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, blood erupting from his mouth as the overwhelming power tore gaping wounds across his body. The blood python's strength was still within his expectations. Relying solely on brute force and true Qi, he found it difficult to contend with it. Rising from the pit, Chu Jianqiu watched as his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. He was unfazed by this spectacle. He was well aware of the formidable healing capabilities of the supreme martial body. Otherwise, he would not dare seek his own demise by challenging a creature far stronger than himself. Had he not attained the supreme martial body, even this single blow would have rendered him unable to continue fighting. However, with the supreme martial body, as long as his vitality remained, his physical form possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. The blood python was also sent reeling by Chu Jianqiu's palm strike, its colossal form clearing a swath of earth as dust and debris were sent flying. Its injuries were far less severe than those sustained by Chu Jianqiu, and it quickly regained its footing. Seeking to ascertain whether the young man still drew breath, IT had exerted 7 or 8 parts of its strength in that last attack, although it was gravely wounded and its power diminished to a fraction. Even an ordinary 7th-layer true Qi practitioner would struggle to withstand such a blow, let alone this mere 1st-layer practitioner. But as the blood python gazed towards Chu Jianqiu, it was astonished to see him standing unharmed. Shock and fury surged within it. This young man was not only formidable in combat, but also remarkably resilient. The blood python darted forward, refusing to believe its luck. A great shape-shifting demon should easily subdue a 1st-layer true Qi practitioner. Even in its current weakened state, Chu Jianqiu understood that mere attacks would not inflict significant harm on the blood python. As it launched another assault, he summoned the seventh palm of the angry wave's 7 stacks to meet it head-on. Boom! The ground was struck, creating a larger, deeper pit, and Chu Jianqiu was sent flying even farther, crashing into the earth and carving out an even greater trench. This time, the blood python was also flung over 10 yards. Its tail severely dented where it had been struck by Chu Jianqiu, leaving it in a state of bloody agony. Enraged, the blood python turned and lunged at him once more. Chu Jianqiu managed to rise from the ground. But the injuries he sustained were more severe this time, and the speed of his recovery had noticeably slowed. The previous healing had consumed a considerable amount of his vital energy, and without abundant reserves. His recovery was understandably sluggish. Despite employing the Inferno Wave 7 Layers Palm, a low-grade martial technique of the mysterious tier, he found himself unable to contend with the formidable blood python. Had it not been for the severe injuries it had previously sustained, he would have likely been killed in a single strike. Although the Inferno Wave 7 Layers Palm was classified as a low-grade technique, its combat prowess rivaled that of mid-grade techniques, effectively doubling Chu Jianqiu's fighting capability. Yet it still proved insufficient against the blood python. The blood python launched another attack. Chu Jianqiu dared not withstand it head-on. His injuries had yet to heal, and after executing the Inferno Wave 7 Layers Palm, his internal energy was in turmoil. Rendering him unable to absorb this blow, he quickly produced a spirit talisman and crushed it, causing a golden shield-like barrier to materialize before him, providing a solid defense. This was a second-tier golden shield talisman of high quality, capable of withstanding any attack from a practitioner below the 7th level of the True Qi realm. The blood python's tail collided with the golden shield, shattering it instantly, yet the attack was ultimately thwarted. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chu Jianqiu dashed more than 10 yards to evade the assault. When the blood python charged again, Chu Jianqiu deployed 2 more golden shield talismans in succession to deflect its strikes. After utilizing 3 such talismans, he finally gained a rare moment to catch his breath, and his wounds had healed significantly. Wan Xiaoying and the others watched in astonishment as Chu Jianqiu nonchalantly expended 3 spirit talismans, each capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the blood python, highlighting their immense value. Such talismans were unattainable for less than 10,000 spirit stones. To their surprise, not only was Chu Jianqiu exceptionally powerful, but he was also a veritable tycoon. After employing the 3rd golden shield talisman to block the blood python's attack, Chu Jianqiu retrieved another spirit talisman and pressed it against himself, causing it to transform into a golden light and merge with his body. As the blood python prepared for yet another strike, Chu Jianqiu boldly met it head-on, channeling all his energy into the Inferno Wave 7 Layers Palm. With a resounding crash, he sent the blood python flying over 20 yards. Its massive body crashing through countless trees. The blood python was filled with dread. After using that talisman, the boy's strength had seemingly doubled again. The previous strike had already inflicted significant damage, and if the battle continued, it feared it might truly fall to this young warrior. A fierce unwillingness surged in the blood python's vertical pupils. How could it relinquish the juicy prey it had nearly captured? If it fled now, all its meticulous planning would be for naught. After all its efforts, it would have only devoured a practitioner of the 4th level of the True Qi realm. Moreover, the injury it had sustained from Chu Jianqiu meant that the consumed practitioner would not even suffice to heal its wounds, rendering its recent feasting on villagers utterly futile, exacerbating its injuries instead. All of this misfortune it attributed to the young man before it, who had caused it to lose everything. Yet, it dared not provoke Chu Jianqiu further. The boy's arsenal of techniques was endless, and who knew what other formidable abilities he might possess? With Chu Jianqiu's strength on the rise, it realized it was no longer a match for him. Casting a glance at Chu Jianqiu, the blood python swiftly darted towards Han Ani and the others. The group was taken aback as they witnessed the blood python charging toward them. They had been spectators to the life-and-death struggle between Chu Jianqiu and the blood python. And although the scene had been thrilling, their detachment had led them to lower their guard. As the blood python approached, they hastily raised their weapons in defense. unleashing blades, sword energies, and fist strikes upon it. However, the blood python's tail swept through, instantly scattering their loose formation. They were sent sprawling in all directions, colliding with trees and tumbling into the underbrush. In midair, Huang Pengyi suddenly felt darkness engulf him. Pain surging through his body as he fell into the maw of a bloodthirsty giant, his consciousness plunging into an abyss of blackness. After devouring Huang Pengyi, the blood python flashed before Wan Xiaoying, its gaping maw descending upon her. Gazing at the array of jagged teeth, a chill gripped her heart. In the face of the blood python, she felt utterly powerless, incapable even of fleeing. Just as she prepared to close her eyes and resign herself to fate, a slender figure descended from the heavens, a glint of cold light flashing as the blood python's massive head was severed, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain from his severed neck. A half-step transformation beast fell lifelessly to the ground. Chu Jianqiu, gazing at the rolling head of the blood python, could no longer maintain his strength and collapsed onto the ground. In that final moment, he had activated the second-tier teleportation talisman of high quality. This talisman allowed a practitioner of the true Qi realm to instantly reach any location within 5 miles. As the blood python rushed to consume Wan Xiaoying, Chu Jianqiu wasted no time in using the talisman. Taking advantage of its moment of inattention to position himself above the creature, he drew the second-tier high-grade treasure, the flowing shadow sword, gifted to him by his master, Cui Yiyun, channeling all of his remaining true energy for a decisive strike that severed the blood python's head. In the wake of this fierce battle, Chu Jianqiu had exhausted all of his internal energy and could muster no more strength. "Are you all right?" Wan Xiaoying, having narrowly escaped death, felt an overwhelming gratitude for Chu Jianqiu. Seeing him collapse, she was startled and crawled over to inquire. She too had been gravely injured by the blood python's powerful tail strike. Unable to stand, Chu Jianqiu, his complexion pale, shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Reflecting on the recent battle, he felt a twinge of lingering fear. The blood python's power had exceeded his expectations, and its remaining strength was likely not merely at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the true Qi realm, but rather approaching the 8th level. To defeat this creature, he had revealed nearly all of his trump cards. The mysterious technique, the Inferno Wave 7 layers palm, the golden shield talismans, the strength-enhancing talisman, the teleportation talisman, and the flowing shadow sword. Though the cost had been steep, he had ultimately vanquished this terror that had plagued the region. Wan Xiaoying, seeing that aside from his pallor, Chu Jianqiu bore no severe injuries, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She retrieved a healing elixir and began to recover slowly on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Jianqiu had indeed suffered significant wounds, yet his unparalleled martial physique's powerful healing ability had allowed most of his external injuries to heal significantly. Aside from Wan Xiaoying, who had been severely injured by the blood python's attack, the others were not faring much better. Both the Xianyan Society and the Zixia Society had lost a disciple each to the blood python strike. Shiminilio had several ribs broken and could hardly move, while another disciple from the Zixia Society suffered injuries comparable to his dead. Ifengkai had crashed into a tree branch, which had gruesomely severed one of his arms. Among them, only Han Ani had sustained relatively minor injuries. When the blood python attacked, he had swiftly hidden behind the others, which protected him from the worst of the blow. Most of the attack's force had been absorbed by those in front of him. Additionally, as he was the most skilled among the group, he had only suffered superficial wounds, a stark contrast to the others' injuries. Han Ani slowly rose to his feet and walked towards Chu Jianqiu, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gripped the hilt of his Qianwang sword. "Han Ani, what are you planning to do?" Wan Xiaoying exclaimed, startled by his actions. "What do you think?" "Naturally, I intend to eliminate him." Han Ani unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Chu Jianqiu. Just moments ago, he had refrained from drawing his sword against the assault of the blood python. Yet now, facing the defenseless Chu Jianqiu, he brandished his weapon with menace. "Chu Jianqiu, did you ever imagine that you would ultimately meet your demise at my hands? From the very first day I laid eyes on you, I have anticipated this moment, and today it has finally arrived. Dare vie with me. Han Ani, for a woman, you must be prepared to face death." Ling Zhu's Wuqiu, even I cannot approach her. What gives you? A worthless fool. The right to hold her hand. Han Ani exclaimed, his eyes reddened with fervor. Chu Jianqiu, observing the frenzied Han Ani, felt utterly bewildered. Are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours if I hold her hand? If you have the courage, then go ahead and do so. Moreover, it was she who took my hand, not the other way around. Chu Jianqiu could hardly fathom that Han Ani would harbor resentment over such a trivial matter. You seek death. Han Ani's rage surged within him. I end the sect, with Wuqiu Lingzhu protecting you. I refrain from acting against you. But now, I shall see who can prevent me from ending your life. Han Ani, have you lost your senses? To slaughter a fellow disciple. You too shall meet an untimely end. Wan Xiaoying shouted furiously. No one will know that I killed him, for you all will fall to the blood python, valiantly sacrificing yourselves to rid the world of evil. And I shall slay the blood python, avenging you and bringing great merit to the Xianjian sect. Han Ani laughed maniacally. You dare? Wan Xiaoying was both shocked and enraged, realizing that they might not perish at the hands of the blood python, but rather at the hands of this treacherous villain. Han Ani, you would even kill us, Shiman Ilio, despite his heavy injuries. Exclaimed in alarm. Do not kill me. I swear I will keep silent. Shiman Ilio begged for mercy. Han Ani, do not trust the living. Only the dead can keep secrets, Han Ani replied coldly. Han Ani, may you meet a wretched end. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Hearing this, Shiman Ilio erupted in a frenzied curse. Han Ani, my elder brother is one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. If you dare to kill me, he will surely avenge my death. At this moment, Si Fengkai, disregarding his severed arm, shouted urgently. You arrogant fool, always flaunting your prowess before me, I have long found you displeasing. Rest assured, out of respect for our time together, I shall grant you a swift end. Han Ani replied with a cold smile. That it seems you truly believe you have us at your mercy. Chu Jianqiu remarked nonchalantly. Do not pretend. I know you have already exhausted your strength in the previous battle. Now, even a mere body refinement realm waste could easily slay you. Han Ani retorted. Chu Jianqiu's calm demeanor unnerved him somewhat. He recalled how he had appeared similarly composed when facing the blood python. At that time, no one believed he, a mere first realm chi condensation, could defeat such a formidable bloodline beast, yet ultimately, the blood python had fallen before him. Since you were so certain, I have exhausted my strength. Why are you so anxious? Chu Jianqiu smiled. Nonsense. Who says I am anxious? Han Ani argued defiantly. Not anxious. Then why does your hand tremble? Chu Jianqiu observed his trembling hand with a smirk, even at death's door. You continue to chatter. Come, accept your fate. Han Ani bellowed, thrusting his sword towards Chu Jianqiu. The urgency to eliminate him before further complications arose consumed him. However, before his sword could reach Chu Jianqiu, a glimmer of cold light flashed overhead. His head was severed from his neck, and his thrust would never land upon Chu Jianqiu. The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. Uncertain of what had transpired, it was only when Han Ani's headless corpse collapsed that they saw a girl standing behind him, holding a bloodied sword, none other than the previously unseen Fu Lingxiu. The crowd gasped in astonishment, wondering when Fu Lingxiu had acquired such swift and enigmatic movement, appearing silently behind Han Ani without anyone noticing. Chu Jianqiu turned to Fu Lingxiu with a slight smile. You have arrived. He understood how she had managed to sneak up on Han Ani. It was akin to how he had suddenly appeared atop the blood python, utilizing a flash escape talisman. In truth, even without Fu Lingxiu's intervention, Chu Jianqiu had ways to eliminate Han Ani, though it would come at a significant cost. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to resort to such methods. Even during his encounter with the blood python, upon witnessing Han Ani's lifeless body, Fu Lingxiu's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and vomited. This was her first experience with taking a life, and the overwhelming impact of beheading someone was too much for her to bear. After regurgitating for some time, she managed to compose herself and rushed over to assist Chu Jianqiu in tending to his wounds. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand, signaling that he was fine and urged her to help others instead. With his supreme martial physique, as long as his vital energy was restored, his wounds would naturally heal without the need for healing elixirs. Chu Jianqiu activated the chaotic heavenly emperor technique. Torrents of spiritual energy surged into his body, stimulating the regenerative capabilities of his blood vessels, and a vast amount of expended vital energy gradually replenished. Half an hour later, all of Chu Jianqiu's wounds had fully healed. Apart from the depleted true energy yet to recover, he was now free of major ailments. However, for his true energy to be completely restored, simply absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would require 3 to 4 days. It was not something easily achieved. This fierce battle had nearly drained his immense reservoir of true energy. While the capacity within him was astonishing, recovery from such depletion was no simple feat. When Wan Xiaoying encountered Fu Lingxue again, her eyes brimmed with complex emotions. Reflecting on how she had distanced herself from Fu Lingxue after previously urging her to stay at the mountainside, she felt a pang of guilt. When she inquired how Fu Lingxue had ended up there, Fu Lingxue recounted the events succinctly. Originally, Chu Jianqiu had instructed her to remain in place and to flee immediately if the situation turned dire. However, upon witnessing the tumultuous dust and noise from the mountain, she could not quell her concern and thus stealthily ascended the mountain. Upon her arrival, she found that the blood python had already been slain by Chu Jianqiu, just in time to witness Han Ani attempting to kill him in a moment of desperation. Fu Lingxue had unhesitatingly utilized the flash escape talisman, instantly appearing behind Han Ani and delivering the fatal blow. In that moment, her mind had gone blank. She merely thought to prevent Han Ani from harming Chu Jianqiu, without considering the implications. Now, having regained her composure, she realized she had taken the life of a fellow disciple of the Xinjian sect. Even as she assisted Wan Xiaoying in dressing wounds, she felt a lingering unease. Wan Xiaoying recounted the events, asserting that Han Ani had brought this upon himself, urging Fu Lingxue not to dwell on it, which somewhat assuaged her heart. Under Fu Lingxue's care, the group consumed healing elixirs and bandaged their wounds. After resting for a while, they finally managed to rise despite their heavy injuries. Chu Jianqiu gazed at the colossal corpse of the blood python before him, furrowing his brow slightly. Had he been alone, dealing with the massive carcass would have been effortless. He could have simply stuffed it into the chaotic Supreme Tower without a second thought, given the immense space within the chaotic Supreme Tower. Accommodating the blood python's body would have been trivial. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not act so brazenly. The secret of the chaotic Supreme Tower was one he could not afford to expose. Doing so could spell his doom unless he eliminated all present. Yet Chu Jianqiu was no cold-blooded murderer, unwilling to take lives unnecessarily for the sake of a mere blood python's corpse, despite its immense value. The body of a half-transformed great demon was more than sufficient to incite a bloody storm. Had he been among the ruthless, none in attendance would have survived. Junior brother Chu, how shall we handle the corpse of the blood python? Wan Xiaoying inquired, eyeing him expectantly. The cloud vessel she brought over this time was merely a small one, capable of accommodating no more than a dozen individuals, utterly inadequate for the colossal blood python. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jianqiu retrieved a token from his bosom, channeling his vital energy into it to activate the runes within. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated from the surface of the token, sending forth an enigmatic wave. Upon witnessing Chu Jianqiu produce this token, everyone was taken aback that a personal token, such an emblem, could only be possessed by the direct disciples of the 7 peaks of Xinjian. Could it be that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple of one of the peaks? Shimen Ilio, upon seeing this token, turned even paler. The very waste she had scorned was, in fact, a direct disciple of the Xinjian sect. The revelation struck Shimen Ilio like a heavy blow, casting her entire existence into a shadowy gloom. Wan Xiaoying, though startled upon seeing the token, soon felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was only reasonable for someone with such astonishing talent as Chu Jianqiu to be a direct disciple. 6 months prior, on the day Chu Jianqiu first entered the sect, she had seen Zhuo Qiu Lianzhe's pulling him along, assuming they were merely relatives, never once considering him to be a direct disciple. At that time, Chu Jianqiu had shown only meager prowess among his peers, clearly not a prodigious talent, that if he were truly gifted, he would not have been limited to the 9th level of body refining at such a young age. How could a person of such mediocre talent possibly be accepted as a direct disciple of the Xianjian sect, regardless of any ties he may have with the Zhuoqiu family? As per the sect regulations, Fu Lingxue and Si Fengkai were not the least bit surprised by the token, as they had been aware of Chu Jianqiu's identity for half a year, merely choosing not to publicize it. Half an hour later, a massive cloud vessel appeared above Wahoo Mountain. Little junior brother, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon your senior sister? A melodious laughter echoed in the air as a beautiful young woman clad in a floral long dress leaped down from the vessel. It was none other than Zhuoqiu Lianzhe. Initially, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe had descended with a smile, but her expression soured upon witnessing the desolate scene on Wahoo Mountain. The extent of destruction suggested that only a martial artist at the 7th level of vital energy could wreak such havoc. Or perhaps even an 8th level warrior. If little junior brother had found himself embroiled in a confrontation with such formidable opponents, how perilous that would be. Little junior brother, where are you? Zhuoqiu Lianzhe's voice, filled with urgency, betrayed none of her earlier ease. Senior sister, I am here, Chu Jianqiu called out. And no sooner had he spoken than a vision of the beautiful young woman in the floral dress materialized before them. Upon seeing that Chu Jianqiu, despite his tattered attire, had sustained minimal injuries, she felt a wave of relief. She had genuinely feared that her little junior brother, who had only been a disciple for half a year, might have met his end. What are you doing? Zhuoqiu Lianzhe inquired with a hint of irritation. She had received a message from Chu Jianqiu merely requesting her assistance in bringing over a larger cloud vessel. Without further explanation, though puzzled by his need for such a massive vessel, she felt compelled to comply. This was indeed the first significant request he had made of her since joining the sect. A rare occurrence indeed. However, upon arriving at the chaotic scene, she was genuinely startled, fearing that Chu Jianqiu had encountered 2 powerful warriors at the 7th or 8th levels of vital energy in battle. Chu Jianqiu pointed to the corpse of the blood python and smiled awkwardly. I apologize for troubling you, senior sister, that I was hoping you could assist in dealing with this creature. Only then did Zhuoqiu Lianzhe notice the enormous corpse of the blood python on the ground. Her expression shifting dramatically. A transformed great demon. Such a formidable creature would pose a significant challenge even for her to confront. How could it possibly have perished here? Upon noticing the corpses scattered about the scene and observing the disheveled state of Chu Jianqiu and the others, her countenance grew grave. What exactly transpired here? Zhuoqiu Lianzhe regarded Chu Jianqiu with intense seriousness. Chu Jianqiu recounted the events succinctly, explaining that he had summoned her to help manage the blood python's remains. Given the value of the creature's corpse, should they, as relatively weak outer disciples, attempt to transport it back, they might attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, the number of deceased disciples was concerning, particularly since Han Ani had died at the hands of their own. This was no trivial matter. Han Ani's uncle, Han Feijia, was an elder of the outer sect, and if he were to learn of this incident, there would certainly be repercussions. However, with Zhuoqiu Lianzhe's intervention, even if Han Feijia harbored resentment, he would think twice before acting rashly. Chu Jianqiu was not afraid of Han Feijia. Given his status, Han Feijia had no authority over him. He merely wished to spare Wan Xiuying and the others from unnecessary trouble. The more Zhuoqiu Lianzhe listened, the more she was filled with trepidation. The notion that a mere first-level warrior of vital energy dared to confront a transformed great demon was truly audacious. Moreover, to have emerged victorious in such an encounter was nothing short of remarkable. After listening to Chu Jianqiu's account, Zhuoqiu Lianzhe suddenly seized his ear with her delicate hand, gritting her teeth as she said, "Encountering a transformed great demon, instead of fleeing, you recklessly engaged in battle. You wish for your senior sister to be unable to fulfill her role so soon after assuming it." With that, she yanked his ear sharply twice. "Ouch, senior sister, please let go. I promise I won't do it again." Chu Jianqiu pleaded, not genuinely pained but utterly embarrassed by Zhuoqiu Lianzhe's brazen actions in front of others. If he did not quickly concede, who knew what further antics she might resort to? Witnessing this scene, aside from Si Fengkai, who felt a mix of envy and jealousy. The others chose to observe quietly, pretending not to notice the unfolding events. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu capitulate, Zhuqiu Lianzas finally released her grip. Han Ani was indeed audacious to plot against us from the fourth peak. You should be grateful he is already dead. Otherwise, I would make him regret ever coming into this world. Zhuqiu Lianzas remarked with a cold smile. Her words. An involuntary chill ran through the onlookers. It was well known that those from the fourth peak were considered reckless and fiercely protective of their own. And it seemed the rumors held true. Zhuqiu Lianzas summoned the cloud vessel from the sky. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, her vital energy materialized into two massive ropes that ensnared the blood python's corpse and hoisted it onto the vessel. This manifestation of vital energy was a technique of a sea transformation realm expert. After depositing the blood python's remains onto the cloud vessel, she swiftly ascended, casting a deliberate glance at Chu Jianqiu before boarding. With a sense of resignation, Chu Jianqiu had no choice but to follow behind her and board the colossal cloud vessel. Wan Xiuying and Fu Lingxue, along with others, chose not to accompany them, but instead returned to the foot of the mountain, boarding a smaller cloud vessel that trailed the larger one, heading towards the direction of Xianjian sect. That moment, no one had the inclination to return to Zunlian City to partake in the celebratory banquet hosted by the city lord. Wan Xiuying glanced at the disheveled group, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. Out of the 11 who had come, only 6 remained alive. The members of Xianyan society, led by Han Ani, had suffered total annihilation. The sole survivor with any connection to Xianyan society, Si Fengkai, had lost an arm, rendering him incapacitated. In comparison, the fate of Zixia society was relatively fortunate, as aside from one woman who perished at the hands of the blood python, the others sustained severe injuries, but at least their lives were spared. Amidst her sorrow, Wan Xiuying felt a tinge of gratitude. Fortunately, Fu Lingxue had invited Chu Jianqiu to join them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have faced total destruction, with no hope of survival. So Chu Jianqiu accompanied them to the Hall of Merits to report on the mission's circumstances. Upon seeing the enormous blood python on the cloud vessel, and with Chu Jianqiu present, the elder in charge dared not show favoritism or neglect their report. Given that the difficulty of this mission far exceeded expectations, it could not be classified as a mere C-level task. The elder categorized the mission as a B-level task, raising the contribution reward from 90 points to over 700 points. In light of the contribution value from this mission, Chu Jianqiu was entitled to the vast majority, potentially receiving at least 600 points from the total. However, Chu Jianqiu chose not to do so. He only took 200 contribution points for himself and evenly distributed the remaining points among the others, as everyone had faced near-death experiences during this mission and deserved some form of compensation. After all, he had already acquired the corpse of the blood python and found little value in the contribution points. Of course, among those sharing the contribution points, Si Fengkai was an exception. Having followed them with ulterior motives, merely allowing him to retain his life was already a favor. There was no way he would be permitted to share in the spoils. The survivors of this calamity were already grateful to be alive and dared not wish for the contribution points. The fact that Chu Jianqiu chose to divide 500 contribution points among them was met with astonishment. Each person received at least 100 points, a sum that represented nearly a year's worth of resource allocation for these outer disciples. That it is noteworthy that these outer disciples only received 10 gathering spirit pills per month, and one contribution point could be exchanged for a single gathering spirit pill. Thus, over 100 points constituted a significant fortune for them. Chu Jianqiu utilized the corpse of the blood python to exchange for a wealth of resources at the treasure pavilion, including a substantial quantity of gathering spirit pills, materials for talisman crafting, and materials for array formation. Previously, his study of array formation had been largely theoretical, lacking practical application due to the exorbitant cost of the required materials, which he could not afford given his prior financial situation. Moreover, after acquiring the Chaos Supreme Tower, he had been in a perilous position, necessitating rapid enhancement of his strength. Even with newfound wealth, he required a significant quantity of pills, leaving no surplus funds to purchase materials for array formation. The profession of talisman crafting was notoriously expensive, The crafting of talismans required the use of pill sand and talisman paper, while creating low-level spiritual talismans was manageable with ordinary materials. High-level talismans demanded more costly ingredients. Premium pill sands were composed of rare spiritual or powder and the blood of magical beasts, and certain special talismans required exceptionally rare items for their formulation. Similarly, the tanning of high-grade talisman paper necessitated even scarcer materials, some requiring the hides of high-level magical beasts or rare leaves, as for array formation. It was an even more financially draining profession. Although low-level arrays could be set up without significant difficulty, sometimes simply inscribing the array diagram on the ground to achieve the desired effect, certain specialized or high-level arrays necessitated specific materials for successful deployment. For instance, the Li Hua array, which could gather true fire, required fire attribute materials as its core to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true fire. The Canshui Grand Array also demanded water attribute materials as its core for successful arrangement. The first array that Chu Jianqiu set up was the Danfu array. Upon obtaining the Chaos Supreme Tower, it was the first array he learned, when he initially practiced the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique. The exorbitant consumption of pills led him to consider establishing a Danfu array for self-refinement. However, as the income from the sale of enhancement talismans was sufficient to support his training at that time, he did not waste further time on setting up the array. Now, having become a direct disciple of Xianjian sect, he found himself in a position where no one could threaten his life, and thus he no longer felt the urgency to enhance his strength. Although the amount of spiritual energy required for him to advance a realm was several times greater than that of ordinary cultivators, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy during training was exponentially faster than that of typical martial artists. Even without any support from training resources, his cultivation speed would not lag behind that of any other martial artist. However, with sufficient resources, his training speed could potentially be enhanced to an almost limitless extent. Considering that his future cultivation would also require a vast quantity of pills, it was impractical to exchange such a large volume each time. Frequent visits to the treasure pavilion for such substantial quantities of pills would inevitably raise suspicions over time. For the sake of prudence, concocting elixirs oneself proves to be the most secure approach. Fortuitously, I have undertaken a course in alchemy, enabling me to exchange a substantial quantity of materials without arousing any suspicion. The pursuit of alchemy, after all, is a craft that demands considerable financial investment. During the initial learning phase, one is bound to expend a significant amount of materials. Thus, even if I were to procure a large quantity of alchemical ingredients, others would merely perceive it as part of the practice process, perhaps concluding that my talent in alchemy is lacking, without suspecting anything further. Moreover, should the elixirs I produce suffice for my daily cultivation and leave a surplus, I could sell the excess, thereby further concealing my secrets while also earning some additional income. The term Danfu formation refers to the various formations employed in the crafting of elixirs. Not all elixirs are produced using the same formation. Naturally, the overarching principles of these formations are consistent. Yet adjustments must be made to suit different recipes. The formation for crafting a body refinement pill differs significantly from that for a chi gathering pill. The former is a first-grade elixir, while the latter is classified as a second-grade elixir, thereby corresponding to different levels of formations. The Chi Gathering Pill is among the most commonplace of second-grade elixirs, and its recipe is widely known. During my alchemy coursework, I studied this particular formula that I achieved top marks in both theoretical and practical classes. Thus, I am well-versed in the intricacies of crafting a Chi Gathering Pill why familiarity with the recipe allowed me to set up the formation with relative ease. And after 2 unsuccessful attempts, I successfully arranged the Danfu formation. With bated breath, I cast the materials into the formation and activated it, my gaze fixed upon the changes occurring within the alchemical furnace. This marked my inaugural attempt at using a formation for alchemy, and uncertainty lingered in my heart regarding its success. As the formation activated, harnessing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to create a blazing fire. The materials within the furnace began to refine and merge according to the prescribed order. After half an hour, a batch of Chi Gathering Pills was successfully produced. I eagerly removed the furnace's lid and counted the contents. discovering an astonishing total of 50 pills. Having initially introduced 50 portions of Chi gathering pill materials, I had crafted exactly 50 pills, achieving a 100% success rate with no losses whatsoever. And the efficiency of the process had increased several-fold. Had I employed conventional methods for crafting the Chi gathering pill, even with my adept mastery of both theory and technique, I would still encounter a 10% loss rate, necessitating at least half a day to produce a batch of 50 pills. Such results, among practitioners of the same grade, represent an exceptionally high standard. Typically, even the most skilled alchemists experience a loss rate of 20 to 30%. Those capable of maintaining losses below 10% are considered prodigies among prodigies, a rarity within the Xianjian sect for centuries. However, utilizing this Danfu formation not only resulted in 0 losses, but also significantly enhanced efficiency. Although I was aware that the contents of the Chaos Supreme Tower were far from ordinary, I could scarcely fathom the extent of its extraordinary nature. While employing this formation for the relatively simple Chi gathering pill was one matter, its application to more complex elixirs, with such 0 loss and 0 failure probabilities, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm of alchemy. During my alchemy course, I had heard of several high-grade elixirs on the Qianwu continent that are exceedingly difficult to produce, with even the finest alchemists achieving success rates of less than 1%, such as the Tianxiang life-saving pill and the Wujiyuan Xian pill. However, these high-grade elixirs remain far beyond my current reach. Not only I, but even the Xianjian sect has merely heard of these legendary elixirs without ever having seen them. As I settled into a leisurely routine on the 4th peak, my days were filled with crafting talismans, setting formations, and concocting elixirs, occasionally attending a few classes in the outer sect. The knowledge imparted in these outer sect classes primarily covers the fundamentals of each craft, and having mastered these basics over the past 6 months, I find most of the current courses to be of little utility, and I only attend those classes that delve into advanced topics. To further hone my skills, I must either self-study relevant texts in the library or seek the tutelage of elders proficient in those arts. Having already taken Shui Yeyun as my mentor, I cannot seek guidance from other elders. Thus, my only option for further learning lies in self-study through the library's texts that, of course, should I encounter any areas of confusion, I can spend a portion of my contribution points to consult the elders for clarification. Reluctantly, I spent 100 contribution points to acquire a detailed explanation of the elixir formula, departing the library under the bemused and mocking gaze of the eccentric disciple in charge. What a fool they must have thought, as the disciple of the deacon observed Chu Jianqiu's departing silhouette. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, in the brief span of just 6 months, Chu Jianqiu had exchanged no fewer than 50 precious tomes at the scripture pavilion. These 50 invaluable texts encompassed nearly every category of literature within the pavilion, including talismanic arts, formations, alchemy, weapon forging, botany, mineralogy, medicine, and martial techniques. The cost of acquiring these texts was exorbitant, with the cheapest priced at 30 contribution points each, a sum equivalent to 3 months' worth of resource allocation for outer disciples. It was astonishing how he squandered such wealth. Furthermore, this fellow truly possessed considerable riches, having spent no less than 3,000 contribution points solely on these tomes over the past 5 months. 3,000 contribution points. It would be no easy feat even for inner disciples to amass. Such as Chu Jianqiu perused the detailed explanation of a pill formula in his hands. He recalled the 100 contribution points he had just spent, grimacing in pain. It was indeed outrageous that a mere explanation of a pill formula cost 100 contribution points. This particular tome was merely the first volume of a comprehensive guide, elaborating on all the second-grade pill formulas accumulated by the Xianjian sect. If it were to be sold in the market, this volume would undoubtedly fetch far more than 100 gathering chi pills. But the Xianjian sect would never charge its own disciples at market rates. Glancing at the contribution points remaining on his token, he found a pitiful 100 left, prompting him to rub his forehead. This amount was hardly sufficient. After nearly half a year of substantial expenditure, the considerable contribution points he had originally gained from the blood python carcass had long since been exhausted. The only reason he had managed to sustain such lavish spending was due to the clandestine sales of several talismans and pills during this period. Over the past 6 months, aside from deepening his understanding of talismanic arts and formations, Chu Jianqiu had also made significant progress in his cultivation, breaking through from the first to the third level of the true Qi realm. Throughout this half-year practice, he had consumed merely 10 gathering Qi pills daily, not overly pursuing the speed of his cultivation. This approach was intended to ensure a more stable foundation in his cultivation realm. While a rapid ascent might yield astonishing results, it could not rival the solidity of steady progress. Moreover, achieving 2 breakthroughs within 6 months was already remarkable enough. Any faster pace would inevitably raise suspicions, especially considering that he had initially displayed only a low-grade heavenly bloodline when testing his aptitude in Tianshui City. Having concocted several batches of pills using talisman arrays, Chu Jianqiu donned a black cloak to obscure his features, hoisted a large bundle, and stepped outside 50 miles south of the Xianjian Seven Peaks, Lei Xiang Peak, home to a marketplace established by disciples of the Xianjian sect. Although the sect officially prohibited private transactions among disciples, mandating that all earnings be returned to the treasure pavilion in exchange for contribution points, not all disciples adhered to this rule. Some wished to keep their possessions hidden from outsiders, while others possessed items acquired during their external trials that could not be publicly displayed. A significant reason for this was that the deacon disciples at the treasure pavilion often imposed deductions on the treasures brought in by ordinary disciples lacking substantial backgrounds, resulting in a significant reduction in the contribution points they received, which incited their dissatisfaction. While the higher-ups of the Xianjian sect were aware of the marketplace's existence, they chose not to intervene, adopting a policy of selective blindness. Chu Jianqiu, wishing to keep his affairs discreet, refrained from exchanging all his concocted talismans and pills at the treasure pavilion. Instead, he only traded common talismans and pills, knowing that, as a personally taught disciple, the deacon disciples would likely hesitate to shortchange him. Descending from the 4th peak, he arrived at a secluded spot, produced a talisman, and gestured with his hand, causing the talisman to transform into a spirit crane. This talisman was a new discovery he had made within the Chaos Supreme Tower, capable of morphing into various spiritual birds and beasts. Mounting the spirit crane, he soared towards Xiang Peak. The crane's speed was remarkable, and within the time it took to burn an incense stick, he reached his destination. Upon landing at Xiang Peak, he dismissed the crane and proceeded on foot. Having visited Xiang Peak numerous times, Chu Jianqiu was familiar with the area and quickly located a deacon disciple of the marketplace. After paying the rental fee, he secured a stall, unloaded his large bundle, and began to peddle his wares. Although the Chaos Supreme Tower could store items, Chu Jianqiu was cautious not to reveal this fact to outsiders. Spatial artifacts were exceedingly precious, and should he expose his possession of such a treasure, even within the Xianjian sect, there would surely be those unable to resist temptation, willing to take risks against him, potentially leading to dire consequences that conceal the existence of the Chaos Supreme Tower. Chu Jianqiu remained perpetually vigilant, taking care to leave no traces of its presence. The contents of his bundle consisted entirely of various pills and talismans. Though he had also studied weapon forging, aside from crafting a first-grade premium artifact for an outer sect assessment, his understanding of weapon forging remained largely theoretical. The marketplace at Xiang Peak was dominated by 2 intersect factions, the Lingxiao Society and the Yingfeng Society. To sell goods there, one had to pay them a rental fee. As night descended, the illuminating artifacts along the streets rendered the marketplace as bright as day. Instead of diminishing the flow of people, the arrival of night only intensified the bustling atmosphere. The marketplace offered not only an array of pills, artifacts, and talismans, but also saw some morally compromised female disciples exchanging their bodies for cultivation resources. Thus, this vibrant marketplace was quite popular among the disciples of the Xianjian sect, drawing many visitors daily. Stalls lined the streets, with various disciples passionately hawking their goods, creating a lively scene filled with a bustling crowd. The Xianjian sect boasts a long history within the Dacian dynasty, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. The sect's location is remote from the secular cities, and over time, the marketplace at Xiang Peak has effectively become a small town. Many disciples, like Chu Jianqiu, donned cloaks to conceal their identities, though the majority presented themselves unmasked. Tianshui brother, you have finally arrived. As soon as Chu Jianqiu set up his stall, two individuals approached him. He recognized them as his regular customers. One named Shui Lian and the other Ma Jingyao. Both inner disciples. That it has been a month since we last met, and I must congratulate both of you on your significant advancements in cultivation. Chu Jianqiu smiled warmly. Just a month prior, both had been at the 7th level of the True Qi realm. And in this brief time, they had both ascended to the 8th level. This is all thanks to you, Tianxue brother. Without your talismans, we might have perished in that secret realm, let alone gain the opportunities within. Shui Lian exclaimed with a grin. Such a pity that Tianxue brother conceals his true identity. Otherwise, we would love to forge a closer acquaintance with you. Ma Jingyao remarked regretfully, gazing at Chu Jianqiu, who was shrouded in his black cloak. Chu Jianqiu merely smiled enigmatically. As he was here to sell talismans and pills, revealing his true name would defeat the purpose of his disguise. Given his origins from Tianxue City, he had casually adopted the name Tianxue for himself. What valuable items do you have this time, Tianxue brother? Shui Lian swiftly diverted from the previous topic, since Chu Jianqiu chose not to reveal his true identity. He must have his own difficulties, and Jingyao's blunt remarks, if they inadvertently touched upon the man's taboos, could spell trouble. The individual clad in black, known as Tianxue, appeared to possess cultivation only at the 3rd level of True Qi. Yet he emanated an aura that suggested profound depths. Despite his seemingly low rank, the possession of such precious talismans hinted at a complex identity. Among the talismans he was peddling, Shui Lian had spent considerable time in the inner sect, yet had never heard of such talismans within the Xinjiang sect. The strengthening talismans were one thing. Although the black-clad man was selling high-grade versions, which astonished him, it was not entirely unprecedented. After all, a few within the Xinjiang sect could forge second-tier strengthening talismans. However, the flash escape talismans left him utterly astonished. Such talismans were remarkably rare, even within the entirety of the Qin dynasty. It was not that the crafting of such talismans was excessively difficult, but rather that the runes involved were exceedingly precious. While similar talismans had appeared in the Qin dynasty, their runes typically lacked quality, producing only low-grade or, at best, a few mid-grade talismans by sheer luck. The flash escape talismans offered by this black-clad man, however, were remarkably high-grade, a rarity indeed. As a second-tier talisman master himself, Shui Lian understood that the essence of a talisman master lay in the runes. Without superior runes, even the most skilled craftsmen would struggle to create impressive talismans. During his studies of talismanry, he had perused numerous texts in a library, and to his recollection, the Xinjiang sect possessed no runes for flash escape talismans. Otherwise, its talisman masters would have undoubtedly thrived on such a talisman alone. Furthermore, he had never heard of anyone named Tianxue within the Xinjiang sect. Yet the black-clad man was collecting contribution values from the Xinjiang sect for his talismans. Clearly not a disciple from another sect. Considering the Xinjiang sect's once-a-decade recruitment a year ago, it was likely that this black-clad man was a new disciple who had obtained some form of talisman inheritance. Shui Lian had no intention of probing into Chu Jianqiu's background. Matters that encroach upon others' taboos only serve to foster enmity, and he had no desire to offend a talisman master with significant prowess. Despite the black-clad man's low cultivation level, Shui Lian, as a talisman master, was acutely aware that a talisman master's combat capabilities defy conventional estimation, that a powerful talisman could annihilate martial artists several realms above oneself. Moreover, the combat methods of talisman masters are diverse and unpredictable. One can never ascertain the types of talismans their opponent conceals. While Shui Lian possessed commendable talent in talismanry, the Xinjiang sect was not a specialized talisman sect. Although it had some knowledge of talismanry, it lacked a comprehensive systematic inheritance and was deficient in unique runes, relying instead on common runes. Having ascended to the rank of a second-tier talisman master, Shui Lian had reached the limits of his current capabilities unless he could acquire additional talisman inheritances. Alone, based on the resources of the Xinjiang sect, he would struggle to advance further in the realm of talismans. As a talisman master, he was acutely aware of their techniques, which only heightened his wariness of them. Just as during this expedition into the secret realm, had he not purchased several talismans from the black-clad man beforehand, it was likely that both he and Ma Jingyao would have perished within that realm. let alone seize the opportunities it harbored to elevate their cultivation levels. Among the talismans are strengthening talismans, golden shield talismans, flash escape talismans, and windwalking talismans. As for the medicinal pills, we have chi recovery pills, detoxification pills, dietary restriction pills, and blood strengthening pills that, if the two masters have any preferences, feel free to choose. Upon hearing Shui Lian's words, Chu Jianqiu immediately responded with enthusiasm. The two were indeed valued customers, having contributed a substantial amount of contribution values during their last visit. Jingyao gazed hungrily at the talismans, yet the prices made him wince. These are fine items, but the prices are rather exorbitant. He grimaced. To procure those few talismans, I nearly depleted all my savings during my last visit with Shui Lian. These talismans are a bit overpriced. Ma Jingyao added, can we buy a few more this time and perhaps get a discount? Shui Lian looked at the marked prices of the talismans and felt a pang of regret. A flash escape talismans required a full 1,000 contribution values. A golden shield talismans cost 300, and a strengthening talismans demanded 500. He and Ma Jingyao had previously purchased one of each type, completely emptying their coffers. Yet, these very talismans had saved their lives 3 times within the secret realm, allowing them to taste the sweetness of their investment, prompting their immediate return to the sect. Expensive? Chu Jianqiu responded with displeasure. These talismans are crucial for survival at critical moments. Were it not for the camaraderie of being fellow disciples, I might not even sell them, which is more important. Life or contribution values? If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, step aside and do not hinder my business. Please, Tianqiu brother, do not be angry. We were merely expressing our thoughts. Shui Lian hastily laughed, fully aware of the talisman's immense value. Each one represented a potential lifeline. Should Chu Jianqiu truly refuse to sell to them out of anger, their loss would be considerable. In the near future, the Xinjian sect would face a secret realm trial of even greater peril, and without several life-saving cards up their sleeves, they could not guarantee their survival. Observing Shui Lian's demeanor, Chu Jianqiu relented. He certainly could not genuinely refuse to sell talismans to the two, especially since they were loyal patrons who had previously contributed over 3,000 contribution values. This display was merely to deter their bargaining spirit. Otherwise, subsequent visitors might follow suit, and he certainly did not wish to set such a precedent. Tianqiu brother, can contribution values be exchanged for other items? Shui Lian inquired cautiously. He had nearly exhausted all his contribution values during the last purchase and could not produce any surplus at present. What items? Chu Jianqiu asked with interest. Within the Xinjian sect, contribution values were indeed the most precious currency. Yet if there were other items of equivalent value that he could utilize, he would not mind accepting them. Upon seeing that Chu Jianqiu did not outright refuse, Shui Lian's heart soared with joy. His greatest fear was that Chu Jianqiu would insist solely on contribution values, which would create complications. If that were the case, he would have to return to the treasure pavilion to exchange the items acquired within the secret realm for contribution values. This would not only subject him to potential deductions by the pavilion's stewards, who had a tendency to shortchange ordinary intersect disciples, but also risk the possibility that by the time he returned, Chu Jianqiu's talismans would be sold out. Knowing that the talismans sold by Chu Jianqiu were in high demand, he feared that a mere turn of the back might lead to a missed opportunity, leaving him in a position of regret. Shui Lian removed a large bundle from his back and produced an exquisite piece of armor. This was a second-tier premium defensive artifact, the Great Python Celestial Scale Armor. Known for its formidable defensive capabilities, even a true Chi 9th-level martial artist would struggle to breach its defenses. Shui Lian presented the armor to Chu Jianqiu, continuously lauding its virtues. Chu Jianqiu examined the armor, his knowledge of artifact refinement allowing him to easily discern its quality. While Shui Lian's praise was somewhat embellished, it was not entirely unfounded. Against a typical true Chi 9th-level martial artist, this artifact could indeed withstand a considerable assault. 2 flash escape talismans. Chu Jianqiu declared the price, as he was currently in need of a defensive artifact, and Shui Lian's offering was quite appealing for an exchange. My friend, that seems a bit insufficient. Shui Lian replied with a pained expression. Insufficient? Not at all. Chu Jianqiu waved dismissively. This armor can only withstand a momentary attack from a true Chi 9th level martial artist, if one truly encounters such an adversary. Can it guarantee your life? My flash escape talismans can instantaneously remove you from the battlefield. Tell me, which holds greater value? Shue brother, you must be aware. Exchanging for 2 flash escape talismans is already a favor, considering your status as a valued customer. Shuelian found himself at a loss for words. Could treasures and talismans truly be exchanged in such a manner? After all, treasures are items for enduring use. While this type of talisman is merely a consumable, yet he could not counter the argument, for if he were to encounter the situation described by Chu Jianqiu, the flash escape talisman would indeed prove more practical than the great python celestial scale armor. Take, for instance, the dangers he faced in the secret realm. There was one instance where the great python celestial scale armor would have failed to protect him, while the flash escape talisman could have saved his life. Reluctantly, Shuelian accepted the 2 flash escape talismans and retrieved a fist-sized piece of purple gold or from the large bundle. Although I cannot identify this, or its grade is undoubtedly above the 3rd tier. I am willing to part with it for the sake of my fortunate connection with Brother Tianxue. As he spoke, Shuelian's face remained devoid of any blush, despite the ore's high grade. He was no blacksmith, rendering it of no use to him. Even if he exchanged it at the treasure pavilion, it would likely fetch less than the great python celestial scale armor. Chu Jianqiu took the ore and felt his heart race. The Qiang golden thunder ore, a flicker of excitement lit up his eyes. While Shuelian was oblivious to its value, Chu Jianqiu, who had excelled in mineral identification courses, recognized it well. The Qiang golden thunder was a prestigious 4th-tier spiritual ore. Incorporating even a trace of it into a treasure can significantly enhance its performance. This mineral is exceedingly rare and precious, often valued higher than some 5th-tier spiritual ores. Even a piece the size of a thumb could command an exorbitant price, let alone one as large as a fist. Clearly, Shuelian was unaware of its worth. While he boasted extravagantly, Chu Jianqiu, an expert in the field, saw right through Shuelian's lack of understanding and realized he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. 3,000 contribution points. Brother Shue, you may choose talismans and elixirs of equivalent value, Chu Jianqiu stated nonchalantly. Shuelian's heart jolted with joy. It seemed this fellow had genuinely been deceived by him. As such a worthless stone had yielded such a high price, he raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Brother Tianxue truly possesses discerning vision. Despite his outward praise, he secretly reveled in his triumph, having finally gained an advantage over this cunning merchant. Regardless of the mineral's high tier, it would be of no use to them until refined into a treasure. However, the process of refining a treasure cannot be completed with a single type of mineral. Although the purple gold ore appeared valuable, its significance paled in comparison to that of the great python celestial scale armor. Furthermore, aside from blacksmiths, it is exceedingly difficult to sell minerals, as they can only be sold to knowledgeable merchants. Otherwise, one would struggle to obtain a good price point, 3,000 contribution points. Shuelian felt he had struck a rich deal. Though he was elated, he maintained his composure, revealing none of his joy. However, fearing that Chu Jianqiu might suddenly come to his senses and retract his offer, he hastily selected several talismans. This time, he chose another flash escape talisman, along with 2 strength-enhancing talismans and 3 golden shield talismans. The flash escape talisman, a lifesaver, would be invaluable even in greater quantity, though it was rather expensive. Seeing Shuelian exchange a worthless stone for so many talismans, Ma Jingyao's mind began to churn to it. Was evident that Chu Jianqiu was well-versed in treasures, elixirs, and talisman formations, making it unlikely to gain an advantage in those areas. Only those peculiar and seemingly high-tier items could be used to deceive him. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Jingyao retrieved 2 items from his bundle, a pair of boots and a piece of wood. The boots, a 2nd-tier premium treasure known as wind-soaring boots, could double the speed of a true Qi realm warrior. He handed the boots to Chu Jianqiu, who assessed them and offered the same price as for the great python celestial scale armor. While a warrior's defensive capabilities are undeniably crucial, speed should not be underestimated. If a warrior's agility reaches a certain level, their opponent may not even land a blow, securing an invincible position. M8 Jingyao also selected 2 flash escape talismans and produced a segment of wood. Neither Ma Jingyao nor Shui Lian recognized the wood, but judged it to be third tier based on its aura. Although Chu Jianqiu accepted it, he only offered 2,000 contribution points. Jingyao felt no disappointment. Instead, he was satisfied with the selection of 2 strength-enhancing talismans and 3 golden shield talismans. The piece of wood was of no use to him, so acquiring several talismans in exchange was a significant win. As Chu Jianqiu observed these 2 fortunate souls, a sense of superiority filled him that he could not help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging that knowledge is indeed wealth. All he had learned over the past year in the outer sex classes and from the scripture pavilion had not been in vain. If these 2 were aware of the true value of the mineral and the wood, they would not have exchanged them for mere talismans. After Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao acquired the talismans they desired, they packed their belongings, ready to depart. Their haul from the secret realm was far more than just these items, but those treasures were of great importance to them, and they were unwilling to part with them for mere talismans. Ah, is that not Brother Shui and Brother Ma? Suddenly, a keen-eyed disciple recognized them as they packed their bags. How was your harvest in the secret realm? Several disciples quickly gathered around them. Just average. Shui Lian replied with a smile, slinging the bag over his shoulder and striding off with Ma Jingyao, leaving the others in confusion. That I heard that the secret realm in the eastern wilderness was exceptionally perilous, with several 9th-tier true Qi realm brothers perishing within. It's astonishing that these 2 emerged alive and even increased their ranks. What incredible luck! One disciple remarked enviously as he watched their departing figures. That was no mere luck. I heard from brothers returning from the eastern wilderness that they vanished at the most dangerous moment, escaping the scene entirely. What a remarkable ability! I believe they used some kind of talisman. Talisman? The disciples turned their gaze toward Chu Jianqiu in unison. Previously, he had set up a stall here, selling talismans at exorbitant prices, with effects that seemed extraordinary. Many had doubted that a person of such low cultivation could produce such effective talismans. The pricing was excessive, and few were willing to be the gullible ones who would use so many contribution points to verify the authenticity of his talismans. However, many had witnessed Shui Lian and Ma Jingyao purchasing talismans from him, and some had even mocked them for trusting such obvious fakes. Yet, those who ridiculed them remained in the eastern wilderness, while the 2 returned with great fortune. The crowd reflected on the unpredictability of life. 2 more groups approached Chu Jianqiu's stall to exchange talismans, and everyone recognized that these were individuals who had previously bought talismans from him. The upcoming News Secret Realm requires all intersect disciples to participate. Indeed, the Blood Fiend sect is plotting a significant move. They need something that happens to be located within the News Secret Realm. It is said that our sect will spare no effort to prevent the Blood Fiend sect from obtaining that item. Once that item falls into the hands of the Blood Fiend sect, no one in the entire Qin dynasty will be able to counterbalance it. Our Xianjin sect will be the first to bear the brunt, and we may face extermination. The opening of the News Secret Realm is bound to lead to a fierce battle with the Blood Fiend sect, and it is estimated that few disciples entering the Secret Realm will return alive. Thus, it is prudent to procure several life-preserving talismans as early as possible, for they augment one's chances of survival. During my last visit to the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, I was fortunate to have prepared these talismans. Otherwise, I would not have returned at all. The voices of those disciples who had purchased the talismans gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, those who had been observing exchanged glances, and suddenly, with a resounding crash, they surged towards Chu Jianqiu's stall, frantically snatching up those talismans and elixirs. The efficacy of these talismans had already been validated by the disciples, so their skepticism was entirely dispelled. Such life-saving items are in limited supply. If others seize them first, they will be left empty-handed. With a hefty bundle slung over his back, Chu Jianqiu descended from Xiang Peak. Remarkably, all the talismans and elixirs he had brought with him had sold out. Some disciples exchanged their contribution points for the talismans, while those who lacked sufficient points offered their treasures in trade, which now filled the bundle on his back. Once Chu Jianqiu reached a secluded spot, he stored the bundle within the Chaos Supreme Tower and then retrieved the wind-running talisman's crane. Returning to the 4th peak, as he traversed the path down Xiang Peak, a few individuals with dubious intentions trailed him. Although Chu Jianqiu was not particularly fearful of them, he sought to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, he utilized a flash escape talisman, instantly vanishing 5 miles away and eluding his pursuers. The figures, witnessing Chu Jianqiu's sudden disappearance, exchanged incredulous glances. By the heavens, that's quite a price to pay. 1,000 contribution points, just like that. These individuals had also purchased talismans from Chu Jianqiu and were well aware that he had used a flash escape talisman. After all, he sells these items. Does he truly care about 1 or 2 more? Moreover, he probably earned tens of thousands of contribution points tonight alone, that a mere 1,000 points is trivial to him. Another scoffed, though his tone brimmed with envy. Who is this fellow? I've never heard of such a figure before. One inquired, curiosity piqued. He is likely a new disciple. Judging by his cultivation level, he probably hasn't even advanced beyond the outer sect. We could easily inquire about him in the outer sect. Such a plump target cannot be allowed to escape. Upon arriving back at the 4th peak, Chu Jianqiu stepped into his room, only to be taken aback by the sight of a figure clad in a floral long dress. What business could Chu Jianqiu possibly have visiting him at this hour? Chu senior sister, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired, perplexed. Chu Jianqiu, typically elusive, had not been seen for many days, making her sudden appearance all the more astonishing. Master wishes to see you, she replied coolly, turning to exit the room. A wave of confusion washed over Chu Jianqiu. Since his initiation by Master Cui Yayan, he had only met her thrice. Why the sudden summons? Moreover, Chu Jianqiu's demeanor lacked her usual vivacity, overshadowed instead by a palpable sorrow. What could Master want with me? Chu Jianqiu could not suppress his curiosity. Sensing something ominous afoot, you'll find out when you meet her. There's no need to ask so many questions. Chu Jianqiu retorted impatiently, revealing a rare hint of irritation. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as they made their way to Master Cui Yayan's grand hall. Upon entering, Chu Jianqiu beheld Master Cui meditating on a cushion, her complexion ashen, yet a shadow of crimson loomed ominously at her brow, lending her an eerie aspect. After respectfully greeting her, he took a seat beside Chu Jianqiu at her behest. I have summoned you to impart the martial arts of the 4th peak, Master Cui declared bluntly. Chu Jianqiu was taken aback, hastily rising to protest. Disciple does not dare. It is late. Master needs a rest. I am not in haste. It was evident that Master Cui was in a precarious state, although he felt a tinge of discontent over the lack of martial teachings bestowed upon him during the past year. He would never allow such matters to disturb Master Cui in her current condition. Even if Master Cui were indifferent, he would feel a sense of unrest himself. Waving her hand dismissively, Master Cui replied, if not now, there may not be another opportunity. Alarm surged within Chu Jianqiu at her words. What do you mean, Master? During my confrontation with the blood fiend sect as fiends, I was afflicted by their blood fiend Qingming poison. I shall need to enter seclusion for an extended period to expel the poison from my body. Chu Jianqiu interjected. Understanding that Master would not divulge such matters, she feared that Chu Jianqiu might misconstrue the situation. Master, rest assured, I will certainly seek out the Qianji Xianyun grass, Chu Jianqiu asserted resolutely. Foolishness. Do you comprehend the risks of forcing a resolution? Master Cui's expression darkened, her voice stern. Yet I cannot stand idly by and watch you suffer. Chu Jianqiu replied defiantly. This matter is absolutely forbidden. You must not attend the forthcoming Nuze secret realm. Should you dare defy my command, do not blame me for expelling you from a sect. Master Cui declared emphatically. Chu Jianqiu gasped in shock, contemplating further argument. Enough. Leave now, and do not raise this matter again. With a wave of her hand, Master Cui dismissed her from the hall. Chu Jianqiu fell into a contemplative silence, fearing that Master Cui's condition was far more dire than he had imagined. The reason I have refrained from teaching you our peak S martial arts until now is twofold. Firstly, your exceptional talent necessitates that I approach your instruction with the utmost caution, selecting techniques that suit your unique attributes to avoid impeding your progress. Secondly, due to the frequent disturbances caused by the Blood Fiend sect, I have devoted most of my time and energy to monitoring their activities, which regrettably has resulted in my inadequate attention to you. Disciple does not dare. My own affairs pale in comparison to those of the sect. Should my matters delay the sect's business, I would become a sinner of the Xianjian sect. Chu Jianqiu promptly rose to assert. Over the past year at the Xianjian sect, despite its various shortcomings, he had received overall fair treatment. While Master had not imparted any martial teachings, he had nonetheless gained a wealth of knowledge from the outer sect as classes and the scripture repository. Thus, he felt a sense of belonging to the sect, making his statements more than mere platitudes. Master Chui nodded appreciatively. With her keen insight, she could discern whether his words were sincere or superficial. While perhaps not overflowing with emotion, there was indeed a kernel of genuine sentiment. You possess the potential to cultivate an unparalleled martial body, and your combat prowess substantially exceeds that of your peers at each stage. I surmise this is not solely due to your innate talent. The cultivation method you practice must be extraordinary and likely stems from a remarkable legacy. Master Chui's subsequent words struck Chu Jianqiu like a thunderclap, causing him to snap his head up and fix a wary gaze upon her. And no need to be so tense. As your master, I have not stooped to the level of seizing my disciple's opportunities. However, even if you possess your own cultivation method, I still wish to impart our peak-S techniques to you, for whether you choose to practice them. That is entirely your decision. Regarding your own cultivation method, since you prefer not to disclose it, I shall not press you. However, I cannot provide guidance on your cultivation path, and you will need to explore it on your own. Today, I will teach you the foundational heart method of our peak. The Shuiwell Youshuangju, and our peak's highest martial art, the Qinglu Zhaokong sword technique, that as for the other martial arts and heart methods of our peak, you may consult Senior Sister Zhuoqiu or Senior Sister Luo in the future. Upon hearing Master Chui's words, Chu Jianqiu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had initially feared that she would demand he relinquish the heart method of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Now, it seemed he had been overly concerned. Yet, it was no surprise that he had been so vigilant, as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique was indeed extraordinary, crafted by an ancient powerhouse from the Chaos era. Its caliber likely surpassed the comprehension of the entire martial world of the southern continent. Such a technique, if discovered by others, could easily incite greed. In the realm of warriors, it is not uncommon for masters and disciples to engage in lethal confrontations, nor for spouses to turn against one another in pursuit of fortune. Chuiyin beckoned Chu Jianqiu to step forward, extending her finger to press against his brow. Once, he felt a torrent of information flooding his mind, unveiling two martial arts techniques, the Water Moon Flowing Frost technique and the Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique. Upon witnessing these two techniques, Chu Jianqiu was utterly astonished. The Water Moon Flowing Frost technique was a low-grade, earthly skill, while the Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique was also classified as a low-grade martial art. Present him with two such techniques at once was a testament to the profound heritage of the Xianjian sect. After imparting these skills, Chuiyin's complexion grew even paler. You may research the Water Moon Flowing Frost technique at your leisure. Whether or not to cultivate it is your decision. The Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique is one of the 7 sword techniques of our Xianjian sect, and if mastered to its fullest extent, its power rivals that of mid-grade earthly martial arts. The Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique consists of 15 levels. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate it for you. Chuiyin rose and exited the great hall, stepping into the courtyard where she slowly drew her long sword. Despite her seemingly frail condition, an overwhelming sword energy emanated from her delicate frame, piercing the heavens. The sheer force of this ascending sword energy cleaved through the clouds in the night sky, leaving behind numerous rifts. Chu Jianqiu, witnessing the spectacle, was filled with awe. This was indeed the might of a Yuan Dan realm expert. Under the pressure of her soaring sword energy, he felt as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any power to resist. Simultaneously, an insatiable yearning welled up within him. This was the essence of true strength. Chuiyin executed the Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique, and the fierce sword energy enveloped the entire fourth peak. Yet she controlled the might of the sword energy with remarkable finesse, ensuring that, despite its tremendous power, no structures on the fourth peak were harmed. The 15 levels of the Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique were, in fact, 15 distinct sword forms. Chuiyin practiced until the 13th form before finally ceasing. I have only mastered 13 forms of the Azure Lu Zhao Void Sword technique. Aside from the founding ancestor, it has been many years since anyone has comprehended all 15 forms that I hope this technique flourishes in your hands. Chu Jianqiu stood beneath the night sky, her slender figure cloaked in black, the cool night breeze rustling her garments, lending her an air of melancholy. This autumn water sword was my weapon in my youth. I now bestow it upon you. With that, she tossed the long sword to Chu Jianqiu, who, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly reached out to catch it, still entranced by the breathtaking swordplay. Very well, let us conclude for today. Return and contemplate these teachings. Should you have any uncertainties, you may consult your two senior sisters. With a wave of her hand, Chu Jianqiu turned her back to him and began to walk back into the great hall. Chu Jianqiu bowed respectfully, preparing to withdraw when he suddenly saw Chu Jianqiu stagger and lurch forward. Alarmed, he instinctively reacted, swiftly moving to support her before she could fall. Chu Jianqiu's eyes were tightly closed, and she had already lost consciousness, blood seeping slowly from her mouth. Chu Jianqiu felt her pulse and was immediately startled. Though his medical knowledge was not profound, he had attained the level of a second-tier physician, allowing him to discern her current condition. Chu Jianqiu's internal organs had suffered grave injuries, and the venom coursing through her system was gnawing at her vitality, given the severity of her poisoning. Without an antidote, her life was likely in peril. It was not something that could be remedied through mere seclusion. As he gazed at the unconscious Chu Jianqiu, Chu Jianqiu found himself in turmoil. To be frank, prior to this day, although she was ostensibly his master, he harbored little affection for Chu Jianqiu. After taking him in, she had left him to his own devices for an entire year, showing little interest in imparting martial arts knowledge or even acknowledging his existence. Thus, he naturally did not feel any particular fondness for her. However, witnessing her grievous injuries and knowing she was aware of her impending demise, yet still persevering to pass on the sect's ultimate techniques to him, aiming to fulfill her duty as a master before her end, stirred something within him. Chu Jianqiu understood that had Chu Jianqiu not exerted herself to demonstrate this sword technique, her cultivation level would have allowed her to endure for at least another 3 months. Yet, in her effort to impart the sect's ultimate skills to him, she had exacerbated her internal injuries, and her vital energy could no longer suppress the encroaching poison. Given her current state, it was doubtful she could last another 2 weeks. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed deeply, glancing around to ensure no one was present, and then drew upon his internal energy to extract a drop of his own essence blood, placing it upon Chu Jianqiu's forehead. That drop of essence blood was gradually absorbed. Her life force surged, momentarily subduing the rampant poison within her. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Chu Jianqiu carried Chu Jianqiu into the great hall. His drop of essence blood could only awaken her latent life potential. It could not eradicate the poison. Although his Chaos Supreme bloodline was immensely powerful, his current cultivation level was insufficient to unleash its full might, and the level of the blood fiend Azure Miasma was beyond what he could contend with at this moment. The fact that his essence blood could assist Chu Jianqiu in suppressing the poison for an additional 3 months was already a remarkable feat. To expect it to completely nullify such potent venom was a task only achievable if he had reached the Yuan Dan realm, capable of invoking the latent powers within his Chaos Supreme bloodline. Just as he laid Chu Jianqiu upon the bed, Chu Jianqiu burst into the hall like a gust of wind. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was taken aback, rushing forward to push Chu Jianqiu aside, exclaiming, "What has happened to Master?" Having sensed the sword energy surging from the mountaintop while in the hall halfway up the mountain, she was filled with worry that, in such a state, Master should not be teaching Chu Jianqiu sword techniques. It would only exacerbate her injuries. Though her master had forbidden her from approaching the great hall at the mountain summit, her concern ultimately triumphed, prompting her to rush up, only to find the very scene she had dreaded. Master's injuries have flared up. She has fainted, Chu Jianqiu replied. He only mentioned that Chu Jianqiu's injuries had worsened, omitting the detail of the poison, as he could not explain how the venom had been suppressed once more. You really are something else. Even in this condition, you still insisted on having Master teach you sword techniques. Chu Jianqiu glared at Chu Jianqiu, her eyes filled with reproach. He could only manage a bitter smile. How could he have resisted when Chu Jianqiu was determined to impart her sword techniques to him? He had already declined, yet she remained insistent. What could he do? He was powerless to stop her, and now he was no match for Chu Jianqiu. However, he could not deny that her worsening condition was indeed a consequence of his presence. So he refrained from arguing. Chu Jianqiu knew that this matter could not be blamed on Chu Jianqiu. Once Chu Jianqiu had made up her mind, no one could dissuade her. Yet the pent-up frustration within her had to be unleashed. And she directed it at Chu Jianqiu. "Stay here and look after Master. I will fetch my father." Chu Jianqiu instructed Chu Jianqiu, her figure flickering before she vanished. After a brief interval, Chu Jianqiu reappeared in the great hall, accompanied by a middle-aged scholar and a graceful young woman of striking beauty. Chu Jianqiu had never seen either of them, and thus was unaware that the middle-aged man was Chu Jianqiu, the sect leader of the Xianjian sect, and the beautiful woman was the esteemed peak master of the seventh peak. Chu Jianqiu was not, until Chu Jianqiu introduced them, that he realized he was in the presence of the sect leader and the peak master, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. He was genuinely taken aback. It turned out that Chu Jianqiu was the daughter of the sect leader. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand, indicating that Chu Jianqiu need not be overly formal. "Seventh junior sister, how is she?" After Qingyan assessed Chu Jianqiu's condition, Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. Though he possessed some knowledge of medicine, his understanding paled in comparison to Qin Yaoyan's expertise. Qin Yaoyan examined her and furrowed her brow in confusion. Logically speaking, fourth senior sister's forceful demonstration of the Azure Lu Zhao void sword technique would inevitably exacerbate her injuries and trigger the poison. Yet, it appears that aside from expending some vital energy, fourth senior sister shows no other abnormalities. Her life essence seems even more vigorous than before. This is indeed a peculiar situation. Chu Jianqiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Chu Jianqiu's condition had not deteriorated further. However, if the antidote was not procured, given the current state of the fourth senior sister, she would scarcely last more than 3 months. Qin Yaoyan sighed softly and remarked, "The new blood curse poison devised by the blood curse sect is truly formidable. Unless we can concoct the Yuan Yang transforming curse pill, we can only seal the mountains temporarily in the face of their maneuvers." Chu Jianqiu, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback and exclaimed, "Seventh uncle, what do you mean by saying Master cannot last 3 months?" Qin Yaoyan cast her a glance and sighed lightly. Although she did not articulate it directly, her demeanor spoke volumes. Chu Jianqiu's countenance paled, as she recalled that Master had previously mentioned that without the antidote, she would merely suffer a decline in cultivation, which had only been to comfort her. The reality was far graver. If Master could not resolve this blood-cursed Qingming poison, her life would be at stake. "Father, I also wish to enter the Nuzhe secret realm this time," Chu Jianqiu declared resolutely, her gaze fixed on Chu Jianqiu. "Nonsense. You, a mere sea transformation realm warrior, cannot possibly traverse that secret realm's passage," Chu Jianqiu retorted, his expression darkening. "That I can suppress my realm to pass through." Chu Jianqiu insisted stubbornly that suppress your realm is not so simple as you imagined it. You think it's as easy as suppressing your level to compete with others. That passage can only withstand the essence of warriors below the sea transformation realm. If even a trace of energy exceeding that of the true Qi realm were to pass through, the passage would collapse instantly. Traverse that passage is not merely a matter of ordinary suppression. It requires completely sealing off your sea transformation energy. This is tantamount to rendering your cultivation invalid, forcing you down to the true Qi realm. With your current level, what impact could you possibly have? Moreover, the repercussions of such a suppression are severe. If not careful, you might remain trapped at the true Qi realm for the rest of your life. This is a matter you must never mention again, Chu Jianqiu admonished sternly. Chu Jianqiu had never witnessed her father so severe, her eyes turning red with grievance as tears brimmed within. Are we to simply stand by and watch Master suffer without taking any action? This time, the Blood Curse sect will undoubtedly send numerous disciples into the Nuzhe secret realm to procure the Blood Curse Xian Mo liquid. Should they succeed in obtaining a substantial amount, it would spell disaster for the entire Qin dynasty, and our Xianjian sect would surely not survive. Therefore, all true Qi realm inner disciples of the Xianjian sect must enter the Nuzhe secret realm to thwart the Blood Curse sect's plans. I will issue missions for everyone to gather Tianji Xianlong grass upon entering the realm. This is not solely your affair, Zuoqiu once stated expressionlessly. Qin Miao Yin observed Zuoqiu one at that moment. Feeling a chill in her heart, she realized that with all true Qi realm inner disciples entering the New Zhe secret realm, it was uncertain how many would return. The might of the Blood Curse sect was such that even the entire Qian dynasty could only contend with it with great difficulty. Now, faced with the relentless advance of the Blood Curse sect, other sects sought to preserve themselves and avoid direct confrontation, leaving only the Xianjian sect to bear the burden. The New Zhe secret realm was already fraught with peril, and now they had to contend with the formidable threat of the Blood Curse sect. The inner disciples entering the New Zhe secret realm were essentially facing a perilous journey with a survival rate of scarcely 1 in 10. It seemed the sect leader was willing to sacrifice an entire generation of inner disciples to thwart the Blood Curse sect's actions, even if they succeeded in disrupting the Blood Curse sect's plans. The Xianjian sect would suffer grave losses among its inner disciples and would inevitably take a century or more to recover. However, if they failed to stop the Blood Curse sect, the Xianjian sect would face annihilation. Although Zuoqiu's actions appeared cold, Qin Miao Yin could empathize with his helplessness. After Zuoqiu and Qin Miao Yin departed, Chu Jianqiu turned to Zuoqiu Lianzhu to inquire about the New Zhe secret realm and the Tianji Xianlong grass. Zuoqiu Lianzhu, feeling distressed and reluctant to speak, eventually relented, considering that Chu Jianqiu was also a disciple of their peak, and thus patiently explained the matters at hand. The New Zhe secret realm was a small domain controlled by the Xianjian sect, though its precise location remained unclear, with only the entrance passage to this realm discovered. This passage was not particularly stable, permitting only those at the True Qi realm or below to pass through. Any attempts by warriors above this realm would risk the passage's collapse. The New Zhe secret realm boasted a vast expanse filled with celestial materials, precious spiritual herbs, rare minerals, and other exceedingly rare wonders. As the passage to the New Zhe secret realm opened once every decade, the Xianjian sect would send disciples to gather the resources within, while the passage allowed only True Qi realm warriors and below. It did not imply that only beings of that level resided within the secret realm. Though rich in resources, the New Zhe secret realm was also home to numerous fierce beasts, including shape-shifting demons, as described by previous disciples who ventured inside. Thus, entering the secret realm was an extremely perilous endeavor, with casualty rates exceeding 10% even under the circumstances of years of reconnaissance and some understanding of the realm. In the early days of its discovery, the first few batches of disciples who entered for exploration had a survival rate of barely 1 in 10 since the Xianjian sect's discovery of this secret realm a millennium ago. The entrants had remained under their control, with no other sects having the means to enter. However, a decade ago, upon the opening of the secret passage, disciples entering the realm unexpectedly encountered members of the Blood Curse sect. A revelation that sent shockwaves through the Xianjian sect, prompting fears of a traitor within their ranks, leading to a breach in the control of the entrance. After extensive investigations, it was ultimately discovered that the Blood Curse sect had unearthed another entrance to the New Zhe secret realm, inciting widespread panic within the Xianjian sect. The Xianjian sect's rise to its current stature was largely sustained by the resources from the New Zhe secret realm. Should the Blood Curse sect seize control, it would deal a devastating blow to the Xianjian sect. The only silver lining was that the passage discovered by the Blood Curse sect also permitted only True Qi realm warriors and below to pass. What exactly the disciples of the Blood Curse sect had extracted from the New Zhe secret realm remained unknown to the Xianjian sect until the recent emergence of the Blood Curse Qingming poison, which led them to deduce that the substance taken out a decade prior was, in fact, the Blood Curse Xianmo liquid. This liquid was an exceedingly peculiar toxin, yet it did not pose a threat to those of the Yuandan realm. However, after being processed by the Blood Slaughter sect, the Blood Slaughter Greenming poison, derived from the Blood Slaughter Profound Demon liquid, is surprisingly capable of inflicting fatal damage directly on those of the Yuandan realm. Even more terrifyingly, the Blood Slaughter sect has also utilized the Blood Slaughter Profound Demon liquid to concoct a fearsome Blood Beast Profound Demon. Yet, due to the limited quantity of Blood Slaughter Profound Demon liquid that the sect retrieved from the New Zhe secret realm last time, They are insufficient to create the profound demon beasts. With the opening of the passage to the new secret realm this time, the Blood Slaughter sect intends to dispatch a multitude of disciples to acquire a substantial amount of blood slaughter profound demon liquid for the purpose of producing the profound demon beasts. Naturally, the Xianyuan Sword sect cannot idly watch as the Blood Slaughter sect's nefarious schemes come to fruition. Given that the Blood Slaughter sect is already immensely powerful, should they succeed in creating the profound demon beasts, no one within the great Qian dynasty would be able to contend with them, thus placing the Xianyuan Sword sect in peril of annihilation. Therefore, the sect leader has ordered all inner disciples at the Qi realm to enter the new secret realm to thwart the Blood Slaughter sect's endeavors. Since the Blood Slaughter profound demon liquid is a unique toxin found within the new secret realm, the Blood Slaughter green ming poison derived from it has a corresponding antidote. The Tianji profound dragon grass within the realm to alleviate the Blood Slaughter green ming poison afflicting Chui Yayun. It is essential to refine the Yuan Yang transformation pill using Tianji profound dragon grass as the primary ingredient. However, the Tianji profound dragon grass is guarded by formidable sea-dwelling beasts at the sea transformation realm, making it nearly impossible for those inner disciples at the Qi realm to obtain it. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Jianqiu began preparing earnestly. The entrance to the new secret realm would open in 10 days, and he needed to make ample preparations to ensure his own safety once inside. As a direct disciple, he is not merely an inner disciple, and with his current cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the Qi realm, he does not have a designated spot for this journey into the new secret realm. Yet, as a direct disciple of the 4th peak, he could not simply stand by and watch his master suffer from such a potent poison without taking action. When he was merely at the 1st stage of the Qi realm, he had managed to slay a blood python, which retained the peak strength of the 7th stage of the Qi realm, through various means. Now that he stands as a martial artist at the 3rd stage of the Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu is confident that he could vanquish that blood python even without resorting to any tricks, relying solely on his raw strength. Should he unleash all his hidden cards, he firmly believes he could contend with those at the 9th stage of the Qi realm. The dangers of entering the new secret realm are considerable, and Chu Jianqiu does not dare to be complacent. He prepares as thoroughly as he can. He gathers all the spirit talismans he has learned thus far, including flash escape talismans, golden shield talismans, strength-enhancing talismans, wind-running talismans, water-repelling talismans, and divine movement talismans. Having accrued sufficient contribution points, the materials he uses to craft these talismans are all top-tier 2nd-grade materials, resulting in exquisite talismans. He also prepares a variety of medicinal pills, such as gathering qi pills, detoxifying pills, golden healing ointments, and qi recovery pills, as the space within the Chaos Supreme Tower is ample enough to accommodate even more supplies. In addition to the talismans and medicinal pills, Chu Jianqiu has also crafted several large formation plates, inscribing the formations onto these plates so that he can easily deploy them by simply tossing them during the formation setup. After exchanging a significant amount of materials for talisman crafting, pill refinement, and formation layout, he has depleted the tens of thousands of contribution points he earned at Xiyang Peak, with defensive treasures such as the Great Python Tianlin armor, acceleration treasures like the wind-soaring boots, and weapons such as the flowing shadow sword and autumn water sword. Chu Jianqiu feels he is adequately prepared in the days that follow. He dedicates himself to studying and practicing the Qing Lu Zhao Kong sword technique. And by the time the new secret realm opens, he has mastered the first 3 forms of the technique. The entrance to the new secret realm is located at Anjiang Peak, several hundred miles west of the main peak of the Xianyuan Sword sect. It is precisely due to the proximity of this entrance to the Xianyuan Sword sect that, despite the envy from other sects towards the new secret realm, none dare to take actual action. With the strength of the Xianyuan Sword sect, engaging in battle at their doorstep would not favor many forces. Even the formidable Blood Slaughter sect cannot achieve that. At this moment, all inner disciples of the Qi realm from the Xianyuan Sword sect are gathered at the entrance to the new secret realm. Chu Jianqiu gazes across the densely packed crowd, estimating there are nearly 10,000 people filling the mountains and fields. Concealed within a corner of the crowd, he does not wish to draw too much attention to himself. Although the Xianyuan Sword sect has mandated that all inner disciples at the Qi realm participate in this secret trial, they have not prohibited other disciples from joining. That if outer disciples and direct disciples wish to take part, the Xianyuan Sword sect will not obstruct them. After all, this time is unlike past instances. Previously, only inner disciples and direct disciples were eligible to participate in the opening of the secret realm. This time, the priority is to thwart the Blood Slaughter sect's actions. Hence, the Xianyuan Sword sect has relaxed the entry conditions. Thus, amidst the throngs of Qi realm martial artists, there are also many outer disciples. Despite the inherent dangers of entering the secret realm, the abundant resources within entice those disciples who have lingered too long in the outer sect, hoping to seize an opportunity to acquire extraordinary treasures, which could elevate their cultivation and potentially grant them the chance to become inner disciples. Consequently, while Chu Jianqiu's cultivation may be low among the crowd, he does not stand out excessively, as there are a few others with similar cultivation levels present. In the sky above the entrance to the secret realm, the powerful figures of the Xianyuan Sword sect are personally stationed. Apart from the leaders of the 4th and 5th peaks, all 5 leaders of the remaining peaks have assembled. This unprecedented gathering of the 5 peak leaders signifies a remarkable event. Many disciples, gazing at the 5 figures radiating formidable auras in the sky, feel a surge of excitement within their hearts. For today marks the first time they have seen the sect's powerful figures since entering the sect. The gathering of over 10,000 Qi realm martial artists in the mountains and fields creates an awe-inspiring atmosphere, with numerous elders maintaining order around them. Faced with the imminent opening of the secret realm, the disciples are filled with exhilaration. Although they are fully aware of the significant dangers involved in this undertaking, they cannot suppress their fervor. The decadal opening of the secret realm is regarded by many as a tremendous opportunity. In past instances, those who enter the secret realm and manage to return alive invariably experience substantial advancements in their cultivation. The perils of entering the secret realm have been entirely overlooked. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold, and great opportunities are often accompanied by great risks. This time, the sect has completely relaxed the conditions for entering the secret realm. Any martial artist at the Qi realm is permitted entry, which is undoubtedly a monumental boon for many. In previous instances, only the top 1,000 inner disciples were eligible to enter the Nuze secret realm, rendering it a mere fantasy for countless individuals. On this occasion, in addition to the usual tasks of resource gathering, the sect has issued 2 new missions. One to prevent the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect from collecting Blood Slaughter Profound Demon Liquid, and another to gather Tianji Profound Dragon Grass. Both missions carry exceedingly high rewards. For the first mission, any disciple who can slay a Blood Slaughter sect disciple will receive a substantial contribution point reward. And if they manage to seize Blood Slaughter Profound Demon Liquid from the slain, the reward will be even greater. The second mission promises an astounding contribution point reward of 500,000 for anyone who can successfully harvest Tianji Profound Dragon Grass, along with the opportunity to become a direct disciple of any peak within the Xianyuan Sword sect. This means that one can choose freely among the 7 peaks of the Xianyuan Sword sect. Upon the announcement of this mission, the disciples of the Xianyuan Sword sect are overwhelmed with excitement, each one seemingly invigorated as if infused with enthusiasm. The temptation of this mission's reward is simply too great. 500,000 contribution points represent an unimaginable wealth. With such a sum, even a pig could be cultivated to the sea transformation realm through sheer resources. Moreover, the prospect of obtaining 500,000 contribution points is not the only allure. The chance to select any peak among the 7 peaks of the Xianyuan Sword sect to become a direct disciple is an even more enticing reward. Becoming a direct disciple of one of the peaks signifies access to powerful legacies and the opportunity to learn the most elite martial arts of the Xianyuan Sword sect. With the announcement of these 2 major missions, no mobilization is necessary. Nearly all Qi realm disciples of the Xianyuan Sword sect flock to the entrance of the secret realm. Even Zuiqiu is somewhat taken aback by the outcome. He had initially considered enforcing a rule that all Qi realm inner disciples must enter the secret realm this time, but it is now evident that such measures are unnecessary. As the saying goes, under the lure of great rewards, there will surely be brave souls, and rewards often yield better results than penalties. Boom! As the crowd awaited with bated breath, a sudden and powerful fluctuation erupted in the space above Anjiang Peak. Waves of spatial ripples cascaded across a vast lawn, ultimately coalescing into a swirling vortex at the center. This was the entrance to the Nuzhe secret realm. Upon witnessing the emergence of the entrance, a thunderous cheer erupted from above Anjiang Peak. Under the watchful guidance of several elder disciples, the younger disciples orderly advanced towards the vortex. Those who entered the swirling maelstrom vanished in an instant, their destinations unknown. Chu Jianqiu followed closely behind the throng. Stepping into the vortex, he felt a dizzying whirl, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely new world. As he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, he was greeted by an enchanting landscape brimming with exotic flora, strikingly different from the familiar scenery of Tianwu continent. A delicate veil of mist floated in the air, and upon closer inspection, Chu Jianqiu was astounded to discover that this mist was, in fact, condensed spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was extraordinarily rich, several times denser than that found atop the 7 main peaks of the Xianyuan sword sect. Here, the spiritual energy was so abundant it had reached a vaporous state, promising a cultivation speed vastly accelerated compared to the outside world. Activating the chaos celestial emperor technique, a tempest of spiritual energy swirled around him, with the ethereal mist rushing into his being like a hurricane. After cultivating for the duration of an incense stick, he marveled at the amount of refined, true energy within him, feeling a profound shock. In this environment, even without external resources, he could surely break through to the 4th level of true Qi realm within a month. And oh wonder this place could nurture such an abundance of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Jianqiu noted the absence of other disciples from the Xianyuan sword sect, indicating that the vortex's teleportation was random. Those who passed through would not necessarily arrive at the same location, but rather scatter within a 1,000-mile radius of the entrance. Historically, disciples wishing to avoid peril would gather nearby to collect spiritual herbs, awaiting the reappearance of the vortex to exit the realm. According to past patterns, this vortex would vanish a day after its activation, only to return 3 months later. With a flick of his wrist, a scroll materialized in his palm. Chu Jianqiu unfurled the scroll and, using it to orient himself, determined his current location. This scroll, acquired for 50 contribution points from the scripture pavilion, contained a map compiled from the terrain explorations of disciples who had previously entered the Nuzhe secret realm. Although the map could not encompass the entirety of the vast Nuzhe secret realm, much of which remained uncharted, even after thousands of years of exploration by the Xianyuan sword sect, it was still sufficient for his purposes. Chu Jianqiu was not primarily interested in harvesting celestial materials. His singular goal was to obtain the Tianji Xianlong grass. Naturally, he would not overlook any other treasures he encountered along the way. Consulting the map, he discovered that the location of the Tianji Xianlong grass was at least 3,000 miles away. At his current pace, it would take him no less than 6 days to reach it. However, this estimate did not account for any external aids. Should he utilize a wind traveling talisman, he could arrive in just 2 days. Nevertheless, Chu Jianqiu decided against using the talisman in such an unfamiliar environment. Flying through the air posed far greater dangers than traversing the ground. The site of the Tianji Xianlong grass, known as Xianlong Mountain, lay 3,000 miles to the west of his current position. As Chu Jianqiu embarked toward Xianlong Mountain, he was astounded by the plethora of spiritual herbs he encountered along the way. While not literally strewn across the landscape, the density of spiritual herbs was astonishing. Within a mere 100 miles, he discovered no fewer than 22nd-tier spiritual herbs, including water butterfly, dew-condensing grass, white phoenix tianji, and by Tao divine heartflower, while first-tier herbs were so numerous they defied counting. The abundance of these resources allowed Chu Jianqiu to apply his knowledge of botany with great success. Overjoyed by the rich bounty, he began to gather herbs indiscriminately at first, collecting both first and second-tier varieties. However, he soon realized the impracticality of this approach. With so many first-tier herbs in abundance, he shifted his focus solely to those of second-tier and above, lest he be delayed in reaching Xianlong Mountain. It became clear to him why the disciples were so exhilarated by the prospect of entering the new Zhe secret realm. Any who survived the experience emerged with their fortunes greatly enhanced. As the resources here were indeed astonishingly plentiful on Anjiang Peak, observing the disciples entering the secret realm, Qi Miaoyan expressed her confusion to Zhuo Qiuwen, sect master, that appears to be Chu Jianqiu. The new disciple of senior sister is he truly intending to enter this time? Zhuo Qiuwen was taken aback by her words. What did you say? Chu Jianqiu has also entered. Qi Miaoyan replied uncertainly. The figure I saw just now bore a resemblance to him, but I cannot be certain. Zhuo Qiuwen's expression darkened immediately. The fact that Chu Jianqiu had entered the secret realm was far beyond his expectations. He had placed immense hopes on Chu Jianqiu, pinning the revival of the Xianyuan sword sect entirely upon him. Given Chu Jianqiu's remarkable talent, if he could mature successfully, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, making the Xianyuan sword sect unrivaled within the great Qian dynasty. Even bloodthirsty sects would be no match. The potential of a martial artist capable of attaining the supreme martial physique was terrifying, with countless historical examples to attest to this. However, regardless of how extraordinary a martial artist's talent might be, they remain vulnerable at lower realms. Even a prodigious talent with the potential to become a celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse could easily be crushed by a mere true Qi realm warrior while still in the body refinement realm. The new Zhe secret realm was inherently perilous. Even without extraordinary circumstances, Zhuo Qiuwen would never have permitted Chu Jianqiu to enter, especially now that the formidable bloodthirsty sect posed a significant threat. Given Chu Jianqiu's current low cultivation level, Zhuo Qiuwen had never considered the possibility of him entering the secret realm, as there seemed to be no compelling reason for him to do so. As a direct disciple, Chu Jianqiu had no need to struggle for cultivation resources like other intersect disciples, who were often compelled to labor for contribution points. Suddenly, Zhuo Qiuwen recalled their conversation on the fourth peak with Chu Jianqiu, during which Chu Jianqiu had been present. Could it be that he entered the new Zhe secret realm with the intent of harvesting the Tianji Xianlong grass? The notion struck Zhuo Qiuwen as utterly absurd. If Chu Jianqiu truly sought the Tianji Xianlong grass, it would be tantamount to courting death. The Xianlong mountain, where the grass grew, was guarded by a monstrous creature at the Transformation Sea realm. At his current cultivation level, Chu Jianqiu was no match for such a formidable foe. As these thoughts crossed Zhuo Qiuwen's mind, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He summoned an elder from the first peak, instructing him to return and ascertain the whereabouts of Zhuo Qiuwen. The elder complied and, after a brief interval, returned with a pale young man in white robes. Upon seeing the young man's haggard appearance, Zhuo Qiuwen realized his worst fears had come to pass. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope and inquired, "Gong Dao, were you not tasked with watching over your junior sister, Zhuo Qiuwen? Why have you come back?" The young man cast his eyes downward, unable to meet Zhuo Qiuwen's gaze, and stammered, "Junior sister. She knocked me down and ran off." Furious, Zhuo Qiuwen exclaimed, "How could you, with your cultivation, be so easily bested by your junior sister?" The young man's head hung even lower. "She used the Xian Qi sword talisman. I was no match for her." Zhuo Qiuwen was left speechless. The Xian Qi sword talisman was a life-saving measure he had previously given to Zhuo Qiuwen, and he never expected her to wield it against her own senior brother. Although the young man possessed considerable strength, he was still somewhat ill-equipped to withstand the talisman's attack. It seemed that Zhuo Qiuwen had shown restraint out of consideration for their shared sect, or else the young man might have been rendered incapable of standing before him. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu encountered numerous disciples from the Xianyuan sword sect within the secret realm. It was disheartening to observe that even those who had previously shared amicable relations were now at odds, engaging in fierce conflict over a single spiritual herb. Some disciples, already harboring mutual animosities, struck without mercy, confronting each other with lethal intent. Regarding these matters, Chu Jianqiu chose not to intervene. These individuals held no relevance to him, and as long as they did not provoke him, he found no reason to concern himself with their affairs. Throughout his journey, although an abundance of spiritual herbs lay before him, many were not easily harvested. During his foraging, Chu Jianqiu encountered several ferocious beasts. yet he refrained from entangling himself with them. For those spiritual herbs guarded by such creatures, he opted to circumvent them to avoid unnecessary trouble. On the third day of his westward journey, he unexpectedly came across two martial artists clad in blood-red robes. Upon spotting Chu Jianqiu, the two immediately rushed towards him. Is this the best the Xinjiang sect can muster? Have they sent us a mere lamb for slaughter? One of the blood-robed warriors scrutinized Chu Jianqiu, his gaze laced with mockery. The last time they entered the Xinjiang sect disciples they encountered were at least of the 6th level of true Qi realm. Yet this disciple before them clearly only possessed the trifling cultivation of the 3rd level. Let us dispose of him quickly and continue our journey. The other blood-robed warrior cast a glance at Chu Jianqiu, dismissing him with a wave of his hand, his impatience evident that the waste of such low cultivation hardly warrants my interest in killing him. Kid, you should feel honored to be the first to greet me in this secret realm. The first blood-robed warrior sneered as he struck his palm towards Chu Jianqiu. Chu Jianqiu stood resolute, meeting the attack with his own palm. The two palms collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. The blood-robed warrior of the 6th level was sent flying several dozen feet, carving a deep trench into the ground, his body convulsing twice before he lay still. Chu Jianqiu remained motionless, his garments billowing lightly in the breeze. He had only exerted 80% of his strength in that strike. The blood-robed warrior of the 7th level was left dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief at the sight before him. For years, the Blood Fiend sect had clashed with the Xinjiang sect, and among disciples of the same realm, Blood Fiend disciples generally held the upper hand. Unless they encountered particularly exceptional disciples from the Xinjiang sect, the survivors of any confrontation were predominantly from the Blood Fiend sect. It was an established fact that disciples of the Xinjiang sect were easily crushed by those of the Blood Fiend sect. Never had a Blood Fiend disciple been slain by a Xinjiang disciple of 3 lower realms. You seek your own demise. The blood-robed warrior of the 7th level was swiftly consumed by rage, feeling an unprecedented humiliation as a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. He unleashed a full-powered punch at Chu Jianqiu. Once again, Chu Jianqiu did not flinch, responding with a palm strike that a resounding crash echoed as both were sent stumbling back several feet, the violent shockwave sending nearby foliage flying. Chu Jianqiu gently rubbed his wrist. This blood-robed warrior was significantly stronger than the previous one, but although he still refrained from employing any martial techniques, he had exerted his full strength, resulting in an equal clash with a blood-robed warrior. It seemed that without the use of martial techniques or external forces, his combat prowess was comparable to that of a 7th-level true Qi warrior. Of course, true power could not be measured this way. Should he unleash all his abilities, his combat strength would multiply several times over. The blood-robed warrior, reeling from the impact, felt his internal energy churning. Meanwhile, Chu Jianqiu, despite being knocked back, appeared entirely unfazed. The blood-robed warrior, astonished and infuriated, could not accept that a mere 3rd-level true Qi warrior was overpowering him. With a flash of his form, he charged at Chu Jianqiu once more. Stirred by the challenge, Chu Jianqiu embraced the spirit of battle. Engaging the blood-robed warrior in fierce combat, waves of energy surged, creating multiple craters in the ground. Chu Jianqiu continued to rely solely on his basic true Qi manipulation, engaging the blood-robed warrior without the use of any martial techniques. Although his training had progressed steadily, he had lacked practical combat experience, making this encounter an invaluable opportunity to refine his skills. With such a fortuitous and free sparring partner, Chu Jianqiu was reluctant to end the fight swiftly. As the battle raged on, the blood-robed warrior grew increasingly alarmed. He had anticipated that even if Chu Jianqiu's combat prowess was remarkable, his internal energy could not possibly match that of a 7th-level true Qi warrior. Even if he tapped into his unique talents for a surge of power, it could not sustain itself indefinitely. Eventually, as the battle wore on, Chu Jianqiu's energy would dwindle, and he would surely fall short. However, the reality defied his expectations. Despite the prolonged skirmish, Chu Jianqiu showed no signs of exhaustion. His internal energy flowed like an endless ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. Meanwhile, the blood-robed warrior felt his own energy beginning to wane. While Chu Jianqiu appeared as vigorous as ever, a sense of retreat began to stir within the blood-robed warrior. Who was this monstrous opponent, so overwhelmingly powerful? Even in a battle against an 8th-level true Qi warrior from the Xinjiang sect, he would not struggle as much. Fearing for his safety, the blood-robed warrior bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike to momentarily push Chu Jianqiu back before attempting to flee. Chu Jianqiu smirked, his form flickering as he pursued. The moment these two appeared, they sought his life without hesitation. He could not allow them to escape so easily. Moreover, the Blood Fiend sect and the Xinjiang sect were sworn enemies. Such wicked beings would not be spared. Chu Jianqiu produced 2 movement talismans, applying them to his legs, his speed akin to lightning as he closed the distance as the blood-robed warrior fled. He suddenly found himself confronted by Chu Jianqiu, who had appeared before him in a flash. Fear gripped the blood-robed warrior upon witnessing the astonishing speed of his opponent. Driven by desperation, he activated a secret technique, his palms turning blood-red. Blood Shadow Palm. He shouted, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy towards Chu Jianqiu. At this point, Chu Jianqiu felt adequately prepared and did not wish to prolong the conflict. Drawing upon the 7th level of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm, he struck down, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated the blood-robed warrior into a gruesome pulp. Witnessing such devastation, Chu Jianqiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his execution of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm would yield such overwhelming power. Previously, although he could perform the 7th layer, it had required considerable effort, consuming at least 1/5 of his internal energy, and he could not unleash its true potential. Now, having ascended to the 3rd level of true Qi, he could genuinely harness the might of this inferior-grade martial technique. While he still could not maximize its power, he could at least achieve 70 to 80% of its effectiveness. Moreover, given the current abundance of his internal energy, he could unleash the 7th layer of the Angry Wave's 7 layers palm at least 20 times, unlike before when he could only manage a few strikes before exhausting his energy. Chu Jianqiu glanced at the fading blood-red shadow in his palm. The power of the blood shadow palm was considerable. Were it to strike an ordinary 8th-level true Qi warrior, it would likely result in death. This technique not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also harbored a terrifying blood poison. However, against Chu Jianqiu's Chaos Supreme bloodline, the poison had no effect whatsoever. Moreover, with the unparalleled martial physique of Chu Jianqiu, the damage inflicted by this strike was negligible. After vanquishing 2 blood-robed warriors, Chu Jianqiu produced a token, and immediately, a wisp of blood mist emerged from the corpses of the slain warriors, coalescing into a crimson line that merged into the token. The token then displayed the number and strength of the blood-robed warriors he had defeated, alongside the corresponding contribution points. This token was a specially forged artifact by the Xinjiang sect, designed for the inaugural bounty task. Capable of accurately recording the number of blood-slaying sect disciples killed by the sect's members, thereby motivating them to diligently undertake their missions. At this moment, the token revealed 2 lines of text. Number of blood-slaying sect disciples killed. 1 at the 6th level of the Qi realm. 1 at the 7th level of the Qi realm. Contribution points. 900. Chu Jianqiu had learned prior to entering that the contribution points awarded for killing a blood-slaying sect disciple varied according to their realm. 150 points for the 5th level of the Qi realm. 300 points for the 6th. 600 points for the 7th, 1,200 points for the 8th, and 2,400 points for the 9th. Additionally, every pound of blood-slaying demonic liquid seized from a blood-slaying sect disciple granted 1,000 contribution points. After dispatching the 2 blood-robed warriors, Chu Jianqiu continued his journey towards Xianlong Mountain. Half a day later, unexpectedly, Chu Jianqiu encountered Wan Xiuying, accompanied by 3 women and 5 men, totaling 9 individuals. Among the 3 women, 1 was at the 9th level of the Qi realm, possessing an exceptionally graceful beauty, while the other 2 were at the 8th and 7th levels respectively. Among the 5 men, there was 1 at the 9th level, 2 at the 8th, and 2 at the 7th. Among these 9, Wan Xiuying had the weakest cultivation at only the 6th level of the Qi realm. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Wan Xiuying was filled with joy and greeted him warmly, to which Chu Jianqiu responded with a nod. The other 8 individuals, however, frowned upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, displaying expressions of disdain. How could such a waste at the third level of the Qi realm dare to venture in here? He clearly overestimated his own capabilities and was courting death. A truly foolish endeavor. A young man wielding a folding fan glanced at Chu Jianqiu, his face rife with scorn and mockery, tauntingly remarking. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoying's expression changed, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Chu Jianqiu silenced her with a glance. Chu Jianqiu shot a sidelong look at the young man with the fan and smirked slightly, saying, "Who is the fool you speak of?" The young man, still filled with disdain, retorted, "The fool is you. What? Do you disagree?" Chu Jianqiu replied with a nonchalant smile, "Ah, so this fool is indeed addressing me. I am quite flattered. Since you possess some self-awareness in recognizing your foolishness, I shall not hold it against you." Upon hearing Chu Jianqiu's words, the several women could not help but find it amusing, stifling their laughter. The young man with the fan's expression darkened instantly. This waste had the audacity to turn his words against him, making him inadvertently insult himself. He had finally managed to accompany the woman he admired. And now, after being ridiculed by Chu Jianqiu, he felt utterly humiliated. "You are seeking death." The young man's face turned cold, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. The elegant woman, noticing the change, furrowed her brow slightly. "Enough of this commotion. We have pressing matters to attend to," declared a stern-faced young man, waving his hand. Clearly the leader of the group, he wished to avoid further embarrassment in front of the elegant woman due to his subordinates' antics. Upon hearing this, the young man with the fan dared not act out further, yet the coldness in his eyes did not diminish as he glared fiercely at Chu Jianqiu, muttering, "We shall see about this." "Kid." Chu Jianqiu cast a disinterested glance in his direction, unwilling to engage with such a rabid dog. Should this rabid dog truly dare to pose a threat, he would ensure the creature would remember this lesson for a lifetime. Wan Xiaoying glanced at the young man with the fan, realizing he should be grateful for not having acted rashly. Otherwise, he would certainly regret his actions today, setting aside Chu Jianqiu's status as a direct disciple. Wan Xiaoying was confident that, should a confrontation arise, Chu Jianqiu would ultimately emerge victorious, given his formidable combat prowess. Although the young man wielded a fan and was at the 8th level of the Qi realm, Chu Jianqiu had already slain a half-transformed great demon when he was at the 1st level of the Qi realm, despite the demon being significantly weakened, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level. The young man would find himself thoroughly outmatched. "Junior brother Chu, what are your plans? If you have none, why not join us? It would be safer that way," Wan Xiaoying invited. Chu Jianqiu was about to decline, as he felt no familiarity with these individuals, nor did he share their aspirations. Joining them would only lead to discomfort, and he had no intention of divulging his goal of harvesting the Tianji Xianshan grass at Xianlong Mountain. However, before he could speak, the young man with the fan interjected with mocking disdain, "This waste thinks he has a right to accompany us. It would only tarnish our reputation." The elegant woman, upon hearing the young man's words, frowned slightly and remarked, "We are all from the same sect. Although this junior brother's cultivation is low, Zhao's words are somewhat excessive." The young man with the fan felt his face flush red at the sight of the elegant woman defending Chu Jianqiu. "Enough of this matter. Since we are indeed fellow sect members, let us proceed together," declared the stern-faced young man, flicking his sleeve dismissively. He did not wish for a lowly cultivator like Chu Jianqiu to leave a bad impression on the elegant woman. At the same time, he cast a subtle, displeased glance at Wan Xiaoying, his eyes reflecting his dissatisfaction and coldness. This woman audaciously invited someone without his consent. Such a brazen act would need to be dealt with later to avoid further annoyance. Wan Xiaoying sensed the chill in the gaze of the stern-faced young man and felt a shiver run down her spine. Nevertheless, she did not regret extending her invitation to Chu Jianqiu. In this group, she found no one she could rely on. Even the elegant woman's invitation was merely a gesture based on their past acquaintance in the Zixia society. I end this perilous secret realm. With her low cultivation, she feared that traveling alone would lead to her demise within days. Thus, despite knowing the elegant woman's invitation was not genuine, she felt compelled to join them for the sake of her safety. When a notice arrived that all disciples at the Qi realm level in the inner sect must enter the secret realm, Wan Xiaoying had regretted her hasty breakthrough to the 6th level. Following her experiences outside Zhongin City at Wohua Mountain, she had come to value her life greatly, preferring to cultivate at a slower pace rather than risk such grave dangers again. Consequently, she was quite averse to entering the Xinjia secret realm. Yet, having just ascended to the 6th level and become an inner sect disciple, she found herself among those entering the secret realm, extinguishing her fleeting joy with this sudden cold reality. Wan Xiaoying was acutely aware of that. Without finding a reliable ally, she faced a high probability of perishing within the secret realm. Thus, upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, she seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, determined to hold on tightly. Chu Jianqiu had initially wished to decline their company to avoid any constraints on his actions, but upon witnessing the defiant demeanor of the young man, with the fan and the pretentious fa ade of the stern-faced leader, he felt a rebellious inclination rise within him, compelling him to resist their expectations. Since my esteemed seniors have so warmly invited me, I shall graciously accept your offer. Chu Jianqiu smiled faintly. The cold-faced youth's gaze faltered. It was unclear whether this lad was genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance, unable to perceive the disdain directed towards him by his companions. However, he dismissed the matter, considering it unworthy of his attention to quarrel with such a lowly waste of space. The youth holding the folding fan felt an acute discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. Yet he refrained from further remarks in the presence of the elegantly composed woman. He shot a fierce glare at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes brimming with coldness. Chu Jianqiu, however, paid no heed to the chilling glare of the fan-wielding youth and instead smiled lightly, remarking, "Is there something amiss with your eyes, senior brother? You seem to be darting glances about incessantly. I hope it isn't a case of canine eye disorder." The fan-wielding youth, incensed by this comment, bellowed in fury, "You seek death." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, ready to strike at Chu Jianqiu. "Enough!" The cold-faced youth interjected sharply, his voice laced with authority. "Has this Zhao lost his mind today, constantly bringing shame upon himself?" Hearing this reprimand, the fan-wielding youth was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Yan Junbai, his stern senior, was genuinely irate. He dared not provoke Chu Jianqiu further. In the war of words, he found no advantage and only embarrassment. He resolved to bide his time until he could discreetly eliminate this insufferable waste, ensuring he met an untimely end. Noticing that the fan-wielding youth had ceased his hostilities, Chu Jianqiu chose to disregard him, positioning himself behind the group, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far. His intention in joining this party was solely to vex the fan-wielding youth and the cold-faced one, to vent his frustrations. Naturally, he had no intention of trailing them indefinitely. Once the day had passed, he would depart. Wan Xiaoying also fell in step behind the group and initiated a conversation with Chu Jianqiu. He harbored neither strong affection nor aversion towards Wan Xiaoying. He could not claim to particularly admire her demeanor or character. Yet, out of consideration for her attentive care towards Fu Lingxue, he felt compelled to engage with her amiably. During their discourse, Chu Jianqiu inquired about Fu Lingxue's recent circumstances, having spent less time in the outer sect over the past 6 months. He had not seen her for quite some time. Among his fellow disciples, he felt a modicum of concern for the seemingly fragile yet tenacious girl, while his feelings towards others were rather indifferent. Thanks to Chu Jianqiu's connection, Wan Xiaoying's care for Fu Lingxue became even more meticulous. Despite having entered the inner sect, she frequently kept abreast of Fu Lingxue's situation, as Fu Lingxue was her sole link to the illustrious Chu Jianqiu. A direct disciple, she would not easily let such an opportunity slip by. Indeed, as she spoke of Fu Lingxue, Chu Jianqiu's demeanor softened considerably. After the mission at Wohua Mountain, Fu Lingxue had soon broken through to the 3rd level of the True Qi realm. She had also completed the 6 credits required for promotion to the inner sect, yet her cultivation level did not yet meet the criteria for advancement. Thus, she remained in the outer sect for further training. Upon learning of Fu Lingxue's progress, Chu Jianqiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Lingxue had gradually made her way into his heart, although he did not harbor romantic feelings. He regarded her as a younger sister. Once their discussion about Fu Lingxue concluded, Wan Xiaoying began to quietly introduce the members of their party. Leading the group was the renowned Yan Junbai. vice president of the esteemed Lingxiao Society in the inner sect, known for his formidable strength, ranked 37th among the inner sect disciples. The top 20 of the inner sect disciple rankings comprised powerful cultivators at the transformation stage, making Yin Junbai's position quite remarkable among true Qi realm practitioners. The elegant woman alongside him was Tan Yoxin, a significant figure within the Baifeng Society, holding the 45th rank among inner sect disciples. Tan Yoxin and Wan Xiaoying were contemporaries, having both been disciples during their time in the outer sect at the Zixia Society. However, Tan Yoxin's exceptional talent allowed her to swiftly break through to the 6th level of the true Qi realm, earning her entry into the inner sect and affiliation with one of its 5 major societies, the Baifeng Society. The youth with the folding fan was also a member of the Lingxiao Society, named Zhao Gaoqi, though he did not rank among the inner sect disciples. Noticing that the group was heading towards Qianlong Mountain, Chu Jianqiu, driven by curiosity, inquired of Wan Xiaoying and learned that their destination was indeed Qianlong Mountain. The allure of harvesting the Tianji Qianlong grass was simply too great. Accomplishing this task would be akin to soaring to new heights within the Xianjian sect, an opportunity no powerful disciple would dare to forego. However, due to the formidable transformation stage demon guarding Qianlong Mountain, they remained cautious. Prior to entering the Xinza's secret realm, several strong individuals from different societies convened to strategize, deciding to gather at the foot of Qianlong Mountain to confront the transformation stage demon together. As for who would ultimately harvest the Tianji Qianlong grass, that would depend on their individual fortunes. Regardless of who succeeded in this endeavor, any rewards obtained must be shared with those who contributed. By uniting their strengths, they felt emboldened, believing they could face the powerful demon without fear. Upon hearing this news, Chu Jianqiu felt considerably reassured. He had harbored uncertainties about this mission, fully aware that they were contending with a genuine transformation stage demon. Unlike the severely weakened blood python from Woha Mountain, and no matter how well prepared he was, the vast disparity in strength left him feeling unsteady. However, with the collective effort of these individuals, the likelihood of successfully obtaining the Tianji Qianlong grass increased significantly. Chu Jianqiu was indifferent to who ultimately harvested the grass. His primary goal was to secure it to save his master, Cui Yan. While he was indeed tempted by the reward of 500,000 contribution points, he was able to prioritize the gravity of rescuing his master. Knowing that Yin Junbai and the others were also in pursuit of the Tianji Qianlong grass, his impression of them improved somewhat. Regardless of their motivations, their efforts would undoubtedly benefit the 4th peak, and thus, he resolved not to quarrel with them further. As the group journeyed toward Qianlong Mountain, they encountered numerous spiritual herbs, ranging from 1st and 2nd tier varieties to the rarer 3rd tier herbs. However, each herb of the 3rd tier or higher was fiercely guarded by powerful beasts, necessitating a fierce battle for the group to secure these precious resources. While attempting to harvest a 3rd tier herb, the full moon lotus, they encountered a formidable beast at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. Only by combining their strengths did Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin manage to slay the beast. In that battle, Chu Jianqiu witnessed firsthand the overwhelming power of 9th level true Qi practitioners. The clash of 2 warriors against the beast obliterated a small hill in their way. As the previous 3rd tier herb had been given to Tan Yoxin. The full moon lotus now belonged to Yin Junbai. After he harvested the herb, the group proceeded to extract the valuable parts from the beast, lamenting that they could not carry the immense carcass of the creature on their journey. One can only extract the vital parts, discarding the remainder. For a beast at the 9th level of the true Qi realm, its entire body is nearly a treasure, and even Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin felt an indescribable pang of regret when they abandoned this beast's corpse. After tidying up, the group continued their journey. After traveling a short distance, Chu Jianqiu found an excuse to leave the team, a behavior to which they had long grown accustomed, regarding him, an inconsequential figure, with indifference. They did not pause for him, but pressed forward. Chu Jianqiu activated a movement talisman, swiftly darting away, and soon returned to the location of their earlier battle that he reached out to touch the corpse of the beast on the ground, causing it to vanish abruptly, absorbed into the Chaos Supreme Tower. Throughout this journey, Chu Jianqiu consistently collected spoils, lamenting the waste of the beast corpses. If returned to the treasure pavilion of the Xinjiang sect, they would yield a significant amount of contribution points. Moreover, even disregarding other uses, roasting them for consumption would provide substantial nourishment, enhancing one's power significantly. The spacious interior of the Chaos Supreme Tower alleviated any concerns about capacity, allowing him to gather as much as possible. Thus, without the need for personal effort, he could amass considerable gains, making his companionship with the group a commendable choice. However, while Chu Jianqiu reaped numerous rewards, Wan Xiaoying lacked such means. After traversing such a distance, her acquisitions were pitifully scant. Each time they encountered spiritual herbs, she was never allowed to partake in their collection. The premier, third-tier spiritual herbs naturally fell to Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin, while the second-tier herbs they deemed unworthy were claimed by several disciples at the 7th and 8th levels of the True Qi realm, leaving Wan Xiaoying with nothing but scraps. Eventually, when the abundance of herbs became overwhelming, they dismissed some of lesser quality, finally granting Wan Xiaoying an opportunity to gather. Initially, she wished to concede these chances to Chu Jianqiu, but he displayed little interest in the herbs that in terms of spoils. The value of the beast corpses he collected far outweighed the combined gains of Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin, rendering any competition over the meager herbs unnecessary. With the Chaos Supreme Tower at his disposal, even acquiring trifles could render their efforts futile. As the group journeyed, gathering resources and engaging in battles with various beasts, their pace lagged significantly compared to Chu Jianqiu's solitary progress. Nevertheless, he was in no rush to reach the Xianlong mountain alone. Upon learning that the others were also headed there, he abandoned the notion of fighting alone, recognizing the peril of facing a sea-transforming great demon unaccompanied. After collecting the corpse of the True Qi realm 9th-level beast, Chu Jianqiu soared back towards the group. As he approached, he noticed a cloud of dust and heard a cacophony of noise. Upon closer inspection, he found the group engaged in combat with 5 blood-robed warriors. Among these 5, one was a 9th-level True Qi warrior, 2 were 8th level, and 2 were 7th level. The 9th-level blood-robed warrior held his ground against the combined might of Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin, showing no signs of yielding. Meanwhile, the 2 8th-level blood-robed warriors maintained an advantage against 3 of the Xinjiang sect's 8th-level warriors, a feat made possible by the formidable combat prowess of Zhao Gaoqi, the young man wielding a folding fan. His fan, clearly a treasure of considerable quality, unleashed fierce gusts of flame-infused wind, causing significant trouble for the 2 8th-level blood-robed warriors, in terms of combat strength at the 9th and 8th levels of True Qi. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect could still hold their ground against the blood-robed warriors. However, the situation was dire for the 7th-level combatants, as 3 of them faced off against 2 7th-level blood-robed warriors. Their predicament precarious. Under the relentless assault of the 2 blood-robed warriors, the Xinjiang disciples found themselves in a dire situation, with Wan Xiaoying already collapsed on the ground, her life hanging by a thread. Chu Jianqiu rushed to her side, lifting her from the ground. At that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, her face as pale as paper, her breathing faint, teetering on the brink of death. Placing his hand on her back, Chu Jianqiu infused her with a stream of pure, true qi, refined through the chaos heavenly emperor's technique. Imbued with supreme mystical power, this energy flowed into her. Wan Xiaoying coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and slowly opened her eyes. Chu Jianqiu retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to her. This elixir, the exquisite second-tier 9 turns moistening pill, was the finest healing remedy he had selected from the detailed compendium of alchemical recipes. The materials required to concoct this 9 turns moistening pill were far from inexpensive. Just the materials for a single batch had cost Chu Jianqiu 100 contribution points. After swallowing the 9 turns moistening pill, Wan Xiaoying's complexion gradually regained its color, her injuries visibly healing at an extraordinary rate. Filled with gratitude, she expressed her thanks to Chu Jianqiu, who had just provided her with the incredibly precious 9 turns moistening pill. This second-tier elixir was not only costly in terms of materials, but also notoriously difficult to produce. With a low success rate, even more challenging than some ordinary third-tier pills in the treasure pavilion of the Xinjiang sect. A single 9 turns moistening pill commanded a price of 30 contribution points. Although inner disciples of the sect enjoyed significantly better treatment than their outer counterparts, an ordinary newly promoted inner disciple could only acquire 50 gathering pills in a month, equating to 50 contribution points. The 9 turns moistening pill that Chu Jianqiu had just given her was roughly equivalent to her resource allotment for over half a month. Were it another person, they might not have been willing to expend such vast resources to save her life. Just as Chu Jianqiu had settled Wan Xiaoying, a chilling scream pierced the air. He turned to see a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. At the 7th level of Qi realm, being hurled away by a blood-robed warrior with a single palm strike, his body flying over 10 zhang before crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. After a few convulsions, he lay still. Wan Xiaoying had merely been caught in the aftermath of the battle. The blood-robed warrior had not regarded her as a threat, merely brushing her aside with a casual strike, allowing her to narrowly escape death. Now, the Xinjiang disciple who had been struck down lay lifeless on the ground. With one companion lost, the remaining 2 Xinjiang disciples found it even more challenging to endure. In terms of combat power at the same realm, disciples of the Xinjiang sect were generally weaker than those of the Blood Slaughter sect. The woman named Huang Yisu, also at the 7th level of Qi realm, turned pale as she faced the impending strike from the blood-robed warrior. Without the support of her companion, there was no way for her to evade it. Just as despair gripped her heart, a white figure flashed before her, and with a thunderous crash, it intercepted the attack from the blood-robed warrior, sending him flying. As Huang Yisu focused, she was astonished to realize that the figure clad in white was none other than Chu Jianqiu, regarded by many as a waste, possessing only the 3rd level of Qi realm. Huang Yisu's face was a picture of disbelief. How could this so-called waste at the 3rd level of Qi realm have sent a 7th level warrior flying with such ease? Not only was Huang Yisu shocked, but even Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin wore expressions of incredulity, while Zhao Gaoqi looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Discomfort etched across his face. Witnessing their side faltering, Yin Junbai and the others felt an overwhelming anxiety. They were barely holding their ground against the blood-robed warriors, and any outside interference would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Under normal circumstances, a 7th level Qi realm warrior would pose little threat to them. But in this perilous situation, he could become the final straw that broke the camel's back, tipping the scales of battle. The 9th level blood-robed warrior, believing victory was assured, was caught off guard by such an unexpected turn of events. When Chu Jianqiu first appeared, no one had regarded him as a threat. A mere 3rd level Qi realm waste. Even standing still, he would not be able to harm them. What role could he possibly play? Yet now, this so-called waste had shifted the tide of battle. The palm strike Chu Jianqiu had just unleashed was merely the 5th of the angry wave 7-layer palm technique. From previous encounters, he had learned of the terrifying power of the 7th strike. Should he unleash it now, the blood-robed warrior would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. This was not due to any sense of compassion for the blood-robed warriors. Each of these malevolent beings from the Blood Slaughter sect deserved their fate, and Chu Jianqiu would show no mercy in taking their lives. However, he was reluctant to reveal too much of his hidden strength in front of others. In such an unpredictable environment, exposing his true capabilities would not be prudent. The blood-robed warrior struck by Chu Jianqiu's palm was gravely wounded, but had not perished immediately. As he looked at Chu Jianqiu, disbelief and fear filled his gaze. He had already lost all desire to fight and wished only to flee. Chu Jianqiu would not allow him the luxury of escape, having killed those here. How could he let one live to tell the tale? With a flash of movement, he closed in and delivered another palm strike, ending the blood-robed warrior's life. Another blood-robed warrior, also at the 7th level of Qi realm, was struck with terror upon witnessing this scene. His own strength was not much greater than that of the fallen warrior, and he realized that had he faced Chu Jianqiu, his fate would have been no less grim. With no desire to continue the fight, the 7th level blood-robed warrior forced back the Xinjiang disciple he was battling and fled the battlefield in haste. Chu Jianqiu made no move to pursue. Before Yin Junbai and the others, he did not wish to reveal too much of his strength. The remaining blood-robed warriors, seeing the tide had turned against them, recognized the futility of continuing the battle and swiftly retreated. Fearing for their lives, Yin, Junbai, and the others, observing the flight of the blood-robed warriors, had no intention of pursuing. They regarded Chu Jianqiu with complex expressions. Had it not been for him, they would have lost at least half of their lives that day. Even if Yin Junbai and Tan Yoxin managed to escape, they would have paid a heavy price. No one could have anticipated that their lives would ultimately be saved by this so-called waste they all looked down upon. Zhao Gaoqi's gaze towards Chu Jianqiu shifted from arrogance to a subtle wariness. To defeat a 7th-level blood-robed warrior so easily indicated that Chu Jianqiu was at least at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi realm, if not possibly possessing the strength of the 8th level. Zhao Gaoqi, confident in his own abilities, realized he could not take Chu Jianqiu lightly. A mere 3rd-level Qi realm warrior exhibiting such formidable strength was truly an extraordinary anomaly. The way everyone looked at Chu Jianqiu began to subtly change, not solely due to the power he had displayed, but because of the hidden potential behind that power, given the astonishing combat prowess he had demonstrated. It was clear that Chu Jianqiu was not an ordinary warrior, but rather one with a remarkable bloodline, possibly even an awakened celestial-level bloodline. Such talent would certainly not go unnoticed by the higher-ups of the Xinjiang sect. As there had been no recent reports of a new disciple within the inner sect, it was highly likely that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple from one of the peaks of the 7 peaks of Xinjiang. After such a grueling battle, the group was left exhausted. Following the retreat of the blood-robed warriors, they chose not to advance further, but rather paused to rest. Huang Yisu approached Chu Jianqiu and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that had he not intervened, she would have perished at the hands of the blood-robed warrior. Chu Jianqiu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, and found a large rock to sit upon. Huang Yisu followed, her curiosity piqued by this mysterious youth, and sat beside him, eager to learn more about Chu Jianqiu. "What is your name, junior brother? Thank you for your assistance just now." At that moment, Tan Yoxin also approached, smiling warmly. The potential Chu Jianqiu had displayed was enough for her to want to befriend him. "Chu Jianqiu," he replied coolly, not wishing to entangle himself too deeply with them, as he saw little significance in forming such bonds. His willingness to respond to Tan Yoxin was merely due to her not mocking him like the others had initially. He felt a slight fondness for her. Seeing Chu Jianqiu's indifferent demeanor, Tan Yoxin did not take it to heart. After all, she had not regarded him with disdain like the others, but had not placed much importance on him either, viewing him as a negligible presence. With Chu Jianqiu maintaining his aloofness, she chose not to pursue the conversation further. Although he had exhibited remarkable combat strength, there remained a certain disparity when compared to the peaked disciples within their inner sect. For someone of her standing, it was customary for others to seek her favor, not the other way around. Yin Junbai, observing the interaction between Tan Yoxin and Chu Jianqiu, felt a flicker of darkness in his gaze, his eyes reflecting a chilling hostility. Chu Jianqiu remained unperturbed, contentedly seated as he consumed one qi gathering pill after another. Huang Yisu, noticing his constant snacking, became curious, having previously paid little attention to what he was eating. Unable to contain her intrigue, she asked, "Junior brother Chu, what are you eating?" Chu Jianqiu opened his palm to reveal a pouch filled with qi gathering pills, casually replying, "Qi gathering pills," upon entering the new secret realm. He has been consuming the qi gathering pills while on the move. Prior to his entrance into the realm, he had already refined a substantial quantity of these pills, alleviating any concerns about their scarcity. After several days of consuming the pills, he has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi realm, and within a day or two, he is poised to break through to the 4th level. Huang Yisu gazed at the bag brimming with qi gathering pills, watching Chu Jianqiu nonchalantly consume them as if they were mere roasted soybeans, her mouth agape in disbelief. How wealthy must one be to treat qi gathering pills as casually as one would roasted beans? It is worth noting that even among the top 10 disciples of the inner sect of Xinjiang sect, such a gluttonous consumption would be unthinkable. Their conversation promptly drew the attention of those resting nearby, their gazes laden with overwhelming envy and jealousy. Throughout their journey, they had observed Chu Jianqiu continuously snacking, initially assuming he was indulging in some common snack, which they had looked down upon, believing a martial artist should not indulge like an ordinary mortal. Upon realizing that he had been consuming chi-gathering pills, a sense of despair washed over them. Even they, the favored children of the inner sect, could not afford such extravagant behavior, while they did not regard chi-gathering pills as particularly precious resources. They certainly did not expect them to be as cheap as roasted soybeans. It is important to note that even for those at the 9th level of Chi realm, their monthly allocation of chi-gathering pills barely amounted to 300. Of course, they did not solely rely on the resources allocated by the sect for sustenance. Each individual undertook tasks to earn contribution points for additional cultivation resources. Otherwise, relying solely on the monthly distribution from the sect would mean waiting an eternity to advance in rank. As one progresses in cultivation, the required resources increase exponentially. For those at the 9th level of Chi realm, 300 Chi gathering pills per month are utterly insufficient. Witnessing Chu Jianqiu consuming the pills with such ease and flair, their feelings of envy, jealousy, and suspicion only deepened. What manner of person is he, wielding such wealth? Even Yin Junbai's expression shifted as he realized that even he could not match such a display of extravagance, both in terms of financial means and the ability to refine them. With his current cultivation level, he could only refine a maximum of 60 Chi gathering pills per day. Exceeding that would be detrimental. The manner in which Chu Jianqiu consumed the pills required an extraordinary innate talent and an exceptional cultivation technique. The speed and limit of a martial artist's ability to refine and absorb pills are closely tied to their innate talent and cultivation methods. The stronger the talent and the higher the quality of the technique, the greater the capacity for resource refinement and absorption speed. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding Chu Jianqiu's status, it was now abundantly clear. He was undoubtedly a direct disciple. Without such financial means and advanced cultivation techniques, one could not possibly possess such a privilege. Tan Yoxin felt a twinge of regret. Had she known earlier that Chu Jianqiu was a direct disciple, she would have set aside her pride to forge a connection with him. Associating with a direct disciple would elevate her status significantly. Unfortunately, her moment of arrogance had cost her a valuable opportunity. Approaching him now would appear too opportunistic, and given Chu Jianqiu's character, she anticipated he would not be particularly courteous, rendering her efforts futile. Although Tan Yoxin harbored some ambition, she still retained a semblance of dignity. Zhao Gaoqi's apprehension towards Chu Jianqiu deepened, a hint of regret surfacing in his heart. Had he known earlier that Chu Jianqiu was such a formidable figure, he would never have dared to offend him. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, encountering more disciples from Blood Fiend sect and Xianjian sect along the way. The fierce battles between the two factions resulted in significant casualties, with Xianjian sect suffering the greater losses, as the disciples of Blood Fiend sect generally possess superior strength. Without a significant numerical advantage, it was clear that Xianjian sect would ultimately face defeat. As their journey progressed, several disciples from Xianjian sect joined their ranks. Initially, conflicts arose among Xianjian sect disciples over the coveted resources, but the looming threat of the Blood Fiend sect prompted a shift in perspective. Whenever Xianjian sect members crossed paths, as long as their prior grievances were not too severe, they would unite against the Blood Fiend sect. Only through unity in numbers could they hope to gain an advantage over their adversaries. Over the past 2 days, following numerous battles, their ranks swelled to 20 or 30 individuals, and Chu Jianqiu successfully advanced to the 4th level of Chi realm. Through these skirmishes, the others gained a deeper understanding of Chu Jianqiu's prowess. Even in the face of blood-robed martial artists at the 8th level of Chi realm, he could dispatch them with ease. Zhao Gaoqi's trepidation towards Chu Jianqiu intensified, whereas he once felt uncertain about besting him. He now found himself utterly outmatched. In battles against the 8th level blood-robed martial artists, he could barely hold his ground, relying on a moderately powerful artifact, while Chu Jianqiu, unarmed, effortlessly annihilated an 8th level opponent. If Zhao Gaoqi previously harbored mere apprehension towards Chu Jianqiu, he now felt a profound fear, dreading that Chu Jianqiu might hold a grudge against him for past transgressions. One day, as they traversed a wooded area, they stumbled upon 2 groups engaged in a fierce clash. Both sides boasted considerable numbers. over 20 disciples from Xinjian sect, and a comparable number of blood-robed martial artists from Blood Fiend sect. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the disciples of Xinjian sect fought valiantly, refusing to yield to the Blood Fiend sect. This was the only instance Chu Jianqiu had witnessed among the Xinjian sect disciples where, despite being outnumbered, they managed to hold their ground against the Blood Fiend sect. The battle raged intensely, with countless bodies strewn across the ground, both Blood Fiend sect and Xinjian sect disciples alike, their bodies drenched in blood. Upon sighting Chu Jianqiu and his fellow disciples, the blood-robed martial artists immediately signaled for a retreat. They were unable to gain an advantage against the Xinjian sect disciples, and with reinforcements arriving, continuing the fight was futile. Yin Junbai led the group forward and, upon recognizing the leader of the Xinjian sect disciples, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Bu, it is you. I was wondering who could drive the Blood Fiend sect into retreat. It turns out to be your remarkable achievement." The young man, surnamed Bu, clasped his hands in greeting and replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Brother Yin." Just as he was about to engage in further pleasantries with Yin Junbai, he suddenly spotted Chu Jianqiu among the crowd, his expression shifting dramatically. "Brother Yin, why are you with this person?" At this moment, Chu Jianqiu also recognized the group. The young man, surnamed Bu, was none other than Bu Feiyue, the captain of the law enforcement team of the Discipline Hall. Previously, he had sought to imprison Chu Jianqiu in the Yambing prison to curry favor with Si Fengkai regarding the incident involving Fu Lingxue. Their encounter had fostered quite a significant enmity. Chu Jianqiu also recognized several other law enforcement disciples within the crowd, including the slick and sinister Ji Jixin, who had previously manipulated events to punish him in hopes of pleasing Si Fengkai and his brother, Si Fengpa. Among them, he also spotted Zhang Yiken, a law enforcement disciple who still possessed a shred of conscience. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Ji Jixin's expression soured, his eyes brimming with malevolent intent. "I am the secret realm." The dynamics were vastly different from those within Xinjian sect. As a direct disciple, Chu Jianqiu faced no threat, as no one dared to harm him, bolstered by the authority of his direct disciple token. However, within this secret realm, his status held no significance. There were countless ways to eliminate a worthless individual like Chu Jianqiu. When the time comes, even if the fourth peak wishes to pursue the matter, there will be no evidence. Chu Jianqiu sought his own demise by recklessly entering. Thus he can only blame himself that at this moment. Zhang Yiken also took note of Chu Jianqiu, his gaze subtly shifting. Due to the prior events involving Si Fengkai and Fu Lingxue, he felt a pang of guilt for not upholding the regulations of the Xinjian sect in relation to Chu Jianqiu. Seeing Chu Jianqiu's appearance now, Zhang Yiken could not help but worry for him, especially since Si Fengkai returned from Huahu Mountain in Junyan City with a severed arm, utterly defeated by the crushing blow. Si Fengpa, witnessing his brother in such a state, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Jianqiu. While he could do nothing against Chu Jianqiu within the Xinjian sect, the isolation of this new Zhe secret realm would certainly embolden Si Fengpa's subordinates to take action against him to curry favor with their master. "Do you know this person?" Yin Junbai asked in confusion, as this individual was rather obscure among the inner disciples, and he could not fathom how Bu Feiyue would be acquainted with him. Bu Feiyue nodded, unperturbed by Yin Junbai's unfamiliarity with Chu Jianqiu. Had it not been for Si Fengkai, he would not have paid attention to a lowly figure mingling among the outer disciples, much less been aware of Chu Jianqiu's true identity. He is a direct disciple of the fourth peak and bears a profound grudge against senior brother Si Fengpa. Bu Feiyue stated darkly, "The enmity between us will not be easily resolved. Now that Chu Jianqiu has entered this new Zhe secret realm, it presents a significant opportunity." Yin Junbai's heart quaked, although he had previously speculated about Chu Jianqiu's identity. Hearing the confirmation from Bu Feiyue himself left him momentarily stunned that a direct disciple, even for someone of his stature, rank 37th among the inner disciples, was a figure to be revered in the Xinjian sect. A direct disciple signified noble status, formidable strength, and prodigious talent. The mere mention of this title instilled a sense of awe in anyone within the sect, aside from the seven peak masters. Zhao Gaoqi, overhearing their conversation, turned pale as he realized he had provoked a direct disciple, and furthermore, one from the fourth peak. The thought of the rumored lunatics from the fourth peak sent waves of terror through him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Tan Yoxin was equally astonished. Chu Jianqiu was indeed a direct disciple of the Xinjian sect, hailing from the fourth peak. She secretly resolved that, come what may, she must find a way to befriend Chu Jianqiu. For female disciples in the inner sect, becoming a direct disciple of either the fourth or seventh peak had always been a cherished aspiration. From Bu Feiyue's words, it was evident that Chu Jianqiu had significant grievances with them, and in such a perilous environment, it was inevitable that they might take action against him. This presented an excellent opportunity for her to forge a connection with Chu Jianqiu, as long as she assisted him in extricating himself from these dangers. He would surely owe her a favor. Although Bu Feiyue was a formidable opponent, ranking 30th among the inner disciples, her Baifeng society also had a powerful senior sister who had entered the secret realm. Ranking 28th, if she could establish contact with that senior sister, they would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. While Si Fengpa had already broken through to the Huahai realm and entered the ranks of the top 10 inner disciples, the president of their Baifeng society was also a strong practitioner of the same realm. By aligning with Chu Jianqiu, she would effectively be securing a significant achievement for the Baifeng society. Yan Zhenbai, upon learning of Chu Jianqiu's status as a direct disciple of the fourth peak, felt a surge of retreat within him, unwilling to become embroiled in such conflicts. Even though within this secret realm, killing Chu Jianqiu would leave no witnesses. Should he fail, the wrath of the fourth peak would be unimaginable once they emerged from the realm. The Xinjian sect imposed severe penalties for harming a direct disciple, and he feared they would end up with no place to bury their bodies. Noticing Yan Zhenbai's hesitation, Bu Feiyue's murderous intent flickered momentarily. They had invoked Si Fengpa's name to draw Yan Zhenbai into their plot. But if Yan Zhenbai refused to join, he could not allow him to live lest he divulge their secret. Although Yan Zhenbai commanded a group of 20 to 30 individuals, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Bu Feiyue's side, which boasted 5 warriors at the 9th level of the True Qi realm, with the remainder at the 8th level. Should a skirmish ensue, Yan Zhenbai's group would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Bu Feiyue was confident he could annihilate them all. As Bu Feiyue's eyes glinted with hidden malice, Yan Zhenbai felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Bu Feiyue intended to eliminate him as well. Junior brother Chu, the journey ahead may prove perilous. I have some spirit talismans here. Please accept them as a precaution, Tan Yoxin suddenly said, presenting 2 spirit talismans with a bright smile. Chu Jianqiu regarded the talismans with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Recognizing them as the very teleportation talismans he had sold only about 50 or 60 of these talismans, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast number of inner disciples, making them exceedingly rare. The fact that this woman was willing to part with 2 at once astonished him. Although Chu Jianqiu understood that Tan Yoxin was only displaying such generosity after learning of his status as a direct disciple, her willingness to invest so heavily was nonetheless remarkable. In the treacherous environment of the Zhe secret realm, a single teleportation talisman equated to an additional lifeline. Accepting one of the talismans, Chu Jianqiu smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister Tan, but 1 talisman is more than sufficient." While he did not lack for teleportation talismans, he was reluctant to reveal this while accepting the talisman. He acknowledged Tan Yoxin's goodwill, effectively forming a temporary alliance between them. In such a dire environment, having another ally was advantageous for him, and he already harbored a measure of goodwill towards her, making this alliance a favorable choice. Tan Yoxin, elated by Chu Jianqiu's acceptance, exchanged a knowing smile with him. Witnessing this interaction ignited a fire of jealousy within Yan Zhenbai, who immediately addressed Bu Feiyue, saying, "The matter concerning Senior Brother C is my responsibility. You need not worry." This effectively signaled his agreement to join Bu Feiyue's scheme against Chu Jianqiu. Yan Zhenbai had long harbored feelings for Tan Yoxin, but her indifference had previously dulled his spirits. However, seeing her so openly favoring the recently acquainted Chu Jianqiu stirred his ire. Bu Feiyue, pleased by Yan Zhenbai's perceptiveness, nodded in approval, yet he was deeply incensed by Tan Yoxin's actions and vowed to make her pay dearly for her lack of awareness. He was no stranger to the teleportation talismans she had just produced. They had gained considerable notoriety among the inner disciples in recent times. With these talismans in Tan Yoxin and Chu Jianqiu's possession, eliminating them would prove more challenging. After all, against such elusive talismans, he found himself at a loss. Now, with the two teams converging, their numbers swelled to around 50, forming a rather formidable contingent, albeit with disparate motives that undermined their potential as a cohesive fighting force. After their assembly, they continued their march towards Xianlong Mountain. The recent spate of battles had limited their progress, leaving them over 1,000 miles from their destination. Under normal circumstances, with their cultivation levels, they could cover such a distance in merely 2 or 3 days in this desolate and perilous environment. Fraught with crises, their pace of advancement was anything but swift as they traversed the treacherous path. They had to deftly evade formidable beasts while simultaneously guarding against ambushes from disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. At the end of the day, they had scarcely covered a mere 100 or 200 miles. After half a day's journey, Chu Jianqiu was suddenly struck by a sense of alarm and halted his steps. Tan Yoxin inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother Chu, what troubles you?" With a grave expression, Chu Jianqiu replied, "There are ambushes lurking in the woods ahead, and the numbers are significant." Chu Jianqiu's spirit had been continuously refined by the Chaos Supreme Tower within the sea of consciousness, rendering his soul immensely powerful. Coupled with the supreme technique he practiced, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor Art, his 6 senses were far superior to those of ordinary martial artists, even outstripping many at the 9th level of the True Qi realm. How absurd! Even Senior Brother Bu and Senior Brother Yin have not detected anyone. Yet you, a mere 4th level True Qi practitioner, dare to speak so brazenly, sneered Ji Jixin, whose demeanor was decidedly feminine but a year prior. During the incident involving Si Fengkai and Fu Lingxue, he had thoroughly offended Chu Jianqiu, who had revealed his status as a direct disciple, leaving Si Fengpa at a loss and utterly humiliated. His displeasure vented upon Ji Jixin and Zhang Yiken, but Ji Jixin gained nothing from the encounter and was left seething with resentment towards Chu Jianqiu. Were they outside, he might have been wary of Chu Jianqiu. But within this secluded Nu Zhe secret realm, given Chu Jianqiu's relatively low cultivation, he felt free to manipulate him at will. Although Chu Jianqiu had astonishingly advanced from the 9th level of the body refinement realm to the 4th level of the True Qi realm within a year, a feat that astonished Ji Jixin, he still regarded Chu Jianqiu's current cultivation as trifling. No matter how prodigious a talent might be, they could easily be crushed in their infancy. With Chu Jianqiu's humble cultivation, Ji Jixin dismissed him entirely, confident that he could extinguish him with a mere gesture. Of course, this thought had arisen before he had witnessed Chu Jianqiu in battle. Had he seen Chu Jianqiu's prowess, he might well have felt the same dread as Zhao Gaoqi, quelling any thoughts of malice. As Ji Jixin's words fell, Bu Fiyue and Yin Junbai also came to a halt, their expressions grave, having noticed the peculiarities in the woods ahead. The ambushers had concealed themselves exceptionally well, their auras suppressed to the point of near invisibility. Had it not been for Chu Jianqiu's warning, they might have unwittingly walked into the trap. "Everyone be cautious. There are ambushes ahead," Bu Fiyue commanded solemnly. With his words, over 50 individuals emerged from the forest. Led by a young man at the 8th level of the True Qi realm, his brows marked by an arrogant demeanor. Among this group were several of the blood-robed warriors who had previously battled Bu Fiyue and his companions, evidently returning after their defeat to seek reinforcements. Despite the young man's 8th level cultivation, he exuded an aura of extreme malevolence. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 9th level True Qi warriors, who, despite their superior cultivation, displayed no signs of dissent, instead following him with a hint of reverence in their eyes. Beside the young man stood an extraordinarily alluring maiden, although she possessed merely the 7th level of True Qi. The blood-robed warriors maintained their distance from her, as if she harbored something unspeakably terrifying. "Indeed, you possess some skill. This young master concealed his ambush so well, yet you managed to uncover it. Out of mercy for your abilities, I shall spare your lives today," the arrogant youth proclaimed, surveying the group with disdain. However, upon his gaze landing on Chu Jianqiu, his expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim, "Chu Jianqiu, Chu Jianqiu's pupils contracted at the sight of this individual. He recognized him as Ouyang Yuan, the one who had stolen his bloodline, and the enchanting maiden beside him was none other than Lu Tinyu. In the years since their last encounter, both had undergone profound transformations. Their cultivation levels significantly enhanced, and an air of eerie strangeness enveloped them. Lu Tianyao was no longer the innocent young girl she once appeared to be. Clad in a blood-red gown, her exposed waist was tantalizingly alluring, evoking insatiable desires in those who beheld her. In that fleeting moment, numerous disciples of the Xianjian sect were captivated, their eyes aflame with longing, completely oblivious to the imminent danger they faced. Chu Jianqiu's heart raced with caution. Although the cultivations of these two were not supreme, the degree of peril they posed likely exceeded that of the 9th-level blood-robed warriors. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu, Lu Tianyao trembled involuntarily, her gaze revealing a tumult of emotions. To be candid, she deeply regretted her betrayal of Chu Jianqiu, especially after witnessing his astonishing talents during the Xianjian sect's recruitment test. Her remorse was profound. Had she not betrayed him, she would undoubtedly be by his side within the Xianjian sect now. Even if she could not attain her current level of cultivation, at least she would not appear as she did now, neither human nor ghost. Moreover, Ouyang Yuan's treatment of her was far from the sincerity Chu Jianqiu had shown. After entering the blood slaughter sect, Lu Tianyao had gained the favor of an esteemed ancestor, thereby acquiring a new backing. Naturally, she would not easily yield herself to Ouyang Yuan. They presented themselves as a couple. Yet in truth, their relationship was devoid of any marital essence. Although Ouyang Yuan was infuriated by this, he dared not act against Lu Tianyao, given her newfound status. Chu Jianqiu, I never expected to see you again, Ouyang Yuan remarked coldly, his mind haunted by the humiliation he suffered at the Xianjian sect's examination. In front of the crowd, he and his father, Ouyang Yin, had trembled like frightened chicks under the pressure of Yang Zhenhai. It was a humiliation that would forever linger in his memory. From that day forth, Ouyang Yuan vowed to kill Chu Jianqiu and Yang Zhenhai to avenge his disgrace. The onlookers were astonished to discover that Chu Jianqiu was acquainted with members of the blood slaughter sect. Junior brother Chu, do you know him? Tan Yoxin asked, alarmed that if Chu Jianqiu were indeed colluding with the blood slaughter sect, such an accusation would carry grave consequences. Even as a direct disciple, he would not escape punishment. An old acquaintance, Chu Jianqiu nodded, then added, merely an acquaintance from life and death. His words dripped with an unmistakable chill. The enmity between him and these two was irreconcilable, leaving only the prospect of one party's demise to conclude their conflict. Tan Yoxin exhaled in relief. If Chu Jianqiu truly conspired with the blood slaughter sect, her close association with him would not bode well for her fate. Observing Chu Jianqiu's demeanor, she felt a chill envelop her. Throughout their journey, no matter the circumstances he faced, Chu Jianqiu had maintained an air of calm indifference, even in the face of Zhao Gaoqi's incessant taunts. Yet now, confronted by the defiant youth from the blood slaughter sect, he radiated a chilling intent to kill, a palpable aura that even made Tan Yoxin, a 9th-level true Qi practitioner, shiver. Previously, I showed mercy by sparing your life, yet you have thwarted my plans. This time, you shall not be so fortunate. Today marks your demise, Ouyang Yuan declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Chu Jianqiu. Kill them all, but take that boy in white alive. I wish to claim his life with my own hands. He commanded the blood-robed warriors surrounding him. As you command. The blood-robed warriors bowed in obedience and charged towards this direction. Dapufiwa, upon witnessing the enmity between Chu Jianqiu and the defiant youth opposite him, felt a mix of surprise and malicious glee. If the blood slaughter sect could eliminate Chu Jianqiu, it would be a most fortuitous turn of events, sparing him from the need to intervene directly and face the considerable risks involved. The two factions soon clashed fiercely, while Ouyang Yuan and Lu Tianyao opted to remain on the sidelines, observing with keen interest. The blood-robed warrior sent to apprehend Chu Jianqiu was a 7th-level practitioner of true Qi, who regarded Chu Jianqiu, a mere 4th-level waste, with disdain, believing that even a single one of their ranks could easily subdue him. However, before he could approach, he was swiftly dispatched by Tan Yoxin's sword. Determined to stand by Chu Jianqiu, Tan Yoxin understood that if she could protect him during this trial in the secret realm, it would solidify her connection with the fourth peak, potentially elevating her to the status of a direct disciple due to her significant contributions. The women of the White Phoenix Society closely followed Tan Yoxin, encircling Chu Jianqiu, clearly recognizing the importance of safeguarding him. Yet they were acutely aware that with Chu Jianqiu's limited strength, only Tan Yoxin could genuinely offer protection. The rest of them would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Rather than being protectors, they felt safer merely standing beside him. Wan Xiuying closely trailed Chu Jianqiu, knowing that with her meager cultivation, a moment's lapse could lead to her undoing. Staying near him was her only hope for survival. Upon witnessing the blood-robed warrior's demise at Tan Yoxin's hands, Ouyang Yuan was filled with rage. He had assumed that no one would care for the life of such a lowly 4th-level practitioner. Yet here was a 9th-level warrior personally guarding him, and a strikingly elegant one at that. Ouyang Yuan snorted coldly and strode forward. With a 9th-level warrior defending Chu Jianqiu, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Lu Tianyao watched this unfold, a faint smile playing on her lips, seemingly enjoying the spectacle without any intention of intervening. Ouyang Yuan advanced, encountering several disciples of the Xinjian sect in his path, whom he dispatched effortlessly with a mere slap. Although he was only at the 8th level of true qi, the 8th level disciples of the Xinjian sect were no match for him, all falling before his might. Bu Fiyue and his companions observed this scene with grave expressions, the formidable power displayed by the defiant youth instilling a deep sense of apprehension. This unfathomable strength was not inferior to that of the 9th-level blood-robed warriors. Bu Fiyue felt a chill run down his spine, pondering when the blood-slaughter sect had produced such a prodigy. Ouyang Yuan soon reached Chu Jianqiu, but Tan Yoxin would not allow him to harm him. She swung her sword down upon Ouyang Yuan in response to the full force of this 9th-level warrior's strike. Ouyang Yuan merely smirked, refusing to evade. He countered with a single palm strike, sending a crimson shadow surging violently towards Tan Yoxin. The collision of sword energy and palm force produced a thunderous roar, sending Tan Yoxin flying several dozen feet, a mouthful of blood erupting from her as her vital energy churned violently. Tan Yoxin's heart sank. Where had such a monster emerged from, capable of such strength at the 8th level of true qi? Ouyang Yuan was only slightly pushed back, quickly regaining his stance and aiming to strike Tan Yoxin again. Anyone who dared stand beside Chu Jianqiu was marked for death. Tan Yoxin felt a wave of crimson energy enveloping her, cutting off all avenues of escape, and terror gripped her heart. Wounded and unable to resist such overwhelming power, she braced for the fatal blow from Ouyang Yuan. Just as she teetered on the brink of despair, a flash of white appeared before her, a figure stepping in to confront the torrent of crimson energy. With a resounding crash, the clash of palm forces generated a massive shockwave, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, creating deep craters as debris flew skyward. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief, questioning who had dared to intercept Ouyang Yuan's devastating strike. As the dust settled, they beheld none other than Chu Jianqiu himself. The revelation that it was Chu Jianqiu who had blocked Ouyang Yuan's formidable attack sent shockwaves through the crowd. And one could fathom that the 4th-level practitioner had withstood a blow from Ouyang Yuan, who, despite being at the 8th level of true qi, possessed the strength to overpower even 9th-level warriors. The spectators, particularly Bu Fiyue and Ji Zhixin, who had yet to witness Chu Jianqiu's abilities firsthand, were incredulous. Bu Fiyue mused that he himself would struggle to withstand such a blow and could hardly believe that this so-called waste had not only endured it, but done so with such apparent ease. This suggested that Chu Jianqiu might not be weaker than him at all. That Ji Zhixin felt a rush of dread, thankful he had not had the chance to confront Chu Jianqiu, for he feared he would have met his demise. Zhao Gaoqi's sentiments mirrored Ji Zhixin's. Having witnessed Chu Jianqiu's prowess earlier, he had remained on edge, wary of any reckoning the latter might seek. He had kept his distance, fearing that a single displeasure from Chu Jianqiu could spell his end. Previously, he had only observed Chu Jianqiu battling 8th-level blood-robed warriors and, while intimidated, had not been overly fearful. believing that as long as Yin Junbai could protect him, he had little to worry about. However, with the strength Chu Jianqiu now exhibited, it seemed that even Yin Junbai might not stand a chance against him. Yin Junbai's mood was equally grim, as he recalled agreeing to Bu Feiyue's invitation to join in the plot against Chu Jianqiu. The thought of opposing such a monstrous figure filled him with unease, and he silently cursed Bu Feiyue for leading him to establish such a formidable enemy. Although her previous interactions with Chu Jianqiu had been far from pleasant, they did not evoke the overt hostility displayed by Bu Feiyue, which had now created an irreparable rift. Tan Yoxin's heart was a tumult of astonishment, joy, and perplexity. Initially, she had been drawn to Chu Jianqiu's esteemed status, investing in him solely to garner favor with the fourth peak, focusing on potential future gains. However, she had not anticipated that Chu Jianqiu's prowess would far exceed her expectations. She had assumed that, at best, he would be equivalent to a peak 8th stage of the true Qi realm, and thus not a match for her. Yet, she realized that he had concealed much of his strength in their earlier encounters. Her gamble had proven astute. Not only could she potentially ascend the ranks of the fourth peak in the future, but she also stood to gain significantly in the present, forming an alliance with Chu Jianqiu, bolstered by his formidable capabilities, increased her chances of survival within this treacherous secret realm. Despite her standing among the elite disciples, the perilous New Zhe realm still posed a risk of demise. Having a powerful ally was tantamount to possessing a formidable shield. Lu Tianyao observed the ethereal figure clad in white. Though her face bore a hint of a charming smile, the bitterness in her heart deepened. Ouyang Yuan's innate talent and bloodline were exceptionally formidable within the Blood Fiend sect, practicing a potent and sinister martial art that propelled his cultivation at an astonishing pace. His strength was unfathomable. Having already swept aside most 9th-stage True Qi practitioners within the sect, among the True Qi warriors, he could at least claim a position within the top 10, unmatched except by a few exceptionally powerful 9th-stage practitioners. This was merely the manifestation of his power at the 8th stage. Once he ascended to the 9th stage, none would rival him. Given Ouyang Yuan's overwhelming strength, it was astonishing that Chu Jianqiu, with merely the 4th stage of True Qi, could contend with him so evenly. What kind of prodigy was he? Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a towering figure of immense renown. Ouyang Yuan's countenance darkened ominously. He could scarcely comprehend that Chu Jianqiu possessed such strength to withstand his strike. Upon seeing Chu Jianqiu was still only at the 4th stage of True Qi, Ouyang Yuan was filled with a sense of superiority, thinking that no matter how exceptional his bloodline, Chu Jianqiu would merely trail behind him. The disparity between the 4th and his current strength was akin to that of heaven and earth, and he dismissed Chu Jianqiu entirely. Yet reality struck him a resounding blow. Even at the 4th stage, Chu Jianqiu was able to withstand the might of a formidable 8th-stage practitioner that in this world. He was not the sole one capable of transcending boundaries in battle. There stood before him a prodigy surpassing even his own capabilities. Burning with envy and indignation, Ouyang Yuan felt an unprecedented humiliation. Having deprived the other of their bloodline, yet finding himself inferior. You truly believe you possess the qualification to contend with me? You are far too naive. Ouyang Yuan sneered at Chu Jianqiu, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. That last strike was merely a fraction of my true power. Now, prepare to witness my genuine strength. Your life is forfeit, Chu Jianqiu. With a thunderous roar, Ouyang Yuan summoned a thick, blood-red mist that enveloped him, launching a devastating strike towards Chu Jianqiu. The violent energy radiating from his palms swept forth, reducing nearby flora to ashes in an instant. Chu Jianqiu's expression turned grave. He dared not show any signs of negligence. Tan Shiji, quickly lead the others away from here. At this moment, only a few women from the White Phoenix Society and Wan Xiuying remained by his side. Witnessing the terrifying power emanating from Ouyang Yuan, Tan Yoxin was taken aback, realizing that this battle was beyond her capability to partake in. Hastily, she led the others away from the battlefield. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect and the Shin Sword sect, who had been engaged in combat, had long ceased their fighting, their hearts no longer in the fray. The outcome of this crucial battle rested solely on the confrontation between Chu Jianqiu and Ouyang Yuan. Continuing their skirmishes would serve no purpose, even if one side emerged victorious. Should Chu Jianqiu and Yuan prevail, the victors among them would still find themselves facing certain death, seeing the overwhelming presence of Chu Jianqiu and Yuan. No one dared to claim they could triumph over these two titans that in the face of Yuan's domineering palm. Chu Jianqiu unleashed the seventh strike of the angry wave's sevenfold palm with all his might. The earth-shattering sound echoed like a rumbling thunderclap, sending soil soaring skyward and creating a massive pit several yards deep. Both figures were propelled backward, carving deep furrows into the ground. Chu Jianqiu felt a surge of blood within him. His arms tinged a deep crimson, the blood-like tide creeping up his limbs, a clear indication of the terrifying poison within Yuan's strike. Drawing upon the chaos celestial emperor art, he felt the crimson surge dissipate within a few breaths, restoring his arms to their normal state. With his chaos celestial emperor art, the chaos supreme bloodline, and his unparalleled martial physique, there were few poisons in the world capable of harming him. Yuan, too, was not unscathed. The force of Chu Jianqiu's strike crashed against his defenses like a tempestuous wave, the cumulative power of the seven strikes nearly overwhelming him. Yuan had expected that even if Chu Jianqiu survived his onslaught, he would surely succumb to the toxicity of his strike. Blood Shadow Palm, though not mastered to its fullest, had reached the third level, and its might was comparable to a mid-level Xian-class martial technique, capable of overwhelming even the top-tier 9th-stage True Qi warriors. Yet when the dust settled, Yuan beheld Chu Jianqiu standing unscathed, draped in flowing white, exuding an unearthly elegance. Enraged, Yuan surged forward again. Chu Jianqiu did not flinch, summoning the seventh strike of the angry wave's sevenfold palm to meet him head-on. Although the angry wave's sevenfold palm was a low-level Xian-class technique when mastered, its power could rival that of a mid-level Xian-class technique. Chu Jianqiu had long perfected this martial art, and in terms of might, it was not inferior to Yuan's third-level Blood Shadow Palm. Lu Tianyao recognized the technique Chu Jianqiu employed and realized that the enigmatic figure from the auction at Wanwu Trading Company, who had clashed with her family, was indeed Chu Jianqiu, that a wave of resentment surged within her. That day, Chu Jianqiu had humiliated her family before all. However, such matters were now inconsequential. After joining the Blood Fiend sect, her family had been obliterated by the alliances of numerous clans in Tianqiu City. All of this was due to Chu Jianqiu. While she had harbored regrets, there were no remedies for regret in this world. The enmity between her and Chu Jianqiu had reached a point of no return. She had nearly caused his demise, and her family had vanished because of him. Their animosity was profound, and unless one of them perished, there would be no resolution to this grudge as Chu Jianqiu and Yuan engaged in a fierce battle. The surrounding flora and trees were flattened, leaving numerous deep craters in their wake. Onlookers kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of their clash, given the intensity of their encounter. Any ordinary 8th-stage, True Qi warrior caught in the crossfire would meet a swift end. Zhao Gaoqi and Ji Jixin were pale and trembling, filled with regret for having provoked Chu Jianqiu. Realizing too late the terror of his strength, Bu Fiyue and Yin Junbai's expressions were equally grim. Should Chu Jianqiu turn his attention to them, they would likely find themselves unable to withstand his might. It was laughable that they had even contemplated harming him. Fortunately, Tan Yoxin had produced a flash escape talisman, preventing them from acting rashly. Had they attempted to strike Chu Jianqiu then, the consequences would have been dire. However, the more formidable Chu Jianqiu became, the less they could allow him to leave alive. The enmity was now deeply entrenched and would not be easily resolved. They harbored murderous intent towards Chu Jianqiu, who would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Despite Chu Jianqiu exhibiting such formidable prowess, Bu Feiyue had not entirely relinquished his malicious designs against him. Although he might not be a match for Chu Jianqiu, there were more powerful senior brothers from their law hall who had entered the secret realm. No matter how exceptional Chu Jianqiu was,